The shabby old beggar in front of you is actually a powerful emperor who dominated the Tianqian realm 3,000 years ago. In order to take you as his disciple, he used a peerless technique as a gift for accepting you as his student, and entrusted you with countless super sects of immortal maidens, allowing you to choose one as your partner. However, when you stepped into the sect, you were completely dumbfounded, as you saw ruins everywhere except for the few houses that were still standing, with not a single soul in sight. Despite the talk of numerous experts and immortal maidens, this sect was nothing but a broken mess, with oneself as the head. Fortunately, you still have that peerless technique from the old man. However, in these 3 years, no matter how you practice, you have always been stuck in the first realm, unable to break through. Just as you were about to open the grave of the old beggar to curse him, a voice suddenly came into your mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the first divine sect system of the heavens. Please host, work hard to improve the sect, and as compensation, the host's cultivation as a holy lord has been granted. With the system's voice falling, your momentum suddenly soared. In just an instant, your cultivation directly broke through from the profound sea realm to the holy lord realm, breaking through 5 major realms. Feeling the surging spiritual power in your body like the sea, you couldn't help but sigh. Although your cultivation speed is against the sky, the cultivation of a holy lord is only the 7th major realm in this world, still 10 realms away from the great emperor, which inevitably makes you worry that one day a strong person might suddenly slap you to death. However, as you pondered, the golden summoning card in your hand suddenly lit up with golden light. Ding! Congratulations to the host for summoning the powerful emperor realm, the holy lady of the 9-tailed celestial fox. In the next moment, a stunningly beautiful woman in white walked out from the golden light. You couldn't help but be stunned by the appearance of the 9-tailed celestial fox, who brought disaster to the country and the people. Beauty! It was truly too beautiful. Master, should I call you master or lord? Suddenly, a very soft voice came from beside you. Upon hearing this, you cleared your throat. Ahem! You can call me master. Yes, master. After speaking, the 9-tailed celestial fox suddenly transformed into a girl with fox ears. Just as she was about to give you a massage, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Detected disciples exceeding the blue grade level. Please host go to recruit disciples as soon as possible. Reward random big gift package. Upon hearing this, you were delighted. As the #1 god sect in the heavens, how could you not have disciples? As for the massage, it could wait. Without hesitation, you headed straight for the target. At the foot of the Taichu gate at this moment, a young man is frantically fleeing. He thought he had escaped far enough, but he was still caught up by the 3,000 cavalry of the Great Chu. Leading the 3,000 cavalry is a young girl in golden armor, who is none other than the 9th princess of the Great Chu dynasty, Princess Chu Ling. Looking at the disheveled young man in front of her, Chu Ling chuckled. Xin Yi, after running for so long, you still ended up in the hands of this princess. Looking at the woman in front of him, Xin Yi felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. The ancestors of the Qin family were originally the founding heroes of the Great Chu, and the Qin family was also a famous noble family in the dynasty. But after the fall of the Qin family's ancestors, everything changed. The Great Chu emperor, in order to regain military power, destroyed loyal families. Although Qin Yi had finally escaped, the destruction of the Huangtian mansion had become a foregone conclusion, and there was no turning back. Now being ruthlessly pursued by his former sweetheart, Qin Yi's heart is in agony, filled with anger and resentment. Chu Ling, if I survive today, I will make the Great Chu dynasty pay back this blood debt 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Hearing this, Chu Ling's eyes turned cold. Xin Yi, Princess Ben Gong originally wanted to catch up with you, but since you are so ungrateful, forget it. Yanba, take action. Oh, remember to help Princess Ben Gong stab out his pair of immortal pupils for me. Not in vain for Princess Ben Gong to spend so much effort chasing him. As soon as Chu Ling finished speaking, an old man in a black robe appeared in front of Xin Yi. Xin Yi, I am the first class offering Yan Tianjun of the Great Chu dynasty. Please start your journey now. Xin Yi struggled to stand up at the words, his face pale as he smiled. In the Qin family's ancestral motto, men and women have never died kneeling. Since you want my pair of immortal pupils so much, come and stab them out to give to the Great Chu royal family. I want to see with my own eyes how the Great Chu will perish. With these words, Chu Ling's face turned icy. Xin Yi, you are truly seeking death. Yanba, why haven't you acted yet? Yes, Yan Tianjun responded with a bow. But just as Yan Tianjun was about to make a move, suddenly a figure appeared behind him, directly interrupting his chance to act. Yan Tianjun was momentarily stunned, turned around to look at the person behind him. The person was dressed in white, with a white fox resting on his shoulder. Kid, I advise you not to meddle. Throughout the Qingzhou region, there is no force that dares to oppose the Great Chu dynasty. However, as if not hearing at all, you walked straight to Qin Yi and slowly said, Young man, I see your extraordinary bones and extraordinary appearance. I am the 108th generation patriarch of the Taichu sect. I wonder if you are willing to accept me as your master and become an unparalleled genius, renowned throughout the Tianxian continent. Seeing this scene, the people of the Great Chu dynasty were dumbfounded. Recruiting disciples in this situation, is this person out of his mind? Seeing that you just saved yourself, Qi Ni kindly reminded. Senior, you should leave quickly. The Great Chu dynasty is not something you can deal with. Upon hearing this, Yu remained calm and said, is the Great Chu dynasty really powerful? With these words, everyone's pupils shrank. No one expected you to say such arrogant words in such a calm tone. Yan Tianjun smiled and looked at you. Young man, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Daring to oppose the Great Chu dynasty, you are truly tired of living. Feel the power of the heavens, and perish. With Yan Tianjuan's words, a huge golden palm print condensed from the void and slapped towards you. In response, you still had that indifferent look, then slowly raised a middle finger towards the sky. In an instant, the golden palm print shattered directly, like broken porcelain, annihilated in the void. See this scene. Although the diffractive heavenly monarch's face hadn't changed much, his heart had already set off a raging storm. This young man is not easy to deal with. Young man, just now is only just the old man is not ready, and so on this time ready in. However, the diffractive heavenly monarch hadn't finished speaking. The entire person was directly slapped into a blood dance by Gu Changsheng and went up in smoke. Even the bones of the corpse are no longer there. What a racket! Gu Changsheng didn't even turn his head back. He just casually slapped a palm at the diffractive heavenly monarch, and the other party was reduced to a mist of blood. Such strength is truly terrifying as hell. Hiss! Seeing this, everyone was sucked back a breath of cool air. Even Chu Ling's pupils couldn't help but become violently shaken. One must know that the diffractive heavenly monarch, that was a first-class offering of the Great Chu dynasty, was powerful, and was a mighty realm powerhouse. Rumor has it that it's only a hair's breadth away from stepping into the Holy Lord realm. Such a powerful strength. Yet he was killed by Gu Changsheng in a single move. How could it not shock everyone in the room? This man is too good for that. It seems that this courage Liang Jingru more or less gave a little. Bold. How dare you kill an envoy of my Dechu dynasty? It seems that you're trying to go against my Dechu dynasty. Even if you're a sacred Lord realm powerhouse, my Dechu dynasty will definitely not let you go. Chu Ling indifferently threatened. The Great Chu dynasty? Oh, in my eyes. But I can destroy it with a wave of my hand. Chapter 3, The First Appearance of Imperial Might, Shock of the Great Chu Dynasty. Gu Changsheng said with a breezy face. It was as if the Great Chu Dynasty was not in the least bit in their sights. Truly seeking death. How dare you disregard my Great Chu Dynasty so much? Give me a hand. Chu Ling drank coldly. In an instant, the 3,000 cavalrymen behind them instantly sprinted towards Gu Changsheng. The jingo and the sword are intertwined. An incomparably terrifying aura erupted from these 3,000 cavalrymen. However, in the face of this situation, Gu Changsheng remained calm and collected. Pop! After a ringing finger was struck out, those 3,000 cavalrymen directly went up in smoke here and disappeared. See this scene. Chu Ling was instantly stunned. A trace of panic could not help but appear on the originally stunningly beautiful and ice-cold little face. It was like being in the presence of a great enemy. And just as Chu Ling was at a loss for words and feeling very frightened, thought I was about to fall off the face of the earth. Steep, the void in front of him became gradually blurred. A medium-sized, white-haired, beardless old man walked out from there. The old man's entire body exuded a feminine and incomparable aura. Seeing the visitor, Chu Ling's face instantly turned from sadness to joy. The original terrified face instantly disappeared. It's like a drowning man seeing a life preserver. Eunuch Wei, Your Highness the Ninth Princess, don't panic. There's a slave girl here. The feminine old man who was replaced as Eunuch Wei said with a comforting face. TSK, is this the end of the Great Chu Dynasty's gas? I didn't expect that it would send a eunuch to deal with me. Gu Changsheng said with a light TSK. At those words, Eunuch Wei's face instantly turned ice cold. As the Chu Dynasty's high-powered eunuch, the most hateful thing in his life is that some people call him a eunuch. And Gu Changsheng's words were tantamount to rubbing salt into his wounds. Daring. What a death wish. Without too much nonsense, the furious Eunuch Wei directly and blatantly shot towards Gu Changsheng. A terrifying and incomparable aura swept in like a hurricane. Just at the moment when Eunuch Wei thought that he had personally taken action, Gu Changsheng would surely die. Suddenly, a ghastly aura that was hundreds of millions of times stronger than him flowed out. After feeling this horrendous aura, Eunuch Wei immediately turned white with fear. His body trembled incomparably, as if he had seen a great terror. This is imperial might. Geez, what exactly is the identity of this young man? A small Tai Chu sect would actually have a great emperor in existence. Such a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. I don't think anyone would believe that if they said it. It's outrageous, okay? You have a great emperor realm powerhouse, you didn't say so earlier. Not to mention this Dechu dynasty, even in this land of 100 dynasties, the entire Tianxian continent, it is impossible to dare to go against you. At this moment, Unique seemed to have seen the death of the great Chu dynasty. Offend a great emperor realm powerhouse. You still want to live? That's just a dream. With the moment this aura flowed out, the entire Dechu dynasty, the terrifying ferocious beasts in those deep mountains and old forests within Qingzhou could not help but become frightened. Luckily, though, it was only not a split second that the aura appeared. It's quickly disappearing. And following the disappearance of this horrible aura was Unique. One time, at the foot of the Taichou Sect's mountain, the entire scene became silent. In the meantime, Qin was greatly shaken in his heart. He did not expect that in this Qingzhou territory, in the middle of an inconspicuous mountain range, a sect that he had never even heard of would harbor a hermit with such a powerful cultivation. The Gate of the Beginning. At this moment, Qin deeply memorized the name of this sect in his heart. Although it was said that the current Taichu sect didn't have any reputation at all, however, Qin believed that this Taichu sect's reputation would definitely resound throughout the Tianxian continent in the future. Desolate Heavenly Mansion Qin, greetings to Senior. Thank you for saving my life. At this moment, Qin directly knelt in front of Gu Changsheng, extremely grateful. This time, if it wasn't for the Senior's help, perhaps, he had long since become a soul under the sword of the Great Chu dynasty. It could be said that it was Gu Changsheng who had granted himself a life. I'm sure I'll repay you for saving my life. This reasoning, Qin naturally understood. Right now, Gu Changsheng was willing to let him go to his death even if he would let him go to his death. Not to mention letting him worship his master. Not to mention, worshipping under such a mysterious and powerful hermit and master. It was too late for Qin to be happy. Gu Changsheng looked at the teenager kneeling in front of him. Soon, a light blue system attribute panel appeared directly in front of his eyes. Of course, this system attribute panel was only visible to him alone. Name, Qin. Identity, firstborn son of the Qin family of the Desolate Heavenly Palace. Age, 16. Strength, 3rd level of the Xianhai realm. Physique, the body of the immortal pupil. Loyalty, 80. Talent, purple, suggests that the host take on an apprentice as soon as possible. Experience, the son of the Qin family of the Desolate Heavenly Palace. From a young age, he was betrothed to the 9th princess of the Great Chu dynasty, Xu Ling. 3 days ago, he suffered a great change, and was brutally massacred by the Great Chu dynasty. His clan died tragically, and he himself desperately tried to escape, and was hunted down and killed by the Great Chu dynasty. Seeing that Gu Changshan was still looking at himself, Qin immediately understood. Master is above. Please accept my disciple Qin Yi's obeisance. Soon, there were 3 booms from the ground. Boom, boom, sounds, as Qin Yi's words fell. Soon, a systematic female voice then came out from within Gu Changxing's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting an apprentice. Disciple's name, Qin Yi. Physique, the body of the immortal pupil. Cultivation technique, Great Desolate Heavenly Decision. Flesh body technique. Strength, 3rd level of the Xianhai realm. Loyalty, 80. Rewards given to the host, 9th level cultivation of the Void God realm. Heavenly Spirit Pill * 10. Immortal rank sect formation Chi Lut Golden Dragon * 1. Ancient Divine Beast Taiku Green 1 * 1. Immortal rank sect Sacred Ground * 1. Hearing these rewards, Gu Changxing's heart was a bit shocked. What a surprise to receive a purple talent level disciple. Surprisingly, it was able to bring him such a generous reward. He's just made a fortune with this wave. However, at this time, Gu Changxing's face was already still that breezy look, but in his heart he was already happy. Very happy. Get up, Gu Changxing said softly. Yes, thank you, master. From this moment onwards, Qin Yi officially became the first disciple under his door. Although, right now, Gu Changxing's disciple was only Qin Yi. However, Gu Changxing believed that it wouldn't be long before his sect would soon flourish and recruit more disciples. However, just between the 2 worshipful conversations, not far on the other side, Xu Ling is fleeing alone and in distress. Chapter 4, Successful Acceptance of Apprentice. Xu Ling's remorse. The speed was extremely fast, as if there was some great terrifying presence behind him. Don't dare make any stops at all. Although it was said that Xu Ling's escape speed was extremely fast, she still couldn't escape from Gu Changxing's hand either. The only reason she was able to run away was because Gu Changxing just didn't want to care about her for the time being. It was as if a mole cricket was frantically fleeing at your feet, and no matter how much it fled, it was impossible to jump out from under you. Master, can you leave her in the hands of the apprentice? Qin Yi raised his head, his eyes instantly flushed with red flames. I said I want the entire family of the Dechu dynasty to be destroyed. and I will use the heads of the Dechu dynasty to build a capital view to avenge the deaths of my father, my mother, my little brother, and my clansmen. Such a renegade Dechu dynasty is simply not worthy of my desolate heaven palace's allegiance to it. A man is a man who dares to act, and since I said that I want the great Chu dynasty to perish, then I must repay this blood debt back. Qin Yi's eyes were incomparably firm as he said these words. Gu Changsheng had seen awe, respect, but more than anything else, determination in his eyes. The eyes were like a sharp knife, incomparably sharp. This time, he kind of appreciated this disciple of his, although it was said that it was because of the system that he was taken under his tutelage. But Gu Changsheng couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration for him. It's just a thing. Once a teacher, always a father. His own disciple was being bullied by others like this. Then if he didn't step in to help, then what's the point of calling it master? Is that even worthy of being his master? Although Gu Changsheng's character was one that didn't like to get involved in those troubles, he was definitely an extremely protective person. His own disciple had pleaded with him so much, Gu Changsheng would naturally agree to his request. That's right, you're seriously injured right now. Hurry up and take this elixir before going after her. Boom! Only to see Gu Changsheng waving his big hand. Countless heaven and earth auras converged towards him as if they were whales. And in his hand, a black pill emitting a white dense fragrance emerged. Even Qin Yi was dumbfounded when he saw this elixir appear. Celestial elixir? Surprisingly, it was the legendary heavenly spirit pill? One must know that the heavenly spirit pill was an extremely rare existence. Even in the entire land of the 100 dynasties, it was rare. Even in the Great Chu dynasty, there were only 1 or 2 of them, and moreover, these 1 or 2 of them were still grasped by the Great Chu dynasty. Unusual people are even less qualified to even see it, and I didn't expect it. Today, he was actually honored to see this legendary elixir appear, and now, Gu Changsheng had even bestowed such a precious elixir on him. Wasn't this showing that in Gu Changsheng's heart, he was already considered a true disciple? Being so kind to him, he actually bestowed him with such a precious elixir right out of the gate. This moment instantly made Qin Yi feel a sense of being flattered. He didn't think that the master would treat him so well, not to mention saving his life, but also granting him such a precious elixir. Master, such a precious elixir. Seeing that Qin Yi was a bit embarrassed to accept the elixir he gave him, Gu Changsheng directly and domineeringly placed the elixir in his hand. Take this. This is something bestowed upon you by your master, and since it is given to you by your master, then you must take it. Hearing this, Qin Yi nodded and looked at the heavenly spirit pill in his hand. He couldn't help but have a shocked expression on his face, and even his body trembled slightly. It was obvious that he was very unsettled. After all, this kind of elixir could not be found, and it was bestowed upon him so easily. It rather gave him a feeling of unreality. It feels like I'm dreaming. At the same time, his heart was touched, not expecting his master to bestow such a precious thing on him. Thank you, master. After receiving Gu Changsheng's response, Qin Yi's face instantly became firm, and in his heart it was even more so as Gu Changsheng's back was so tall at this moment. He, for sure, would not fail his master's expectations of him. After he took the elixir, the effects immediately kicked in. Not only were even the toxins in his body easily undone, but even his strength had been further enhanced. Directly from the 3rd level of the Xianhai realm, he broke through to the 9th level of the Xianhai realm in a single step. It was only between a hair's breadth away from the Soul Palace realm. In the meantime, within the territory of Qingzhou, between a mountain range with ancient trees and lush foliage, a young girl wearing golden armor, with a stunningly beautiful face and a noble temperament was leaning against a large tree, gasping for breath. At this moment, her entire small face turned pale. It was a stark contrast to that look of being high and mighty when he first came here before. Run this far. They shouldn't come after us again. Chu Ling's chest rose and fell, panting to herself. However, the more you fear something the more it comes. Chu Ling, have you thought of your last words? Suddenly, a flat and indifferent voice came out. With this voice appeared a teenager dressed in white with blood stained all over his body appeared in front of her. Seeing this silhouette appear, Chu Ling was first startled, then realizing that the visitor was Qin Yi, her eyes couldn't help but become a little complicated. She looked at the teenager before her who was staring at her dead in the face. Thoughts can't help but go back in time. 3 years ago, that night was the first time that the young man in front of him had just performed the scholastic rite, and it was also the first time that he had displayed his popularity and became famous in the Great Chu city. That time, he went with his father to the border desert to kill the enemy and returned in triumph. The whole city was sensational. Countless dignitaries, countless beauties all gathered in Dechu city at that moment. That night, Dechu city was incomparably lively, crowded with people, and countless beautiful young girls were looking at that figure. At that time, Qin Yi was tall and handsome, riding a dragon colt under his feet, holding a lance in his hand, and wearing a white robe, so magnificent that he almost mesmerized the young girls of the whole Dachu city. Even she remains unexceptional. Later on, he was given the title of Marquis of Champion by his father. Back then, she was still incredibly proud of her fiancé. But what about today? What on earth did he or she become like this for? Is it the ambition father has bred to climb into that powerful family? Or was he out of the Dachu dynasty and was disoriented by the prosperity of the outside world? Feeling that Qin was no longer worthy of himself, he felt like a burden. Thinks his better half should be that king's son. Oh, at this moment, Chu Ling suddenly felt how ridiculous the decision she had made was. Looking at the teenager's piercingly venomous eyes, Chu Ling couldn't help but feel a tremor in her heart. Chapter 5, Disciple. Master will take you to kill someone. Qin, let me go. If father knows, this place will be flattened even if it's a mountain. You know the most ruthless emperor's family. When the son of heaven is furious, the river of blood is 1,000 miles. Even at the last moment, Chu Ling still wanted to struggle. After all, she didn't want to die yet. She wants to live, too. Upon hearing this, Qin could not help but laugh. He, when the son of heaven is angry, a river of blood flows for 1,000 miles. Chu Ling, you're really ridiculous. You still want to threaten me even now? Do you think it will be useful to me? Can your great Chu dynasty stand up to my desolate heavenly mansion and my Qin family? I, the desolate heavenly mansion, have been guarding the border wilderness for your great Chu dynasty for thousands of years, and my father hasn't had a single day of peace on the border, fighting the enemy every day. Even in his moments of dreaming, he was afraid that another country would attack the great Chu dynasty. But how did your great Chu dynasty treat my desolate heavenly mansion? My father's generation of bone of the minister, for the Chu dynasty to devote his efforts to guard the border. But you were framed for the crime of rebellion, but also waste his cultivation, break his meridians, alive in the dungeon to torture him. Your Chu dynasty is so treat him. And my little brother. You all know very well. You know very well that my little brother Qin Hao is only 8 years old now. And just because you covet his immortal bone, you sent someone to harden his immortal bone and pull it out of his body. Do you know just how powerful the pain my little brother is enduring is? At that time, my little brother was in my arms, still smiling while comforting me, saying, "Big brother, don't cry. My little brother is fine. My little brother is still alive." Do you know, at that moment, how much my heart really hurt, how much it tore my lungs? My little brother is only 8 years old, but only 8 years old, a child. He wants to live. Is it so hard? And my mother, she was killed alive by you guys in order to cover my withdrawal from the desolate heavenly mansion. She was still comforting me at the last moment of her life. Hurry up and get out of here. I will never forget. Forget the look in my mother's eyes at that time, how desperate she was. But even so, she gave me the right to live. Do you know how painful I am right now? My clansmen, my mother, all my relatives, all died in the hands of your Dachu dynasty. You say, this blood feud, how can I forget? How can I let you go? After Qin finished speaking, it seemed as if his entire body was quite relieved. But that anger in his heart still didn't decrease by half. Instead, it became even more massive. Boom! Without any hesitation, Qin directly struck out, looking at this former childhood friend and once deeply loved woman in front of him. In today's world, it seems so cringeworthy. The terrifying spiritual power attacked with a roar. Soon, Chu Ling's heavenly aura was directly blown to smithereens. The whole thing didn't even survive the corpse, and after the death of Chu Ling, Gu Changsheng, who was behind the curtain on the other side, couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for what had happened to Qin. Ding! The system enacts a mission. As your own disciple, how can you endure him being bullied like this? Help your disciple to exterminate the great Chu dynasty. Rewarded with everlasting battle clothes *1. Realm enhancement card *1. Mysterious powerful summoner card *2. Hearing these rewards, even Gu Changxing couldn't help but feel a light in front of her eyes. Master, what brings you here? When Qin realized Gu Changxing's sudden arrival, he couldn't help but reach out to wipe away the tears in his eyes that were flooded with red frames. For some reason, he didn't want his master to see him in such a sorry state. Get up. Didn't you say a great man? What's the point of crying? Isn't it just to take revenge and destroy the great Chu dynasty? I'll take you there now. Steep. A huge Taiku green wand then appeared in front of the two of them. Master, where are you taking me? Apprentice, Master will take you to kill someone right now. And not long after they flew away on the Swire green lawn, the mountains and rivers here suddenly changed drastically. Rumble. What followed was a loud, nearly deafening roar. The commotion was as if it was opening up the sky, and even the mountains were shaking amongst themselves, emitting violent tremors. Suddenly, a huge mountain range appeared here out of nowhere. The mountain range is extremely large, stretching for dozens of kilometers in circumference. The mountain range was dense with immortal mist and radiant light. Vaguely, you can still see a couple of sky-covering cranes showing their silhouettes. Beneath the mountains, 900 steps emerged, stretching up to the mountains. The surrounding immortal mist was dazzling, adding a touch of mysterious color to the mountain range. And right underneath these 900 steps, a plain-looking young girl appeared. Looking at the countless steps in front of her, a resolute look could not help but erupt from her eyes. Could it be the legendary immortal path? I, Ling Qingxian, am bound to succeed in my quest for immortality. The path to immortality is right in front of me. The way to seek immortality is right in front of me. I must climb up. The Great Chu dynasty, divided into 9 states. They are Yuanzhou, Shuzhou, Qingzhou, Tianzhou, Baizhou, Xianzhou, Dongzhou and Linzhou. And as the overlord of this 9 states, the Dechu dynasty was situated within the heavenly continent. The night is as thin as the stars. Within the territory of the heavenly continent, the city of Dachu. From afar, it looked like a coiled dragon stretching across the area, with lofty and incomparably tall walls. It is the most prosperous city in the Tianzhou territory. At this moment, Dachu city was crowded and incomparably lively. On the ancient streets, not only the human race, but also the demon race, the ancient race and other people come and go. Even at night there are still many vendors selling all kinds of spiritual herbs and wonderful medicines, holy pills and elixirs. So lively. At this moment, in Dachu city, above the star-picking building, an old man with a white beard and hair, dressed in a white Taoist robe was sitting here cross-legged. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open and he looked up into the sky above as a mouthful of crimson blood soared out of his mouth. Muttering under his breath, he said, "The Emperor's star will perish. The Great Chu dynasty will not have long to live." In the meantime, in the middle of the Great Chu palace, this place was much more lively. Inside the extremely magnificent palace, all kinds of dignitaries, royal relatives and imperial sons and daughters were gathered here. A great banquet was held, with agar jelly and immortal dew, and superb food and aroma. It is even more beautiful with young and beautiful dancers dancing gracefully. Compared to the borderland Linzhou, which is full of war and chaos and is filled with starving and cold babies, this Dachu palace is simply a pool of meat and wine and a pool of immortality on earth. The contrast can be stark. Totally different world in general. And right in between the gaggle of drinks, a young man dressed in white with a handsome appearance was sitting here. Although the guests were bragging and laughing with each other, their gazes were invariably focused on the handsome teenager. Chapter 6, Imperial Twins, Death of the Great Chu Dynasty. Is that one the young celestial pride of the Bailing Wang family? The appearance looks truly extraordinary. That's true. You don't even think about who that is? That's the Bailing royal family. In this land of 100 dynasties, it's not something that can be compared to a small country like our Dachu dynasty. Not only were these Dachu royalty and dignitaries, but even Emperor Chu had to be careful about facing this white-clothed handsome young man. That was because he was very clear about the identity of this handsome white-clothed young man. It is the Bailing Wang family, the only heir, Wang Chongqing. It is rumored that when he was born, he was accompanied by visions of dragons and phoenixes, and when he grew up, he was known to have the appearance of a saint. One must know that there are only a few saints amongst this land of 100 dynasties, and he, the Dachu dynasty, didn't even have any true god realm powerhouses, not to mention saints. Naturally, he had to be careful when facing this young heavenly pride of the Bailing Wang family. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Wang Changqing's face looked light and calm from the beginning to the end. He hung his eyes and took a sip of the tea in his hand. The tea water overflowed with an antique tea aroma. It is refreshing and smells very good. And just at that moment, a young girl with a slender figure, wearing a gorgeous golden dress and an unrivaled appearance suddenly appeared outside the hall. The young girl's 3,000 green threads floated out. The face was also covered with a layer of light-colored white veil, and the eyelashes were lightly fluttering, as if they were emitting a kind of indescribable charm. And this young girl, it is the 6th princess of today's Great Chu dynasty, Chu Shui, with her sister, Princess Chu Ling. The two were known as the imperial twins of the Chu dynasty. Chu Shui, meet you all. Meet father. Arriving within the great hall, Chu Shui first bowed towards all of Yuinging, and after, it was only then that she dropped her gaze to follow the crowd as it did on the handsome white-clad teenager. Unlike the other royal daughters, the 6th princess Chu Shui also only lightly glanced at Wang Chongqing, and then withdrew her gaze. The eyes were rather indifferent and were not attracted by that particular aura of Wang Changqing's. Not like those other young girls in the room who were so secretly jealous that they wanted to go over there and pour their hearts out on the spot. Chu Shui has met Mr. Wang. Hearing this clear and pleasant young girl's voice, somehow, Wang Chongqing could not help but raise his head to look at Chu Shui in front of him. A flash of fire soon appeared in his eyes, but it quickly dissipated. there was no expression on his face, and he only nodded faintly at Chu Shui. However, in his heart, he had already begun to think about the sixth princess of the Great Chu dynasty, truly worthy of being known as the imperial twins of the Great Chu dynasty, born as beautiful and moving as her sister, making me want to include both in my harem, Wang Changqing secretly said in his heart. And just then, a palace guard suddenly broke into the middle of the hall, kneeling and reporting in the direction of the Chu emperor, looking very flustered, as if something very big had happened. Your Majesty, it's not good. The seventh elder just said that the Princess Nine's soul plate suddenly shattered. Upon hearing this news, even the Chu emperor, who had always been quite the man of the city, could not help but be shaken, and then his face instantly became furious. You say what? Linger's soul plate is shattered. How is this possible? Just who is it that dares to mutilate my spirit child? Just who is it? I will make him pay for his life. The Chu emperor who learned of this news was extremely angry and could not wait to tear apart the murderer who had killed his daughter on the spot. And the crowd in the room couldn't help but feel a jolt. What? The most honorable ninth princess of the Great Chu dynasty, Chu Ling, had fallen. Who was it? How dare you have the audacity to dare to plot against Her Highness the ninth princess's life? Are you tired of living? I'm afraid we've really stirred up a hornet's nest now. What? Linger was killed. What's going on here? Even Wang Changqing couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. One must know that the Chu emperor had promised this unparalleled-looking ninth princess Chu Ling to himself. Results? Now you're telling me that my woman is just gone. I am afraid that anyone else would not be able to accept this result. Seeing that Wang Changqing was also angry, the crowd couldn't help but feel a shock of trepidation. Mentally, he was already starting to silently anticipate it. This person killed Her Highness the ninth princess. Not only did he piss off the Chu emperor, he even offended the Biling royal family. If they found it, I guess it would end badly. And just then, suddenly, a hissing sound of an ancient ferocious beast came from the sky above the Great Chu dynasty. The sound is deafening. It resounded above the 9 heavens. Rumble, rumble, only to see that a huge mountain-like Taiku Green Luan appeared in the crowd's gaze like this. Facing this ancient divine beast, the Swire Green Luan, a crowd of guests, dignitaries, and imperial sons and daughters were also frightened. For no other reason. That was because the might and aura emanating from this ancient divine beast was simply too terrifying. Facing this ancient divine beast, the crowd felt like a lone boat facing an ocean, so small and unbearable. It was as if the next moment, it would be torn apart and shattered by this ancient divine beast. Of those present, the only ones who were still slightly more composed were Chu Huang, Chu Shui, and Wang Changqing. Wang Changqing looked at the ancient green Luan in the void in front of him, and a trace of trepidation could not help but appear in his expression. But then he thought that he was the one who had a protector. Even if it was how powerful it was nevertheless likely to kill him, and in his heart, he had a lot of confidence. And along with this Swire Green Luan slowly landing on top of the ground, that's when the crowd realized. It turned out that on top of this Swire Green Luan, it was actually carrying 2 people. A young man dressed in a basalt-colored robe with an incomparably handsome face, as if he were a full-fledged fairy coming down from the 9 heavens above, with a flamboyant temperament. On the other side of him was a handsome young man dressed in white. Seeing this white boy, not to mention the crowd, even Emperor Chu couldn't help but feel stunned. He is Qin Yi, the son of that Marquis of the desolate heavenly palace. Wasn't he ordered to be hunted down by His Majesty? I didn't expect to survive. It's unbelievable. Isn't the person who was pursuing this person the ninth Princess Highness? Now that Her Highness the ninth Princess has been killed, I am afraid that this matter. Seeing Qin Yi's sudden arrival at the Great Chu Palace, the crowd had already guessed this matter to the best of their ability. I'm afraid that the murder of Her Highness the ninth Princess is absolutely unrelated to Qin Yi. 9 times out of 10, it was Qin Yi who did it. Seeing Qin Yi's sudden descent into the Great Chu Palace, even the always calm Chu Emperor could not help but feel his face flustered, looking at the mysterious young man beside him and that Taiku Green Luan. Somehow, Emperor Chu couldn't help but have a bad feeling. This Qin Yi has now returned alive and with such a mysterious powerhouse. He definitely didn't come to do anything good, but as the Emperor of Chu, absolutely cannot panic. Besides, this is not still the Biling One family one here. As long as he was there, the Chu Emperor believed that even if Qin Yi came back, it was impossible for him to make any waves. The heart was suddenly full of energy. Qin Yi, you even dared to come back. Didn't you come looking for death? And my Linger, did you kill her or not? Facing the Chu Emperor's aggressiveness, Qin Yi suddenly laughed, his eyes incomparably indifferent as he looked towards the Chu Emperor and said, "Since you know all about it, what else is there to ask? As for why I'm coming back, then naturally, I'm coming back to make your Chu royal family pay for their lives. Today, it is the time of death for your De Chu royal family. Chapter 7 Shock of the crowd as the northern Ling Wang family strikes. Great Chu dynasty. In the palace, 3,000 heavily armed imperial tomb guards accompanied Emperor Chu's order. In an instant, the place was surrounded, and the golden-colored spears were incomparably sharp until they were in the direction of the two of Qin Yi and Gu Changsheng. It was as if the next moment the two would only have to move the slightest bit. These 3,000 imperial tomb guards would then instantly strike out and stab towards the two. Though that said, it looks, Chu Huang's side had the advantage. After all, even if he was undefeated, he at least had the behemoth that was the Biling Wang family. It was certainly impossible for them to do anything to themselves, but one has to be on guard, especially that Gu Changsheng who was dressed in white and looked like an exiled immortal. Although it was said that even he couldn't see through Gu Changsheng's cultivation strength, Chu Huang didn't dare to take it lightly at all. You should know that eunuch Wei, whom he had sent out to protect Chu Ling, that was a void god realm powerhouse. Although in the land of the 100 dynasties this is not considered to be a top-notch powerhouse, but within the Great Chu dynasty, it can definitely be said to be an existence that walks horizontally. Hardly anyone dares to mess with it, and it was such a powerful expert who had fallen. From this, it could be deduced that Gu Changsheng was certainly not a generalized person. Moreover, Qin Yi still dared to come for revenge, and that was mostly because he was backed up by Gu Changsheng, a mysterious powerhouse, who dared to come. Otherwise, how dare he? Your Excellency, if you are willing to leave this brat at our disposal, leave this place before it's too late. If it's too late then you'll have to follow him to the grave. Emperor Chu looked at Gu Changsheng and said in a rather threatening manner. It had to be said that until now, Chu Huang he still didn't want to cross paths with that Gu Changsheng. That was because Gu Changsheng brought him a feeling of too much mystery, and it's too bland. Facing the siege of so many powerful people, there was also the behemoth of the Biling Wang family here, and yet it still stands there so calmly, as if it seemed to him that none of us were worth mentioning in his eyes. There are generally only two kinds of people who can display this look, a type of person who was truly strong, and in his eyes it seemed that none of the people present were his opponents. There is also the kind that pretends to be a show-off, but in Emperor Chu's opinion, that Gu Changsheng was mostly afraid of the first type of person, so emboldened. Moreover, there was also that his mount, the ancient green Luan, which brought him a terrifying feeling of pressure, definitely doesn't look like he's faking it. With such a terrifying ferocious beast reduced to a mount, then Gu Changsheng, who was his master, could definitely be described as a superpower. So, is that a threat? At those words, Gu Changsheng laughed softly. Next moment, a hostile cry came out from the Taiku Green Luan, shaking the four directions. It was as if a gust of thunder sea was once again churning, shaking the heavens and moving the earth, terrifyingly incomparable. Directly, these 3,000 imperial tomb guards were shaken and flew several dozens of meters away. Seeing this, Emperor Chu couldn't help but feel a bit emboldened. It really didn't occur to me that just the moment his mount was powerful, it was so terrifying that it sent 3,000 imperial tomb guards flying out. I really don't know what kind of luck that Qin Yi had gotten. Surprisingly, he would befriend such a mysterious and terrifying powerhouse to back him up. Now he had some regrets. Had he known that he should have driven the desolate heavenly mansion to extinction before it was too late. Letting Qin Yi escape out was really a bad choice. Humph, the time of death. I'm afraid it's the time for you two to die. On the side, Wang Changqing suddenly spoke up. Seeing that Wang Changqing was finally going to make a move against the two of them, Chu Huang couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. With the one from the North Tomb King's family, Chu Huang believed that even if that Gu Changsheng was no longer powerful, it was absolutely impossible for him to resist this North Tomb King's family. In this land of 100 dynasties, the Biling Wang family can definitely be said to be a powerful and bombastic existence. It was far from being comparable to a small dynasty like the Chu dynasty. It was you who killed my dear Linger, and now I'm going to make you all go to the funeral for her. With a cold face, Wang Changqing chided towards both Gu Changsheng and Qin Yi, and the very moment his words fell, steep, the void suddenly began to become crumbling and gradually blurred. An old man with white hair and an aura as majestic as the sea walked out from it in an instant. The eyes that looked at both Gu Changsheng and Qin Yi were as if they were looking at two dead people. Biling Wang family Wang Shini, please go to your deaths. Boom! Soon, this white-haired old man then attacked towards both Gu Changsheng and Qin Yi. The terrifying heavenly sword was sacrificed in an instant, its aura overflowing like a terrifying divine artifact, dazzling with light and blossoming with flawless divine light, splitting towards the two men. That was the terrifying aura belonging to a God King realm powerhouse. The Divine King realm could definitely be considered the existence of a super top expert in the entire land of the 100 dynasties. Quite a few dynasties didn't even have strong individuals like the Divine King realm yet. It can be said that in the middle of a small country like the Chu dynasty, the Divine King realm that was definitely considered a crushing existence. No one can resist it at all. Therefore, The moment Chu Huang saw the appearance of this God King Realm powerhouse's aura, the whole thing was much more relaxed. None other. That was a God King Realm powerhouse. It was impossible for the entire Dechu dynasty to resist even if they poured out all of their national power. He still didn't believe that Gu Changsheng would still have the means to be able to resist a God King Realm powerhouse. If he was really that powerful, he wouldn't be staying in this Dechu dynasty. It's long gone to those superior dynasties in the land of 100 dynasties. Why bother sticking around in his little country? Not only Emperor Chu, even Wang Changqing concluded that it was absolutely impossible for these two to survive. A God King Realm powerhouse was enough to change the fortunes of an inferior dynasty. With just the two of them, hitching a ride on that ancient green wand couldn't possibly resist a God King Realm powerhouse. Rumble, rumble. The terrifying aura of the heavenly saber was like thunder as it attacked towards both Gu Changsheng and Qin Yi. The runes were dazzling, and the murderous aura was overwhelming. It could be said that this time, this Divine King Realm powerhouse's strike had attracted the attention of everyone in Dechu City. Nothing else. That was because the Divine King Realm was too terrifying. And just the aura emanating from the top of that sword alone was difficult to match. The heavenly sword slashed away violently, nearly destroying the entire Great Chu Imperial Palace. Amidst the vast smoke and dust swept out by the heavenly sword, everyone present felt that these two were absolutely finished when it came to them. Next moment, when the smoke clears, the unexpected happened again. Unexpectedly, under such a terrifying heavenly blade, the two had survived unharmed. And that's not even the most outrageous. Surprisingly, these two didn't look like they had taken any damage at all. Especially Gu Changsheng. The scary thing was that even on his white clothes, not even a bit of dust had fallen. I'm afraid this is going to be a good one. Chapter 8, the sage's stance becomes a joke. And Chintan's sobbing heartache. What? I can't believe the two of them aren't doing anything at all. Now, it wasn't just Emperor Chu who became unsettled. Even Wang Changcheng, who had always been calm and collected, began to become a little shaken. What exactly was the origin of that Gu Changsheng that he was able to remain unharmed under the attack of the Divine King Realm? Not even a speck of dust was left on his clothes. This man is definitely a superb master, and it might be even more terrifying than Wang Shini. After all, even if it was a strong person of the same rank, it was impossible to be so exaggerated as to not even get a bit of dust on it. Could it be that Gu Changsheng was a quasi-saint level powerhouse? Or perhaps a saint? With such a conjecture, Wang Changqing even regretted it a bit. For the sake of a woman, to offend a paragon or saint-level powerhouse, it really is a brain fart. Is that all it takes to kill us? Gu Changsheng said with a glib, unconcerned face. Since you guys are done striking out, isn't it my turn? System, use endless berserk attack, Gu Changsheng said silently in his heart. Next moment, originally, he only had the strength of the 9th level of the Void God realm. But with the addition of the endless berserk attacks, he instantly reached the strength of the late Divine King Realm. Only that there is a time limit. It only lasts for half a quarter of an hour. However, it was more than enough to deal with a pre-Divine King Realm powerhouse. Boom! After Gu Changsheng unleashed the terrifying strength of the late Divine King Realm, Wang Shini made an instant decision and immediately broke through the void, preparing to bring Wang Changqing to quickly leave this place. However, in the eyes of Gu Changsheng, who was in the late Divine King Realm, this was not worth mentioning at all. Within the watershed that was the Divine King Realm, each class was hierarchically distinct. With the strength of the pre-Divine King Realm, it was far from being a match for the late Divine King Realm. That was why Wang Shini decided to grab and leave the place after Gu Changsheng released his breath. That's the smart thing to do. Unfortunately, his wishful thinking and the timing of his move was quick. However, it still couldn't escape Gu Changsheng's men either, only to see that a large hand of emptiness poked out from it. Directly, he grabbed the two of them, Wang Changcheng, out of that void tunnel like they were carrying a small chicken. All of a sudden, he was caught back in the midst of the ghosts. Now, Wang Changqing began to become flustered. Although he was a young talent with the posture of a saint, but that's just Tenshi. He was only at the early stage of a soul palace realm right now. It hasn't reached the level of a saint yet at all. Moreover, there were already quite a few young celestials with heavenly talent who died halfway through their lives these days. He, Wang Changcheng, didn't want to follow in their footsteps. Elder, underlings, spare your life. Before Wang Changqing could finish his sentence, he was directly slapped to death by Gu Changqing. Even that God King Realm powerhouse was the same. Even though an existence that walked horizontally in the land of the 100 dynasties, in Gu Changqing's eyes, it was as if it was a bouncing little grasshopper that couldn't turn over any sky at all. It was directly suppressed by him in a strong and incomparable manner, followed by a large palm in the void slapping down. The two of them simply disappeared from the world in form and spirit. From then on, the young pride Wang Changcheng, who had the posture of a saint, became a rumor. Even if it's talked about, it's all a joke now. At the sight of the Biling Wang family, which even he had to climb up to, Wang Changqing and the others were all slapped to death by the Gu Changqing in front of them. Chu Huang's heart became sad. It is like a person drowning in the deep sea, not seeing any hope of living. The whole thing had become lifeless. Perhaps it sensed the life and death of the royal lineage of Dachu. Underneath the ground of the city of Dachu, suddenly the ground became shaky. After all, the Dachu royal family had been established for 1,000 years, and when the ancestors opened up the Dachu dynasty, they had left a spiritual vein under the ground of Dachu city, and as thousands of years passed, this spirit vein began to gain some awareness. In this moment, it was as if the spirit vein underneath Dachu city had come to life. It's starting to come back up. It evolved into a white dense dragon shadow, and on top of that dragon shadow stood a golden silhouette, emitting a majestic voice. Whoever dares to touch my Dachu seeks death. The Great Chu Dynasty's protectorate dragon vein? It's a bit interesting, but, in my opinion, it's just SOSO. Under Gu Changqing's powerful pressure, this Great Chu Dynasty's protectorate dragon vein was truly handsome for no more than 3 seconds. It was directly slapped into dust by Gu Changqing, and this shocking change in the Great Chu Imperial Palace shocked everyone in Great Chu City. At this moment, almost everyone in Dachu City knew that something heavenly had definitely happened in that direction of the Dachu Imperial Palace. An unknown number of terrifying and incomparable breaths had erupted in a row. It made everyone in the city of Dachu not dare to take half a step closer to that Dachu Imperial Palace. It's also a great way to get out of dodge fear of being caught up in this horrific change. Outside the Great Chu Palace, on top of the star-picking tower, the old man with white hair and wearing a white Taoist robe looked in the direction of the Dachu Imperial Palace inside. In order to climb up to that Biling royal family and destroy the entire foundation of Great Chu, is it really worth it for you to do so, Your Majesty? Now, even the royal family of Great Chu's protective dragon vein has been destroyed. Great Chu is considered to be dead today. This old man in white Taoist robes was incomparably heartbroken, his voice sobbing blood. Master, even if this Dachu dynasty perishes, he is to blame for it, so why should he be hurt over it? On the other side, a young man wearing a Taoist robe with a clean-cut look comforted him. You don't understand. Old me, Yang Qingxuan, a native of Xinlua County, Dachu, more than 400 years ago. In order to seek fame and fortune, I was valued by the benefactor of the then Qintian supervisor, and passed on the teachings of my teacher. And until now, I have been calculating the fate of the country for the Dachu dynasty. At the time when the Dachu royal family was about to make a move against the desolate heavenly mansion, I had already considered that the Ziwei Xing was in turmoil, and I was afraid that it would be unfavorable to Dachu. But His Majesty didn't listen in the slightest. Now that Great Chu is going to die, I was born as a Great Chu man and will definitely live and die with the Great Chu dynasty. If you're going to leave, get the hell out of here. After hearing this, that clean-cut teenager's lips opened like he was going to say something, but didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at his teacher in a very complicated way and finally left the place. Chapter 9, The Fall of the Great Chu Dynasty. Chu Shui's plea for mercy. The moon and the stars are thin, and the bamboo shadows are faint. After this old man in white Taoist robes finished speaking, his entire aura changed all over, and a layer of white light permeated his body. Taking a step, he stepped into the void, turning over ripples, headed straight in the direction of the Great Chu Palace. In the meantime, everyone in the Great Chu Palace was shocked by this terrifying tactic of Gu Changqing's. Hiss! The people present all sucked in a breath of cold air. It was simply unimaginable that even the behemoth Biling Wang family, Wang Changqing, whom they had to climb and look up to, had died in Gu Changqing's hands like this. Now, one was shocked. The eyes that looked at Gu Changqing were filled with awe, fear, and panic. Xin Yi, there's a head for the grievances and a head for the debts. The one who exterminated your desolate heavenly mansion was the royal family of Great Chu, and it has nothing to do with us. Could you please be so kind as to let us live? The guests present looked at Xin Yi and prayed. They had a good idea, and it was true that the matter concerning the slaughter of the desolate heavenly mansion was not involved. But, unfortunately, none of them had offered help to the desolate heavenly mansion either. Oh really? Marquis Jiating. I remember that my father usually treats you quite well, but when my father suffered a siege from the royal family of Great Chu and I asked for your help, how did you treat me? Straight away, they turned me away. They didn't even want to treat me, and now you're telling me to let you all live. Ha, it's too late. As these icy words of Qin Yi fell, the faces of the crowd became stiff, as if the entire crowd felt as if they had been splashed with a basin of ice water, a feeling of being cold through and through from head to toe. Seeing that Qin Yi refused to give them a way out, the crowd had the courage to go out on a limb all of a sudden. 2. You're going to die anyway, so you might as well fight. Besides, rabbits can bite. The important ministers of Great Chu present directly fled out in all directions. They believed that with so many people, that Qin was not a three-headed man. There was always a chance that he would be able to escape. Only, they had a good idea. Unfortunately, reality was a blow to their heads. Under the scattered starlight, Hao Tian Hall. This was once the most prosperous place of the Dichu Palace. And at this moment, in the middle of this vast hall, some parts of the empty space were piled up with towers of human heads. There was a strong odor of blood everywhere. It looks like a real human purgatory. Incomparably miserable and terrible. Chu Tianyu, what else do you have to say? At this moment, Qin was like a cultivator that had walked out from inside hell. His eyes were so stern that people felt afraid. And just then, suddenly a white-bearded Taoist-robed old man appeared in front of Qin. Qin, if you want His Majesty's life, you have to go through me as well. Seeing the person coming, Xu Huang couldn't help but be a little stunned. And then a warm current couldn't help but flow through his heart. As the saying goes, each one flies when the hits the fan. In the face of a life and death crisis, those royal sons and daughters of his had long ago fled to nowhere. Instead, the Lord State Master, whom he had always regarded as a pedant, Yang Qingxuan, came to his rescue at the cost of his life. Thinking of this, Emperor Chu couldn't help but laugh a little. However, Xu Huang knew that even if Yang Qingxuan rushed to his rescue, it would be useless. It's nothing more than a moth to the flame and self-destruction. With Gu Changsheng, a mysterious super-expert, it was impossible for those present to escape. Qin, I know that you want me to die, but can you spare the State Master Lord? At that time when I ordered the bloodbath of your desolate heavenly mansion, the State Master Lord even pleaded for your desolate heavenly mansion because of this. It was the widow's obsession that caused the tragedy of your desolate heavenly palace. Moreover, your father and your little brother have not yet been painfully killed, and now, are being held within the one-size-fits-all dungeon. Cough. Saying that, Emperor Chu couldn't help but cough. What are you saying? Father and little brother are alive. Learning of this joyous news, Qin instantly became incomparably excited. He had thought that the Dichu royal family would wipe out the desolate heavenly mansion, but what he hadn't expected was that his father and little brother had survived. All of a sudden, he couldn't help but dissipate a lot of his hatred and resentment towards Emperor Chu. Qin, I know you won't let me go. However, a son of heaven has a son of heaven's way of dying. As the son of heaven, I am just in time for the sword to be added to my body. At this moment, Emperor Chu had recovered that imperial aura that had once been so domineering and powerful, dominating the 9 states, looking down upon the 8 directions, and being the Duke of the 9 and 5. With that, a 3-foot white silk emerged in Emperor Chu's hands. With that, it wrapped around the top of the palace. Emperor Chu took a step forward and tightened the 3 feet of white silk, sending it above his neck. This was followed by a double stomp. Xu Huang's eyes were filled with blood red for a split second, which was frightening. With strong reluctance and regret, he left this world. Since then, a generation of the great Chu dynasty has finally met its demise. When the State Master Lord Yang Qingxuan saw Emperor Chu kill himself, his expression couldn't help but become sad as well. Then the whole thing became firm. Dichu raised me for 400 years. Now that Dichu has fallen, how can I live on? Your Majesty, I've come to keep you company. After saying that, Yang Qingxuan directly offered his spirit sword and wiped it towards his neck, directly splattering blood on the spot. In this way, only Chu Shui was left alive in the presence of the Dichuan clan. And right at that moment, the immortal bone within Chu Shui's body suddenly erupted with a fiery and powerful light. This is my little brother's piece of immortal bone. I didn't think that it would turn out to be in your body. Qin looked at the immortal light that erupted from within Chu Shui's body and exclaimed in shock. Don't kill me. I'll do anything for you. At this moment, Chu Shui, where there was once half of the princess's condescending appearance, the entire person was completely abused by Qin. The appearance was a bit miserable. Even her clothes had quite a lot of them broken off in the fight, revealing a lot of full, crystalline jade naked, combined with that good as a cat expression nowadays. It was indeed tantalizing, but unfortunately, all that remained in Qin's eyes now was revenge, especially Chu Shui as Chu Ling's sister. For them, Qin didn't have half a good feeling. What he had was also only hatred and disgust. Where else would you be charmed by Chu Shui, who was pretending to be green tea in front of you? It seems like you're using this piece of my little brother's immortal bone very comfortably. Qin coldly looked at Chu Shui, who fell on the ground. His eyes were cold and merciless, like a harsh and sharp knife, plunging straight into Chu Shui's heart. Chapter 10, Chu Shui's death. That little dot who carries immortal bones. Looking at Qin, who was approaching her step by step, Chu Shui could not help but panic at this moment. She had always been very confident in her beauty, and there was no man in the Dichu dynasty who didn't want to get her. Even Wang Changchang, who had a monstrous background, had been charmed by her. But now, he had suffered his first defeat here at Qin's place. Moreover, Chu Shui was able to clearly sense that Qin Yi was clearly trying to kill her. There is only hatred and disgust for yourself. There was barely a hint of greedy fire in his eyes. Now, Chu Shui's originally plain white and crystalline little face couldn't help but turn pale. The eyes that looked at Qin Yi were almost filled with fear. Qin Yi, please, don't kill me, okay? At this moment, Chu Shui was almost looking at Qin Yi in front of her with incomparably supplicating eyes. Even the crystal clear tears couldn't help but slip out of her beautiful eyes. Don't worry, you're so beautiful. How could I possibly want to kill you? Qin Yi reached out and wiped away the teardrops on Chu Shui's face, looking at her with a calm and indifferent face. In his eyes, viewing Chu Shui was as if he was looking at someone who was about to die. Really? Qin Yi, don't lie to me. As Chu Shui looked at Qin Yi's gentle movements, the resistance in her heart could not help but lower by 1 point. Of course it's true. However, although I won't kill you, I will let you be stripped of your immortal bones alive like my little brother, so that you can also have a good try at that feeling of life being worse than death. Listening to Qin Yi's devil-like language, at this moment, Chu Shui felt like she was going crazy. Don't ask to beg. However, Chu Shui hadn't finished her words. Suddenly it came to a screeching halt. That was because she had already felt that her body, the area near the immortal bone, had been slashed open by Qin Yi with his spirit sword in a huge gash. The intense and overwhelming pain almost made her wish she had to pass out on the spot. How's that? This feeling of being stripped of your immortal bones isn't pleasant, is it? That's how my little brother was treated by you guys back then. I'm merely just returning the favor, Qin Yi said icily. In his eyes, Chu Shui's jade body, a wonderful young girl, was like a test subject. It didn't get him up in the slightest mood at all. There is only coldness and indifference. No, Chu Shui wanted to struggle, but realized that the immense and severe pain had made her body unable to move. One could only watch as he was stripped out of his immortal bones alive by Qin Yi. Soon, a crystal clear immortal bone that emitted incomparably bright immortal light appeared in Qin Yi's hands just like this. Ah! Chu Shui couldn't help but let out a cry of shock, followed by a cold sweat that continuously grew on her miserable little face. It wasn't long before she fainted on the spot because she couldn't handle the intense pain. Bubbling, bright red blood continued to flow from the wound. A generation of the Great Chu dynasty's stunning young girl was thus hotly criticized by Qin Yi. Little brother's fairy bone, my hurry to the one-size dungeon. I hope it's not too late. With that, Qin Yi ran in the direction of the one-size dungeon. Inside the one-size dungeon, it was dark and damp, and countless rules of order god chains were intertwined. It's scary. A little bit of carelessness. If someone accidentally intruded into this place, they would definitely be suppressed by the formations here and their corpses would not survive. But in Gu Changsheng's eyes, this was nothing. Only to see, Gu Changsheng waved his hand. Soon, the restraints here were then broken. Within the dimly lit dungeon, only Qin Yi was seen holding a swaddled child from the depths of darkness. The child's face was clear and he looked about 7 or 8 years old. Only now his little face was very pale, like carved white jade, without the slightest trace of blood. It looks just like a little bitty one. There was also a burst of eerie blood-colored runes flickering on that child's body, and his life was as weak as a candle before the wind or a lamp in the rain. If you're not careful, it will fall apart when blown by a strong wind. Master, this is my little brother, named Xin Hao, accompanied by innate immortal bones from birth. Now, he has been extracted from his immortal bones by the Great Chu dynasty and tortured beyond words. Master, I beg you, can you save him? Gu Changsheng raised her hand and took the boy from Qin Yi who was whimpering and crying. It was found that he was more horribly injured than he had thought. On his back, there was already a hideous and horrible wound, so big that even the spine bone was hardened out a few times inside. Vaguely, one could see the internal organs and blood vessels inside through that weak layer of skin. It's hard to believe that with such horrific damage, Xin Hao surprisingly survived. It's really a miracle. If it were someone else, I'm afraid that they wouldn't have been able to withstand the pain and would have died. At this moment, Gu Changsheng's face was incredibly gloomy. He hadn't expected that this group of people from the Chu dynasty would be so heartless. It's amazing to torture a child like that. At this moment, even if he used the heavenly spirit pill, it would be hard to save Qin Hao's life, for no other reason. That was because the injuries Qin Hao had sustained were really too severe. It's a step away from the netherworld. No pun intended. Ding! The system has checked for a golden legendary talent disciple. Rewarding 7-star lamp *1 in patriarchal might *1. Listening to the system's prompt in his head, Gu Changsheng was first stunned, then became excited. The 7-star lamp. With this thing, we might be able to save this little guy's life. It's really a pillow when you doze off. However, this little nub looks like nothing. I didn't expect the talent to be a golden legend. It's simply more powerful than his brother. Soon, Gu Changsheng then offered the 7-star lamp. With the appearance of the 7-star lamp, Qin Hao's face couldn't help but visibly improve. What had been a miserable little face was slowly beginning to look normal. Even the hideous and terrifying wound on his back began to gradually become healed. In a trance, it seemed to see a small bone inside Qin Hao's body that was flickering with immortal light slowly getting bigger. Seeing his little brother begin to get better in Gu Changxing's hands, Qin Yi couldn't help but become incomparably excited as well. Straight up, pang, 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 the ground was knocked out with several loud sounds. Many thanks, master, many thanks. It was only until Qin Yi's head was knocked out with a bloody gash that he got up, and just then, a system voice once again came out of Gu Changxing's mind once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Qin Yi's loyalty has reached 100, rewarding the ancient tree of enlightenment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. He has successfully avenged his disciples' bloodshed and overthrown the Great Chu dynasty, rewarding him with the everlasting battle suit *1, realm enhancement card *1, and mysterious powerful summoner card *2. Listening to the sound of the system in his head, Gu Changxing couldn't help but feel a little happy as well. Not bad. It didn't occur to him that the system had rewarded him with an ancient tree of enlightenment. One must know that the ancient tree of enlightenment was an item from the ancient immortal realm. This kind of ancient and treasure-like divine object, the system would actually reward him. Thinking about it, Gu Changxing was a bit excited. Chapter 11, Delivering Qin Zhantian. Wang Ba's anger. Qin Yi took little bit from Gu Changxing's hands, surprised that with the help of the 7-star lamp, a piece of immortal bone had started to grow inside little bit's body. Qin Yi originally thought that he also wanted to use the immortal bone strip from Chu Shue's body to transplant it into Qin Hao's body. Now it seems that I'm afraid I won't be able to use it. But what a great little brother. Too. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid they'd be dead already. And not only is my little brother still alive, but he has regenerated his immortal bones again with the help of his master. That's just anticlimactic. At this moment, Qin Yi's admiration and awe for Gu Changxing also deepened quite a bit. Master is really great. He himself was really lucky to be able to worship under his master, Qin Yi secretly said in his heart. At this moment, deep within a sizable dungeon, a middle-aged man with a stout figure and an impressive aura was entangled in countless chains on top of a stone stake. Around them, there were also quite a few rule powers intertwined in the chains. It's scary. However, none of this was a big deal to Gu Changxing. The power of the rules here disappeared as soon as the white clothes were waved. At this moment, that middle-aged man seemed to be sensing the disappearance of the rule power on the chain. Couldn't help but snap his eyes open. He saw Qin Yi holding Qin Hao in his arms, walking towards him step by step. Behind Qin Yi, there was also a young man dressed in Xian clothes. Under the weight of the sovereign's pressure, Gu Changxing's entire aura became extremely terrifying. Just peeking was enough to make one feel terrible about him. Therefore, after Qin Zhantian detected Gu Changxing's aura, his entire body couldn't help but become a bit tense over it. Big scary. This person behind Ear is really unpredictable. Dad, are you okay? Qin Yi stepped forward, his eyes filled with heartache, and asked with care. Dad's fine. By the way, how did you guys get in here? Afterward, Qin Yi told the whole story. When he learned that if it wasn't for Gu Changxing's help, Qin Yi and the others might have died under the Great Chu dynasty's sword. At this moment, Qin Zhantian couldn't help but feel a bit grateful towards Gu Changxing. Qin Zhantian here thanks the Taichu sect patriarch. There's no need to be polite. Besides, Qin Yi is now a disciple of my Taichu sect, and it's only right that I, his master, back him up and avenge his death. Gu Changxing said. In an instant, a powerful aura lifted Qin Zhantian's hand and helped him up. This place is not suitable to stay for a long time. We'd better hurry and return to the sect before saying anything. Outside the dungeon, the Swire Green Luan had long been ready to greet them outside. After seeing Gu Changxing and the others go up, they immediately waved their massive wings and flew towards the sky dome. Atop the celestial dome, Gu Changxing looked down on the Great Chu Imperial Palace below. Subsequently, a terrifying golden palm print surfaced from his hands anciently. Rumble. It directly suppressed in the direction of the Great Chu Palace. Soon, the Great Chu Palace was then reduced to rubble. Since then, there is no more De Chu dynasty in the world. In the meantime, the Northling King's family, in the middle of a vast palace, a middle-aged man in a brocade robe with a domineering face sat here. In his eyes, it was as if a river of stars was flowing. The aura was extraordinary and the look was disdainful. It was as if this heaven and earth should submit to his feet. And this middle-aged man in a brocade robe was clearly the patriarch of the Bailing Wang family, Wang Ba, also the father of Wang Changqing. The Bailing Wang family was unfathomable. Even amongst the land of the 100 dynasties, it was considered one of the top 10,000-year-old families. At this moment, Wang Ba was sitting in the palace. Inside the palace, there was a group of young and beautiful maids dancing. The dance is beautiful and stunning. Wang Ba took a sip of the tea in his hand and looked at the dancing dancers performing below. Life could be described as a good one. Nowadays, the Biling Wang family had managed to produce a saintly Wang Changqing. The family is incredibly powerful. It can be said that the time is steaming. In the future, my son Wang Changqing will surely become a saint and lead the Biling Wang family to dominate the entire land of the 100 dynasties. Maybe, by then, it would even be able to break out of the eastern wasteland and have a place in even the central state. And just then, Wang Ba suddenly seemed to feel something. The entire person became extremely unbelievable, and then a monstrous rage was vented. What's going on? Why did my son's soul plate even shatter? Just who is it? Who on earth dares to harm my son's life? In an instant, an incomparably powerful force exploded. The terrifying aura directly sent the dancers present flying. At this moment, Wang Ba had realized a very frightening fact. That is, my son Wang Changqing has fallen. At this moment, Wang Ba's face suddenly became hideous and terrifying, and his eyes were filled with blood. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt, gathering a monstrous and incomparable rage in his body. The entire palace emitted a buzzing and trembling sound as a result. Even the surrounding void couldn't help but become distorted and terrifying. Just who dares to kill my son? Wang Ba hissed angrily. It was like rolling thunder that resounded through the sky. At this moment, anyone could feel the monstrous anger in Wang Ba's body. No one dared to touch it at all. My son is a saint, and as long as he doesn't fall, he will definitely become a saint in the future. Lead the Biling Wang family out of the land of the 100 dynasties to compete in the central state. But now, my son Wang Changqing, who had always been given high hopes by him, had unexpectedly fallen at this moment. I'm afraid no one can possibly accept this result. Under the fury of his heart, Wang Ba couldn't help but puff and splash out a mouthful of crimson blood. Soon, what happened here was like it had grown wings and quickly spread throughout the entire Biling Wang family. At this moment, those great powerhouses, clansmen, and clan elders of the Biling Wang clan were all gathered here. When they also learned the news, the moment was stunned. What? Wang Changqing has fallen? What the hell is going on here? Who on earth did this? We must leave him in pieces. The clan elders looked exasperated. The heart was filled with anger. You have to know that Wang Changqing was the unicorn son of the Biling Wang family. Nowadays, the entire hope of the Biling Wang family can all rest on Wang Changqing's body. Results? Now you tell me that Wang Changqing has actually fallen. I'm afraid that no one else could possibly be able to accept this. If you dare to kill my son Wang Changqing, you'll wait to bear the wrath of my Biling Wang family, Wang Ba said angrily. Then, he was seen waving his hand in a big way. A void mirror emerged from his hand. In an instant, a metaphysical aura emanated from this void mirror. Above the void mirror, there was quite a bit of rule power interwoven. There was also a mysterious aura. With the appearance of the void mirror, a trace of the aura of the Tao could not help but appear all around. Humph! The void mirror is a supreme divine artifact of the Biling King's family. Not only does it possess the power to suppress powerful enemies, but it is also capable of deducing heavenly chances. Even if the one who killed my son was a paragon, it would still be possible to deduce it. If I ever find you, I'll make you look good, Wang Ba said in a strong and incomparable manner. His eyes were bloodshot. Obviously, regarding the matter of Wang Changqing's fall, he could be said to have really suffered a lot of blows. I didn't think that the patriarch would even bring out such a supreme divine object as the void mirror. Now, that murderer of Wang Changqing definitely won't get away with it. That's right, we must break that murderer into pieces. He dared to kill Wang Changqing. That's simply challenging the face of my Biling Wang family, the clan elders said in a multitude of voices. Under the operation of the void mirror, a terrifying aura filled the air, causing them all to feel somewhat suffocated. As the void mirror ran down afterward, a haze of light filled the air. At once, a mysterious aura became even more massive. 10 breaths later, Wang Ba snapped his eyes open, his eyes filled with doubt. Strange. In the past, the void mirror would have already projected the result in 3 breaths. How is it that this time, after all this time of deduction, the results are still delayed? Exactly what went wrong? Chapter 12, Adoption of Apprentice Ling Qinxian, Mortal Stream Protagonist. In the meantime, under the rapid flight of the Swire Green Lawn, Gu Changxing's group soon reached the outside of the mountain gate of the Taichu sect. At this moment, the Taichu sect, compared to its previous dilapidated appearance, that could be said to have undergone a drastic change. Not only did the mountain range become even more massive, even the sect became brand new. The majestic sea-like spiritual chi was more than just churning here, and there were even all kinds of immortal cranes and spiritual beasts appearing. The clan buildings have everything. Inside the sect, on top of the main peak, looking far away, vaguely, it was even possible to see a 10,000 feet tall golden dragon of chi emerge. above the mountain gate. The plaque was written with 3 big words Taichu sect. There was even a trace of Taoist flavor flowing on it. This is the gate of the great beginning. I'd believe it even if you told me that this is a cavernous paradise. Looking at the Taichu sect in front of him, even Qin Zhantian was dumbfounded. Although he had guessed what the Taichu sect looked like in his heart, he hadn't thought that when he actually saw the Taichu sect, it was such a shock. Just gazing at those words of the Taichu sect on that plaque had already given him some sense of epiphany, not to mention walking inside the Taichu gate, especially when he saw the 10,000-foot golden dragon of Qi that surfaced above the main peak. The whole brain was buzzing, the eyes were incomparably shocked, and his mouth was open as if he was about to stuff down an egg. And that is? The legendary golden dragon of Qi? That is a product of the ancient times, even if you see that is only seen in the ancient books. Now, after seeing it with his own eyes, this 10,000 feet tall golden dragon of Qi, the entire person was on the verge of being shocked beyond words, and at this moment, Gu Changsheng also noticed Ling Qingxian on top of the cloudy heavenly stairs. At this moment, Ling Qingxian was in the illusionary realm. One must know that this cloudy heavenly ladder is a ladder with 900 steps, and how Ling Qingxian seems to be a mortal body nowadays. Surprisingly, he has now ascended these 900 steps. It was evident how strong Ling Qingxuan's will was. After ascending these 900 steps, then comes the last level, the illusionary array. If one was able to pass this level, then one would be considered to have truly worshipped under the Taichu sect, become a disciple of the Taichu sect. At this moment, Ling Qingxuan's small face could not help but turn pale. The whole face was also very bad. Obviously, in this illusionary formation, Ling Qingxian must have experienced some great suffering. The path to immortality is right in front of me. Why can't I become an immortal? No! I must pass this level and become an immortal so that I can avenge the deaths of those in my village. Why should those immortals be able to roam the heavens and earth and bully mortals like us at will? Are those immortals supposed to be high and mighty while we mortals are just left to be slaughtered? No! In the illusionary realm, Ling Qingxian felt like she was on the verge of despair. In this thought of life and death, Ling Qingxian couldn't help but think of those villagers in Spirit Mountain Village. Thinking about how helpless those villagers were in front of the immortals, they could only let the immortals bully them. Think of all the various hardships you have experienced. If it wasn't for those villagers who sacrificed their lives to save her at the end and hide her inside the cellar, I'm afraid I would have died at the hands of the immortals. At this moment, Ling Qingxian couldn't help but strengthen his beliefs. Isn't it just life and death? Haven't I, Ling Qingxian, experienced enough? If I don't become an immortal, how can I avenge the people of my village? How can I live up to the hardships and dangers I've faced along the way? At this moment, Ling Qingxuan's entire aura changed abruptly. Snapped his eyes open. Obviously, Ling Qingxian had passed the Taichu sect's test. Ding! A talented purple-level disciple has been detected. Please accept the host as a disciple as soon as possible. Hear the sound of the system coming from inside your head. Gu Changsheng took a step forward and soon arrived at Ling Qingxuan's side. Now that you have passed the sect's test, would you like to worship me as your teacher? Watching the extremely terrifying Gu Changsheng, whose aura was extremely terrifying, walk towards him, Ling Qingxian couldn't help but somewhat feel a sense of oppression. Soon, Ling Qingxian then made the choice. Apprentice Ling Qingxian, greetings to master. Ling Qingxian directly knelt on the ground, his face incomparably devout. That was because she clearly understood that whether or not she could become an immortal was still up to the immortal master Gu Changsheng in front of her. Moreover, this Taichu sect was already so vast and magnificent just outside the mountain gate. The formation was also extremely powerful. I really don't know what kind of scene will be inside after going in. In her heart, the Taichu sect could not help but raise how many levels already. Compared to those sects outside, the Taichu sect could definitely be considered a luxurious great sect in the world. Therefore, it was imperative that she seize this opportunity. Worship the door of Taichu. It was definitely a very fortunate decision for her. Soon, a soft force then lifted Ling Qingxian up. Get up. From now on, you are an outer disciple of my Taichu sect. When you're strong enough, you'll naturally be qualified to become an inner disciple. And even a core disciple won't be in the conversation. Gu Changsheng looked at Ling Qingxian and said slowly, "Thank you, sovereign." Ling Qingxuan's entire body couldn't help but tremble, obviously in a very excited mood. At last, he had finally worshipped under the Taichu sect. It's not easy, and at this time, Gu Changsheng also checked Ling Qingxuan's loyalty through the system's attribute panel, only to see that in the column of the system attribute panel, Ling Qingxuan's loyalty had already reached 85. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting a disciple, rewarding him with the saint-level technique. Supreme breathing method, reward the immortal ranked magic treasure, the ancient sword of immortal execution, reward a super spirit vein, Reward marrow cleansing pill *10. That's great. The system is just so powerful. I love it. Gu Changsheng said with a pleased smile. Looking at those rewards from the system, he was also very happy in his heart. Gu Changsheng swept a glance at Ling Qingxian. Soon, her attribute panel then appeared in front of Gu Changsheng's eyes. Name, Ling Qingxuan. Identity, orphan from the village of Lingshan. Age, 16. Strength, first level of flesh body realm. Physique, none. Loyalty, 85. Talent, purple, suggests that the host take on an apprentice as soon as possible. Experience, since childhood in the Spirit Mountain village. Grew up carefree, until the Heavenly Sword Door strong man descended on the Spirit Mountain village. The village will be captured digging. There are young girls where those Heavenly Sword Door strong man bullied. Fortunately, Ling Qingxian was well protected by the villagers. Dodged a robbery. In order to give the spirit of the village villagers to take revenge for the hatred. Alone stepped into the path of worship of the immortal door. Look at the introduction of the system panel. Gu Changxing couldn't help but stare. Nice guy. Doesn't this look like a Mortal Kombat protagonist opening? Luckily, he had read a lot of metaphysical novels in his previous life and knew those sets. In that case, it seems that this disciple of his is also someone with great fortune. And at that point, Gu Changxing suddenly seemed to sense something. The whole person's aura changed all over. It was as if there were 10,000 bright stars flowing in his eyes as he fiercely looked in the direction of the Bailing Wang family. Humph. Truly seeking death. But a mole cricket-like existence. How dare you pry into the sect's heavenly chances? Rumble. Rumble. The 10,000 feet high golden dragon of Chi Fortune suddenly emerged. And with it came a terrifying aura that was like an abyss like the sea to suppress it. Chapter 13, Sword pointing at the Taichu sect. Ling Qingxuan's touched. In the meantime, in the Bailing King's house, the void mirror was suddenly like broken porcelain, splitting into cracks. Immediately afterward, it directly scattered into pieces with a rumble. What the hell is going on? Why did the void mirror even shatter away? At this moment, Wang Ba had a dumbfounded look on his face. The whole face showed a look of disbelief. He had used the void mirror to project the heavenly chance for so long, but it was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Even Wang Ba could not help but become short of breath at this time. Could it be that he has encountered some great terror? One must know that the void mirror was the family treasure of the Bailing Wang family, and its magic power was boundless. There is nothing that cannot be projected in this land of 100 dynasties. But now, just projecting the cause of Wang Changqing's death, it's somehow shattered? Who on earth can tell me what's going on? Could it be that the murderer who obliterated Qing'er was a person of great terror, with heavenly cultivation, and a mere void mirror couldn't help him? At this moment, the brains of the Bailing Wang family went blank, as if they had short-circuited. One stood in place. It took a long time to freeze before responding. Holy, what's going on? The void mirror shattered? So outrageous? Can we still find Qing'er's murderer? The elders said with varying opinions. No, I don't believe I can't find Qing'er's murderer anymore. Right, those maids, they must know exactly where Qing'er has gone. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Ba quickly dashed towards Wang Changqing's courtyard. At this moment, inside Wang Changqing's courtyard, a young and beautiful maid was being pinched by Wang Ba and constantly forced to ask, "Say, where the hell did Qing'er go? Your Excellency." Cough. The eunuch said that he seemed to have gone to the Great Chu dynasty to deal with some matters, and then he never came back. The maid coughed. The Great Chu dynasty. After Wang Ba received the answer, he put the maid down. Afterward, a pair of deep eyes that resembled a starry river could not help but erupt with a brilliant bright light. A mere inferior dynasty, actually daring to plot against my Qing'er's life, really looking for death. Notify the clan and gather. I will avenge Qing'er's death. Soon, the figure of a flying boat that covered the sky then appeared in the firmament. The flying boat was extremely huge and incomparable, and there were all sorts of Tao rhythms flowing here and there, as if runes were flowing here. The mold looks extremely magnificent and vast. You can't see it in the tube. On top of the flying boat, the ancient flag with the word king written on it was fluttering against the wind, emitting a snorting and chirping sound. And this flying boat, it was from the Bailing Wang family. At this moment, on top of the flying boat, Wang Ba stood with his arms folded, looking at the vast azure sky in front of him, and his eyes couldn't help but become deep. The Great Chu dynasty. Wait to be buried with Qing'er. In the meantime, Great Chu dynasty, within Qingzhou, Heavenly Sword sect. At this moment, the strongest members of the Heavenly Sword sect were gathered here. Among them, one of the elders at the head stroked the white beard on his face and said with a smile, "Gentlemen, I've gotten a piece of news. I've heard that old patriarch of the Taicho sect has recently sat down and passed away. So this can be a good time for us to annex the Taicho sect." Rumor has it that Taichu sect was one of the 6 holy places of the Great Chu dynasty, and now even if it's gone down, there are quite a few treasures left behind no matter what. This is a good time for us to take. Elder Chu, you have to be serious in your words. If it's a lie, we can't spare you. What's the point of lying to you? I dare to guarantee it with my life. Chu Yu stood up, with a face of conviction and assurance. Alright, if that's the case, let's hurry up and make a move. At this time, annexing the Taichu sect is the right time for my Heavenly Sword sect to become stronger. Yes, after receiving the instructions from the Heavenly Sword sect patriarch, the faces of these people were incomparably happy. It was as if in their eyes, taking down the Taichu sect was simply out of the question. For them, the Taichu sect was already in their pocket. Soon, the Heavenly Sword sect then gathered a large number of disciples, elders, and prepared to go forward together to attack the Taichu sect, possessing the Taichu sect's clan as well as those treasures. And as for the disciple of that old patriarch of the Taichu sect, he didn't care in the slightest. After all, the biggest threat, the old patriarch of the Taichu sect, had already sat down. It's not enough to be afraid of at all. It's a complete handful for the sword to be sent to the Taichu gate. At the same time, the Taichu gate. Today, my master will first bestow you with some pills, after which he will be in seclusion for a period of time. And after I come out of seclusion, I will teach you some things. Gu Changsheng said towards Ling Qingxian. Yes, master. Ling Qingxian nodded her head with a respectful face, her appearance looking incomparably well behaved, with a few moments of delicate loveliness. Boom! Only Gu Changsheng waved his big hand and aura rolled in. Subsequently, 3 pills presenting a white dense aura appeared in Gu Changsheng's hands. Seeing these 3 pills appear, Ling Qingxian was directly dumbfounded on the spot. Celestial Elixir? And the Marrow Cleanser? 2 legendary elixirs that were almost unattainable. These 2 types of pills, she had only heard about them from others and had never seen them at all. Moreover, these 2 types of pills, not to mention for the Great Chu dynasty, even for the entire land of the 100 dynasties, it was an extremely rare existence. As for the Spirit Mountain village where she lived, that nook and cranny, there were only the legends of these 2 types of elixirs. And now, Gu Changsheng would even bestow such a precious elixir on her. Doesn't that say one thing? In Gu Changsheng's heart, he already considered himself a true disciple. Woohoo! Master, you've been so good to me. I'm a little overwhelmed. At this moment, Ling Qingxuan's heart was filled with emotion as well as being flattered. She suffered almost nothing but blank stares and rapture. All this way. After all, Ling Qingxian was only a 16-year-old girl who was not deeply involved in the world. And besides, she did not have a bit of cultivation. If it wasn't for the luck of being able to bump into the Taichu sect, I really don't know if I'll be karma halfway through. After experiencing a series of human feelings, Ling Qingxian couldn't help but feel a bit scared about the outside world. And at this time, Master Gu Changsheng was so concerned about Ling Qingxian. For her, it was definitely very moving. What had been cold inside began to warm up with it. Seeing Ling Qingxian frozen in place, like a silly bird, Gu Changsheng couldn't help but frown a bit, and forcefully placed the elixir in Ling Qingxuan's hand. Take this. It's for you from your master. Cultivate well, and when my master leaves the gate I'll teach you some other techniques. Afterward, Gu Changsheng went into seclusion. Chapter 14, Strong Summoning Card, Terrifying Night King. Ling Qingxian looked at the elixir in her hand, and then at Gu Changsheng's gradually fading back. In his heart, he couldn't help but silently murmur master. At this moment, Taichu sect, the main peak, inside a vast palace, Gu Changsheng sat cross-legged, and with a single breath, the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth gathered towards his body as if it was swallowed by a whale, forming a huge vortex state. Boom! While frantically devouring aura, Gu Changsheng's cultivation strength continuously began to increase. 9th level of the Void God Realm, the 10th level of the Void God Realm. Boom! Pre-True God Realm, Mid-True God Realm, Late True God Realm. Only then did Gu Changsheng's cultivation strength finally come to a standstill. Feeling the vast divine power within her body, Gu Changsheng's expression couldn't help but be pleased. This supreme breathing technique is worthy of being a saint-level technique. It really is extraordinary. By the way, the system also gave quite a few rewards before, including the everlasting battle clothes, mysterious strongman summoning card *2, the ancient tree of enlightenment, the ancient sword of immortal execution, and the super spirit vein. What a great reward! At this moment, Gu Changsheng couldn't help but feel a bit Versailles. Soon, a robe that looked like immortal white then appeared in Gu Changsheng's hand. It didn't look as if this white robe was any different from any other piece of clothing, but Gu Changsheng was vaguely able to sense the difference in this dress, which seemed to emanate a powerful pressure. It was absolutely nothing to resist a powerhouse below a supreme being. Mysterious powerhouse summoning card, I really don't know what good things will be summoned for me this time. System, use mysterious strongman summoning card *2, as Gu Changxing's words fell. Ding, being summoned. Congratulations to the host for summoning 2 quasi-saint realm powerhouses, Li Cheng and the Night Fork King. Outside the mountain gate of the Taicho sect, 2 incredibly strong auras were soon ushered in. Li Cheng and Night Spirit pay their respects to Lord Sovereign, a middle-aged man wearing a long green robe with an ordinary face, looking like an ordinary middle-aged man, as if he could not see any trace of cultivation breath on his body at all. The other, on the other hand, was a terrifying being that looked similar to a Night Fork. There was an eerie aura all over his body. His hand covered a trident. His face was fierce and ferocious, and if an ordinary cultivator bumped into it, he would be startled. You know, the Night King is different. He is a person from the ancient underworld. It is rumored that in the ancient times, a Night Fork King was in command of 10,000 Night Forks. The strength was terrifying and frightening. Even at the same realm, it was far from being comparable to ordinary cultivators. He felt these 2 auras appear outside the Taicho gate. Qin Zhantian, who was recuperating from his wounds at the side, also couldn't help but open his eyes violently. After he saw the 2 of them, Li Cheng and the Night Fork King, his entire body was instantly shocked and speechless. Although, at this moment, Li Cheng did not bring him a terrifying pressure. However, Qin Zhantian was vaguely able to also feel that aura of Taoism emanating from him. If he were to fight him, he would definitely shatter into pieces without even a crumb left. And the other Night King is terrifying. That aura alone was enough to make one feel intimidated. And that look, too, is scary. The pressure brought to him was like a lone boat facing a vast ocean. It was simply unbeatable. These 2 are definitely both at least the aura of a quasi-saint. Perhaps even more powerful than a quasi-saint. What kind of sect is this Taichu sect? Why have I never heard of it in the Great Chu dynasty? At this moment, Qin Zhantian couldn't help but feel a hint of curiosity about Gu Changxing's identity. One must know that it was possible to make 2 paragon saints submit and kneel so reverently. Then Gu Changxing would surely be an even more powerful and terrifying existence than the 2 of them. It seems that Ir is able to worship under Gu Changxing. That's also his good fortune. The other side. In the palace where Gu Changxing resided, he looked down at the 2 Li Cheng and the Night Fork King who had powerful auras. Not bad, although it's not at the level of a great emperor, but a quasi-saint is already very powerful. Li Cheng and the Night Fork King, the 2 of us pay our respects to Lord Sovereign. Inside the vast palace, the 2 men kneeled down on one knee. Get up. Yes, thank you, Sovereign Lord. With that, the 2 men rose. Looking at Gu Changxing, who was sitting in the upper seat, the 2 of them couldn't help but gain a hint of awe and admiration in their complexion. At this moment, Gu Changxing's entire body was also becoming all different under the weight of the patriarch's pressure. His figure was erect and his eyes were like brilliant stars. The roots of his hair were crystalline, and a layer of pale white light permeated his body, plump as jade, as if he were an exiled immortal in the sky. Even between closing his eyes and cultivating his mind, he was permeated with a transcendent immortal flavor. One can't help but want to submit to his feet. From now on, the 2 of you will be my Taichu sect's outer sect offerings. Yes, thank you, Sovereign Lord. The 2 responded in unison, especially the Night Fork King. Even a hint of fervor could not help but appear in his eyes. It was as if following Sovereign Lord Gu Changxing was such an extreme honor in his eyes. Okay, you 2 go down first. Yes. After Li Cheng and the Night Fork King both left, Gu Changxing started to activate another treasure. Open the super spiritual vein. Open the ancient tree of enlightenment. Use the immortal execution ancient sword. Gu Changxing commanded to the system. Shasta. The entire Taichu gate began to rumble. It was as if thunder from the 9 heavens had descended, and various spirit beast phantoms had emerged, immortal and colorful. The entire Taicho sect began to emanate a divine aura, and the Chi-Luck golden dragon couldn't help but roam in the void, as if it was a fish that had entered the water, becoming very nourished. At this moment, those mountains, swamps, woodlands, and those small animals of the Taichu sect also began to not be able to help but appear a hint of spiritual wisdom up. Not only that, even Qin Zhantian, Qin Yi, Ling Qingxuan, and the others had noticed the great changes in the sect. Chapter 15, The Overthrow of the Heavenly Sword Sect, another daughter of Qi. And soon, a rumbling sound once again came from within the sect, only to see, in the middle of that mountain peak, suddenly a heavenly ancient tree directly rose up from the ground, as if it was holding up the green sky of the ages, incomparably tall, and the entire branches of the tree exuded a vicissitude and ancient aura. Is that the ancient tree of enlightenment? At this moment, Qin Zhantian became confused once again. My goodness, what exactly is the identity of this Tai Chu sect patriarch? How could a product of the ancient gods and demons era like the ancient tree of enlightenment appear here? Could he be the reincarnation of an ancient immortal god? In the Taicho sect, in the middle of the main peak, a fresh breeze came, and Gu Changsheng snapped his eyes open. In front of his eyes, a divine sword that contained the Tao rhythm of heaven and earth and was covered in flickering runes suddenly emerged in color. This is the Immortal Execution Ancient Sword? It really looks extraordinary. Caressing the Immortal Execution Ancient Sword in his hand, Gu Changsheng couldn't help but let out a sigh and said, it was as if it had been caressed by its owner. The Immortal Ancient Sword couldn't help but get up and rub against Gu Changsheng's face, like a small child meeting his father, revealing a pleasing-like expression. Seeing this, Gu Changsheng couldn't help but smile. Feeling the majestic and incomparably dense aura in the air, Gu Changsheng couldn't help but feel satisfied. This super spirit vein is truly powerful. With this super spirit vein, I believe the cultivation speed of the disciples of the sect will definitely be accelerated by a lot. After that, he then began to continue using the supreme breathing technique and began to enter a state of cultivation. Even though he now had a powerful cultivation at the late stage of the true God realm, but it's really nothing in this land of 100 dynasties. What's more, among the strongest people in this Tianxian continent, his cultivation was not even ranked. Nowadays, raising one's cultivation strength as soon as possible was the most important thing. Although it was said that he had quite a few means, strength was the true king. The only way to make others submissive is to be powerful. The same is true of the metaphysical world and the law of the jungle. Meanwhile, inside the Taicho sect, Ling Qingxian and Qin Yi were also overwhelmed as they looked at the earth-shattering changes within the sect. Though, they didn't know what exactly happened to the clan, but one could still clearly feel the majestic and vast aura around the sect. At this moment, it is also like liquefaction. It really overwhelmed them both. The sovereign's methods are truly extraordinary. Sovereign is so powerful. At this moment, the two of them could not help but silently sigh in their hearts. No, I must hurry up and cultivate. I can't let Master look down on me. I can't let down Master's expectations of me. The moment. Both of them couldn't help but swear deeply in their hearts. Soon, Ling Qingxian then began to cultivate, only to see that after she took out the marrow cleansing pill and took it down, layers of dirt soon appeared all over the entire body. After expelling this dirt, Ling Qingxian seemed as if his entire body had been transformed. He became radiant and couldn't help but have a touch of aura on him. Is this the marrow cleansing pill? Master, you're so kind. Ling Qingxian couldn't help but murmur in her heart. She then took the heavenly spirit pill as well, and she began to meditate and cultivate. A strand of aura then gathered towards her body as well. On the other hand, Qin Yi on the other side was naturally unwilling to show any weakness. Start practicing up. In itself, he was extremely talented and enlightened, or else he wouldn't have been valued by Gu Changsheng and taken in as a disciple. So, naturally, his cultivation speed was much faster than Ling Qingshuan's. Soon, 2 days passed in a flash. During these 2 days, Gu Changsheng had been cultivating. Rumble. With the aura of heaven and earth dispersing with a bang, Gu Changsheng also couldn't help but open his eyes, which seemed as if there were 10,000 ancient stars and rivers flowing in them, and his body even exuded an unparalleled aura. Finally, broke through from the late true God realm to the peak of the true God realm. Feeling the vastness of divine power within her body, Gu Changsheng was still incredibly satisfied. 5 days ago, he was still an ordinary Soul Palace realm cultivator. Now, he was stepping directly into the true God realm. This heaven-defying cultivation speed was really no one else's either. Putting it in the outside world was enough to make those cultivators dumbfounded. This promotion speed of yours? It's like a freak among demons. The entire Tianxian continent is not as powerful as you. And just then, outside the mountain gate of the Taichu sect, however, a group of uninvited guests were welcomed. And naturally, this group of people was none other than the Heavenly Sword Sect's group. And at this moment, looking at the vast and majestic atmospheric mountain gate in front of him, the Heavenly Sword Sect master became extremely confused and dumbfounded. My Chao, where have you been doing this to me? Is this still the Taichu sect? But when he settled down for a closer look, the huge plaque was indeed inscribed with the words Taichu sect. At this moment, the Heavenly Sword Sect master began to become skeptical. This vast, majestic, fairy-like holy land, you're telling me that this is the Taichu sect? Even the entire land of the 100 dynasties could not exist. Only in that mysterious central state can such a vast sacred place exist. But how did this Taichu sect become like this? It's only been a couple months. This Taichu sect was like a different sect. At this moment, looking at the vastness of the Taichu sect's mountain gate in front of him, the Heavenly Sword sect master couldn't help but start to back off a bit. Trying to back off here. He's ambitious, but not stupid. He had seen the earth-shattering changes in the Taichu sect nowadays. Wouldn't it be looking for death to foolishly rush up at this time? And just as he was about to retreat, suddenly, a terrifying aura came from heaven and earth. only to see that the void was torn open with a huge gash. A being that looked like a nightstick walked out from it. A trident was held in his hand. Those blood-red pupils stared tightly at the crowd of Heavenly Sword sect people in front of them. It was like a hunter looking at a group of prey. Extremely ferocious. Bold. How dare you barge into my Tai Chu sect's holy land? You're really looking for death. The Night Fork King looked down on the group of people from the Heavenly Sword sect under his eyes and instantly rebuked angrily. Feeling that terrifying aura emanating from the Night Fork King, the Heavenly Sword sect master's entire face turned incomparably pale with fear. Quasi-saints? Heavens! What kind of ghost is this Tai Chu sect that there would be a quasi-saint sitting to guard the sect? Then, before he could get back to his senses, the Night Fork King directly took the lead in the attack, only to see, with a wave of his trident, a terrifying aura instantly chopped away. Rumble. Soon, the Heavenly Sword sect's group of people directly flew into ashes. Their corpses and bones were nowhere to be found. After the Night Fork King struck, there were almost no survivors in the Heavenly Sword sect. Directly under his halberd, absorbing the blood chi of these people, the trident couldn't help but flicker with a bright red light. Just these people are not enough for this king to stuff his teeth. Obviously, for this group of people from the Heavenly Sword sect, the Night Fork King didn't even have an eye on them. Settling them was like a minor incident. And not long after the Night Fork King left, a young girl dressed in green appeared. She had a thin body, and her looks were clear and stunning. Although it seems that today's age is just a cardamom age, but after growing up, it will definitely become a scourge of beauty. Fairy sister, are you sure this is the right place? At this moment, Yi Qingqing could not help but look at the jade pendant on her chest and asked curiously. Yes, that's right, this is the place. I have a feeling there is a chance here that belongs to you. Inside the jade pendant, a stunningly beautiful white-clothed figure was lying on her side on the bed couch, and her voice was like wonderful celestial music. Her white lotus root arm hung her head, her figure was tall, her face was absolutely beautiful, and her temperament was holy and cold, as if she was a fairy from the broad cold palace on the verge of dust, and she was of national color. That stunningly beautiful body was definitely something that made the men of the world want to kneel and adore when they looked at it. It was only a pity that this peerless beauty was just a remnant of a soul, not an entity. Today, her mold is not in very good shape and she can only sort of barely hold it together. Through the jade pendant, Immortal China looked at the vastness of the outside world's mountain gates in front of her, and her eyebrows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. Although it was said that this place existed Yi Qingqing's chance, but it was also dangerous. The terrifying and appalling aura of the Taicho sect, even she couldn't help but feel a pang of scorn. Forget it, it's better to let Yi Qingqing act carefully, Fairy Chang'e secretly said in her heart. Chapter 16, Not a ring grandpa anymore? It's a pretty fairy. Soon, Yi Qingqing then arrived outside the mountain gate of the Taichu sect. Looking at the unending and majestic cloudy heavenly stairs, Yi Qingqing could not help but be slightly stunned. Within the jade pendant, Immortal Chang'e couldn't help but feel incomparably amazed when she saw this scene through her divine sense. This is cloudy heavenly staircase? And the Chi-Luck golden dragon. Super spiritual veins. What exactly is the origin of this Taichu sect? It's so terrifying. You have to know that the cloud heavenly ladder and the Chi-Luck golden dragon that are only the handiwork of the ancient great sects, even in today's Tianxian continent, that could only be stored by the big clans and royal dynasties in those prosperous places in the central state. And just in the eastern wasteland, this small place in the land of the 100 dynasties, she could still see the golden dragon of Chi-Luck. It really made her feel a bit unbelievable. But on second thought, this was not a bad choice for Yi Qingqing. At the very least, this Taichu sect made her feel awestruck. It's definitely comparable to those super holy places in Central America. Qingqing, you have to seize this opportunity. Worshipping in the Taichu sect is a great opportunity for your creation. Immortal Chang'e couldn't help but remind. Okay, fairy sister, I understand. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingqing could not help but nod her head. Soon, Yi Qingqing then stepped into the middle of this cloudy heavenly staircase, and after entering, she then felt a weight pressing only on her. With each step up the ladder, this pressure gradually increases. Even Rao Yi Qingqing, with the help of Immortal Chang'e, felt incomparably overwhelmed. It seems that this cloudy sky staircase is really not a good place to be. But no matter. Yi Qingqing kept cheering herself up in her heart. Since this was a chance that belonged to her, she must strive for it. She must not give up. As long as she could solve the problem of her cultivation, she would say anything to climb up this cloudy heavenly staircase. That was because she could never forget the humiliation of that night in the then Luoyang city. From a talented girl, she was reduced to an ordinary person. It had been 3 whole years, and in those 3 years, she didn't even know how many times she'd been humiliated. And today, there was a way to be able to fix her cultivation. How could she possibly give up? Just like this, Yi Qingqing gritted his teeth and walked hard from the bottom of the cloudy heaven stairs for an unknown period of time. Finally, it was time to walk to the end of the cloudy heaven stairs. However, the scene in front of her directly caused her to freeze on the spot. Illusion. In Luoyang City, on the Yi family's martial arts training ground, Flesh Body Realm Second Sky, Lower Order. Looking at the numbers on the spirit measuring tablet, Yi Qingqing suddenly froze, and his clenched fingers, because they were held too tightly, stabbed deeply into his palms, exuding a lot of bright red blood. Yi Qingqing, Flesh Realm Second Heaven, level, lower rank. Next to the spirit measuring monument, that white-clothed old man glanced at the information on the spirit measuring monument, and his vast and indifferent voice instantly echoed throughout the martial arts training ground. As the white-clothed old man's words fell, the voices that rose and fell in the martial arts training ground dispersed like a tidal wave. Second sky of Flesh Realm? Yi Qingqing, how come the more you cultivate your cultivation has instead regressed even more? He, the proud daughter of heaven who shook the Yi family 3 years ago. Falling down from the altar is not a good feeling, is it? Humph. If it wasn't for the fear of her being the daughter of the Yi family's patriarch, I'm afraid that such a waste would have been expelled from the Yi family long ago. What a useless waste. Wasting the Yi family's resources for nothing. If you ask me, since certain people don't have talent, they shouldn't take up the cultivation resources. They might as well take them out for everyone to use. It's been 3 years, with so many cultivation resources coming down. Even if a pig cultivates all the way to the fourth heaven of the flesh realm, right? Ha ha, aren't you saying that Yi Qingqing is even worse than a pig? Ha ha ha. Despite the lowered voices of these disdainful jeers, they still continued to reach her ears clearly. Looking at the scene, Yi Qingqing was first stunned, then came back to her senses. Is this the scene from the illusion? Afterwards, Yi Qingqing slowly walked down the spirit measuring monument and returned to the team. TSK, Yi Qingqing, I really feel pathetic for you. You were so dazzling back then, but now you've become a disgraceful waste of our Yi family. Among them, a young girl with a foxy look and not bad posture mocked at her in a conspiratorial manner. This young girl's name was Yi Mei, and she had been looking at Yi Qingqing for a long time on weekdays. Now that Yi Qingqing had fallen to the altar of God, she naturally wanted to fall on the well and make a good mockery. However, before she could finish, next moment, a mid-air, majestic and unearthly voice suddenly came out. Yi Mei, stop right there. If you say that again, believe it or not, I will expel you from the Yi family. As this majestic voice rang out unexpectedly, a stout middle-aged man quickly walked out from it. Hearing this, Yi Mei's words that were originally intended to continue mocking Yi Qingqing were instantly swallowed, not daring to say any more, and directly left the place in disgrace. Father, you're here? Seeing the visitor, Yi Qingqing's face could not help but spill out a hint of a smile. Yi Snapdragon rubbed Yi Qingqing's hair and spoke with a gentle face. Hey, Qingqing, if I didn't come, I'm afraid you'd be bullied by others again. Father. Yi Qingqing blinked her starry eyes, her nose a little sour. Speaking of which, in these 2 years without her father's shelter, she really wouldn't be able to hold out nowadays. 3 years ago, after unexpectedly falling off the pedestal from the identity of a Yi family's proud daughter of heaven, becoming a waste that regressed in cultivation, and being spurned by the clan's disciples, Yi Qingqing's heart had long since become pale and desolate. That time was torture for her. However, now one has found a solution. Then one must pass this illusionary test. So what if you fall off the wagon? As usual, I, Yi Qingqing, can still make a comeback. At this moment, Yi Qingqing's heart suddenly became open-minded, no longer filled with sadness and walking around all day like before. There was only the once powerful Yi Qingqing, confident and proud. Boom! With the shattering of the illusion, Yi Qingqing finally awoke from it. Obviously, Yi Qingqing had passed the Taichu sect's test. What was reflected in front of her eyes was a vast and incomparable landscape. Inside the Taichu gate, cranes fly, ancient trees stand in the sky, grass grows and warblers fly, and flying chains are like waterfalls. The air was filled with an incomparably dense aura, as if it was liquefied. Take a casual breath and you can feel a sense of refreshment. In the meantime, inside the main peak, inside the seclusion chamber, Gu Changqing couldn't help but violently open his eyes, which were like the stars of the ages, when he heard the incoming system voice. Ding! A talented purple-level disciple has been detected. Please accept the host as a disciple as soon as possible. I didn't expect a disciple to come to my door so soon. And just as Yi Qingqing was still surveying the surroundings within the Taichu gate, steep, a young man in a long basalt-colored coat appeared in front of her. Now that you have passed the sex test, would you like to worship me as your teacher? Looking at the extremely terrifying Gu Changsheng, whose aura was extremely terrifying as he walked towards himself, Yi Qingqing could not help but somewhat feel a sense of oppression coming on. Promise him that this is your chance. Soon, a heavenly voice came out of the jade pendant. Chapter 17, Female version of horse breaks the vault. Chang'e fairy is forced to show herself. There was no hesitation. Yi Qingcheng directly knelt down on the ground, his face devoutly looking towards Gu Changsheng. Apprentice Yi Qingcheng, pay respects to master. Soon, a soft force then lifted Yi Qingcheng up. Get up. From now on, you are an outer disciple of my Tai Chu sect. When you're strong enough, you'll naturally be qualified to become an inner disciple, and even a core disciple won't be in the conversation. Gu Changsheng looked at Yi Qingcheng and said slowly, "Thank you, sovereign." At those words, Yi Qingcheng's entire mood became extremely excited. And at this time, Gu Changsheng also checked Yi Qingcheng's loyalty through the system's attribute panel, only to see that within the column of the system attribute panel, Yi Qingcheng's loyalty had already reached 80. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting a disciple, rewarding him with the saint-level technique, the Tai Gu Chaos Fist technique, rewarding the immortal rank Heavenly Pill, Heavenly Void Life and Death Pill, reward the most holy divine item, the Ancient Void Marrow, reward immortal ranked magic treasure, the very best soul nurturing jade pendant, reward broad cold immortal pill. Not bad. These are great treasures, Gu Changsheng said happily. He then swept a glance at Yi Qingcheng. Soon, her attribute panel then appeared in front of Gu Changsheng's eyes. Name, Yi Qingcheng. Identity, daughter of the Yi family of Luoyang City. Age, 17. Strength, second level of flesh body realm. Physique, wide cold spirit body, not activated yet. Loyalty, 80. Talent, purple, suggests that the host take on an apprentice as soon as possible. Experience, Yi Qingcheng, the daughter of the Yi family in Luoyang City, grew up with excellent cultivation talent, and at the age of only 14, she had already reached the 9th heaven of the Xianhai realm, making her famous throughout Luoyang City. In the following 3 years, her cultivation began to regress and fell off the pedestal, and in a moment of despair, she learned of the character of Fairy Chang'e from amongst the heirloom jade pendants, and under Fairy Chang'e's guidance, she came 1,000 miles to pay homage to the Tai Chu sect. Look at the introduction of the system panel. Gu Changsheng pondered for a while. How did this disciple's encounter look so much like a template for the horse-broken dome? It's like a female version of a horse breaking a dome. It seems that these disciples that one has taken in, that all have great fortune. Qingcheng, this Tai Chu sect patriarch looks so young. Even I can't see through his cultivation strength, but his aura is so terrifying. I'm afraid he's at least in existence close to the quasi-supreme level. In the jade pendant, Fairy Chang'e reminded. Quasi-supreme, that's an even more powerful and bombastic existence than Fairy Sister. At this moment, Yi Qingcheng's expression towards Gu Changsheng could not help but become extremely reverent. Quasi-supreme level powerhouse. Unceremoniously speaking, this kind of supreme powerhouse could casually stomp his foot to trigger a catastrophe in the entire land of the 100 dynasties. Even in the prosperous central state, that was a powerful person respected by the world. And right at this moment, Gu Changsheng suddenly placed his eyes on top of the jade pendant on Yi Qingcheng's body, and the Chang'e immortal hidden in the jade pendant couldn't help but feel a tremor in her heart. Could it be that he has already discovered my existence? Fairy Chang'e was surprised in her heart to know she hid in this jade pendant, but used a lot of means to cover up her breath. Even so, she was still given a hint by Gu Changsheng. At this moment, in immortal Chang'e's heart, Gu Changsheng was also becoming more and more mysterious. However, if she had known why, she was afraid she would have been laughed out of breath. If it wasn't for Gu Changsheng's use of the system prompts, coupled with those online writing routines she had read in her previous life. Anyhow, he would have guessed that the jade pendant carried the presence of a mysterious old grandfather in it. Therefore, no matter how Chang'e immortal hid her breath, she would still be recognized by Gu Changsheng. Senior is hiding in the jade pendant like this. I'm afraid he's not a person of high moral character. And at this moment, within the jade pendant space, immortal Chang'e couldn't help but sigh. In front of Gu Changsheng, she really didn't dare to be arrogant. Even she had peak strength in her lifetime and didn't dare to fight against Gu Changsheng, let alone the fact that her current self was just a remnant soul. What can be used to resist Gu Changsheng? Therefore, after learning that he had been discovered by Gu Changsheng, she had to be forced to show herself out as well. The reason why she was attached to Yi Qingcheng's body was because of the other party's Guanhan spiritual body, and Yi Qingcheng's physique would be a constant source of power for her to absorb. Of course, on the contrary, if she encountered danger, she would likewise bestow her power to make Yi Qingcheng stronger. It could be said that right now, she was almost as easy to lose as she was to gain with Yi Qingcheng. She was attached to Yi Qingcheng's body, causing her to be unable to cultivate, and if Yi Qingcheng were to fall, by the same token, she will surely die. In the meantime, outside, a brilliant light suddenly erupted from the jade pendant on Yi Qingcheng's body. Immediately after, A dreamlike blurred shadow emerged from that jade pendant. 3,000 strands of hair draped over her shoulders. White clothes, cold and beautiful face, ethereal aura, and extremely long jade legs. The whole body seemed to be permeated with an aura of splendor. Cool and indifferent. Still can't hide it from you, it seems. Fairy Chang'e said with a bitter smile. It came with a beautiful sound like heavenly music. It makes one feel intoxicated, like an ethereal orchid, and one can't help but be immersed in it. At this moment, Fairy Chang'e's figure emerged from within the jade pendant, and her cool and absolutely beautiful face looked at Gu Changsheng and said, seeing this dreamlike figure emerge from the jade pendant, even Yi Qingcheng could not help but reveal a look of curiosity, although she also knew that there was a mysterious thing existing inside her jade pendant. But from the beginning to the end even she had not seen this jade pendant inside the thing looks like this. Today, it's the first time she's seen it. Chapter 18 Guanhan Spiritual Body Activation. Yi Qingcheng's Gratitude. At this moment, Chang'e Immortal's holy and incomparable silhouette was suspended in the void. Despite appearing to have a somewhat suspended figure, it was undeniable that Fairy Chang'e was indeed a beauty of national color. If one were to reappear in the world with a complete body, then it would definitely cause the women of the world to feel ashamed of themselves. Holy. Originally, I thought that within this jade pendant was not an old grandpa with a pale head and white hair. I didn't expect to find a stunning woman with unrivaled poise. At this moment, Gu Changsheng froze for a moment. Looks like not all sets are old grandpas. It could also be a beautiful woman. As for Yi Qingcheng, who was on the side of the room, she could not help but feel a momentary loss of concentration when she saw the Chang'e Immortal's appearance. She had imagined that the fairy sister in the jade pendant must be a beautiful woman, but did not expect, now witnessing the real person present, surprisingly found that the fairy sister is simply more beautiful than she imagined. The style is unparalleled. Pouring the world. My name is Chang'e Fairy. Thousands of years ago, it was the palace master of the Broad Cold Palace, once a Saint King level powerhouse. Unfortunately, because of the tragic betrayal of the Jade Rabbit, he accidentally fell, and now only a wisp of residual soul remains. Immortal Chang'e looked towards Gu Changsheng, and between the ripples in her eyes, a few watery mists permeated through as she slowly said. At the same time, there was a monstrous hatred in her heart. In the past years, if it wasn't for her disciple Jade Rabbit suddenly turning against her and betraying her, it wouldn't have caused her to fall tragically. Now it can only hide in this jade pendant, dark and sunless, for thousands of years. If it wasn't for Yi Qingcheng's special physique, she wouldn't have awakened because of it. Only, this is not the way to go. Thus, while she was calculating the heavenly chances, she accidentally discovered that this Tai Chu sect actually had a solution for the two of them. That was why she had made Yi Qingcheng come all the way here to join the Tai Chu sect. Now, after seeing Gu Changsheng's powerful pressure, there was always some hope in his heart. A Saint King level powerhouse? Or the former palace master of the Broad Cold Palace? Gu Changsheng was a bit surprised in her heart. One must know that although the Guanhan Palace was not considered a top hegemonic power in the central state, it was at least a first-class sect, extremely powerful. It seems that she was still a powerful person of the world even thousands of years ago. Gu Changsheng sighed in his heart. At this moment, there was also the idea of drawing this Chang'e Immortal in his heart. If they were able to let Immortal Chang'e return to her peak cultivation, then the Tai Chu sect would add one more trump card. And right at this moment, Gu Changsheng's mind suddenly recalled the reward given to him by the system earlier. Seems like it would come in handy right now. I'm afraid, the system really understands me so well. At this moment, Gu Changsheng couldn't help but sigh. Yi Qingcheng was now burdened with the broad cold spiritual body, but it was just not activated for the time being. As long as the broad cold immortal Dan after serving, will be able to activate this broad cold spirit body, from then on the road to cultivation is like a fish out of water. Perhaps in the future at least will become like Chang'e Fairy, such a character. This is simply a living, breathing template of the daughter of Qi. After making up her mind, Gu Changsheng directly sacrificed the broad cold immortal pill. Boom! Next moment, as the broad cold immortal pill surfaced in Gu Changsheng's hand, the supreme yin Qi in the heavens and earth continued to gather towards it. The moment she saw the broad cold immortal pill appear, Immortal Chang'e was directly lost in thought. This is the legendary broad cold immortal pill. Oh my! What exactly is the status of this Tai Chu sect patriarch that he can summon a broad cold immortal pill out with his hands? Immortal Chang'e couldn't help but be surprised. At the same time, there were a few more shades of curiosity about Gu Changsheng's identity. Could it be that he be the reincarnation of an ancient immortal god? Otherwise, how could? Fairy Chang'e murmured in her heart. After seeing the broad cold immortal pill appear, Yi Qingcheng somehow felt that she had been deeply attracted to that pill. Take it. Seeing his master hand over this broad cold immortal pill into his own hands, Yi Qingcheng couldn't help but feel incomparably excited in his heart. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. As the elixir entered the mouth, Yi Qingcheng felt as if there was a surge of energy within her body. Boom! Next moment, a rich and incomparable heaven and earth tween power from the surrounding convergence. Hazy dense. At this moment, Yi Qingcheng was like a fairy under the moon. Her aura was hazy and enveloped her entire body, just like a fairy in the dust. Rumble. The wild and incomparable aura swarmed into Yi Qingcheng's body in general. Next moment, the sky, which was still blue and clear, suddenly became dark. It's like nightfall. At this moment, Yi Qingcheng was directly covered by moonlight all over her body, suspending her in the void. Immediately after, behind her, a divine sight suddenly emerged. The sea was vast, the sky and the earth were boundless, and a bright, crystalline and incomparably brilliant full moon surfaced behind Yi Qingcheng. Subsequently, the vast and endless power of moonlight directly gathered towards Yi Qingcheng's entire body. With that moonlight power sinking into Yi Qingcheng's body, it made her entire body become ethereal and dusty. Inexplicably, it will make people feel a kind of fairy under the moon. Untainted dust, unattainable cold feeling. The Guanhan spiritual body was a special physique that had been passed down from ancient mythology. It was rumored that the previous Guanhan palace heir, immortal Chang'e, had been set up as its heir because she possessed this legendary physique. Soon after, this heaven and earth anomaly then dissipated with a bang. The sky was once again back to its usual scene. However, Yi Qingcheng's change was great, with an additional icy and absolute temperament, as if she was near the dust, as if she was immortal. It has a cold feeling that can be seen from afar but not played with. At this time, Yi Qingcheng stood here, ethereal and empty and quiet, ethereal as an immortal. The whole person was permeated with a transcendent temperament. It was as if she was a fairy from on the broad cold heavenly quay, and at any time she would return on the wind and fly back to the upper world. Yi Qingcheng slowly opened her eyes, and it was as if two more bright moonlight flickered in her eyes. Wide cold spirit body. It has been successfully activated by her. At this moment, she felt that her body was filled with a powerful force. Finally, one didn't have to be called a waste that couldn't cultivate anymore. Nowadays, even her cultivation strength had taken a step directly into the middle stage of the Soul Palace realm, and all of this was bestowed upon her by her master. Thinking of this, Yi Qingcheng directly knelt down on the ground with an incredibly pious expression and kowtowed in Gu Changxing's direction. Many thanks to Master for granting the broad cold immortal pill. In the future, disciple will definitely go through fire and water for Master, Yi Qingcheng said firmly and incomparably. And right at that moment, Yi Qingcheng's loyalty was also pulled straight up from 80 to 100. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Yi Qingcheng's loyalty has reached 100. Rewarded with Enlightenment Futon *1. The Enlightenment Futon, medium spiritual artifact. Sitting on the Enlightenment Futon and practicing, not only can you speed up your cultivation, but you can even avoid harboring heart demons, which is extremely beneficial to cultivation. Chapter 19 Chang'e Fairy Shock. Really want to go up and pour. It's a nice baby, too. After checking the attribute function of the Enlightenment Pope, Gu Changxing couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Very well, with this intention, Master is already satisfied. There are cultivation places and residences for outer disciples within the sect. You can go and find them on your own. As for the cultivation technique, soon, the Master will be informed separately. If there's anything you don't understand within the sect, you can go and ask your eldest senior brother. You can seek his help. Gu Changsheng said slowly. I honor your master's orders, Yi Qingcheng said respectfully and incomparably. Immediately after, Yi Qingcheng then headed towards the cultivation place of the outer disciples. At this moment, looking at Yi Qingcheng's blurry back that was gradually moving away, Gu Changxing could not help but feel a surge of satisfaction. He then set his eyes on immortal Chang'e, Fairy Chang'e, the palace master of the Guanghan Palace. It's kind of fun. In that case, your tragic fall was caused by that disciple of yours, Jade Rabbit, betraying you? Upon hearing this, a look of anger could not help but surface in immortal Chang'e's eyes, then calmed down and said slowly, thousands of years ago, after I took over the Guanghan Palace, I took on a female disciple. Her name is Jade Rabbit. She was transformed from a demonic beast into human form, and was very discriminated against at that time. I saw her as pitiful, so I disregarded my former suspicions and took her under my tutelage, instructing her with care and teaching her cultivation techniques. But, how she repaid me! I really didn't expect that in my time of crisis, I would turn against you in the battlefield and betray and frame me. As a last resort, I chose to blow myself up, which left a wisp of my residual soul to be hosted in this jade pendant, and have since entered a state of sleep. If it wasn't for this little ninny Yi Qingcheng showing up, I wouldn't know when I'd be able to awaken. Between the words, A terrifying killing intent could not help but flow out of Immortal Changa's eyes. Back then, she treated the Jade Rabbit with all her heart and soul, disregarding her former suspicions, and took her under her tutelage, instructing her with all her heart and teaching her cultivation techniques. But what he didn't expect was that he would end up tragically betraying her and causing her to fall. Today, only a remnant of a soul remains in the world. If there is a hope that she can remake her flesh, then she will definitely find that damn revenge. Gee, it looks like this is the classic dog and pony routine again. Words. Gu Changxing couldn't help but tsk lightly in lament. Then would you like to become an elder of my Tai Chu sect? Seeing this, Gu Changxing simply asked directly to the point. Although it is said that the current Chang'e immortal is nothing more than a remnant soul, but in life, after all, it was still a Saint King level powerhouse, with terrifying strength and talent. And in the future, if the physical body is remodeled, becoming an elder of the Tai Chu sect, that was also very bloody profitable. Let me become an elder of the Tai Chu sect? Immortal Chang'e pondered for a while, then she looked at Gu Changxing and nodded. Okay, I promise. At the moment, there wasn't much else for her to go on. Besides, even she couldn't see through Gu Changxing's cultivation strength, so he must be a terrifying powerhouse. And besides, this Tai Chu sect was filled with mysteries everywhere, with the cloudy heavenly stairs, the golden dragon of Qi, the super spiritual veins, and the ancient tree of enlightenment. All of these various things showed that the Tai Chu sect's depth was incomparably deep. By allowing her to join the Tai Chu sect as an elder, it was thought that she would also soon be able to remodel her flesh and regain her once peak strength. Thus, in the face of Gu Changxing's solicitation, Immortal Chang'e hesitated for a moment before directly agreeing. And soon, under the system, the Tai Chu sect had once again gained another elder. You should be thankful for what a good decision you made. Gu Changxing looked toward Immortal Chang'e and said with a breezy expression. Boom! With a wave of his big hand, aura pounds came in like a sea. The heavenly void life and death pill, and the extreme soul nurturing jade pendant directly appeared in his hand. In an instant, a metaphysical aura emanated out. This is the heavenly void life and death pill and the extreme soul nurturing jade pendant. The extreme soul nurturing jade pendant is able to keep your current residual soul from dispersing, automatically repairing your soul body. And from now on you won't have to pin it on that girl Qingcheng, and you can come out at any time as well, without having to stay inside the jade pendant space. As for this heavenly void life and death pill after you take it, but it can help you remodel your physical body and make your soul body even stronger. What did you say? This is the legendary heavenly void life and death pill and the extreme soul nurturing jade pendant? At those words, Chang'e Immortal's head buzzed, a little confused. She really hadn't expected that the thing she had dreamed of was now in Gu Changxing's hands. Moreover, Gu Changxing had bestowed it on himself so casually. After reacting, the look of surprise on Immortal Chang'e's face gradually receded. Instead, for Gu Changxing, it was more incomparable awe. Big brother, you're awesome. Solid. You, definitely, are the reincarnation of an immortal god, aren't you? Otherwise, it wouldn't have bestowed such a precious and incomparable treasure on her. I just don't know if there is still a shortage of pendants around the big man. Otherwise Chang'e Fairy would really want to go up and pour it on. Chapter 20 The Magic of the Ancient Tree of Enlightenment. Chang'e Immortal wanted to die socially. From now on, you're my Tai Chu sect's outer sect elder. In the future, you will reside within Divine Maiden Peak and take charge of my Tai Chu sect's outer disciples. Of course, you can also recruit your own disciples, and this seat will likewise not interfere with you. Gu Changxing looked toward Immortal Chang'e and said slowly. At those words, Fairy Chang'e nodded. Thank you, Sovereign Lord, Immortal Chang'e said in an incomparably respectful tone. At the same time, for the Tai Chu sect the sect heart also can't help but have more a sense of belonging. Looking at Immortal Chang'e's respectful and incomparable appearance, Gu Changxing was satisfied. Then, with a flash of his body, he returned to the main peak and continued his cultivation. In the meantime, within the Tai Chu sect, Yi Qingcheng arrived within the premises where the outer disciples were practicing. Here, she saw a white-clothed young man and a green-clothed young girl, who were currently sitting cross-legged under a thick ancient tree. The ancient tree was incomparably vast, filled with all sorts of divine charms, hanging down as if it were 1,000,001 silk tapestries. At this moment, the two of them exuded a metaphysical aura. She couldn't say it either. Is this big brother? That young girl beside him. She should be the second senior sister, right? Yi Qingcheng murmured in her heart. At this moment, Qini seemed to have sensed something as if he had violently opened his eyes, and he saw a young girl with a clear and stunning beauty in front of him looking at him. Are you the eldest brother? You are? I am the sovereign's newly recruited outer disciple. Yi Qingcheng, why are the two of you practicing here? Hearing Yi Qingcheng ask this, Qini also could not help but look at her and explain. You'll see if you come over and practice. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingqing followed the two of them and sat cross-legged under the ancient tree of enlightenment and began to cultivate. Soon, she felt herself then fall into a state of epiphany. Under the ancient tree of enlightenment, the divine charm was like 10,000 silk tapestries hanging down. Yi Qingqing was surprised to find that not only was he able to enter the state of epiphany very quickly when he practiced here, but even his cultivation was much faster. Now that was something she could sort of understand. Why did eldest brother and second eldest sister have to stay in this place to cultivate anymore? It's really amazing. And on the other side, Goddess Peak, within the premises where the female elders of the outer sect resided. In the cave, immortal Chang'e sat cross-legged. In front of her, there were two treasures suspended that emanated an incomparable mystery. It was precisely the heavenly void life and death pill and the extreme soul-nurturing jade pendant. Sovereign Lord, truly unfathomable. At the drop of a hat, he was able to bestow such divine items to me. It seems that in the future, I will have to properly assist Sovereign Lord. Fairy Chang'e secretly said in her heart, if it wasn't for Lord Sovereign's help, she wouldn't have known what to do this time. Therefore, for Gu Chongsheng, she was still grateful. Soon, she then took this heavenly void life and death pill. Next moment, a majestic medicinal power began to erupt from within her body. She began to refine this heavenly void life and death pill, and as time went on, her body slowly began to solidify. I don't know how much time has passed. With a flash of immortal light, a graceful woman's figure walked out from there. First, it was a virtual shadow, and then it unexpectedly became solid directly. It was an extremely beautiful woman with 3,000 green silks draped over her shoulders, sheer water pupils deep like a bit of paint, Yao nose straight, cold and beautiful face, temperament ethereal beauty. The slender legs were straight and live, seemingly the work of a heavenly vomit. Between the swaying of her proud figure, she set off a magnificent style, making all the flowers lose their colors. After this figure had coalesced into substance, a crystalline tear mole flashed out of the corner of the eye of Fairy Chang'e's cool and absolutely beautiful face, which was very beautiful. At this moment, she not only had a kind of magnificent temperament, but also penetrated a clear glory like snow-high cold. I just don't know if the Sovereign Lord will like it when I look like this. At this moment, Chang'e had finally succeeded in remodeling her physical body. First thing though, the mind did begin to ponder the matter. However, soon she began to feel a pang of wonder. How? I feel a chill all over my body. Looking down and not seeing her toes, Chang'e Fairy was instantly startled. Ah, why am I not dressed? Geez, what was I just thinking? Next moment, the Chang'e immortal shifted, and in an instant, a long white snowy dress appeared and evolved on her body. If the Sovereign Lord sees what I just looked like, I'm afraid that, what on earth was I doing just now? Thinking back to what had just happened, Fairy Chang'e instantly felt ashamed. Even her white and crystalline earlobes began to turn slightly red, and her face couldn't help but roll inexplicably. If his perfect body just now was seen by the Sovereign Lord, I really don't know what's going to happen. Geez, I only hope that Sovereign Lord didn't notice that scene just now. Otherwise, Chang'e Immortal wanted to die socially. Chapter 21 Crisis of the Tai Chu Sect, Mysterious Teenager of the Buried Sky Valley. In the meantime, amidst the ruins of the Great Chu Palace, a middle-aged man with a majestic face and a sturdy figure stood. As he looked at the deserted Chu Palace in front of him, he had some guesses in his heart. There's Qing'er sent here. It's definitely not true that he fell here. But it definitely wasn't the Great Chu dynasty that did it. Wang Ba guessed in his heart. One must know that Qing'er had a powerful expert of the Divine King realm by her side. With this inferior dynasty, the De Chu dynasty, it was impossible to harm Qing'er by a single hair. A Divine King realm powerhouse, even in a medium dynasty, that was an existence that practically walked sideways. So who exactly killed Qing'er? If I find out about this, I, Wang Ba, will definitely leave you in pieces. Soon, just have a subordinate investigate the place thoroughly. It turned out that there was a powerful aura constantly coming from the De Chu Palace that night, and even if it was far away, it could still make people feel their hearts tremble. And then, the entire De Chu Palace collapsed, reduced to a hell on earth. Since that night, the brilliant and vast De Chu Palace had turned into a ruin. Tai Chu sect? Wang Ba muttered under his breath as a cluster of flames flickered and danced in his eyes in a trance. Depart. Head to the Tai Chu sect. I'm going to make the Tai Chu sect pay for my Qing'er's blood. Yes. Soon, the figure of a sky-blinding flying boat then appeared in the firmament, flying in the direction of the Tai Chu sect. The eastern wasteland was located in the eastern part of the central state, although it was not as well located as the central state, where the heavenly jade and heavenly pride were gathered, but at least it's extremely vast. And in an unknown mysterious forbidden area in the eastern wasteland, the Burial Valley. There, a layer of white haze pervaded the area all year round, and the immortal mist was like a labyrinth. And the scariest thing is that this white haze also releases bizarre poisons. And if someone accidentally breaks into this place, if it is light, you will be seriously injured on the spot. Or if it is heavy, you will perish here on the spot. For this reason, it is also known as no man's land. Few would dare go near this place, however, and no one knows, while passing through this heavy layer of white haze, in the depths of this heavenly burial valley, there was actually a mysterious small village situated. Inside the small village, the mountain water gurgles, the grass is green, and everywhere there are houses made of thatched roofs, extremely Spartan, by the looks of it. However, it was in the midst of such a mysterious forbidden area that such a paradisiacal little village would be situated. It's definitely extremely mind-boggling. The stream flowed slowly and clearly, and beside it, there was a thick acacia tree, and right under that acacia tree, a young boy was sitting cross-legged under the tree to cool off. He looked to be about 16 or 17 years old, with clear eyebrows, red lips and white teeth, and wearing a metaphysical colored jade pendant on his waist, a brow full of relatable gravitas. The eyes were clear as water and looked soothing. There was still a layer of lazy smile on his handsome face, as if he had just woken up. And next to this young boy, a cow was being lassoed on top of a stake, eating grass there by herself. Looking at the slowly flowing stream in front of him, the young boy leaned comfortably against a tree and played his flute right there. Soon, a melodious flute sound came out of that young boy's mouth. The sound of the flute is melodious and crisp, and the tone is very nice to hear. Tia-ner, who taught you to herd cattle like that? And just as the teenage boy was blowing his load, instead, there was a ghostly ringing sound from behind them. This one instantly startled the teenage boy. He then turned around and saw an old woman with a stooped body, silver hair, and a cane standing behind him. At this moment, looking at the silver-haired granny's grim eyes, the teenage boy actually felt a bit scared. Couldn't help but complain. "Granny Tong, you almost scared me." While the old woman with silver hair sniffed, she couldn't help but feel a poof of laughter. Looking at the teenage boy, he said, "If you're really scared so easily, then your cultivation at the Great Power Realm is really wasted." This sentence, if other people were to hear it, it would definitely be extremely unbelievable. This ordinary-looking teenage boy, his cultivation level, he had actually reached the existence of the mighty realm? One must know that there were still quite a few young prides in the Eastern Wasteland. His cultivation level was only at the Avatar realm or True Spirit realm, but even so, in the entire Eastern Wasteland, it was extremely famous, and the cultivation strength of this young boy, at such a young age, had reached the terrifying Great Power realm. This is absolutely mind-boggling in the extreme, and if this teenage boy goes to the outside world, perhaps, this East Wasteland's group of young celestials had long ago had their Tao hearts crumble. Only, unfortunately, he didn't do that. Instead, he continued to stay in this small village and became an ordinary teenager in this small village. And the old woman with the stooped body and silver hair, who still walks with a cane, well, she's not exactly easy, especially in her cloudy-looking eyes. A terrifying power unexpectedly flashed by, making people feel incomparably terrifying, and the powerful aura that was released had clearly reached the realm of a quasi-saint. The young Lang was named Mactian, originally an orphan abandoned by the world. Fortunately, if it hadn't been for the honor of being seen by Granny Tong, she would have brought it back to the village. Perhaps he had died long ago on that cold winter night. Therefore, Mutian was extremely grateful to Granny Tong for saving his life, and it was in this small village that Mutian, too, was raised by the village elders. And this granny with what looked like a full head of silver hair didn't have a name. It's just that people in the village used to call her Granny Tong. Over time, Makoto followed suit and called it that. Granny Tong had watched Mactian grow up from a young age, and had given Mactian a lot of love and care. Even though Mactian was herding cattle in this lazy manner, Granny Tong still didn't scold him. Just some grumbling. "Granny Tong, let me tell you something. You mustn't be angry." At this moment, Mactian looked at Granny Tong and suddenly said, "Say it. What is it? Could it be the damned old man in the village is bullying you again?" "Tia-ner, wait, I'll avenge you right here. Dare to bully my Tia-ner. Looks like he's really looking for a fight." "No, Granny child. Whatever happened to crazy grandpa? It's me. I want to get out. Get out of here. I don't know why, but lately I've been feeling so strange, and in my dreams, I seem to have dreamed of a heavenly opportunity that belongs to me, and if I miss this opportunity, I may regret it for the rest of my life." "You want to get out? Where is that chance?" Taikuman. Chapter 22, The Jade Rabbit Fairy's Illusion. The Biling King's family arrives. Taichu sect? What kind of sect is this? Why is it that I, an old immortal, have never heard of it before? Granny Tong couldn't help but ask. Although she had been staying in the burial Sky Valley, she was still extremely aware of the news from the outside world. It could be said that which of those Holy Land sects in the entire Eastern Wasteland could compare to the Heavenly Burial Valley? Even in the land of the 100 dynasties, those immensely powerful dynasties were unable to rival the Burial Sky Valley. Therefore, Granny Tong still had a lot of pride in her heart. And now, hearing that the teenage pride that he had raised for 16 years was going to go to a Taichu sect, it also said something about there being a heavenly chance there in the Taichu sect. Granny Tong was still very uncomfortable in her heart. What kind of small sect is this Taichu sect? I've traveled across the entire Eastern Wasteland, and I've never heard of said sect? And now, she saw that her beloved Tiana was trying to heartily go to that Taichu sect. The mind is naturally upset. Granny Tong, I have a premonition that Taichu sect is definitely not simple. If Tiana misses out on this opportunity, he really might regret it for the rest of his life. Please Granny Tong become Tiana. Looking at the almost pleading eyes of Makoto in front of him. At this moment, Granny Tong's heart softened. It's just a thing. Since Tiana insisted on going to that what's-his-name Taichu sect, then the old man can only agree. When the time comes, I'll have to see what kind of ghost is this Taichu sect of yours? It is surprising that he was able to charm my Tiana to the point that he didn't even bother to leave the Burial Heaven Valley, all the while rushing to that Taichu sect. If I find out that the Taichu sect is cheating, I will not give you good results, old man. After learning that Granny Tong had agreed to leave the Burying Sky Valley by herself and head to that Taichu sect, Makoto's heart instantly became happy. The beginning gate? Makuten, am here. In the meantime, Tianxian Continent, Central State, Guanghan Palace. In the middle of an extremely magnificent and glorious palace, a woman wearing a gorgeous golden tunic with 3,000 golden threads coiled up high was standing inside the palace. A thin cicada veil will be the woman's stunning immortal face cover. Really do not know that under the veil is exactly what kind of exciting and beautiful face. Her fingers were white and slender, and her jawline was perfect, revealing a crystalline, snow-white neck. At this moment, she gazed through the vastness of the palace, gazing at the scenery outside the window, her light golden pupils resembling the jumping of tints of golden flames. Very extraordinary. And this looks young and beautiful woman. Is that Chang'e Fairy's thousands of years ago accepted female disciple? Jade Rabbit. She is now known as the Jade Rabbit Fairy. He was in charge of the entire Guanghan Palace, and was the true master of the current Guanghan Palace lineage. Its master's scent? Could it be that the master respects the living? This can't be possible. Thousands of years ago, I clearly remember that she had already been beheaded by my own hands and had since perished. Now how could it be possible to sense master's aura again? An illusion. This must be an illusion. The Jade Rabbit Fairy couldn't help but mutter in her heart. One must know that thousands of years ago, she had seen the Chang'e Immortal die in her own hands. And now, thousands of years had passed, and on this day, she sensed a trace of her master's aura. How is that possible? This must be the workings of one's own demons. Chang'e Fairy has fallen for so many years. How could it be reborn again? Illusion. This must be a problem with your own demons. In the meantime, in the Taichu sect, in the middle of the main peak, Gu Changsheng sat cross-legged. A supreme saintly treasure was being offered by him, floating in the void in front of him. Swift Void Pith. It was rumored that this ancient void marrow was a divine object from the ancient times, and the possessor was able to become one with the void, escape into the void and master the power of the void. It was simply a powerful and incomparable divine object. The last one who possessed such a divine artifact had become a generation of great emperors, honored as the Void Emperor. And now, Gu Changsheng had obtained such a divine object. The heart is naturally overjoyed. Ancient void marrow. Use it. Soon, as Gu Changsheng's words fell, the ancient void pith began to slowly integrate towards his body. The ancient void pith, which was born from all things in heaven and earth, was untamed and contained great terror. It's not something that can be fused so easily. If one wanted to fully fuse the swift void marrow, it would still require some effort. I don't know how much time has passed. Only then did Gu Changsheng exhale a mouthful of turbid air, and with that, she opened her eyes. Feeling the vastness of the void divine power within her body, Gu Changsheng was naturally satisfied in her heart. This ancient void marrow is truly worthy of being an ancient divine artifact. Just fusing it has taken me so long, but it's worth it. The current Gu Changsheng could sense in his heart that his present-day self had successfully fused the ancient void pith. At any time, any place, can disappear into the void. Utilizing the power of the void was vast and infinite. It was really so wonderful. However, just then, outside of the Taichu sect, outside of the vast mountain gate, but once again, a group of uninvited guests were welcomed. The void was filled with the figures of flying boats, immense and covering the sky. On top of the flying boat, there was an ancient flag with the word king written on it, which was fluttering in the wind, emitting a snorting and chirping sound. And this group of people, it was clearly from the Bailing Wang family. and in the middle of that most luxurious flying boat, a majestic and extraordinary middle-aged man stood with his arms folded, overlooking the Taichu sect below. A flash of shock passed through his heart. I didn't expect that this Taichu sect would be so extraordinary. It looks completely no less than those top Holy Land sects in the Eastern Wasteland, and even more than that. But so what? Since he killed my dear Chinger, he must be buried with Chinger. Taichu sect, you should be executed today. I want you to pay for Chinger's blood. This huge move naturally startled a crowd within the Taichu sect. At this moment, Xin Yi, Ling Qingxuan and Yi Qingcheng all awoke from under the ancient tree of enlightenment. After learning that someone was going to attack the Taichu sect, each and every one of them became extremely angry. How dare you attack Taichu sect? You're really looking for death. With that, they went out together to meet the battle. As for Li Qing and the Night Fork King, both of them were quasi-saint powerhouses, so naturally, they were the first to sense the danger of the Taichu sect. He had long since appeared outside the mountain gate of the Taichu sect, indifferently looking at the people of the Bailing Wang family in front of him. Taichu sect, Goddess Peak. Inside the cultivation room, the Chang'e immortal snapped her eyes open, a cluster of divine fire pulsing in them. What a way to find death! How dare you come to attack the Taichu sect? I'm afraid I'm not tired of living. One must know that the Sovereign Lord, in her eyes that was extremely mysterious and terrifying. Even if she had remodeled her physical body and recovered her cultivation now, she didn't dare to touch the Sovereign Lord. And now, there would actually be someone who dared to go up and attack the Taichu sect. It's really brain dead, isn't it? This time, Sovereign Lord is definitely watching as well. I can't let Sovereign Lord down. With that, Immortal Chang'e's figure flickered and arrived outside the mountain gate of the Taichu sect. Chapter 23, Wang Ba's Anger. Chang'e Immortal strikes. Outside the mountain gate of the Taichu sect, a terrifying aura stretched across the area. The dark clouds were pressing down, and the 8 directions were roaring. Above the flying boat that covered the sky, a terrifying and incomparable aura flowed out, and even the sun, moon, and stars began to grow dim. A domineering and terrifying power came along with it. Wang Ba's face was cold and indifferent as he slowly walked down from the top of the flying boat. With every step, a ripple was created in the void. At this moment, he was emanating a terrifying aura all over his body. It was as if the gods and goddesses of the 9 heavens had descended into the world. Extremely terrifying. There were quite a few stars flickering and flowing in his eyes, and his ancient profound eyes looked down at the Taichu sect below. The breath was unmistakably cold. Behind him, the silhouettes of various divine beasts also emerged. Scary as hell. His strength had already stepped into the saint realm with 1 foot. No pun intended. Below the paramount saints were almost all ant-like existences in his eyes. Today, this seat will avenge my dead Chinger and make the Taichu sect get rid of its name from now on. Wang Ba's expression was incredibly cold as he looked down on the Taichu sect below. It was as if what came out of his mouth was nothing more than commonplace. Thinking back to how powerful his Bailing Wang family was, in the entire land of the 100 dynasties, almost no dynasty dared to provoke or offend the Bailing Wang family. More than 10 years ago, the Bailing Wang family produced a man named Wang Chongqing, who was known as the Sage's Stance. That was a blast. How spirited and graceful Wang Ba was at that time. The entire family power of the Bailing Wang family was flourishing. Claiming the land of the 100 dynasties and being stationed in the central state was just around the corner. But now, all these dreams are surprisingly shattered. And the culprit for all this is this Taichu sect. Therefore, for the Taichu sect, Wang Ba's heart that was extremely resentful. If it wasn't for the Taichu sect murdering his proud Chinger, why would his Bailing Wang family be afraid of this? Humph, 2 paragon saints? Is that nothing more than that? Wang Ba looked down at the Night Fork King and Li Qing below with a disdainful expression. It was important to know that his entire cultivation had almost reached the peak of the quasi-saint realm. Even in the case of equal cultivation strength, he was an unrivaled existence. Thus, he was still very confident in dealing with the Night Fork King and Li Qing below. However, just then, a light voice entered the ears of the crowd. Gee, that's funny. So, you want to avenge Wang Changqing's death, and are going to threaten to destroy my Taichu sect. What a mouthful. I don't know if it's your breath or your feet. Hearing this, Wang Ba's face instantly became incomparably blue. Who is he? He's Wang Ba. In the entire land of the 100 dynasties, there was anyone who didn't fear him. Anyone who didn't fear him. But now, he was actually mocked and provoked to his face. Sure cannot tolerate it. The anger in Wang Ba's heart burst out. It was like a sleeping volcano that erupted all at once. What a death wish. Rumble. Wang Ba's cultivation at the peak of the quasi-saint cultivation level burst out. The terrifying power caused the void to emit a trembling sound. Various divine beast silhouettes also emerged behind him, immense and covering the sky. And just then, buzz, the void in front of him suddenly became blurry. Next moment, a young, handsome man dressed in a long basalt-colored coat walked out from there. And in this young man's arms, he was also holding a snow-white, crystalline, furry little fox. You are the patriarch of this Taichu sect? At this moment, Wang Ba's voice was like thunder rolling, booming beyond measure, as he asked towards Gu Changsheng in front of him. It is this very seat. At those words, Gu Changsheng indifferently said. As for Qin Yi who was below, his eyes became incomparably excited after seeing his master appear. Humph, really looking for death? How dare you provoke the Taicho sect, just by virtue of you being a tiny paramount saint? You dare to act recklessly in front of Lord Sovereign. Just you wait, Lord Sovereign will kill you like a dog. Really looking for death? However, at this moment, Gu Changsheng's eyes did not look at the Wang Ba in front of her, but rather looked at the little fox in her hands and kept stroking her silky fur. And the little fox couldn't help but let out a giggle out at his teasing. See this scene. Wang Ba's heart instantly became even angrier. Wang Ba, that's a renowned quasi-saint powerhouse. Who doesn't grovel when they see me, even within equal powerhouses? That was extremely respected. But now, it was repeatedly ignored by the Gu Changsheng in front of her. Even so, in his eyes, he was not as important as a little fox? That's an abject insult to him. That anger in his heart became even more massive. He must crush this Taichu sect into powder and raze it to the ground this time. And behind Wang Ba a group of Biling Wang family experts and elders also cannot help but be angry face or become incomparably iron green, as if that zombie-like seem. Good you rampant Taichu sect patriarch. Remember, today next year will be the anniversary of your death. And just as Wang Ba was planning to lay his hands on Gu Changsheng, an incomparable power suddenly surfaced. Unbridled. How dare you show such disrespect to Lord Sovereign? You really are looking for death. To deal with you, why do you need the Sovereign Lord to come out? With me I can easily take care of you. It was accompanied by an ethereal female voice that sounded like heavenly music. Inside the blurred void tunnel, a peerless and stunning woman's figure slowly walked out from there. She held the mountain river and Jigako diagram in one hand and the Guanghan immortal seal in the other. It was like an invincible posture. As soon as she stepped out, the entire heaven and earth changed color for her subsequently. It triggered the heaven and earth to come out. Chapter 24 Wang Ba's shock. Terrifying Taichu sect. Fairy Chang'e wore a long white dress, her 3,000 green silk pouring out like a waterfall, blossoming with a silky light. She was slender, her face covered with a white veil, her legs were slender, and her temperament was cool. Even so, it was possible to imagine what kind of stunning face was hidden under that veil. At this moment, she was holding the mountain river and Jigaku diagram in one hand while holding the Guanghan immortal seal. Stepping out of the void, it was like an absolute empress. Looking at the Chang'e fairy who walked out of the void in front of him, Wang Ba felt bad in his heart. For some reason, there was a sudden sense of foreboding in his heart. None other. That was because the aura from immortal Chang'e was so terrifying that even Wang Ba had to be afraid of it. Moreover, from the first moment he saw immortal Chang'e, Wang Ba couldn't help but begin to feel a sense of trepidation in his heart. It was a feeling he'd never had before. This young and stunningly beautiful woman in front of him was definitely not simple in terms of strength. Wang Ba guessed in his heart. However, soon, Wang Ba was then brutally punched in the face, only to see, the moment Chang'e Immortal Saint King Realm terrifying aura was released, he was straight up dumbfounded. I'm Chao. You are actually a Saint King Realm expert. Then I'm still fighting. He was only at the peak of the quasi-saint realm, but even so, almost no one dared to offend him in the entire land of the 100 dynasties. And now, standing in his Chang'e fairy would actually be a quasi-saint King Realm powerhouse. This was definitely something that made Wang Ba guess. Under this terrifying and incomparable aura, Wang Ba only felt that he was covered in cold sweat at the moment, shivering and not daring to move at all. In an instant, a strong life and death crisis appeared in the middle of his heart. What the hell is this Taichu sect? How could there even be a Saint King Realm powerhouse in existence? Wang Ba exclaimed inwardly. A mere Biling Wang family dares to go against my Taichu sect? Nothing more than a tiny quasi-saint realm. And you dare to jump in front of Lord Sovereign? Why do you need Lord Patriarch to do it? I, the outer sect elder of the Taichu sect, will be able to kill you all like dogs. A bunch of mole crickets that don't think for themselves. At this moment, Fairy Chang'e looked at Wang Ba and said indifferently. The ethereal female voice was filled with domineering majesty. At this moment, Wang Ba could clearly perceive that as long as immortal Chang'e was willing, he could easily obliterate himself with just a thought from the other party. At this time, he couldn't wait to dig out Wang Changqing's bones and directly raise them. You're just screwing your dad. Is this too much for your father's life? There is such a terrifying expert present in the Taichu sect. How dare you still mess with him? How dare you find trouble for your father? Had he known this, Wang Ba would not have taken revenge for Wang Changqing. It's better to stay in the family and not mess with Taichu's sect, isn't it? Isn't it just a dead offspring? It doesn't matter. As long as I'm still around, the lineage of the Wang family can still continue to be extended. Besides, he's got a lot of offspring. At this moment, Wang Ba's heart was like ashes. No wonder, when he used the void mirror to deduce the Taichu sect before, it directly blew up. Turns out, it wasn't the void mirror. Rather, the Taichu sect was too powerful and terrifying. Immortal Chang'e took a step out, a layer of law flowing from her body. The runes were filled with a haze of light. It was like a terrifying female emperor in the world. The sovereign lord had treated her with great kindness, helping her remodel her flesh and restore her cultivation. So how could she not repay such a great favor? Now, after seeing the Biling Wang family come up to provoke the Taichu sect, they even dared to be so disrespectful to Lord Sovereign. Naturally, she was incomparably angry in her heart. Outside the mountain gate, Qin and Ling Qingxian and Yi Qingcheng all stood side by side as well, looking at the group of raging Biling Wang family in front of him. That anger in Qin Yi's heart instantly exploded. At this moment, within his eyes, there were runes flickering, flowing out a burst of divine light that was extraordinary, only to see that in his body, an ancient and mysterious aura also exploded out. The Sovereign Lord had saved his life, and if it wasn't for the Sovereign Lord, I'm afraid that he would have long since become a dead soul under the sword of the Great Chu dynasty. And now, after seeing that someone dared to provoke the Taichu sect and was so disrespectful to the Sovereign Lord, even if the other party was a quasi-Saint realm powerhouse, there was not the slightest bit of fear in his heart. Boom! With the power of the ancient immortal pupil running open, runes surged within his eyes, emitting brilliant divine light. Terrifying power blossomed from within his eyes like an intense laser, and under his sweep, those flying boats of the Biling royal family were directly knocked down, reduced to dust and smoke. The two of them, Ling Qingxian and Yi Qingcheng, were naturally not willing to be left behind. One by one, they began to use their powers. However, it just wasn't as powerful as Qin Yi. Yi Qingcheng, who had awakened the broad cold spiritual body, cultivated like a fish in water and reached the divine profound realm in just a few days. Moreover, even a mighty realm powerhouse was still nothing more than that in her eyes. At this moment, Yi Qingcheng was like a god of killing, directly breaking into the crowd of the Biling Wang family. Behind her, a terrifying moon silhouette emerged, bright and incomparable, crystalline and radiant, as if it carried an unrivaled power. Wherever the moonlight goes, everything flies into oblivion, and the Chang'e immortal began to strike. With a wave of her jade hand, a goddess silhouette boomed behind her, the goddess holding a vast and incomparable broad cold immortal seal, majestic, as if she wanted to suppress everything in the world. Seeing that the crowd was all out in unison, even Qin Zhantian's passionate blood was aroused. Even he joined the fight. At this moment, Wang Ba was dumbfounded for a moment as he looked at the intense and incomparable battle below. Just what group of demons did this Taichu sect cultivate? Ancient immortal pupil's body. Qin Yi. That laser swept down as if the sky was going to be blasted into a hole. Broad cold spirit body. Yi Qingcheng. Under the shroud of moonlight, the group of young prides of the Biling Wang clan flew into oblivion with almost no resistance. Even that ordinary-looking Ling Qingxian, killing his Wang family disciples was like slaughtering a dog. I'm Chao. This Taichu sect is also too mysterious and terrifying, isn't it? The disciples under the door were all demonic-level heavenly prides. Why is it that I've been in the eastern wasteland for so long, but I've never heard of this sect before? At this moment, seeing this scene, Wang Ba's heart are starting to drip blood. This disciple and elder are so ridiculously strong. Then as the patriarch of the Taichu sect, wouldn't that be even more powerful? At this moment, Wang Ba's mind was speculating about Gu Changqing's identity. Could it be that this Taichu sect's patriarch is the reincarnation of an ancient immortal god? Otherwise, how was he able to command such a group of demonic celestials and supreme beings? It's unimaginable. Chapter 25, Terrifying Battle, The Fall of the Biling Wang Family. At this moment, many of the strongest members of the Biling Wang clan also began to fight back, displaying all sorts of divine ability moves. In the void, spiritual energy rippled and runes filled the sky. All sorts of immortal light exploded out, and everywhere was the aura of a fight between powerful people. The hazy moonlight shrouded the cold air as if it was unbeatable. Many of the strongest members of the Biling Wang clan were instantly frozen into a block of ice sculptures until they shattered and turned into annihilation. Ah, I don't want to die. Patriarch, save me. It's so cold. I can't take it anymore. Some of the strongest members of the northern Ling Wang clan simply couldn't endure the icy coldness of the power of the moonlight, and they all exerted their means and transformed into a divine rainbow, intending to escape from this place. However, how could Yi Qingqing let them leave here as they wished? The terrifying moonlight enveloped the area, forming a huge protective shield that surrounded the fleeing Bailing Wang clan powerhouses. Then they were all frozen alive into ice sculptures and turned into flying dust and annihilated. The power exerted by the broad cold spirit body, that was not something to be trifled with. The two of them, Li Chang and the Night Fork King, were even more terrifying. Without Wang Ba's checks and balances, this Bailing Wang family was like crushing an ant for the two of them. It didn't take much effort at all. Li Qing's power of Confucianism had long since reached the level of the peak, and in the midst of his words, a large swath of the strongest members of the Bailing Wang clan had been turned into a rain of blood. The Night Fork King was even more terrifying. He held a trident and chopped down the strongest members of the Bailing Wang family just like chopping a watermelon, barging into the crowd as if it was in no man's land. Many of the supreme powerhouses of the Bailing Wang clan had to hide far away when they saw him, fearing that they would be smashed to pieces by his terrifying power. And soon, the other side, and the China fairy struck. Boom! A vast and incomparable Dharma seal coalesced from the void, and a terrifying heaven and earth phenomenon directly erupted. This vast Dharma seal was as if it could suppress everything in the world and push across no enemies. As the terrifying power of the Guanghan immortal seal blasted down on Wang Ba's body, Wang Ba also used all his means to resist. However, with the huge realm gap, everything Wang Ba did was nothing more than an exercise in futility. Pust. Immediately after, Wang Ba's entire body was like a parabola, like a broken kite, and all of a sudden, he was bombarded by the Guanghan immortal seal down to about several hundred meters underground. With a wow sound, a mouthful of crimson blood violently soared out of his mouth. It was as if he had suffered a great deal of serious injury, and he could not move at all, and even getting up was extremely difficult. Even so, the surrounding stones were struck to smithereens, setting off a huge giant wave of crumbling rocks. Immortal China was suspended in the void, condescendingly overlooking Wang Ba underground. There was an incomparable indifference in his expression. Surprisingly, you can still survive. Not bad, but you won't be so lucky next. Subsequently, the broad cold immortal seal in Immortal Chang's hand began to blast toward the bottom again. The immense and incomparable Dharma seals condensed out once again, as if they were able to smooth out everything in the world. Ah, I'm not willing. I'm at the peak of the quasi-saint realm, and I still have a great future in martial arts. I don't want to die here. Amidst the rumbling sounds, accompanied by Wang Ba's miserable screams came after. The terrifying power of the Dharma seal directly smashed him to pieces, reduced to a piece of flying ash, annihilated in the void. Seeing that Wang Ba died without even a crumb left, Fairy Chang'e then intended to call it quits. The blue sky was once again calm as it had always been. Outside the mountain gate at the moment, everywhere was a river of blood and corpses. The group of Bailing Wang clan came with great vigor, but now they had all fallen here. Not bad. I have seen all of your performances in this seat. At that moment, Gu Changsheng held the little fox in his hands and looked appreciatively at the disciples and elders and offerings around him. What do you mean by pushy? That's pushing it. He, Gu Changsheng, being the patriarch of the Tai Chu sect, if the facts were all to be done by him personally, then what's the point of being a patriarch? Wouldn't it be too much of a loss of status? As long as the disciples and elders under his sect made a move to suppress the strong enemies, it would be enough. As for Fairy Chang'e, Xin Yi, and the Night Fork King, after hearing the Lord Sovereign's compliments, a look of excitement couldn't help but appear on their faces as well. It was as if it was such a supreme honor to be able to receive a compliment from the Sovereign Lord. This time, the Bailing Wang clan came in force to provoke my Tai Chu sect, and now they've all fallen here. Now who is willing to travel to the Bailing Wang family and completely destroy it? As Gu Changsheng opened his mouth, the elders and offerings and disciples below were all clamoring to overthrow the Bailing Wang family. In the end, Gu Changsheng decided that it would be enough to send both Immortal Chang'e and Li Cheng. Isn't it just the Bailing royal family? It's not that big of a deal. Just send two random guys to fix it, daring to offend the Tai Chu sect, and even more so, disrespecting the Lord Sovereign. Immortal Chang'e stated that all of these people should be killed as a whole. Just like that, Fairy Chang'e and Li Qing executed their divine abilities and transformed into a divine rainbow, heading in the direction of the Bailing King's family. Chapter 26 Wang Ba's Cuckold, Tai Chu sect's honorable eastern wasteland. Meanwhile, the Bailing Wang family, accompanied by Wang Ba after leading the many experts out. At this time, the Bailing Wang family did not have the kind of prosperity it had in the past, and at this moment, in the middle of a courtyard, under the peach blossom tree, a beautiful woman with a pretty face was sitting under a peach blossom tree, and a guzheng was placed in front of her. The delicate jade fingers stroked on top of the guzheng, and an incomparably melodious heavenly voice came out in a flash. And just then, behind this young and beautiful beauty, a tall and handsome teenager figure appeared here. He looked at the beautiful woman's plump and slender figure, and the color of adoration was filled with incomparable heat in the middle of his eyes. The young beauty who was still playing the guzheng also suddenly felt this hot color behind her. Couldn't help but get up in a hurry and turn around. Unexpectedly, he ran straight into the arms of a tall figure. The scent of a man filled his nostrils. "Good auntie, I want some of your honey water." The handsome teenager hugged the soft jade in his arms hard and looked at the young beauty in front of him with fascination, saying, he had been missing this wonderful body for a long time. It was only because of Wang Ba that he had been forced to suppress this evil thought in his heart. And now that Wang Ba had left, he couldn't wait to release this evil thought now. Hearing this, that young beauty's crystalline ears turned blushing in an instant. This is in the daytime. In the face of the handsome young man's naked adoration, that young beauty didn't resist, but looked at him with a shy face and said softly, "Fear nothing, now that the matriarch has long since taken the men out, there are only the two of us here, and no one will come in at all on weekdays. Good aunt, just promise me, will you?" Looking at the teenager's sizzling, incomparable eyes, it was as if he was about to eat himself alive on the spot. That young beauty couldn't help but feel a tremor in her heart as well, her beautiful eyes slightly trembling as she gently nodded her head at the teenager, as if to tell the teenager that of course he could. If Wang Ba were to see this scene, he would probably be on the verge of vomiting blood in anger. He had gone to the trouble of going outside to avenge his son's death, not realizing that in the end even his own home would be stolen. If he knew that his beloved and loving wife was with his own nephew. Sheesh, I can't even imagine that image. And just then, in the middle of the sky above the Biling King's house, an incomparable aura of terror came from it. A huge mouth that looked like a door shape was torn open in the void. A dreamlike silhouette walked out from there, followed by an elegant and easygoing middle-aged man who similarly followed behind her. And these two people were clearly the two people, Chang'e Immortal and Li Qing, who had rushed to the Biling King's family from the Taichu sect, which was 10,000 miles away. Seeing that scene below, even Spare the Chang'e Immortal, who had always seen a lot of things, couldn't help but feel a little spicy. Nonchalance. The two of us had better hurry up and settle the Biling Wang family and go back to report to the Sovereign Lord before it's too late. Yes, Li Qing said silently. Soon. And the two of them did it, accompanied by a vast and incomparable legal seal coalescing from the void. A terrifying and incomparable aura swept through the entire Biling Wang family like a hurricane. Even the old antiquities buried in the ancestral land could not help but be awakened. Just who is it that dares to offend my Biling Wang family? Looking for death. However, before he could finish speaking, a powerful aura of the same king realm instantly erupted. Afterward, that old antique directly became silent, looking at the incomparable aura of terror in the void. That old ancestor of the Biling Wang clan was almost about to curse off the top of his head. I'm Chao. What is this? A Saint King realm supreme power? How to come to my Biling King's house? Look at this look is afraid to come to a Rafa. Just which little brat dared to provoke such a powerful existence? If I were to know about it, I would have to step in and slaughter him. At this moment, the old ancestor of the Biling Wang family could really cry without tears. He had been recuperating in his coffin for so long, and as soon as he woke up, he had a life and death crisis. This is a change who also want to resist wanting to curse off. Looking at the terrifying legal seal that came down with a roar, the old ancestor of the Biling Wang clan was incomparably furious. I'm not willing to do this. Subsequently, it was razed to the ground along with the entire Biling Wang family and disappeared into the long river of history. Seeing that the Biling Wang family had been completely cleared out, Immortal China's heart was also extremely satisfied. After that, he took Li Qing and left the place. Go back and report this matter to the Sovereign Lord. A few days later, Immortal Chang'e and Li Qing returned to the middle of the Taichou sect with delighted expressions on their faces, and at the same time, an explosive news swept out in the entire land of the 100 dynasties with it. It was as if it had grown wings, and it caused a huge uproar throughout the land of the 100 dynasties. Holy, have you guys heard? It's rumored that the Biling Wang family was razed to the ground in one night. Wasn't that Biling Wang family rumored to have a quasi-saint in attendance? How could it be so easily overthrown by someone else? I don't know what kind of powerful existence that Biling Wang family has provoked, but it was overthrown overnight. It's too terrifying. I heard those people say it's rumored that it was the outer sect elders and envoys of the Taichu sect who strongly descended on the Biling Wang clan and easily razed that Biling Wang clan to the ground. Holy, an outer sect elder of the Taichu sect? Are even the outer sect elders this strong? This Taichu sect is too outrageous. It's said that it's more than that. I've heard that that Taichu sect's patriarch is the reincarnation of an ancient immortal god. Unrivaled. Chapter 27 Fear of the Buried Sky Valley. The Taichou sect began to widely accept disciples, accompanied by the discussions of all the forces. At this moment, the Taichu sect was considered truly famous throughout the land of the 100 dynasties. Even the top forces of the eastern wasteland no longer viewed the Taichu sect as it was before, thinking that it was just a broken sect. Rather, It was a terrifying sect full of mysteries that one would not dare to touch at all. That Taichu sect. It was an existence of great terror. At the same time, Taichu sect. In the middle of the main peak, a system prompt soon resounded in Gu Changxing's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully overthrowing the Bailing Wang family, raising his eyebrows and honoring the entire Eastern Wasteland. Rewarding the Book Pavilion *1, Supreme Tower *1, Dueling Stage *1, and Four Seas Treasure Pavilion *1. That's good. That's good. Seeing these rewards, Gu Changsheng was satisfied in his heart. Book Pavilion, which contains countless divine techniques. The disciples of the sect can enter and choose their own techniques to cultivate. Supreme Tower, a divine-grade magic treasure with 99 floors, each of which has tribulations and rewards, and the clan disciples can enter and make their way through. Dueling Stage, clan disciples can engage in dueling and sparring here, and will be rewarded with bestowal of blessings after the duel is over. Four Seas Treasure Pavilion, clan disciples can enter it to realize the power of the four seas and the 8 deserts. With these magic treasures, the clan can also add a touch of luster. However, although Qin Yi, Ling Qingxuan, and Yi Qingchang are all very good in terms of talent and roots, but if we want to develop in the long run, we still need to inject fresh blood. Then the sect disciples will first be categorized into 3 grades: outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples. As long as you pass the test of the Yuan Heavenly Staircase, you can be directly promoted to outer sect disciple. With Qin Yi, Ling Qingxuan, and Yi Qingchang nowadays, the 3 of them can be promoted to inner disciples. In being outer disciples, that would be inappropriate. Gu Changxing pondered in his mind and began to consider the future development of the Taichu sect. That's settled for now. Immediately, Gu Changxing's mind moved. Inside the great beginning gate, there was another burst of haze and light, accompanied by countless Tao rhythms emerging out of thin air. It was incomparably shocking, as if there was some divine-level magic treasure present within the sect. Rumble. Soon, a tower filled with divine colors appeared out of thin air within the Taichu sect, followed by the Book Pavilion, the Dueling Stage, and the Four Seas Treasure Pavilion also appeared within the sect one after another. Feeling the changes in the sect, even immortal Chang'o was overwhelmed. Heavens, the Book Pavilion, the Supreme Tower, and the Four Seas Treasure Pavilion. Sovereign Lord is getting more and more powerful. In the meantime, Eastern Wasteland, Burial Heaven Valley, within a small village, an aged and decrepit old woman was currently holding her walking stick and looking at another old man with a curious look on her face. Well, crazy old man? What exactly is the origin of that Taichu sect? And have you projected any situation yet? What's the hurry? I haven't started to run it. Don't worry, wife. I crazy Qingyang dare not say anything else. This deduction art, in the whole Eastern Wasteland, that is one of the best. There is no thing that I crazy Qingyang can't deduce. Isn't it just a small Taichu sect? You watch it. After saying that, Mad Qingyang's mind moved, and the compass in his hand began to mysteriously rotate, emitting a divine aura. Rumble. Along with the gathering of countless heaven and earth auras, the compass began to play out its roll out. However, I don't know how long it's been. The compass was always still spinning, and it still didn't seem to be projecting any results. Crazy old man, what the hell is going on here? At that moment, even Granny Tong couldn't help but ask with a puzzled expression, how is it possible? Could it be that the compass is broken? Even spare crazy Chang Yang, who had made countless deductions, was extremely confused at this moment. What the hell is going on here? I've been extrapolating for so long. How come there's no result at all? Could it be that the compass is broken? Mad Xingyang was disbelieving in his heart and continued to increase his spiritual power output. I don't believe it. I still can't deduce this Taichu sect. As for the Taichu sect, which was 10,000 miles away, the 10,000 feet tall Chi-Lut golden dragon was resting on its back on top of the main peak, when it violently opened its eyes and its dragon body shook. In an instant, a terrifying, supreme and incomparable aura flowed out from it, blasting down towards a place 10,000 miles away. And just then, pust, Mad Xingyang suddenly spewed out a mouthful of crimson rainbow blood, and his entire face wore an unbelievable expression. Taichu's sect. There is a great terror. Crazy Qingyang's mouth was nannying, and his eyes were filled with horror. It was the first time he had suffered such a situation after using his derivation technique for so long. Even he himself was hurt. It proved that there was definitely a great terrifying existence hidden within that Taichu sect. Even he didn't dare to touch or mess with it. Seeing crazy Qingyang in such a state, Granny Tong couldn't help but be taken aback. All right, crazy old man? I'm fine. That Taichu sect must not be easily messed with. There is definitely a great terror within the sect. Hearing that crazy Qingyang was so in awe of the Taichu sect, Granny Tong was also incomparably shocked in her heart. Could it be that what Tianer said is true? That Taichu sect is truly extraordinary. Soon, the matter about the Taichu sect wanting to accept disciples was like it had grown wings, and it quickly spread throughout the eastern wasteland. And those top forces near the Taichu sect had also learned of this news and also began to frantically rush in the direction of the Taichu sect. You know, this time, the Taichu sect that is the reputation of the entire eastern wasteland. In one night, the behemoth that was the Biling Wang family was destroyed. Even the 5 major dynasties in the land of the 100 dynasties showed extreme scorn for the Taichu sect. Now the entire eastern wasteland, who does not know that too early door hidden within a great terror, perhaps the future of this eastern wasteland, who said it is not certain. Therefore, they naturally wanted to worship under the Taichu sect, become a disciple of the Taichu sect. Great! I heard that the Taichu sect is accepting disciples. It would be great if I could get in. Wang Xiao'er, just you? If you can enter that Taichu sect, I guess your family's ancestors' graves are going to smoke with you. Soon, too early door of the mountain gate under the convergence of a group of crowds, are to come to worship the disciples of the mountain door. Heavens, isn't that Lin Yu, the son of the Lin family of Blaze City, the Lin family's heavenly pride? I didn't expect him to come to worship the Taichu sect even at this time. Don't you think about it? What is the situation of this Taichu sect nowadays? If you ask me, maybe at the back of the line. I'm afraid that there will be more and more heavenly pride coming to pay homage to the mountain gate. Chapter 28, Reborn Empress Yaoji. 300 years later. Xian Gui, you're so cruel, to kill me for a man? Yao Qi suddenly woke up from her bed and surveyed her surroundings, only to realize that it had just turned out to be a dream. No, it wasn't a dream. That's something that really happened. She is the famous Yao Qi Empress of the Yao Qi Immortal Terrace in the Central State, and at less than 40 years of age, she has already cultivated to the great completion of the Supreme Realm. At that time, she became the one with the highest cultivation level among all the female cultivators, yet she died at the hands of her closest ones. Thinking of this, Yao Qi's heart couldn't help but feel a pang of inexplicable irony. Empress Yao Qi, single-handedly creating the Yao Qi Immortal Terrace, was in no way inferior to the 4 great imperial dynasties of the Central State. Its vigor and strength are unparalleled today, and the Xian Gui that she had just spoken of was her closest playmate. The two of them had grown up together since childhood and had gone through many trials and tribulations together before finally reaching the peak together. It could be said that at that time, Xian Gui had become her right hand and heart. After all, the two of them had shared the difficulties of life and death together. However, what she didn't expect was that her best friend would betray her for the sake of a man, thus betraying her and turning against her in the battlefield, ultimately leading to her own death at her hands. And then, the Yao Qi Immortal Terrace was taken charge of by immortal Xian Gui, who eventually joined the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty to serve it. 300 years later, the Yao Qi Immortal Terrace had become a thing of the past. The Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty, after the addition of the Yao Qi Immortal Terrace, had seen a huge rise in power, directly suppressing the other 3 major imperial dynasties and becoming the #1 imperial dynasty in the Central State. The Zhou Emperor, on the other hand, dominated the entire Central State, ruling the world with great authority. Thinking of this, Yao Qi's heart couldn't help but feel a pang of pain, followed by monstrous anger. And now, 300 years have passed, and things have changed, and just then, a young beautiful woman walked in, and when she saw the young girl lying on the bed waking up, a trace of heartache couldn't help but appear in her eyes. Ikari, did you have another nightmare? The beautiful woman in front of her was her mother in this life, the imperial consort of the Tianyi dynasty, the original owner of this body of hers, long before that, had died on her bed due to a serious illness. It was also because she appeared into this body and brought it back to life from the dead, and coincidentally, the owner of this body was also named Yao Ji. Identity is the 9th princess of the Tianyi dynasty. However, her mother consort is not favored by today's Yi Wang, and naturally she, the 9th princess, has not seen her father for a few days since her birth. Cheer, just now mother heard you keep saying something like Xin Gui, you deserve to die. Don't say this kind of thing again. If someone else hears it, then it'll be a problem. One must know that today, the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty dominates the entire Central State. Its power is incomparably strong, and the 4 seas and 8 wastelands are all subjugated to its feet. And now, the current empress of the Great Zhou Dynasty is the sacred Empress Xian Gui. If she were to know about this taboo, then it is possible that the entire Tianyi dynasty would have to suffer a devastating blow. Cheer, recently my mother heard that Taichu sect is recruiting disciples. Do you want to go and give it a try? Those royal brothers and sisters of yours have all gone. Today's Tianyi dynasty, in the entire land of 100 dynasties, but is an ordinary medium-sized dynasty. The national strength is not strong, but it is also okay, able to resist the invasion of other dynasties. and the Taichu sect had become a household name throughout the land of the 100 dynasties during this period of time because of the entire Bailing Wang family that had been overthrown in a single night's work. Even the top 5 dynasties of the upper class wouldn't dare to go against the Taichu sect. Therefore, it did attract many people to go and worship at the mountain gate. If he was able to worship under the Taichu sect's door, perhaps this election for the throne would still have a place for him. Taichu sect? Hearing this, a bright light flickered in Yao Qi's eyes. Okay, mother, I promise you to go to the Taichu sect. A few days later, Tai Chormeng, the main peak. There are more and more outer disciples worshipping the mountain gate these days. There are also some who couldn't pass the examination and voluntarily and willingly stayed in the Taichu sect as miscellaneous disciples. Nowadays, there are several hundred outer disciples of the Taichu sect alone, while the miscellaneous disciples are in the thousands. Not bad. Very good. Command down. Tomorrow the sect opens the inner disciple examination. Any outer disciple who passes above the 50th floor of the Supreme Tower will be promoted to become an inner disciple. The Supreme Tower is your test program. Accompanied by Gu Chongqing's majestic and cold voice, it spread throughout the entire Taichu sect. Nowadays, which of those outer disciples who had passed the Taichu sect's examination were all excited? Who doesn't want to cultivate immortality to become a generation of absolute power? It would be 1,000 honors if one could join the inner sect and be personally promoted by the Sovereign Lord. We must know that the Sovereign Lord has heavenly means, and is rumored to be the reincarnation of an ancient immortal god. Such a thigh is naturally something that many people want to embrace. Wow! An inner disciple. Who exactly will become an inner disciple tomorrow? Then there's no need to say. It must be Senior Brother Lin. With such a powerful cultivation and terrifying strength, it's definitely a sure thing that Senior Brother Lin will become an inner disciple. Humph. Don't forget that there's still Senior Sister Yun. Hundreds of outer disciples were here discussing the matter in a heated manner. And just as those outer disciples were bickering, a handsome young man wearing a python robe suddenly arrived in front of Yao Qi. Looking at the white-clothed young girl in front of him with a delicate and absolutely beautiful face and without any powder, Yao Shantian couldn't help but let out a snort. I really didn't expect that this good sister of mine would be able to join the Taichu sect. I really don't know if you came in through the back door. It's unbelievable that someone who usually looks sickly could have managed to join the Taichu sect by chance. Looking at Yao Shantian's snickering look, Yao Qi just gave him a faintly indifferent look. Finished? When you're done, please get out of my face and stay out of my way. After saying that, Yao Qi then directly brushed past Yao Shantian's side, with indifference in her eyes, without the slightest bit of unnecessary nonsense. You, Yao Qi, how dare you disregard me so much? Tomorrow you wait. If I become an inner disciple, I will definitely make you look good. Whatever. You. The next day, an ancient bronze tower surrounded by divine light and inscribed with ancient runes appeared in front of the crowd. This is the Supreme Tower. The Supreme Tower looked incomparably tall, with 99 floors, each of which would be difficult. Only after passing the difficult level can you move on to the previous level. Seeing the existence of the Supreme Tower, even if it was Yao Qi, there was a slight shock in her heart. Chapter 29 Golden Legend. Systems Deluxe Reward. This Supreme Tower was something that carried an inexplicable dreadfulness in her eyes. It seems that the patriarch of that Taichu sect has a big secret. Maybe, it's really the reincarnation of an ancient immortal god. Yao Qi said in her heart. The Supreme Tower? The first place seems to be mine this time. Mu Tian looked at the 100 feet tall Supreme Tower in front of him and said with incomparable pride in his heart. As a great power realm expert, his cultivation strength was far beyond that of his peers, and it was not easy for him to take down this Supreme Tower. Soon, all of these outer disciples ascended this Supreme Tower step by step. The Supreme Tower is not only accompanied by opportunities, but also difficulties. Every time you passed a layer, you would feel the infinite Tao rhythm. The higher one went, the more intense the pressure of this Supreme Tower became. Within a short time, dozens of disciples couldn't hold out and were sent back by the Supreme Tower. And those still in the Supreme Tower are still trying to hold on. They realized that with each level of this Supreme Tower, not only was the pressure intense, even the organs became powerful. And at this moment, in the Supreme Tower, the fastest to pass the barrier was not the so-called Senior Brother Lin and Senior Sister Yun as they called them, but a young girl dressed in white, veiled and with a slender figure. This person is none other than Yao Qi. After all, she was the reincarnation of a supreme being, and she was powerful as hell. Even Mak Tian couldn't possibly be stronger than her. So, for the first place in this Supreme Tower, she was still very confident of taking it. And behind her was the trio that followed Mutian and Lin Yu, as well as Yun Xinghai. After 2 hours had passed, finally, the 50th floor of the Supreme Tower lights up. She didn't stop here, however. Instead, they proceeded to continue barging upwards. In the end, Yao Qi stopped at the 66th level. Beyond, she realized, there seemed to be great danger. Even she did not dare to underestimate it and could only stop here and give up. The remaining 3 people, Mu Tian and Lin Yu and Yun Shanghai, had also climbed up to the 58 levels, above the main peak. Looking at the performance of the crowd, Gu Changsheng also felt extremely satisfied. Ding! A disciple with a golden level of talent has been detected. Please accept the host as a disciple as soon as possible. Ding! 3 talented purple level disciples have been detected. Please accept the host as a disciple as soon as possible. Listening to the system's prompt in his head, even Gu Changsheng felt a surge of shock. A golden legend? Let's see. Who is it? Soon, the Yaoqi was reflected in his eyes. Under the system's scanning, Yaoqi's information was also displayed in front of Gu Changsheng. Name, Yogi. Identity, Yaohe Empress. Age, 16. Strength, middle of the Avatar realm. Physique, White Moon Divine Body. Loyalty, 65. Talent, Gold, suggests the host take on an apprentice as soon as possible. Experience, 300 years ago. Single-handedly created Yaoqi Immortal Platform. Honored as Yaoqi Female Emperor. The Mighty 8, the 4 seas and 8 deserts are subjugated to her feet, because of the betrayal of the most friends, and ultimately fell dead. 300 years later, reborn to the Tianyi dynasty, the body of the 9th Princess Yaoqi, in the mother's persuasion, the choice of worshipping the Taichu's door. Look at the introduction of the system panel. Gu Changsheng quickly understood what was going on. As it turns out, it was a reborn person. No wonder, it would easily take the first place in the Supreme Tower. However, the trope of returning born again, Gu Changsheng said he was already familiar with it. It's basically the same routine inside those novels in the previous life. So after knowing the reason, he began to check on the 3 remaining disciples. Name, Mak Tian. Identity, posthumous son of the Burial Valley. Age, 17. Strength, late stage of the Great Power Realm. Physique, the Tsong Tian Hegemony Body. Loyalty, 80. Talent, Purple, suggests that the host take on an apprentice as soon as possible. Experience, adopted and raised by a group of old guys from the Burial Valley since childhood. Extremely gifted, under the guidance of that group of old guys, cultivated extremely fast, far exceeding his peers, and under a heartfelt induction, chose to join the Taichu sect to serve them. Name, Lin Yu. Identity, son of the Lin family of Blaze City. Age, 17. Strength, Peak True Spirit Realm. Physique, Astral Body. Loyalty, 75. Talent, Purple, suggests that the host take on an apprentice as soon as possible. Experience, the first eldest son of the Lin family in Blaze City. Extremely gifted since childhood. Awakened the star body when he was 7 years old. And from then on, his cultivation went through the roof. And after seeing the horrors of the Taichu sect, he chose to join the Taichu sect to serve them. Name, Yun Shanghai. Identity, daughter of the Yun family of Shanghai Mountain Villa. Age, 16. Strength, late True Spirit Realm. Physique, Supreme Blade Body. Loyalty, 75. Talent, Purple, suggests that the host take on an apprentice as soon as possible. Experience, since childhood grew up in Shanghai Villa, cultivation talent are extremely good. 10 years old awakened the Supreme Blade Body. 16 years old that year Yenluo Hall killers descended on the Shanghai Villa. Parents died tragically. Their own luck to escape a robbery. In order to avenge their parents and snow hatred, alone choose to join the Taichu sect to play a role. Look at the introduction of the system panel. Gu Changsheng couldn't help but sigh a little. Got it. It seems that these disciples are all sons and daughters of Qi. The system senses that the host has taken in 4 sons of Qi, and has taken the initiative to offer them a large gift package. Chapter 30. The secret of the reborn is exposed, and the sovereign lord is a god. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sacred body, chaos body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining true dragon blood. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mountain protector formation, circumstantial star formation, saint grade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the golden strongman summoning card *1 and the purple strongman summoning card *2. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining supreme Dan *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the crippled Skygreat Will Blade *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the bucket turning method *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ancient god law *1. At this moment, a series of system voices echoed in Gu Changsheng's mind. My Chow, the rewards given by the system this time are too generous. One must know that the chaotic body that was a physique that had not been found in the ages. Basically, those who possessed this physique became existences at the pinnacle of martial arts, standing on top of the world. And now, the system had actually rewarded him with this physique. At this moment, Gu Changsheng's heart felt incomparably happy. Yao Ji, Mu Tian, Lin Yu, Yun Shanghai, The four of you are notoriously talented. You will definitely achieve the pinnacle of supreme martial arts in the future. Now, since you have chosen to join the Taichu sect, you will also be a part of the Taichu sect from now on, and this seat, as the patriarch, will naturally bestow opportunities for you. Subsequently, Gu Changsheng waved his big hand. Countless terrifying auras converged towards him. The two immortal lights instantly shot into the brows of Mu Tian and Lin Yu. At this moment, Mu Tian felt that there seemed to be a mysterious power surging within his body. The mystery is immense and supreme. This was clearly none other than ancient God's law. Mak Tian was carrying the Tsung Tian hegemony body, and fusing the ancient divine law that was more than suitable. At this moment, Mu Tian could clearly feel that his power had not only strengthened a lot, even the shadow of an ancient god had then emerged behind him, incomparably powerful. In the meantime, on the other side, Lin Yu also sensed the power of that Do Do Xing shifting method. The astral body can only be truly powerful at night. However, after fusing the Battle of the Stars method, Lin Yu was surprised to find that, even in the daytime, one can feel the power of starlight. The other side. In Yun Xinghai's hand, a crippled sky great will blade that contained supreme blade intent also appeared in front of her. Looking at this heaven-crippling great will blade with ferocious blade intent, Yun Xinghai also felt incomparably excited. This divine sword was simply tailor-made for himself. With this divine sword added to his strength, Yun Xinghai's strength was also on a higher level. Even if she encountered a heavenly pride that was several times more powerful than her, she would be able to handle it with ease. At that moment, all three of them knelt in front of Gu Changsheng in unison, their expressions incomparably pious and reverent, as well as grateful. Many thanks to Lord Sovereign for granting such a divine object. We will definitely pledge our loyalty to the clan. The faces of Mu Tian, Lin Yu, and Yun Xinghai were all incomparably firm as they said, only they know just how powerful the Sovereign Lord is, how powerful these divine ability feats and spiritual treasures were, and the Sovereign Lord bestowed it upon himself so easily. Moreover, he is familiar with the needs of each individual physique. Sovereign Lord's methods were nothing short of divine. At this moment, the three of them's loyalty to the Taichu sect was directly pulled full from 80 to 100 in one go. Seeing the rise in loyalty of the three of them, Gu Changsheng was also very happy. Well, get up, all of you. It's good to have this heart. From now on, you are the inner disciples of the Taichu sect. The three of you may each choose a cave to live in above the peaks of the inner sect. In addition, there are bookstores and cultivation places within the sect, so if there's anything you guys still don't understand, you can go and ask eldest brother. It was accompanied by a soft force that lifted the three of them up. Gu Changsheng slowly spoke. Yes, well, in that case, go down. Soon, the three of them were then transported out by the formation. At this moment, on top of the main peak, only Gu Changsheng and Yao Qi were left standing here as well. Looking at the exquisitely beautiful young girl in front of her, Gu Changsheng slowly spoke. Empress Yao Qi, aren't you going to explain? Hear this. Yao Qi's heart immediately became incomparably shocked. How is that possible? How did he know I'm the Empress of Yao Qi? You know, rebirth is her big secret. Even her mother, she didn't tell. And now, this big secret hidden in her heart was directly pierced by Gu Changsheng. How could Yao Qi not be shocked? After a moment of silence, Yao Qi looked up at Gu Changsheng and said, how exactly did you know? Empress Yao Qi, since you chose to join my Taichu sect, then this seed is naturally able to have a way to see through your identity. As he spoke, a shockingly terrifying aura erupted from Gu Changsheng's body. Feeling this terrifying and incomparable aura, Yao Qi's heart instantly shook. This terrifying aura, even when placed in her previous life, when she was the Empress of Yao Qi, she felt incomparably fearful, not to mention at this point, just a teenage girl. It seems that this Taichu sect patriarch is really a great terrifying existence. Looks like I still can't hide it from Sovereign Lord. Seeing this, Yao Qi couldn't help but gently sigh. That's right, I am indeed the Empress of Yao Qi, but that was all 300 years ago, and if it wasn't for the fact that Xin Gui betrayed me for a man at that time, I wouldn't have been victimized to such an extent. And now, as you can see, I am now just the 9th princess of the Tiani dynasty, Yao Ji said slowly. The beautiful eyes were filled with powerful hatred. If it weren't for that damned Xin Gui, would he be like this today? So it is. However, since you chose to join my Taichu sect, then you'll be a part of my Taichu sect from now on. So take this elixir for now. As Gu Changsheng spoke, a supreme aura surfaced on his hand. Seeing the existence of this elixir, Yao Qi's heart was incomparably shocked. This is actually a supreme Dan. Geez, how on earth did he get this elixir? One must know that in her previous life, when she was the Empress of Yao Qi, she had been searching for the whereabouts of the supreme Dan. However, until after she was killed by Xian Gui, she still hadn't gotten the whereabouts of the Supreme Dan. However, now that he had been reborn, he had seen a living Supreme Dan. How could this not cause Yao Qi to feel overwhelmed and shocked? After the reaction, her heart also began to become more in awe of Gu Changsheng. With this supreme pill, I'm sure your Haoyue divine body will be able to awaken faster as well. Watching Gu Changsheng hand over this precious and incomparable elixir into his hands, Yao Qi's heart was incomparably grateful. At the same time, the awe increased quite a bit more. Haoyue divine body. This secret of his own physique was all known to Gu Changsheng. It seemed that his secrets were really as if they were transparent in Gu Changsheng's eyes. Thank you, Master. Please don't worry, Master. I will definitely cultivate well in the future, and will not fail Master's cultivation and high hopes for me. At the same time, it will also swear allegiance to the Taichu sect to the death. Yao Qi flopped down and knelt in front of Gu Changsheng, saying with incomparable gratitude and awe in her heart, to know, she is a person who carries great fortune, and in her previous life as a supreme being, even if she kneels down now, the person on the other side will likely not be able to withstand it, and ultimately directly eliminate the body and the road to death. And Gu Changsheng looked like nothing had happened at all. This scene reinforced her belief that her master must be the reincarnation of an ancient immortal god. And just at this time, Yao Ji's loyalty level was also pulled full from 65 to 100 in one go. Get up. It's good to have that heart. From now on, you are my Tai Chu sect's inner disciple, and you will find a cave to live in on your own at the inner sect's mountain peak. In addition, the sect also has a bookstore and a place for cultivation. So if there's anything you don't understand, go to the eldest brother and you'll be fine. Good. When Yao Qi said that, she then teleported out of the main peak. And at this moment, once again, Gu Changsheng was the only one left on top of the main peak. Chapter 31, Fusion of Chaotic Bodies. Another great emperor-level powerhouse. System, fuse the chaos body. As Gu Changsheng's words fell, next moment, around him, dense and huge heaven and earth spiritual qi surged into his body as if liquefied. And within his body, a burst of bright and incomparable immortal light instantly erupted. A layer of light golden wave light permeated around the body. Steep. There came a sound of an incomparably violent tsunami. At the same time, behind Gu Changsheng, as if the heavens had opened up, a magnificent immortal god silhouette emerged behind him. That figure, also like the immortal king, squeezed all over the celestial dome and starry river, emitting a terrifying might that made all beings worship. Just like the immortal king shaking the 9 heavens. Rumble, rumble. A monstrous and incomparable aura filled the air. Incomparably terrifying, only to see that an unparalleled divine light suddenly erupted from Gu Changsheng's body. The sun was shining, and the light was rushing up to the sky. In a flash, the chaotic body was completely integrated into Gu Changsheng's body. At this moment, in the center of Gu Changsheng's brow, a small golden silhouette was sitting there, like a glazed glass, flawless as jade and crystal clear. Above its head, there were also 10,000 silk tapestry-like radiant haze hanging down. All of a sudden, Gu Changsheng's Yuan Shen aura began to suddenly skyrocket, seemingly heading precisely in the direction of the quasi-sate realm. Next moment, Gu Changsheng's entire aura was beginning to climb up. The peak of the true god realm, pre-divine king realm, mid-divine king realm, late divine king realm, the peak of the god king realm, pre-quasi-sate realm. Rumble. The sky suddenly changed in wind and clouds, and a large area of terrifying thunder and lightning aura appeared, accompanied by an earth-shattering, terrifying and appalling heavenly landmine calamity disappeared after. Gu Changsheng walked out from there. At this moment, he stood in the void. His body was snow-white like jade, just like a white-clothed exiled immortal gentleman returning from the immortal world. It was as if the thousands of thunderbolts were for Gu Changsheng. It's just a light touch that can't suffer any damage at all. Even Gu Changsheng's clothes were still intact. Buzz. Soon, the little golden figure of the Yuan Shen began to grow dim and eventually hid itself. The quasi-sate realm. It's really extraordinary. Even the sense of the rules of heaven and earth are much stronger. Gu Changsheng muttered. It was obvious that the chaotic body had successfully fused within his body. He then dropped his gaze on the drop of true dragon blood on his hand. In an instant, an ancient and majestic dragon's blood was suspended in the void, and there were also channels of dragon chi emanating out. Refined. Next moment, bubbling power of true dragon blood floated out from above that, causing the void to tremble slightly and emitting a pure dragon chi. Boom! At that moment, Gu Changsheng began to refine the bone marrow dragon blood in front of him. In an instant, the flesh erupted in a terrifying roar of shock. Buzz off! Immediately after, a terrifying flood of energy catharsis swarmed into his body. Less than a moment, the true dragon's blood then merged into his entire body. This true dragon blood but with the breath of a true dragon. After the fusion for the physical body not only become more powerful, and even the body with a true dragon's breath, like a real divine dragon out of the world. Incomparable, terrible. One cannot help but feel a sense of submission and awe. This chaotic body and true dragon blood are truly heaven-defying divine items. Gu Changxing could clearly feel at this moment that this power of his body was definitely capable of bursting the existence of a star if he swung it with force. Subsequently, Gu Changxing remembered that there was also the Mountain Protection Formation, the Circumstantial Star Formation, Saint Grade. This was a terrifying formation left over from the Heavenly Court in the ancient times. Even a great emperor couldn't possibly break it. With a single movement of his mind, he placed this circumstantial star formation within the boundaries of the Tai Chu sect. Rumble! Along with the loud sound that resounded, the mountains and rivers thousands of kilometers away in a radius all underwent huge and incomparable changes. Countless mountain peaks rose up from the ground. Not much longer. 72 divine peaks rose up, towering into the clouds. Each divine peak corresponded to the sky above, and the main peak where Gu Changxing was located corresponded to the most central Ziwei Emperor star. Mysterious and full of mystery. I just don't know what kind of goodies this golden strongman summoning card and purple strongman summoning card can bring me. System, use. As Gu Changxing's words fell. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing a great emperor-level powerhouse. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing 2 quasi-supreme level powerhouses. Only to see, in that distant 9 heavens above, an old man riding a green ox under his feet, holding a floating sinking sun in one hand and stroking his white beard with the other, walked out from that void. This old man, all over his body, exuded an ancient and long-lasting aura of Taoism. It was as if he had stepped out from the river of ages, so that one could feel that mysteriousness in him just by seeing him at a glance. And the name of this old man who rode a green ox at his feet was Shangguan Cheng. It was clearly none other than a great emperor-level powerhouse. And subsequently, 2 more powerhouses with a quasi-supreme aura descended outside the mountain gate of the Taichu sect. Chapter 32. The terrifying Queen Medusa, Canaanite goddess from a distant land. Only to see, above the void, in the middle of a sea of fire, a slender, hot and incomparable silhouette was slowly walking out from there. It caused ripples in the void, and a lotus flower was born under his feet in general. Soon, this beautiful woman with an incomparably slender figure appeared right in front of everyone's eyes. This young woman, with white skin, her body's muscles were like jade, crystalline and radiant, as if a goddess had descended into the world. Beautiful and beautiful, with heavenly colors. However, what makes it strange is this. The woman's upper body was human and her lower body turned out to be a snake's tail. But even so, this half-human, half-snake young woman, however, still exuded an endless charm. The young woman, half-human, half-snake, was called Queen Medusa. She was a queen from the lineage of the snake people, incomparably powerful and beautiful, and following beside her was another young woman. This young woman was covered with a white veil, her skin was crystal white, and her 3,000 golden threads bloomed like a waterfall, emitting a silky light. Devilishly fit, wearing a nearly transparent white veil, a pair of golden pupils were exposed, exuding a kind of wink that made people want to stop. And the young woman's name was Canaan. She was the eldest princess of the Tianji Empire from the ancient times, with honorable status and a stunningly beautiful appearance. Seeing these 3 powerhouses descending on the Tai Chu sect, many Tai Chu sect disciples and elders that were incomparably surprised. Only Chini and the 3 of them knew that this was all the means of the master teacher Lord. Just base, do not 6. In the meantime, inside the vast hall in the middle of the main peak, Gu Changxing sat on top of the first place. Below, it was none other than Shangguan Cheng, Queen Medusa, and Canaan. Shangguan Cheng, Medusa, Canaan, pay respects to Lord Sovereign. Get up. Gu Changxing looked at the 3 of them and said slowly, "Thank you, Sovereign Lord." With that, the 3 of them got up, and only then did they set their eyes on Gu Changxing. At this moment, Gu Changxing's entire body had become terrifying because of the fusion of the chaotic body and true dragon blood. Even his body exuded the majesty of a true dragon's breath, just like the true dragon son of heaven descending and looking down on the earth, giving off an inexplicable sense of submission. Sovereign Lord is still terrifying. At this moment, all 3 of them couldn't help but feel this way. It was because of the system that they were able to be summoned from the middle of the river of ages. So for Gu Changxing's loyalty, that could definitely be said to be 100. From now on, you Shangguan Cheng are my Tai Chu sect's supreme elder, and the 2 of you, Medusa and Canaan, will be the inner sect elders of my Tai Chu sect. Gu Changxing looked at them, then slowly spoke. Yes, thank you, Sovereign Lord. Shangguan Cheng, Queen Medusa, and Canaan said in unison. Alright, since there's nothing going on, you guys should go back to your respective mountain peaks to live first. Yes. After receiving Gu Changxing's order, the 3 of them quickly transformed into a divine rainbow and headed towards their respective peaks. And still on the other side of the outer sect's mountain peaks, inside a cave, Yao Qi sat cross-legged on the ground, and suddenly she opened a pair of beautiful eyes. After sensing this supreme and incomparable, terrifying as hell aura, her entire head was buzzing. The Great One? My God! What the hell is this Taichu sect? How could a great emperor even descend? It is important to know that even Yao Qi, who was honored as the Yao Qi Empress in her previous life, it was only the peak of the supreme realm, and just like that, as strong as she was, she didn't even put the people of the world in her eyes, and this Taichu sect would actually hide a great emperor. No? Is it so hidden? This Taichu sect's depths were too terrifying, and as the Lord Sovereign of the Taichu sect, Gu Chongsheng, wouldn't that be even more powerful? At this moment, Yao Qi didn't even dare to imagine just how powerful Master Teacher was. All of them were beginning to be a bit glad that they were able to worship under the Master Teacher Sama. Soon, a black medicinal pill emanating divine flavor floated in front of Yao Qi. This was clearly none other than the Supreme Dan. After taking it, Yao Qi's white moon divine body would directly awaken. At that time, her cultivation speed would be one of a kind. Throughout the disciples of the entire Taichu sect, there was absolutely no one who could compare to her. With that, she took the black pill in front of her. Soon, the essence of heaven and earth swept in as if liquefied, swarming towards her body. She kept getting sucked in. Divine light filled the air, and a terrifying robber's cloud even surfaced above the sky. Along with the terrifying divine thunderbolt falling, the entire outer gate peak of the Taichu sect was stirred up. Goddess Peak. Inside a cave, Fairy Chang'e suddenly opened her eyes. After sensing the aura, unable to help but lightly open his red lips, he murmured, "It seems that this disciple is also afraid of being the reincarnation of a great power." The terrifying robber cloud had been thundering down divine thunderbolts, which landed on Yao Qi's body. In the face of such pain, Yoji was hardly abnormal. Her face remained very calm, as if she didn't care at all in her opinion. I don't know how long it's been. Finally, the terrifying robbery cloud dispersed with a bang, and Yoji got up and stood, sensing the agitation of that horrible aura in his body. Yao Qi's face also couldn't help but show an expression of indifference that was incomparable. "Xian Gue, when I've retrained for 15 years, I'll definitely tell you to go to the Yellow Springs." Chapter 33, Terrifying Yama Palace. Fall of the Heavenly Sword Sect. In the meantime, Eastern Wasteland, Yama Temple Branch. Inside a dark hall, an old man in a black robe with a medium build was sitting here. Between his exhale and inhale, there were countless terrifying heaven and earth auras that he devoured into his body. All sorts of terrifying visions surfaced behind him. A majestic, killing white tiger silhouette was hovering behind him, incomparably terrifying. And this black-clothed old man was clearly one of the 4 hall masters of the Yama Temple, the God Slayer Heaven. And just then, a black-robed man suddenly walked in. After sensing that someone had come in, God Slayer Heaven snapped open a pair of cloudy eyes and spoke. "Have you found news of Yun Xinghai?" Upon hearing this, the black-robed man half-kneeled on the ground and said to God Slayer Heaven, "Your Highness, we've already found out about Yun Xinghai's news, and he's currently within the Taichu sect." Taichu sect? It's a bit interesting, but does she think she'll be safe and sound once she enters the Taichu sect? "Yun Xinghai, you're still too underestimating my Yama Temple," Kingslayer Sky muttered. One must know that Yen Luo Temple that was the Tianxian continent's killer group. Its power was incomparably huge, and even in the central state, it had great status and influence. It can be said that as long as it is on the list of deaths in Hades, basically, very few people are lucky enough to escape with their lives. This was also the bottom line of Deicide Heaven's disdain for the Taichu sect. With just a single Taichu sect, even if the Eastern Wasteland was famous, it was nothing more than that in the eyes of Yama Temple. At the same time, Taichu sect. In the middle of the main peak, Ling Qingxian and Yi Qingcheng, 2 beautiful and moving young girls, were standing here, and in front of the 2 of them, it was clearly none other than the Taichu sect's patriarch, Gu Chongsheng. "Are both of you going down the mountain and away?" At that moment, Gu Chongsheng opened his mouth and said slowly, "Yes, Master. Now that I've returned from my studies at the Taichu sect, I have a powerful strength, so it's only natural that I want to avenge the villagers of Spirit Mountain Village. Master, my family has something important to inform me to go back, saying that my fiancé will be coming to my Yi family soon, and I also want to go back to the Yi family to have a look." At this moment, Ling Qingxian and Yi Qingcheng both opened their mouths to explain. "In that case, then this seat will allow it. Before leaving, this seat will grant you a divine thought that will be able to shelter your lives if there is a moment of danger." Gu Changsheng looked at the 2 of them and said. In an instant, the 2 immortal lights instantly disappeared between the eyebrows of the 2 of them. "Thank you, Master." After the 2 of them performed a salute towards Gu Changsheng, they each headed in their own direction, transformed into a divine rainbow. and left the Tai Chu sect. Meanwhile, in the eastern wasteland, the Heavenly Sword sect, inside a vast hall, a dozen or so powerful people from the Heavenly Saber sect were sitting here. In front of them, countless rare delicacies and agarwoods were placed. There were even wonderful young girls dancing in front of them, dancing beautifully and tantalizingly. Ha ha, brothers, big chunks of meat and wine. We won't be polite with you brothers. This life is just comfortable. But, it's just that the spirit stone harvesting on the coal mountainside has become more and more difficult lately, and quite a few people have already died. Second brother, what are you afraid of? If there aren't enough people at that time, we'll go back inside those villages and grab people to continue digging. Won't that be enough? As far as those mortals are concerned, it would be their good fortune to be captured by my Heavenly Sword sect to harvest spirit stones. Ha ha ha, that's true. But recently, second brother did hear that you captured a group of wonderful young girls back in Mashan village. You see this? Don't worry, second brother. This batch of maidens definitely has your share. There's absolutely no way I'll treat you poorly. Third brother, said the strong middle-aged man, who immediately showed an expression of I understand you. And the middle-aged man who was dressed somewhat elegantly who understood the situation could not help but show a face of joyful smile out. And just then, outside the Heavenly Saber sect's mountain gate, a terrifying aura was suddenly ushered in. Is this a powerful person descending on the Heavenly Sword sect? After sensing this aura, the group of powerhouses from the Heavenly Saber sect immediately felt the pressure. And as the patriarch of the Heavenly Saber sect, he was also the first to appear outside the mountain gate of the Heavenly Saber sect. And at this moment, outside the mountain gate, in the void, a beautiful young girl dressed in purple, with a clear and extraordinary appearance was standing here. Her pair of beautiful eyes looked coldly at the Heavenly Saber sect in front of her. The hatred in her heart was incomparably terrifying, itching to shatter this Heavenly Saber sect into pieces and raze it to the ground on the spot. A bunch of people from the Heavenly Sword sect, why don't you hurry to come out and suffer death? Ling Qingxian stood above the void, cold eyes overlooking the Heavenly Saber sect, and his cool voice quickly spread throughout the entire Heavenly Saber sect. How dare you? Who dares to talk nonsense in front of my Heavenly Sword sect? After the patriarch of the Heavenly Saber sect saw the person coming, a fiery color immediately surfaced in his eyes. So it's you little ninny, daring to provoke in front of my Heavenly Sword sect. You're really looking for death. However, this seat sees that you are quite pretty. If you can stay as my concubine, this seat can still consider letting you off the hook. The Heavenly Sword sect's patriarch said with an evil face. Upon hearing this, that anger in Ling Qingshuan's heart instantly erupted directly like a volcanic eruption. Terrifying auras continued to converge towards her body. A palm slapped in the direction of the Heavenly Saber sect. In an instant, a palm shadow that covered the sky quickly emerged, suppressing in the direction of the Heavenly Saber sect. Rumble! The loud sound soon attracted all the powerful people of the Heavenly Saber sect to come out presently. After sensing this terrifying aura, the face of the Heavenly Blade sect's patriarch couldn't help but change for a split second. This little ninny, I'm afraid it's not to be messed with. Soon after, the group of powerful people from the Heavenly Saber sect were casting out all sorts of divine ability feats to resist. However, even with this, the Heavenly Saber sect had fallen quite a few strong people. Seeing those brothers of his die at the hands of Ling Qingxian, that Heavenly Blade sect's patriarch was also feeling incomparably furious. You deserve to die. I'll make you accompany my brothers. With that said, that Heavenly Blade sect's patriarch also exerted a great divine power and flew over in the direction of Ling Qingxian. In the sky, a great battle soon accompanied the opening. As a white light erupted out, in the void, a figure was directly smashed down to the ground and away. And this person was clearly none other than the patriarch of the Heavenly Sword sect. At this moment, it could be said that he was extremely miserable. His body was covered in wounds and blood was flowing. Even there it was broken. Since then, became an honorable eunuch. Unconscionable. Today, I will make the Heavenly Sword sect bury those dead villagers of Spirit Mountain Village. As Ling Qingxian spoke, a formation emerged from her hands. Under the terrifying array strangulation, almost everyone from the Heavenly Saber sect was reduced to a bloody mist. Explode here. Finally, everyone from the Heavenly Sword sect fell here. Seeing this, the anger in Ling Qingshuan's heart also began to dissipate away. His own long-cherished wish was finally realized at this moment. However, Ling Qingshuan's face was still very calm. She came outside the cellar of the Heavenly Sword sect and told the beleaguered group of wonderful girls, "You can go home now." Learning of this joyous news, those wonderful girls were all very grateful to the lifesaver in front of them. Ling Qingxian, thank you, Lord Immortal Master. Thank you, Lord Immortal Master. Afterwards, these wonderful girls hurriedly fled the place. After these young girls fled, Ling Qingxian slashed a sword chi towards this Heavenly Saber sect. Rumble! In an instant, this heavenly blade sect was shattered into pieces. Since then, it has been razed to the ground. Chapter 34 Ling Qingshuan's Inner Fluttering. The Great Man from Linglong Holy Land. Meanwhile, the Eastern Wasteland, Spirit Mountain Village, outside a lonely grave. A young girl dressed in purple was standing here, and as she looked at the tombstone in front of her, she couldn't help but shed tears from the corners of her eyes, trickling across her cheeks. Yun Yang, Spinner has come to see you. The people who had brutalized our village in the past have all been killed by me now. Yun Yang, now that the great vengeance has been avenged, I hope that your spirit in heaven can also rest in peace. She was abandoned by her parents when she was very young. If she hadn't run into the kindly Yun Yang at the time and adopted her down, maybe he had already frozen to death in that freezing cold night. A month ago, strong men from the Heavenly Sword sect came and looted the Spirit Mountain Village. If Yun Yang hadn't protected her at that time and hid her inside the cellar, I'm afraid she's also fallen under the Heavenly Sword sect's sword. How could Ling Qingshan not repay such a great favor? But now, Yun Yang is separated from her by heaven. Since then, she had to personally settle those enemies of the Heavenly Sword sect as a way to console Yun Yang's spirit in heaven. Yun Yang, you know what? Spin, I met a very good master teacher. If it wasn't for my master teacher, I wouldn't have embarked on the path of cultivation, and I wouldn't have been able to handily kill my enemies so easily. Ling Qingshan knelt in front of the grave, stroking the tombstone and murmuring. January ago, she was an ordinary girl. Ever since she had joined the Tai Chu sect, she had been on a high. Her cultivation breakthroughs like a fish out of water. All of this could have been given to her by her master. Who could believe that in just 1 month's time, she, Ling Qingshan, had broken through from a mortal body to the true spirit realm? Such a cultivation speed. This was simply comparable to a demon, and it all had to stem from her master, Gu Changsheng. If it wasn't for the master taking her in as a disciple, I'm afraid she wouldn't have such a demonic cultivation speed, and it might still be an unknown if she could even set foot on the cultivation path. So, for her master teacher, she was really grateful. Now that my great revenge has been avenged, it's time for me to go back and report to my master. Yun Yang, when there's time, Spin will come back to see you again. Ling Qingshuan's words fell, and he took a deep look at the lone grave before turning around and leaving the place. Meanwhile, on the other side, not far from the Yi family in Luoyang City, a hissing sound of a spirit beast was heard in the void. The sound was like a flood bell that resounded through the sky. The spirit beast looked like a dragon head. Its body was surrounded by silver scales, and between the opening and closing of a pair of deep purple demonic eyes, a terrifying might annihilated the opening and the demonic aura rushed up to the sky. The aura was majestic and the pressure was extremely strong, as if it was a scaly dragon that had returned from the ancient times. Behind the dragon-headed spirit beast, there was also a white jade carriage in tow, the surface of which was engraved with runes that glowed with golden light, the runes flickering incomparably. The driver was a white-clothed crone, her pale complexion calm. Driving such a terrifying spirit beast, her face remained calm, highlighting the dignity of the characters in the jade carriage. Such a powerful spirit beast was reduced to nothing more than a livestock driving a jade carriage, so one could imagine just how terrifying and monstrous the identity of the person in the white jade carriage was. Whose spirit beast is this? Even seeing that its huge eyes, I've already developed a shuddering feeling. That golden light rune that passes through the sky. It seems like I've seen it somewhere in an ancient power, but I can't recall exactly where I've seen it now. I seem to know. That spirit beast seems to be a gatekeeper at one end of the Linglong Holy Land. Then if I'm not wrong, in that white jade carriage should be a disciple of the Linglong Holy Land. Hiss. Linglong Holy Land? No wonder people are so big. As soon as the words Linglong Holy Land were mentioned, everyone in the surroundings sucked in a breath of cool air. That was the hegemonic power of the Eastern Wasteland, and even the 5 top dynasties in the land of the 100 dynasties were very afraid of it. It was rumored that the Linglong Sacred Land had produced a saintly existence. With such a terrifying strength, it was no wonder that it caused awe to the people around him. Quickly get out of the way. Don't block the way of Lord Linglong Holy Land. In a daze, someone quickly reacted and hurriedly turned into a divine light and hurriedly left the place for fear of angering the displeasure of that lord in the jade carriage. Looking at their direction, they should be heading towards the Yi family in Luoyang City, right? Luoyang City, Yi family? When did the Yi family get involved with the Linglong Holy Land as well? Come on, let's go over and take a look. Immediately afterward, these younger and powerful cultivators also carefully followed the back of the white jade carriage, wanting to see what exactly the big shot in this jade carriage was doing in going to the Yi family. Slowly, there were more and more cultivators following the back of the jade carriage, all prepared to go to the Yi family to watch the fun. However, they were a bit surprised that after such a big event, the city lord of Luoyang City didn't even know to come and greet them. Could it be that he's out of his mind? You know, this is the Linglong Holy Land. the hegemonic power of the Eastern Wasteland, an existence that even the top 5 dynasties in the land of the 100 dynasties did not dare to provoke. Or did that Luoyang city lord already prepare for the arrival of Linglong Holy Land at the Yi family? Senior sister Ling, this time when I go to the Yi family, I will definitely put off this marriage. How can a mere Yi family be worthy of me? In the white jade carriage, a young man dressed in white was currently holding a folding fan in his hand. With a graceful, jade-like appearance, the handsome face revealed a few light smiles towards the beauty in front of him. It was a stunningly beautiful woman in white. Her black hair danced lightly, and her eyes were like water, seemingly misty with water, giving people a dreamlike feeling. It was as if she were a fairy who had come down to earth, as if nothing could startle her in the slightest. In the face of Xia Jiutian's earnestness, Ling Yu only nodded lightly and paid no attention as her red lips slightly opened and spoke. Senior brother Xia, if you can push off your marriage with the Yi family, this would naturally be the best. Don't worry, spirit's sister, you know, my heart can always belong to you, just by that area of the small Yi family, can still go up to the sky not? Push off this marriage. That is naturally extremely easy. Xia Jiutian looked at Ling Yu's gaze gradually became softer. Couldn't help but gently hold her soft fine bone as small hand. A face of gentle look to her said. Ling Yu did not resist such light behavior from Xia Jiutian, but instead looked a pair of beautiful eyes towards the azure sky, not knowing what she was thinking. At this moment, Xia Jiutian looked down on the upcoming Yi family residence in Luoyang City below, and his expression was also inexplicably somewhat darkly hateful and unhappy. If it wasn't for the fact that his father had contracted a baby marriage with the Yi family back then, he and sister Spirit would have been together long ago. The Yi family was obstructing his good deeds, and this time when he went to the Yi family, he would definitely not let the Yi family have it so good. Chapter 35 Yi Qingqing's rumors. Surely he came to withdraw from the marriage. Meanwhile, in Luoyang City, the Yi family residence, along with Yi Qingqing returning inside the mansion, rumors about her began to circulate in the Yi family. Miss is truly a godly person. I heard that she was still a Flesh Realm member a month ago, but now she's already reached the Mighty Realm. No way? Miss is already in the Mighty Realm? Is this rate of cultivation so outrageous? Wasn't she still at the Flesh Realm a month ago? How come all of a sudden? You still don't know? Ha? Miss is now under the Tai Chu sect. That's the Tai Chu sect, an existence that can overthrow the Bailing Wang family in one night. Such a terrifying force. Mrs. cultivation speed is naturally demonic. Saying that, the attitude of these subordinates within the mansion towards Yi Qingqing was a 180-degree shift. Each and every one of them knew that she had worshipped the now famous Tai Chu sect, and her cultivation strength was incomparably powerful. Therefore, naturally for Yi Qingqing that was incomparably respectful. Never again dare to treat her the way she used to be treated. And these days, the legend of Yi Qingqing was prevalent everywhere within the Yi family. And at this moment, the Yi family residence. In the center hall, a white-clothed and absolutely beautiful young girl was standing here, and her entire person was permeated with a proud and icy aura, as if she was trying to turn people away. And in front of this young girl, there was standing a middle-aged man in a green shirt, and this person was clearly Yi Qingqing's father. Yi Snapdragon, I heard that you've already worshipped under the Tai Chu sect? At this time, Yi Primrose looked at Yi Qingqing and asked. Yes, father, I've already joined the Tai Chu sect a month ago, and my master has treated me very well. Now I'm an inner disciple of the Tai Chu sect. Yi Qingqing explained towards Yi Snapdragon. The proud color in her eyes hated that it was about to overflow on the spot. In the face of his own daughter's small mind, Yi Snapdragon, who was her father, didn't know yet. So, he couldn't help but laugh as well and said, You, now that you can return from your studies, for my father, am already very pleased. The reason why I called you back during this time was also because of that marriage that was set for you earlier. That marriage? You mean my marriage to Xia Jiutian, the third prince of the great Xia dynasty? At this time, Yi Qingqing also suddenly remembered. At the time, she was very young. Father set a marriage contract for her. The object of the marriage is one of the top 5 dynasties in the land of the 100 dynasties of the Daxia dynasty. The third prince, Xia Jiutian. Ever since, when her cultivation dropped wildly all the way to stagnation 3 years ago, that great Xia dynasty seemed to have had no connection with the Yi family. And now, listening to her father, her cheap fiancé was actually coming over to the Yi family? Somehow, Yi Qingqing always felt that there was nothing good. Moreover, she hadn't seen a single side of her so-called fiancé since she was a child, so naturally she didn't have any good feelings. Father, since that Xia Jiutian is coming, then explain to him and return this marriage. I don't like that great Xia dynasty anyway. Not a word from him when he was at his worst. Now, after worshipping the Tai Chu sect himself, he rushed to come to the Yi family. In this regard, Yi Qingqing naturally had no good feelings towards that Xia Zhoutian. Even so, she didn't even want to see Xia Zhoutian's face. Actually, I called you back with this intention. After all, that great Xia dynasty has gone too far. Now that Xia Zhoutian is going to pay a visit to my Yi family, it's just the right time to settle this matter face to face. Just as they were talking about the two of them talking, a group of uninvited guests were ushered in outside the Yi family residence in Luoyang City. Hissing. Outside the Yi family residence, a hissing sound of a spirit beast was heard. The voice carried through the heavens and resounded throughout the clouds. Linglong Holy Land, come to visit the Yi family of Luoyang City. Hearing such a report from the subordinate, those elders of the Yi family also looked at each other. They really couldn't figure out. Linglong Holy Land and their Yi family were not even close to any relationship. Today, why did they come to the Yi family? And what purpose did they have in the end? As the Linglong Holy Land was the dominant force in the eastern wasteland, the Yi family was somewhat small in comparison. At this moment, in the Yi family's main hall, Yi Snapdragon was also very surprised to learn of this news. Didn't you say Xia Zhoutian was coming over to visit my Yi family? How could it be someone from Linglong Holy Land coming over? It should be the Daxia dynasty. One must know that Linglong Holy Land was not related to his Luoyang City Yi family for 8 lifetimes, so how could they come over to visit the Yi family? This was something that even Yi Snapdragon he was somewhat unable to figure out. However, since they had all come to his Yi family, it was only natural for the Yi family to treat the people from the Linglong Holy Land with hospitality. Men, invite them in. Yes, soon. Under the guidance of the Yi family's children, a group of 3 slowly walked into the middle of the Yi family's residence. Among them, the leader is a woman with a white veil over her face. The whole person exudes a kind of cold temperament up and down, with a slender figure, although she can't see her face clearly, but she can be sure that she is a worldly beauty. Next to her on the left side was a graceful, young, handsome man dressed in white, and on her right side, there was an aged-looking white-clothed crone, and despite the vicissitudes of her face looking in her pale hair, her complexion was unusually calm, as if she had seen through all things on earth, and was as flat as a lake. This line of 3 was clearly none other than the holy maiden spirit moon fairy from the Linglong sacred land, the white-clothed old crone who was the protector of the Tao, and the 3rd prince of the great Xia dynasty, Xia Zhoutian. Yi Qingqing, where is she now? At this moment, Xia Zhoutian's attitude was very arrogant, and he didn't even put the group of Yi family elders as well as the patriarch in front of him in his eyes, but instead, he directly questioned Yi Snapdragon in a loud voice. It seemed that in his opinion, this Luoyang City Yi family was nothing more than that. The spirit moon fairy who stood beside him was very silent about this. Her identity was the holy maiden of Linglong Holy Land, more honorable than all the people present. If it wasn't for this marriage of senior brother Xia, she wouldn't have set foot in this small place, as if her coming to this place was like condescension for her. Looking at this Luoyang City Yi family is also not the slightest bit of good feelings. In response to Xia Zhoutian's attitude of being so superior, the entire Yi family instantly had no good feelings towards their group. You? Are you the 3rd prince of the great Xia dynasty? Xia Zhoutian? At this time, Yi Snapdragon also heard the sound, and after seeing their group, his first glance locked onto Xia Zhoutian and asked towards him. That's right. This prince is none other than Xia Zhoutian. You are the contemporary patriarch of the Yi family, right? Hurry up and tell Yi Qingqing to come out. But I have something important to discuss with her. Facing such an aggressive attitude from Xia Zhoutian, Yi Snapdragon was silent for a moment. In fact, he had already known the end from the moment he had learned that Xia Zhoutian was coming to his Yi family in Luoyang City. But what he hadn't expected was that Xia Zhoutian actually spoke so aggressively. Now, this made Yi Snapdragon also have no good temper. That's right. The marriage contract between Xia Zhoutian and Yi Qingqing was signed 18 years ago, when Emperor Xia signed it together with him. At that time, the Yi family was still very powerful, but as these years began, the Yi family had started to gradually go downhill. The Daxia dynasty and the Yi family had very little dealings with each other. Ever since later, after Xia Zhoutian worshipped Linglong Holy Land, the relationship between the two families began to become somewhat available, and even then, the two families had no dealings with each other at all since then. So as for Xia Zhoutian's appearance, Yi Snapdragon was also unaware of it. In the face of Yi Snapdragon's silence, the anger in Xia Zhoutian's heart immediately went up, even to the point where he began to call the Yi family's patriarch by his first name. Yi Snapdragon. 18 years ago, I did set up a baby marriage with your daughter, Yi Qingqing. However, those are the rules of the older generation, so why bother to stick to the rules nowadays? I, Xia Zhoutian, came to your Yi family because of the matter of withdrawing from the marriage. You'd better hurry up and call your daughter Yi Qingqing to come out. At this moment, Xia Zhoutian said towards Yi Snapdragon with a very impatient tone. Chapter 36, A Letter of Retreat. Xia Jiutian breaks defense. Xia Jiutian, you've come just in time. Even if you don't come, I'll still go find you. That's right, we are withdrawing from our marriage today. But it's not you withdrawing from my marriage. It's, I, Yi Qingcheng, want to withdraw from your marriage. Right at this moment, a voice so cold that it did not contain the slightest bit of emotion suddenly entered the ears of the crowd. Hearing these words, Xia Jiutian clearly felt stunned, with a completely unbelievable look on his face. No, he didn't hear right, did he? Yi Qingcheng dared to withdraw his marriage? One must know that he was the third prince of the great Xia dynasty, with an honorable status, an illustrious background, and extraordinary talent. And Yi Qingcheng heard that 3 years ago, she had been reduced to an invalid, and later heard that she had joined the Taichu sect. I don't know what the situation is, but even if that was the case, the Yi family was just hitting a stone with an egg when compared to the great Xia dynasty. And now, when Xia Jiutian heard that Yi Qingcheng wanted to withdraw his marriage, his entire body froze. That's totally inverting the Big Dipper. A grown man, and he's been bounced by a woman? What kind of thing is this? Does he, Xia Jiutian, have any dignity left? That's totally rubbing his dignity on the ground. What did you say? You, Yi Qingcheng, want to withdraw from my marriage? Are you sure? You're not mistaken? At this moment, Xia Jiutian was clearly a bit unresponsive. According to the plot, shouldn't it be you, Yi Qingcheng, begging me not to withdraw from the marriage? How come all of a sudden you want to get out of my marriage? Holy, this is totally off the wall. Even the spirit moon immortal who stood by his side felt stunned. It was also the first time she had ever seen a man who had given a woman back her marriage. That's not at all what she thought it would be. At this moment, everyone was attracted by the cool voice and couldn't help but sniff at it, only to see that, there, a young girl with a stunningly beautiful and icy temperament appeared in everyone's line of sight. She stood here, a white dress that was snowy, ethereal and empty, ethereal as a fairy. It was as if she was a fairy from on the broad cold heavenly quay, and at any time she would return on the wind and fly back to the upper world. The appearance of the young girl was like the center of this heaven and earth, attracting the attention of everyone in an instant. At this moment, she took a resolute step and arrived in front of the crowd, with coldness in her eyes, looking towards the young man holding a white fan. Xia Jiutian. Good, what a beautiful young girl. Looking at the overwhelmingly beautiful face of the young girl in front of him, Xia Jiutian couldn't help but see a flash of fire in his eyes. This is just beautiful. She was already too pretty for her own good when she was just a teenager. So if she grew up, wouldn't she have become an absolute fairy who would wreak havoc on the country and the people? This beauty, Xia Jiutian dared to say, was definitely the best-looking woman he had ever encountered in his life. It was even much more beautiful than that spirit moon fairy. The first moment he saw Yi Qingcheng's appearance, Xia Jiutian had some regrets about coming to withdraw from the marriage. It's actually kinda nice to have such a pretty fiancée. But unfortunately, Xia Jiutian had now chosen Lingyue fairy of the Linglong Holy Land. There was no turning back from the bow, and this time he came over to back out of the marriage no matter what. But this Yi Qingcheng's beauty is pouring out of the country. Ah, when the time comes to withdraw this marriage, it seems nice to throw another olive branch at her as a canary. One must know that today's Yi family that was no match for the great Xia dynasty. As the third prince of the Daxia dynasty himself, he proposed the idea of reducing Yi Qingcheng to a canary, and the Yi family probably wouldn't reject it. At that time, he, Xia Jiutian, would have a spirit moon fairy in his left hand and a Yi Qingcheng in his right. Thinking of this, Xia Jiutian was somewhat feeling incomparably excited and thrilled yet. Only the idea is good. The reality is extremely harsh. And just when Xia Jiutian was still in the moment of YY, Yi Qingcheng directly gave him a blow to the head, knocking him back into reality. Xia Jiutian, you didn't hear it wrong. It's me, Yi Qingcheng, who wants to withdraw from your marriage. And you have to remember, you, Xia Jiutian, were withdrawn from the marriage by me? Yi Qingcheng. Yi Qingcheng looked at Xia Jiutian with icy eyes, lightly opened her red lips and slowly opened her mouth. After saying that, she waved her jade hand. Soon, a letter of withdrawal flew directly from her hands to Xia Jiutian's. Seeing this withdrawal letter, Xia Jiutian's complexion instantly changed, and the anger in his heart erupted. Originally, he thought that this Yi Qingcheng was just joking. Seeing as she was so beautiful, one had already chosen to forgive her. However, there was no thought. This Yi Qingcheng was actually playing with him for real. This time, the letter of withdrawal was handed directly to him, sparing Xia Jiutian, who had always been well cultivated. He was also inspired to anger by this maneuver of Yi Qingcheng. Damn, you dare to withdraw from my marriage? Do you think that I, Xia Jiutian, came here specifically to be humiliated by your withdrawal? Boom! Soon, an incomparably powerful aura erupted from Xia Jiutian's body. He, Xia Jiutian, as the third prince of the Great Xia dynasty, has a noble status and an illustrious background. It had never been his part to reject others, and this time he had been miserably rebuffed by Yi Qingcheng. Xia Jiutian could not swallow this breath. The anger in his heart naturally erupted straight away. Along with the release of the terrifying aura, the aura trembled, and even the surrounding emptiness vaguely became beginning to blur. Good Yi Qingcheng, how dare you withdraw from this prince's marriage? Yi family, this emperor remembers. Yi Qingcheng, if you don't apologize to this emperor now, then there's no need for your Yi family to exist. At this moment, Xia Jiutian was suspended in the void, his eyes cold to the extreme as he looked at the green-clothed girl in front of him and slowly said. Xia Jiutian had thought that he had released such a terrifying aura. Then the Yi family and Yi Qingcheng should also know what to do. Said, not moving, that Yi Qingcheng was scared on the spot, directly kneeling down to beg him yet. Reality, however, kept slapping him in the face. Apologize to you? Just you? Are you worthy? Only to see, Yi Qingcheng said with a breezy look on her face, only lightly glancing at him. It seemed that he didn't feel afraid of his threat at all, and even had a bit of scorn and light fall in his eyes. This scene directly let Xia Jiutian hate to kill this on the spot. And just at the moment when he was so furious that he intended to make a move, an astonishing and incomparable aura however suddenly erupted from Yi Qingcheng's body. This aura directly caused the void to start rippling. A terrifying aura instantly swept through the entire Yi family residence. This is the aura of the peak of the mighty realm? Chapter 37. The shock of the crowd. Yi Qingcheng was so terrifying. At this moment, within the hall of the Yi family, after the Yi family's group of elders sensed this terrifying aura, each one of them became incomparably awestruck. What I didn't expect was for the rumors to be true. Yi Qingcheng had skyrocketed all the way since joining the Taichu sect. Not only had her talent returned, but she had also joined the sect of the Taichu sect's patriarch. Now the cultivation is even more terrifying. In just a few short months of not seeing each other, Yi Qingcheng had instantly advanced from that little girl who was only in the flesh realm, to a powerhouse in the mighty realm. This natural talent is simply appalling. Mighty realm? How is this possible? At that moment, after the originally still unruly Xia Jiutian sensed that terrifying aura on Yi Qingcheng's body, his entire body was stunned. This was followed by a reaction and acceptance of this reality. It really didn't occur to me that Yi Qingcheng, she was actually a mighty realm powerhouse? One must know that a few months ago, when he was still in the Linglong Holy Land, he had heard that Yi Qingcheng was still just a waste of flesh realm. But now, just a few months have passed. At today's sight, I didn't expect that the fiancé who was reduced to a waste in the beginning to have been promoted to a mighty realm powerhouse all of a sudden. This natural talent, even he couldn't compare to it, and even said that it had far surpassed him by a lot. If he had known that Yi Qingcheng's cultivation talent was so terrifying, why would he have withdrawn from the marriage? Now, even Xia Jiutian felt that Spirit Moon Fairy was a bit unscented. Is there any hope for myself in turning back and saving this marriage? However, after Xia Jiutian saw Yi Qingcheng looking at his cold and merciless eyes, just know that the two of them are doomed. In that case, there is only one way to go. Humph, Yi Qingcheng, even if you're in the great power realm, so what? Today, when this emperor said that he would let your Yi family be destroyed, then there is definitely no way that he was joking. Elder Lin, please also make a move and kill her for me. Xia Jiutian knew that it was absolutely impossible to win against Yi Qingcheng with his own strength. With Yi Qingcheng's fighting prowess, he was definitely no match for her. In that case, external assistance could only be utilized to strongly suppress Yi Qingcheng, in order to maintain the majesty of his Daxia dynasty, and the Lin Lao in his mouth was clearly none other than the protector of the Lingyue fairy of the Linglong Holy Land. Don't look at her like she has gray hair and is dying. One had to know that Elder Lin was a peak quasi-saint realm powerhouse with incomparable strength. It was simply more than enough to solve a small Yi family. Yes, sir, the white-haired old woman said slowly. She originally didn't care to make a move, but it was because of the other party's extraordinary relationship with her own saint daughter. Plus, the selfsame holy maiden had fallen in love with the other party as well. Therefore, this was why she had stepped in and resolved the immediate trouble for him. Moreover, as a quasi-saint powerhouse, her vision was so poisonous. That little girl, Yi Qingcheng, had all of a sudden advanced from the flesh realm to the peak of the great power realm in just a few months' time. Such a man would have to say that he doesn't have a big secret. She was bound and determined not to believe it. When the time came, after he used the soul-searching technique to peer into all of Yi Qingcheng's divine soul, he would be able to know this big secret. Thinking of this, Lin Shu couldn't help but look at Yi Qingcheng with some excitement. Perhaps, there was some supreme treasure present in that Yi Qingcheng's body. When the time comes, once the soul-searching technique comes out, all these things can be theirs. It's a little exciting to think about. At that moment, Only the original white-haired old woman who looked plain and ordinary could be seen. Suddenly a majestic power like the sea erupted from the entire person's body. It caused all the cultivators present to feel a sense of trepidation. The powerful aura of a quasi-saint swept out, causing the people around them to incomparably feel a wave of fear. Even the surrounding space couldn't help but become distorted with it, surfacing with terrifying visions. A quasi-saint powerhouse. In the entire eastern wasteland, that could definitely be considered a top powerhouse. Yi Qingchang, the might of the Linglong Holy Land is not something you can imagine. If you had been able to obediently kneel down and beg me at that time, maybe I would have spared your life. Now, next year, today is the anniversary of your death. After seeing Lin Lao's terrifying aura that was as majestic as the sea being released, the people present all became terrified by it. Xia Jiutian was satisfied with this feeling. Only, that damned Yi Qingchang was actually still looking as plain as water. This look made Xia Jiutian feel irritated when he looked at it. You know, that was a paragon. You're not even scared? If you're so emboldened, don't wait to get down on your knees and beg me. Along with this terrifying aura enveloped the entire Yi family residence. The Yi family crowd felt as if they were all being suppressed by an invisible force, unable to move at all. It's like brilliant heavenly power. One cannot afford to put up the slightest resistance. At this moment, they could clearly perceive a strong sense of life and death lingering around them. Under this powerful aura, they simply didn't have any means of resistance, as if they were ants, and could only let the other party easily pinch them. Soon, that white-haired old woman then struck out, and a golden palm shadow emerged from her hand. The terrifyingly huge might covered the sky, causing the entire sky dome to darken with it. As if it was falling from the sky, a golden palm shadow was incomparably huge and directly blasted down in Yi Qingchang's direction. At that moment, a terrifying power also erupted from Yi Qingchang's entire body. Facing the powerful strike of the paragon, Yi Qingchang's face did not show much panic. Instead, it was faced with great aplomb. Then, even so, she was still being strongly suppressed by this golden palm shadow. At this moment, she could clearly feel that the space she was in was constantly being squeezed and becoming distorted. Under this terrifying pressure, it was as if it was about to squeeze her hard into powder. To this moment, a vast power of moonlight suddenly erupted from her and swept away. With her at the center, as the moonlight enveloped the place, an inexplicable coldness also approached quietly, like a winter approaching and a cold night invading. Sensing this cold aura, everyone present felt a shiver. And then, there was a feeling of fear and threat. It seems that I still underestimated this Yi Qingchang, to be able to erupt such a terrifying power. It's also fortunate that I let Elder Lin make a move. Otherwise, it's still unknown whether or not I could survive under this cold aura. After sensing this terrifying cold aura, Xia Jiutian looked incomparably shocked and scared. However, after that white-haired crone felt this cold aura, a pair of cloudy old eyes stared tightly at Yi Qingchang in front of her. It seemed as if this stunningly beautiful young girl in front of her had some big secret that she had seen through. Chapter 38: A sword kills a quasi-saint realm powerhouse in a second. Master's security. This is the legendary Guanghan spiritual body. I really didn't expect that this little girl would actually harbor this kind of physique. No wonder her cultivation speed would be so terrifying. It turns out to be so, Lin Lao said with incomparable shock in his heart. The reason why she knew about this kind of physique was still because she had once seen it in an ancient book. Carrying a wide cold spirit body, the body's aura is as majestic as the sea, and cultivation is even more like a fish in water. And it was also extremely difficult to successfully awaken the Guanghan spiritual body. So far, Elder Lin had only heard of a mysterious woman who had awakened this kind of physique in that distant central state. Later, she became the master of the Guanghan palace. I just didn't expect to actually see this legendary physique here. In that case, it makes sense. It was no wonder that Yi Qingchang's cultivation speed was also so heaven-defying and terrifying. However, so what if you're in a broad cold spirit body? You're still going to die by my hand today. Even if you're no more powerful, you're still just a mighty realm. In this saint's opinion, killing you is as simple as pinching an ant. At this moment, that terrifying aura from Elder Lin's body erupted once again. A more powerful aura than Yi Qingchang directly crushed towards her again. It was like a mountain. Facing this powerful pressure, even Yi Qingchang felt an unprecedented pressure. Even her face couldn't help but turn pale. Obviously, in the face of this terrifying pressure, even she could not hold her own. Humph. Meddling, but just taking your own life. The thought of such a demonic heavenly pride dying in my hands is really a pity. And just when Lin Lao felt that Yi Qingchang was about to hold out and was about to be suppressed into pieces by himself, an incomparably powerful and supreme aura suddenly swept in. The entire sky dome changed color for a split second. Rumble. Even Lin Lao himself didn't react. A majestic and terrifying sword might instantly came straight at her. As surging and terrifying as a monstrous river, The sword might was majestic, the breath was horrifying, and it chopped down in her direction. No! A supreme being has appeared. A great terror. This is definitely an existence of great terror. Sensing this supreme aura, Lin Lao's face instantly became extremely desperate. It's like a drowning man in a sea of water constantly crying out for help. But sadly, it didn't work at all. Elder Lin could only watch as this brilliant sword chi of heavenly might chopped towards him. In the end, he himself was gradually torn into pieces by the sword chi in a vast white light until he disappeared. With the fall of Lin Lao, a domineering and incomparable young man's voice filled with majesty suddenly came out. Nothing more than a mole-like thing. How dare you make a move against a disciple of this seat? Really afraid you're not tired of living? The words just fell. A young gentleman who looked like an exiled immortal instantly appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Seeing the appearance of this figure, Yi Qingchun was extremely delighted and excited at this time. Master, it's Master's breath. Not bad. The person who came was clearly none other than Gu Changsheng. However, this was only a divine thought that he had left on Yi Qingchun. The purpose was to protect Yi Qingcheng and help her in times of distress. And at that moment, Xia Jiutian's face was as ugly as it could be. He really didn't expect that Yi Qingcheng would actually have such a terrifying background. Originally, he thought that Yi Qingcheng was nothing more than a waste that could not cultivate. So what if he worshipped under the Taichu sect? It was just that what he didn't expect was that this Taichu sect was actually even more terrifying than the rumors. A casual strike could kill a paragon powerhouse. Geez, what the hell is this Taichu sect? Terror? This is definitely a great terror. A quasi-sane powerhouse was easily killed by him just like that. Thinking of this, Xia Jiutian's entire body began to break out in a cold sweat, feeling incomparably terrified and fearful. Even the spirit moon fairy who stood beside her felt incomparably dumbfounded. Underneath that white veil, the small mouth was almost shocked enough to hold an egg. Geez, one must know that Elder Lin, as her protector, was a powerful person at the peak of the quasi-saint realm. Just like that, he was killed by this man in front of him with a single sword? That's a bit too dreamy, isn't it? After reacting, Spirit Moon Fairy also felt a wave of fear. This man, he's too scary. A strong person of the quasi-saint realm couldn't resist one of his swords, so I'm afraid that no one in this entire eastern wasteland could possibly be his opponent. Meanwhile, the Yi family's group of elders were stunned by Gu Changxing's maneuver. This was followed by immense shock. This master of Yi Qingxing's, could it be that the patriarch of the Taichu sect? I really didn't expect that the patriarch of that Taichu sect would be so terrifying. A sword kills a quasi-saint powerhouse in a second. Just ask who else is there. It's really awesome. Elder, I feel that this is all a misunderstanding. At this moment, Xia Jiutian's face that could be described as incomparably ugly. Seeing such a terrifying powerhouse appear in front of you, anyone would be scared. Okay? Moreover, he himself had just asked Elder Lin to go out and kill the other party's disciples. At this moment, Xia Jiutian felt that he could really be barbecue. Misunderstanding? It's still ridiculous. Seeing Gu Changsheng walking towards him, Xia Jiutian felt his breathing feel like it was becoming difficult with every step he took. A terrifyingly majestic pressure also spread out from Gu Changsheng's body. At this moment, Xia Jiutian and Spirit Moon Fairy felt as if they were at the gates of a ghost. The next moment, it was going to fall into the yellow springs. Die! Gu Changsheng just gave the two of them a faint look. Pust. Subsequently, the two of them, Xia Jiutian and Spirit Moon Fairy, were instantly reduced to a mist of blood. With a single glance, he directly subdued Xia Jiutian and Spirit Moon Fairy. At this moment, the Yi clan's crowd and elders were staring blankly at this feat of Gu Changsheng's, feeling incredulous and immensely shocked. A sword kills a quasi-saint realm powerhouse in a second. A single glance subdued Xia Jiutian and Spirit Moon Fairy. Let's just ask who else could be so awesome. Mastermind. Seeing her master's father appear here, Yi Qingcheng's mood appeared to be extraordinarily excited. It was like a drowning man seeing his savior. Incredibly excited, he directly ran in the direction of Gu Changsheng, completely without the previous vice-cold and noble fairy-like appearance. The current Yi Qingcheng was like a well-behaved young girl. Master, you're here. Yi Qingcheng came to Gu Changsheng's side. Looking at this tall figure that looked like an exiled immortal, she only felt warmth in her heart. It was as if by the master's side, all danger ceased to exist. Chapter 39 Yi Qingcheng's moving. Queen Medusa and Canaan strike. You, fortunately, this seed has left a divine thought in your body. Otherwise, you might have just said. Seeing Gu Changsheng so concerned about himself, a warm current instantly flowed through Yi Qingcheng's heart. Master, I know it's wrong. I'll be careful next time I go out. Seeing how well-behaved Yi Qingcheng was, Gu Changsheng couldn't help but reach out and touch her hair. Humph, that great Xia dynasty in Linglong Holy Land dared to bully my disciples like this. I don't see the need for these two forces to exist anymore. Gu Changsheng spoke in an incomparably domineering manner. Looking at this behavior of Gu Changshang, Yi Qingqing's heart was like eating candied fruit, feeling incomparably sweet and, at the same time, very moved. She hadn't thought that her master teacher would go so far as to offend the two major transcendent powers for his sake. To say that she wasn't touched in her heart would certainly be a lie. At the same time, the sense of belonging to the Taichu sect was even stronger. She must cultivate well and wait until later to serve her master. Meanwhile, inside the Taichu sect, within the inner sect's mountain peak, Kanan's eyelashes fluttered, and those dreamlike eyes suddenly opened. And at the same time, waking up from her cultivation was a beauty with a slender body, the upper half of which was a human and the lower half of which was a snake's tail. It was none other than Queen Medusa. And you know it. Of course, just now, the Sovereign Lord had sent a voice message to both of us. Overwhelmed the great Xia dynasty in Linglong Holy Land. Such a simple task. Where is the need for the two of us to make a move? Just with me alone I can completely solve it. At this moment, Kanan's red lips slightly opened and said in an extremely confident and domineering manner, "Since this is a task given to the two of us by the Sovereign Lord, it's still important to fulfill it to the best of our ability." Queen Medusa responded, "Well then, let's hurry up and make our move. People are getting tired of staying here and practicing," Kanan said with a flirtatious smile. In the meantime, Great Xia Dynasty, outside the Imperial clan's restricted area, a middle-aged man with a purple and gold crown on his head, a majestic face, and a golden-colored dragon robe knelt down to worship. And this middle-aged man was clearly the Xia Emperor of the Great Xia Dynasty, Xia Zhou. At this moment, Xia Zhou knelt on the ground, her gaze incomparably pious as she looked at the Imperial clan's forbidden area in front of her and opened her mouth. "I, Xia Zhou, am here to ask the old ancestor to come out of the coffin. That Taichu sect killed my honor. It's unforgivable, but the Taichu sect is too powerful. So please ask the old ancestor to step in and suppress the Taichu sect." Xia Zhou's words had just fallen. Between the vaults of the sky, dark clouds instantly filled the sky, and a burst of thunder surged and rolled, as if the heavens were in a rage. In an instant, a terrifying aura like an abyss and a sea spread out from heaven and earth. It was as if an ancient deity had revived here. "Taichu sect? How dare you kill my Kirin Z? You're really looking for death." Accompanied by a monstrous and incomparable aura being vented out, an old man dressed in grey robes walked out from within that Imperial clan's restricted area. The grey-robed old man was of medium stature, with an incomparably pale face, but those old eyes were indeed incomparably deep. When he appeared here, it was as if the entire heaven and earth were centering on him. "Humph, what Taichu sect? Old me. I've been in seclusion for 100 years. I've never heard of this sect. And now, to dare to bully on my great Xia dynasty. Really looking for death." A terrifying killing opportunity flowed out of the grey-robed old man's eyes, which unexpectedly caused the heaven and earth to not be able to help but trigger a vision. And in the same scene was that Linglong Holy Land. At this moment, in the Linglong Holy Land, above the main peak, the waterfall was like a practice, splashing up pieces of clouds and smoke. Spring water flows, fish leap and compete with each other, and there are cranes flying here. On the main peak, inside a grand and extremely magnificent hall, the crowd of elders and heavenly pride disciples of the Linglong Holy Land were all gathered here at this moment. That's because they all learned a message. That was that the holy maiden of their lineage, Fairy Spirit Moon, had died under the Taichu sect. When the news broke, it instantly set off 1,000 waves. It caused an uproar in the entire Linglong Holy Land. What? The holy maiden has fallen? Surprisingly, it was that Taichu sect that did it. Damn it! That Taichu sect has no grudges or enmity with my Linglong Holy Land. Why would they brutalize my family's holy maiden? If you ask me, we need to avenge the holy maiden right now and go destroy his Taichu sect's entire clan. That's it. And just as they were bickering, inside the great hall, suddenly two incomparably powerful auras swept out. After sensing these two powerful auras, the great hall instantly became quiet. "That's our holy land's supreme elder, Yun Tian, and that one is also our supreme elder, Gu Ming. Rumor has it, hasn't that old ancient netherworld ancestor already sat down? How is it that I was able to see him here today?" At this moment, at the top of that large hall, two old men dressed in white Dao robes had suddenly appeared there. With the appearance of these two people, they instantly drew the attention and excitement of the crowd in the great hall. "I didn't expect that two saints still exist in my holy land. This will surely slaughter the Taichu sect's entire door." Yeah. With old ancestor Yun Tian and old ancestor Ancient Meditation stepping in, how could that Taichu sect be a match for my Linglong Holy Land? And just as the elders and disciples in the great hall were discussing heatedly, the two Taishan elders on the stage, old ancestor Yun Tian and old ancestor Gu Ming, instantly spoke. Silence. Next moment, the entire hall then became quiet, as if a pin could be heard. At this moment, Above the grand hall, old ancestor Yun Tian was dressed in a white Taoist robe, his face incomparably old and his eyes deep. It looked as if only a gust of wind could have blown the general, and beside old man Yun Tian, there stood an old man. This old man's breath was weak, and he still had his cane, and his face was drooping, as if he was going to die here the next moment. However, within the great hall, there wasn't anyone who dared to underestimate these two old men. None other. One must know that these two old men that were two actual Saint Realm powerhouses. Don't look at them as if they are aging as if a gust of wind could blow them. If he really got angry, he would be an existence that would destroy the sky and the earth. Humph, that Taichu sect dared to kill my holy maiden. This enmity will not be shared. The two of us, Gunhua and I, will definitely make the Taichu sect's entire clan perish, avenging the holy maiden of the spirit moon. After looking around the circle, old ancestor Yun Tian revealed those old yellow teeth and opened his mouth. After saying that, the originally packed crowd under the stage instantly became agitated. Old ancestor is mighty. Old ancestor is mighty. Feeling the fervor under the stage, old ancestor Yun Tian and old ancestor ancient meditation were also incomparably proud in their hearts. With their two saints making a move, then overthrowing the Taichu sect would not be a piece of cake. And just as the two of them were about to exert their divine abilities, they were planning to move to the Taichu sect. Suddenly, an unrivaled, abyss-like aura descended upon the Linglong Holy Land. Chapter 40, The Overthrow of Two Terrifying Forces. The Taichu sect is famous again. In the void, geysers gushed and golden lotuses bloomed. The sun is shining, and there are 1,000 rays of color. Under this terrifying might, old ancestor Yun Tian and old ancestor Duming both suddenly rose with a sense of horror, feeling their scalps numb and only cold sweat on their bodies. At this moment, a strong sense of life and death was intertwined in the hearts of the two. Great terror. This is definitely a great terror descending upon the Linglong Holy Land. Old ancestor Cloud Sky and old ancestor Ancient Underworld exclaimed inwardly. And right at this moment, the sky above Linglong Holy Land, it was accompanied by a powerful astral wind that came and tore apart the void. A vast gate shape appeared here, spreading out a golden avenue. The divine talisman was dazzling. In the middle of that void tunnel, two stunningly beautiful women walked out from there. Among them was a young woman with white skin and beautiful. Her body's muscles were like jade, crystalline and radiant. The color of the country is heavenly, as if a goddess had descended to the world. However, while the woman's upper body was human, her lower body was a snake's tail. And this woman was clearly the Queen Medusa who had come here from the Taichu sect. At this moment, Queen Medusa's eyes were angular, looking out of the corner of her eye, noble like an absolute queen, bringing an extremely powerful sense of oppression. And the young stunning woman who followed beside her was none other than Kanan. At the moment, Kanan was covered in a white veil, with crystal white skin and blonde hair, with a devilish body and wings like no other. Kanan slowly stepped up above the golden path of light, his expression overlooking the bottom with a few playful looks on his face. Is this the Linglong Holy Land? It doesn't look much better. It's really boring. The Sovereign Lord has asked the two of us to do our business, so it's better to finish it early and go back to the Sovereign Lord early to resume our orders. Why did you come to my Linglong Holy Land? At this moment, the two of them, Old Man Yun Tian and Old Ancestor Ancient Underworld, asked with trembling faces. The two of them were able to sense that these two women were definitely a great terrifying existence. It was completely beyond their ability to resist. That's why they asked so carefully. What are we? Gee, how could you forget so quickly? A mere Linglong Holy Land dares to go against my Taichu sect? It's really out of your league, Kanan said as he looked at the two of them with a playful look on his face. What? You're from the Taichu sect? Now, the two of them, Old Ancestor Yun Tian and Old Ancestor Ancient Meditation, became completely nonplussed. It's over. Barbecue. If I had told you that the Taichu sect is so horrible, who would dare to seek revenge? If that holy woman is dead, so be it. The big deal is to find another one. But now, having offended the Taichu sect, the entire Holy Land was afraid that it would be unprotected. Upon hearing this, the two of them, Old Man Yun Tian and Old Ancestor Ancient Underworld, instantly became as if their hearts were dead. Soon, Queen Medusa and Kanan both then struck out, facing the strong suppression of two quasi-supreme powerhouses. Where would the district Linglong Holy Land still have any resistance left? For a while, this formerly powerful and mighty Linglong Holy Land, today, it has become a miserable hell on earth. The island was destroyed and fell to the earth. Everywhere was a scene of broken walls. Above the ground, there was a river of blood and a mountain of corpses. Where was there any semblance of the Linglong Holy Land that had once existed? It's almost as if it's a ghost. It's straight up a no-go zone on earth. Is this the depth of the Taichu sect? It's still scary as hell, the Linglong Holy Lord said with incomparable emotion in his heart. At this moment, He was dressed in tattered green clothes, and a golden wave of light flowed between the opening and closing of his eyes. But even so, it still couldn't change his current fate of being out of gas and on the verge of extinction. And across from him was none other than Canaan. From now on, Linglong Holy Land will cease to exist. At this moment, Canaan lightly opened her red lips and finished. Immortal light shone brightly in his hands, and golden runes surged. Immediately after, above the dome of the sky, a huge, terrifying golden palm shadow coalesced, covering the sky, and even the void was twisted and shattered. Rumble. Next moment, as soon as this terrifying golden palm shadow fell, the entire world seemed to become as if it had become quiet. In an instant, the entire Linglong Holy Land was razed to the ground and disappeared. Even the power of Linglong Holy Land would no longer exist in the long river of history. It was as if there was no more Linglong Holy Land as a huge power in this eastern wasteland. Subsequently, Queen Medusa and Canaan then showed no mercy and disappeared without even looking at each other. In the meantime, the Daxia dynasty, too, suffered the same situation. At this moment, in the Great Xia dynasty, in the middle of the imperial clan's forbidden zone, the gray-robed old man seemed to be sensing something. The whole person began to become creepy, chilled, and felt a strong sense of life and death. Just what kind of terrifying existence is it that wants to descend upon my Great Xia dynasty? The gray-robed old man exclaimed in his heart. At that moment, between the heavens, breath churned and golden lotuses bloomed. Two stunning beauties of great beauty slowly walked out from the collapsed void tunnel. The two of them looked down at the scene below with disdain in their eyes. I thought coming out on a mission would be so much fun, but I didn't realize it would be this boring. After Canaan's dreamlike eyes scanned the circle and realized that there wasn't a single strong enemy, his heart immediately became tasteless. Never mind. It's better to get done early and get back early. With that said, Canaan quickly struck. Boom! Only to see, the large golden palm shadow descended from the sky with an unrivaled and invincible aura blasting down from above that heavenly dome. There was a loud rumbling sound, and even the earth was cracked in all directions. Hundreds of palaces of the original splendor of the Daxia dynasty, in an instant, at this moment, were all reduced to pieces. The Great Summer Dynasty, daring to go against the Taichu sect? What a death wish! Canaan stepped on top of the void with a pair of bare jade feet, and with every step, the void would ripple for a while as a result. This is the aura of a quasi-supreme? Heavens, that Taichu sect would actually have a paramount in existence? The gray-robed old man looked at this scene and his entire body was dumbfounded. He could clearly sense that with just one thought from the other party, he would be able to perish on the spot. Damn it! At this moment, that gray-robed old ancestor couldn't wait to hurry and crawl back into his coffin now, never to see this scene. Xiao Jiu Yue, you're simply punking your old ancestor. At this moment, the gray-robed old man's heart wanted to kill him. Geez, that Taichu sect has a terrifying quasi-maximum powerhouse you didn't tell me earlier? How dare you ask the old man to take revenge? I'm replying to you. Do you realize that it only takes one thought from the other side to obliterate yourself? This kind of terrifying powerhouse, even if he saw it, he would have to hide far away. You're good, and you're asking your old man to take revenge? If you want your old man to go to heaven early, just say so. Chapter 41, The Scruples of the Yama Temple. Xinhao worships Gu Changsheng. Isn't it just a dead offspring? What's the big deal? We'll just have another one. This messed up the entire Daxia dynasty. Great Xia dynasty. It's over. It's finished. The gray-robed old man felt his heart dripping blood as he watched this scene. As for the Xia emperor, Xia Jiuyue was ashen, stiff as a zombie. With Queen Medusa and Canaan, the two quasi-supreme powerhouses struck out. Less than a moment, the entire palace of the Grand Xia Imperial Palace was brought down with a bang, and all the people of the imperial family were put to death. Blood stained the entire palace with blood. Thus, the Daxia dynasty was overthrown. The next day, the news about the Linglong Sacred Land and the Great Summer Dynasty being overthrown by the Taichu sect was like it had grown wings. Soon, it then spread throughout the eastern wasteland. What did you say? That the Great Xia dynasty was also overthrown, and it was that Taichu sect that did it? There's also that Linglong Holy Land that was rumored to have been destroyed by the Taichu sect as well. Heavens, even if the Great Xia dynasty was overthrown, I didn't expect that even the Linglong Holy Land would do the same, being overthrown in one night. You know, that Linglong Sacred Land is a veteran power in the eastern wasteland. It's a double saint of one sect. Quite a few great sects and holy lands haven't even had a single saint so far, and that Linglong Holy Land has too. But even so, it was still overthrown by the Taichu sect. The Taichu sect is too terrifying. I have a hunch that maybe the eastern wasteland will be the Taichu sect from now on. At this moment, the entire eastern wasteland was circulating the legend of the Taichu sect. For this heavy news, it shocked them and dropped their jaws at the same time. It hadn't occurred to me that this Taichu sect was so mysterious and terrifying. even saints could be taken at will. For a time, the Taichu sect instantly became sacred and unoffendable in their hearts. More and more cultivators were getting curious about this Taichu sect, the two most terrifying forces in the eastern wasteland that had overthrown them. They speculated that this Taichu sect was all so powerful. Then this Taichu sect patriarch must be the reincarnation of an immortal god. Otherwise, how could one lead the Taichu sect and command those supreme powerhouses? Among the major restaurants in the eastern wasteland, rumors of Gu Changsheng were also beginning to circulate. Even that storyteller, for Gu Changsheng, felt extreme awe and admiration. Almost, in his mouth, that Gu Changsheng had almost become a godlike figure, no matter how outrageous the rumors are. But the two of them, Queen Medusa and Canaan, returned to the clan to resume their duties. At this moment, Taichu sect, in the middle of the main peak, inside the vast hall, Gu Changsheng stood with his arms folded, looking at the two beauties under his eyes who were highly powerful and stunningly beautiful. Also felt extremely satisfied. You guys were great this time. Gu Changsheng looked at the two of them and spoke. Thanks for the compliment, patriarch. Subsequently, they chatted about things for a while longer in the Great Hall, and Queen Medusa and Canaan returned to the cave that each of them resided in. In the meantime, Eastern Wasteland, Yama Temple Branch, inside a large, dark hall, Godslayer Sky sat cross-legged. When he learned that the Taichu sect had unexpectedly destroyed two major terrorist forces one after another in one night, in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. Linglong's sacred land that had two saints in existence. Even if he were to make a move, it would be impossible for him to overthrow it overnight. From this, the tube is visible. That Taichu sect definitely had a great terrifying existence. At least not one he could mess with. It seems that if we want to overthrow the Taichu sect, we can only ask that elder from the central state to help. Kingslayer Sky muttered with a sigh of relief on his lips. The mind is already made up. This time, the strength of the Taichu sect had far exceeded his imagination. It would be difficult to overthrow the Taichu sect with just the Yama Temple's power in the eastern wasteland. Today's Taichu sect, that's not what it used to be. Yama Temple is by no means an opponent, and maybe even uprooted by the other side. At that time, I'm afraid that the entire eastern wasteland would be devoid of Yama Temple's power. This was not a situation that Godslayer Heaven wanted to see. So, to be on the safe side, Godslayer Heaven still decided to ask that mysterious elder from the central state to come out and settle this matter. So, in that case, then the Taichu sect would definitely be able to be overthrown. By the way, it would also let the people of the eastern wasteland know who was really the only one who could say anything in this part of the world. In the intervening months, after such a long hiatus, the little guy Qin Hao also woke up from it. With the help of the 7-star lamp, inside Qin Hao's body, that immortal bone also grew again as if it was a dead tree. Now, the piece of immortal bone in his body had become crystal clear and full of immortal light, emanating an aura of divinity. At this moment, the little guy Qin Hao was led by Qin Yi to the main peak of the Taichu sect. Inside the vast hall, Qin Hao's pair of big, ebony eyes were looking around at everything around him. Upon seeing the figure on the high platform that looked like a white-clothed exiled immortal, both Qin Yi and Qin Hao also performed a salute at the same time. Disciple Qin Yi, bring junior brother Qin Hao to meet master. Get up. Accompanied by a warm and elegant man's voice, a soft force instantly lifted both Qin Yi and Qin Hao up, and at this moment, Qin Hao also landed those big, ebony eyes on Gu Changsheng's body, because he also understood that if Gu Changsheng hadn't stepped in, perhaps, he himself would have long ago perished on the spot due to the injury of digging up his bones and eventually dying in blood. It could be said that if it wasn't for Gu Changsheng's outburst, he'd be dead in there by now. Where else would you be as alive and well as you are today? In the end, it was all thanks to Gu Changsheng. Qin Hao, pay respects to the Taichu sect sovereign, and thank you, Lord Sovereign, for saving his life. At this moment, inside the empty hall, it resounded with Qin Hao's milky voice. Hearing this, Gu Changsheng also came to Qin Hao's side. Get up. Thank you, Sovereign Lord. Qin Hao's clear eyes were filled with gratitude. In that case, would you like to worship me? At this moment, Gu Changsheng looked at Qin Hao and slowly spoke. To be honest, he had been eyeing Qin Hao, the golden talented disciple, for a long time. The last time he took in that reborn Empress Yao Ji, he himself received many notable rewards. I don't know if I would have taken Qin Hao under my door after that. What goodies will you get for yourself? Upon hearing this, Qin Hao first froze for a moment. Then reacting, he knelt directly in front of Gu Changsheng. Master is above. Please accept my disciple's obeisance. After saying that, Qin Hao couldn't help but kowtow 3 times on the ground. This life of his was all still given by Gu Changsheng. Now, not to mention worshipping the master. Even if he is asked to go to the mountain of daggers and the sea of fire, he is willing to do it. Therefore, In the face of Gu Chongqing's request, Qin Hao didn't even think about it and naturally agreed. Chapter 42 Python Sparrow Swallowing Dragon. The daughter of Qi Luck who had her physique taken. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting an apprentice. Disciple name, Qin Hao. Physique, the body of immortal bones. Cultivation technique, great desolate heavenly decision. Flesh body technique. Strength, 3rd level of the flesh body realm. Loyalty, 85. Reward given to the host, divine grade mount, 9 dragon drawn carriage. Extreme Dao Imperial Soldier, the primordial divine furnace. The 3000 primordial Dao soldiers. The inheritance hall. And the blood prison hall. Hearing these rewards, even Gu Chongqing was shocked for a moment. Worthy of being a disciple of the golden legend. The rewards are really great. Even the legendary extreme imperial soldiers were there. And soon, the information system panel about Qin Hao was also displayed. Name, Qin Hao. Identity, firstborn son of the Qin family of the desolate heavenly palace. Age, 8. Strength, 3rd level of the flesh realm. Physique, the body of immortal bones. Loyalty, 85. Talent, gold, suggests the host take on an apprentice as soon as possible. Experience, the son of the Qin family of the desolate heavenly mansion. Qin Yi's own brother. Qin Hao. 3 months ago, the desolate heavenly mansion was tragically bloodwashed by the Great Chu dynasty, and was captured by the Great Chu dynasty on the spot to draw out the immortal bones and transplant them out, and thus had a strong will and didn't die on the spot, and ultimately held out until Qin Yi and Gu Chongqing came to their rescue, and only then was he able to save his life. Transplanting fairy bones? That's the same thing that happened to the protagonist of that novel I read in my previous life. It seems that these disciples of his own that all have great fortune. Looking at Qin Hao, who was kneeling underneath her, Gu Chongqing held back the excitement in her heart and spoke softly. Get up. Thank you, master. Qin Hao looked at the figure in front of him, which looked like a white-clothed exiled immortal, and immediately felt an unprecedented pride in his heart. From now on, he was also Gu Chongqing's disciple. Like his brother, he worshipped under Gu Chongqing. Master, don't worry, I will definitely cultivate properly and will definitely not fail your hopes. Nowadays, Qin Hao could feel the piece of immortal bone in his body, which had already grown back to a new life. In this way, for the future path of one's own cultivation, Qin Hao firmly believed that in the future, he would definitely be able to become a terrifying powerhouse on one side. Serve the master. Afterwards, Gu Chongqing and Qin Yi and Qin Hao talked about some things in the grand hall afterward. The two of them then left the main peak and returned to their respective cave dwellings now. In the meantime, Eastern Wasteland, the Great Shang Dynasty, located in the northern part of the Eastern Wasteland, it was an ancient power that covered tens of thousands of miles of vastness and had been passed down for 10,000 years. The current dynasty was a female emperor, with the title of Immortalist Empress, who had already stepped into the realm of saints and was incomparably powerful. At this time, in the middle of the glorious palace, a white girl was standing here. She was lightly clothed. Her long hair was like a waterfall, and her icy skin and jade bones were glistening and flawless. At a young age, you are already so poised. I wonder just how stunningly beautiful she'll be when she grows up. And this white girl, her name was Luo Li. He is the only heir of the Immortalist Queen of the Great Shang Dynasty. And in front of Luo Li, there was standing a stunning beauty dressed in a golden dragon robe. At this moment, she was standing with her arms folded, looking at the white girl in front of her, in a pair of beautiful eyes. It was as if there were stars flowing. Extremely nice to look at. Even wearing an extremely wide golden dragon robe, it was hard to hide her beautiful figure. And this stunning beauty in dragon robes was clearly none other than the sovereign of the Great Shang Dynasty, the Immortalist Empress, Luo Wuxian. Do you want to think about it? Must we worship that Taichu sect? At this moment, Luo Wuxian looked at the white girl in front of him and couldn't help but finally ask, Mother Emperor, I have a premonition that Taichu sect must have a way to solve my problem, and I ask the Mother Emperor to fulfill it. Hearing this, Luo Li replied firmly and incomparably, Your problem, is it not something that Taichu sect can solve? Hey! Thinking of this, Luo Wuxian's heart couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. His own daughter, from the time she was born, had a heavenly vision of 100 birds and a dragon and a phoenix, directly awakening the legendary 10,000 dragon Dao body. At that time, Luo Wuxian couldn't have been happier. I just didn't expect it. In the end, it was because the Great Snow Dynasty used a great secret method, the Python Sparrow Swallowing Dragon, to hardwire his own daughter Luo Li's 10,000 dragon Dao body to directly plunder it. This has led to the decline of the Great Shang Dynasty's qi today. Even the entire country is declining by the day. On the contrary, that Great Snow Dynasty, which had captured the 10,000 dragon Dao body, was prospering as a nation. Soon, right in the middle of the 5 major dynasties, it was ranked first, powerful over the other 4 major dynasties. and the Great Shang dynasty in the following time. The decline of the national strength are with the Great Xia dynasty. If it wasn't for the Great Snow dynasty using a secret method to seize his daughter's 10,000 dragon Dao body, then how dazzling should one's own daughter Luoli be? Unfortunately, none of this has anything to do with your own daughter. Every time he thought of this, Luo Wuxian's heart felt incomparably sad. Blame it on the damned Daisetsu dynasty, harming her own daughter to end up like this. If not for the fact that she was the empress of the Great Shang dynasty and was concerned about the people of Great Shang, there was also that mysterious being from the Great Snow dynasty. Otherwise, he would have long wanted to lead the Great Shang dynasty to step on that Great Snow dynasty and avenge his daughter's death. Taichu sect? Luo Wuxian had recently heard of this terrifying force. It was rumored that Taichu sect had overthrown two ancient forces in one night, Linglong Holy Land and the Daxia dynasty. Even if she was the immortalist empress of the Great Shang dynasty, she could only be cautious in the face of such a terrifying force. Otherwise, a little carelessness. The Daxia dynasty is a lesson from the past. Since his own daughter, Luoli, had said that the Nether Taichu sect had a solution. Well, better get over there and take a look. Command down, prepare good manners, and head to the Taichu sect to pay homage to the mountain. She looked at Luoli and spoke in a deep voice, commanding towards her subordinates. One must know that Taichu sect was something even she didn't dare to mess with easily. This time, when he traveled to that Taichu sect, he must properly prepare some thick gifts before he could go and pay his respects to the mountain. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if it caused the Taichu sect to be unhappy. In the meantime, the gate of the beginning. In the middle of the main peak, Gu Chang stood on top of the mountain, a fresh breeze coming in, blowing his white clothes up, setting off his increasingly dusty appearance. 9 dragons pulling a carriage? System use. As Gu Chang's words fell, soon, 9 augur dragons with exuberant chi and blood, demonic aura, as tall as mountains poked out from that vast void tunnel. It was as if it had descended from ancient times. Behind it, a black jade carriage was pulled. The surface of the black jade carriage was suffused with intertwined Dao patterns, looking extremely mysterious and honorable. It was permeated with a savage and ancient aura. Is this the 9 dragons pulling the carriage? It really looks overbearing. Not bad. Subsequently, Gu Changsheng all summoned the system's rewards in turn. The moment the extreme emperor soldier, the Taichu divine furnace appeared, the aura of a great emperor erupted, causing the entire Taichu sect to look like some great terror had descended upon it. Fortunately, Gu Changsheng's quick eyes and hands converged the breath of the Taichu divine furnace, which prevented any accidents from occurring. Moreover, based on Gu Changsheng's contact, it was discovered that this Taichu divine furnace had already given birth to a spirit and recognized him as its master. And the power that erupted from the primordial divine furnace was nothing short of terrifying. All of them were able to resist at least 2 great emperors. Such a divine weapon descended, making Gu Changsheng happy. As a vast immortal gate appeared near the main peak of the Taichu sect, countless Dao soldiers in tattered golden armor riding all sorts of terrifying ancient beasts came galloping through that immortal gate. These 3,000 primordial Dao soldiers were incredibly tall, and even the golden armor on their bodies still had ancient bloodstains that regaled their hearts. It was as if he had awakened from the ages of the ages. The bodies of these 3,000 primordial Dao soldiers still retained the same kind of killing aura from the ancient times, killing the heavens and being extremely terrifying. Just looking at this scene, all of them can give a sense of fear without a fight. This primordial Dao soldier is truly terrifying. Gu Changsheng felt that even if he were to lead these 3,000 primordial Dao soldiers, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break into that 9 heavens and 10 earths. And the Inheritance Hall and the Blood Prison Hall also appeared together within the Taichu Gate. As for the Inheritance Hall's Hall Master, Gu Changsheng had already thought about it. It's up to Sheng Wanqing to serve. And the Blood Prison Hall. This one reigns over the criminal law and intelligence of the sect's Holy Land. It will be Canaan who will serve. And at that moment, Gu Changsheng seemed to have sensed something. His eyes suddenly looked into the distance. And his clear, handsome, tallest face couldn't help but reveal an arc. Kind of interesting. In the meantime, outside the mountain gate of the Taichu sect, a majestic and vast aura. It was gradually approaching towards the Taichu gate. A huge airship suddenly appeared from the dome of the sky, with an ancient banner hanging above it, and a large word Shang appeared directly in everyone's line of sight. That? The banner of the Great Shang dynasty? Then why is it heading in the direction of the Taichu sect? Could it be that they're here to attack the Taichu sect? You're silly. How could you come to attack the Taichu sect? It's not like everyone doesn't know how terrifying the Taichu sect is nowadays. It's only if you're looking for death that you'd go to attack it. Maybe there's something going on? Or go over there and check it out. There were quite a few cultivators nearby who noticed this scene. Seeing the Great Shang dynasty's airship heading in the direction of the Taichu sect, everyone wanted to follow behind to see the action. And at this moment, in front of that airship, There was also a glorious dragon carriage. Inside the dragon carriage was situated an empress dressed in a golden dragon robe. The queen's aura was overbearing and incomparable, as if everything in this world should submit to her feet. And this empress was clearly none other than the immortalist empress from the great Shang dynasty, Luo Wuxian. And behind the immortalist empress, in the middle of the airship, there stood a white-clothed and beautiful young girl, precisely Luo Li. Chapter 43, the empress pays her respects to the mountain Taichu sect with a very special gift. Up ahead, it's the Taichu sect. At this moment, Luo Wuxian looked at the vast mountain gate not far away. The heart said with a lot of emotion. Simply by approaching the vicinity of the Taichu gate, she could feel an inexplicable pressure begin to sweep over her body. The beginning gate, there is definitely a great terrifying existence. For a time, regarding the Taichu sect, Luo Wuxian's heart held even more awe. Mother Emperor, is it finally here? Great! After I enter the Taichu sect, my problems will definitely be solved. Luo Li could not hide the excitement in her heart and said with incomparable joy, just half a month ago, she had a heart attack. A nebulous feeling was telling her, the Taichu sect could solve the problem of her physique. At the time, she was also a bit convinced. However, when she learned of these feats of the Taichu sect, it was only then that she felt that her feelings were not wrong. It was during this time that she had been fantasizing about how powerful the Taichu sect was. It was also expected that he would be able to join the Taichu sect. Lear, the Taichu sect is not like a dynasty. After entering, don't be as capricious as you normally are. At this time, Luo Wuxian suddenly cautioned. She was able to feel the extraordinary and powerful nature of the Taichu sect. No wonder it was able to overthrow two major forces one after another in one night. The vastness of this mountain gate alone was enough to prove everything. The Taichu sect was definitely a mysterious and terrifying force. In the entire eastern wasteland, it was definitely an invincible existence. Mother Emperor, I know, your daughter isn't a child. She definitely knows these truths. I just don't know if the Taichu sect will take me. At this moment, Luo Li suddenly became apprehensive again from the excited and happy mood she was in just now. Such a terrifyingly large power. If you can't see yourself, what should I do with myself? Forget it, we're all here. Luo Li, believe in yourself. You'll definitely be able to worship the Taichu sect. Soon, with this group of women, they arrived at the Taichu sect. And at the time when Luo Wuxian brought Luo Li and was about to move to that Taichu sect's mountain gate, on the mountain gate, there were three big words in the plaque, Taichu Gate. The aura of the Tao was emanating from it. Just by gazing, one could feel that one could fall into an epiphany. Such a treasure. The Taichu sect even just used it for a plaque. If this were any other sect's holy land, it would be eager to be treasured as a family heirloom, hiding at home daily to observe. Where would it be like the Taichu sect, where it was directly laid out for all to see? For a time, for Luo Wuxian, the primordial sect was also becoming more mysterious and terrifying. This is chance. Just by observing for a short while now, Luo Wuxian had made a shocking discovery. Soon, it was an epiphany. I don't know how much time has passed. Only then did Luo Wuxian awaken from his epiphany. My strength, now, has increased by another point. At this moment, even Luo Wuxian felt inexplicably thrilled and excited. What followed was a feeling of extreme shock and incredulity. One must know that as a sage realm powerhouse herself, she had been stagnant in this realm for many years. There was never any improvement. And now, it was just a matter of observing the Taichu sect's plaque for a while. One's own cultivation improved by 1 point. Against all odds, the Taichu sect's depths are simply beyond imagination. Today, even though one is a saint, but in front of the Taichu sect, I'm afraid it's not enough. The moment Luo Wuxian looked at the Taichu sect in front of him, the color of anticipation in his heart grew stronger. It seems that the problem of one's daughter's physique can really be solved. The Taichu sect's heritage is so beyond imagination and deep, so it can certainly solve the problem of one's daughter's physique and help her step back into the martial way. Luo Wuxian marveled in his heart. The more mysterious and terrifying the primordial sect became, Luo Wuxian felt definitely able to solve the problem of his daughter's physique. And Luo Li, who was by her side, likewise felt this way, even though she couldn't cultivate herself. When she observed those three big words of the Taichu sect for a while, one's original physique, which could not be cultivated. Somehow, surprisingly, it's starting to loosen up a bit. It seemed as if he himself could step into the path of cultivation. Just by observing the mountain gate's plaque like this, oneself has changed so much. If this were to join the Taichu sect and become a disciple of Taichu, wouldn't it be that one's physique's problem would definitely be solved? Luo Li's delicate and absolutely beautiful face also couldn't help but float out in excitement. Inside the gate of the beginning, the disciples within the sect had all learned that the great Shang dynasty was going to worship the mountain Taichu sect. For a time, there was also a growing curiosity and pride in his heart. Curious? I didn't expect that a queen would come to worship the mountain. And proudly, it was the other party who was honored as a country's empress, but in front of the Tai Chu sect, they were still groveling and did not dare to act in any way that was disruptive. Regarding this, the disciples of the Taicho sect felt that their master was truly powerful, to be able to make a high and mighty empress come to pay homage to the mountain without lowering her dignity. Master is also good enough. At this time, the Taichu gate, in the middle of the main peak, on top of a mountain, Gu Changsheng stood with his arms crossed, looking at what was happening outside the mountain gate. He was naturally incomparably aware of it. As a matter of fact, he had long known the purpose of the Great Shang dynasty's trip to the Taichu sect. It seems that this is a desire to have the imperial daughter worship my Taichu sect, and I wonder what the other person's talent is? And just then, ding dong, a system voice suddenly came from within Gu Changsheng's mind. Ding, a compatible disciple has been detected. Please go and accept the host as soon as possible. At those words, Gu Changsheng instantly understood. It seems that imperial daughter is also a daughter of Qi. Afterward, Gu Changsheng exerted her divine ability and her figure flickered. Then he headed in the direction of the mountain gate. At this moment, outside the mountain gate of the Taichu sect, Luo Wuxian looked up at the majestic and vast mountain gate in front of him, took a deep breath and spoke. I, the Great Shang Empress, Luo Wuxian, have come to pay my respects to the mountain Taichu sect today, and I would like to ask the Taichu sect to be able to accept my daughter, Luo Li, for which the Great Shang will be grateful. And after Luo Wuxian finished, behind it, those dozens of airships immediately gave off an incomparably mysterious aura. On top of the airship, there was a wide array of treasures, and the haze was brilliant and divine. It's like an immortal treasure. Obviously, this time, he worshipped the mountain Taichu clan. Luo Wuxian was well prepared. Even on top of its other ship, it also gave off a womanly fragrance. And on top of that airship, there stood a group of young girls with delicate figures and stunningly beautiful faces. From a distance, there were about hundreds of them. The sincerity of this great Shang dynasty is also still really heavy. It was just that I didn't know whether the patriarch of the Taichu sect liked it or not. Chapter 44 Luo Li returns to the path of cultivation and is given the divine dragon immortal body. Outside the mountain gate, just as Luo Wuxian and Luo Li were both waiting in apprehension, steep and incomparably powerful, domineering and majestic voice suddenly resounded. What are the two of you doing here in my Taichu sect? The voice that accompanied the next moment, a young man in a metaphysical white suit with an ethereal temperament, just like an immortal, appeared in front of the two of them. Looking at the handsome young man in front of her, even Luo Wuxian, as a generation of empresses, had a momentary loss of concentration. I didn't expect that the patriarch of the Taichu sect would be this young. I had thought that I would be able to take charge of such a terrifying and incomparable power. The patriarch of the Taichu sect should be an old antique who had cultivated for a long time and had white hair. What she didn't expect was this. The patriarch of the Taichu sect would be this young. However, even if the other party was a young man, Luo Wuxian didn't dare to have any contempt. Instead, he felt an immensely powerful and unrivaled pressure from the other party's body. It was like an abyssal giant sea, giving off a feeling of unfathomable depth. Patriarch Gu, I am Empress Luo Wuxian of the Great Shang dynasty. Today, I came to pay homage to the Taichu sect, and I'd like to ask the patriarch to be able to accept my daughter Luo Li as a disciple and solve the problem of her physique. 16 years ago, my daughter Luo Li had a vision in the sky, and her purple energy came from the east, awakening the 10,000 dragon Dao body. I thought that I would be an invincible existence in this life, but I didn't expect that I would be robbed of my physique by the Great Snow dynasty using a secret method, resulting in the mediocre qualifications of my daughter today. She is unable to cultivate. If patriarch can accept his daughter as his disciple and solve the problem of her physique, the Great Shang dynasty will be grateful. This is the mountain worship gift prepared by my Great Shang dynasty. Please take a look at it. Sovereign, Luo Wuxian said. The treasures carried on the dozens of airships behind them were displayed before Gu Changsheng in this haze of splendor. I don't know whether Luo Wuxian intended to or not. It also made a point of showing those hundreds of wonderful girls at the very front. It was as if he was afraid that Gu Changsheng wouldn't see it. And at this time, Luo Li was also very sensible, kneeling in front of Gu Changsheng. Oh, a young girl who has had her physique taken over. Kind of interesting, huh? Subsequently, Gu Changsheng then landed his gaze on Luo Li's body. Soon, information about Luo Li also surfaced. Name, Luo Li. Identity, daughter of Queen Luo Wuxian of the Great Shang dynasty. Age, 16. Strength, first level of flesh body realm. Physique, none. Loyalty, 80. Talent, purple, suggests that the host take on an apprentice as soon as possible. Experience, born in the Great Shang dynasty. one of the 5 major dynasties in the land of the 100 dynasties. Honorable status. Born with the 10,000 dragons Taoist body. Originally a proud daughter of heaven. But unexpectedly, the Great Snow Dynasty used a secret method to forcibly plunder the physique, resulting in not being able to cultivate and being reduced to an ordinary person. This routine, it was exactly the same as that python bird swallowing dragon novel he had read in his previous life up. I'm sure it's worthy of being the daughter of Qi. At this moment, Luoli felt Gu Changxing's gaze fall on her. The whole thing was starting to get tense and apprehensive. She was starting to get a little worried, but she was an invalid and couldn't practice. It was also unknown if Gu Changxing would accept himself as a disciple. If you refuse, then I'm afraid there's no hope for your life anymore. Bearing the 10,000 dragons Dao physique, but the python sparrow swallowing dragon took away his physique. Originally you possessed an incomparably bright future and were able to pursue the top of that martial arts path. But only to be reduced to an ordinary man. Hearing Gu Changxing talk about herself like this, Luoli thought that he was trying to reject himself. For a moment, he couldn't help but become disorganized himself. Then, suddenly the words changed. Gu Changxing added, however, this is not a problem. As long as you worship my Tai Chu sect, this seat only has the means to be able to allow you to embark on the path of cultivation and go after the top of that martial path. May I? Hearing Gu Changxing's words, Luoli suddenly froze. Then came the reaction. His own heart became overwhelmed. 16 years. God knows how much humiliation one has endured during these 16 years. It is precisely because she is a generation of royal daughters. Her status is honored. But he could not cultivate, and endured the mockery of many people in the palace. But today, the mountain comes back. One is finally able to cultivate. Thank you, Master Teacher. My daughter, Luoli, is willing. I'm willing to join the Taichu sect and become a disciple to serve the sect. Luoli was so excited that she hurriedly kowtowed 3 times towards Gu Changxing. Pang. Even a streak of blood could not help but appear on his forehead. But to this, Luoli was not concerned at all. As long as I can join the Taichu sect, what's the harm in this small injury? As for Luo Wuxian, who was on the side, he learned that his daughter Luoli had finally worshipped the Taichu sect. The big stone in his heart couldn't help but let go. I am overwhelmed and delighted. Where was there any semblance of the dominance and majesty that had once characterized her as an empress? There is just the look of a mother who was relieved and happy for her daughter. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting an apprentice. Disciple's name, Luoli. Physique, none. Cultivation technique, none. Strength, first level of flesh body realm. Loyalty, 80. Reward given to the host, Saint grade physique, divine dragon immortal body. Mysterious powerful summoning card *2. Mountain Gate Prison Suppression Monument. Divine grade technique, chaotic ancient finger. The divine ability of a generation of chaotic ancient emperors. When cultivated to the extreme, it can pierce through the void, and cut off people's lives and deaths with a single finger. Listening to the system's voice in her head, Gu Changxing still felt extremely satisfied. Get up, soon. A soft force then lifted Luoli up. Since you are already a disciple of my Tai Chu sect, then naturally, this seat will not sit idly by. Today, a chance will be granted. Afterward, Gu Changxing waved his hand. A terrifying aura converged. It then turned into a golden light and shot directly into Luoli's brow. Luoli was first in a trance. Then she felt it inside her. It was as if a terrifying energy was venting and exploding inside. Under the surge of this terrifying energy, Luoli's small face quickly turned pale. The whole thing was covered in a cold sweat. A great pain swept through his entire body. Pain. It's almost like a pain in the ass. Ah. Luoli screamed in pain. Afterwards, the entire person clenched her teeth and her face became livid. The immense pain making her almost want to faint K on the spot. But, she knew that she couldn't fall. This was a chance bestowed upon him by his master. If he were to fall now, how else would he be ashamed of his master's hopes for him? Luoli, you must hold on. Whether or not you can embark on the path of cultivation depends on this time. The pain was so great that she almost drove her fingertips hard into her palm. But even that was great at keeping her awake. The current Luoli couldn't wait to just faint on the spot. Don't face this pain again. Chapter 45, even a heaven-defying physique can only be an outer disciple? The might of the Taicho sect. But just think. He himself had waited a full 16 years. This is the only way to be able to embark on the path of cultivation. Luoli naturally wouldn't give up easily. Slowly, to her amazement, she realized that her limbs, her blood, all parts of her body, had changed dramatically. Even his own cultivation breath began to become elevated. Little by little, it becomes stronger. I don't know how long it's been. Only then did Luoli slowly open her eyes. A million stars in my eyes. An aura like that of a divine dragon erupted within her body. Thank you, Master Teacher. Disciple Luoli, I will definitely serve the sect and will not fail my master's expectations of me. Luoli knelt on the ground and said to Gu Changsheng in an excited and incomparable manner. And at that moment, Luoli's loyalty was also pulled full from 80 all at once, directly coming to 100. At this moment, Luoli could clearly feel it. One's body has changed drastically and dramatically. Even his cultivation had broken through to the 9th level of the flesh-body realm on his own. The cultivation talent was also extremely terrifying. As long as one operated the gong method, one's cultivation speed would be like a fish out of water. Finally, one is finally on the road to cultivation. And all of this could be thanks to Master Gu Changsheng. If it wasn't for the master teacher giving such a divine body, he himself might still be an invalid by now. And now, to be able to embark on the path of cultivation, having such a divine body is all thanks to Gu Changsheng. Moreover, Luoli could clearly feel it. The divine dragon immortal body that he possessed, that was definitely an even more powerful existence than the 10,000 dragon Dao body. Master Teacher Sama was able to change his physique with just a wave of his hand. Such divine means are really profound. Seeing this, Gu Changsheng also nodded faintly, sort of accepting this worship from Luoli. From now on, you, Luoli, are an outer disciple of my Tai Chu sect. Within the sect, there is a cave where outer disciples specialize in living, as well as a place for cultivation, and a book collection pavilion, so you can go there on your own. Gu Changsheng spoke slowly towards Luoli. When he learned of his daughter Luoli finally being able to embark on the path of cultivation, Luo Wuxian's mood was also extremely happy and excited. However, when she heard that her daughter had been given the divine dragon immortal body, such a heaven-defying physique, surprisingly, he could still only be an outer disciple at the time. The whole thing was a bit of a buzzkill. It's not. This Taichu sect is too outrageous, isn't it? His own daughter had awakened the divine dragon immortal body, and only then could she be an outer disciple. Holy, are you sure Taichu sect didn't make a mistake? You know, the divine dragon immortal body is placed outside. Those were all at least inheritors of imperial dynasties, and holy sons and daughters of sect sanctuaries. How come here in this Taichu sect, not to mention becoming a holy maiden, not even an inner disciple? You can only start as an outer disciple. Looking at it like this Taichu sect was really terrifying as hell. I'm afraid there are as many celestial pride as there are carp, right? His own daughter was so outstanding, and only then could she only get the status of an outer disciple. All of a sudden, the perception of the Taichu sect couldn't help but rise another level. Patriarch Gu, since my daughter Luoli has already worshipped under the Taichu sect, then how do you see these heavy gifts? Handle it? At that moment, Luo Wuxian suddenly opened his mouth towards Gu Changsheng. Immediately afterward, Gu Changsheng dropped his gaze onto those airships. Looking at the wide array of treasures on the airship and the group of wonderful-looking girls, Gu Changsheng also only responded indifferently. Since the Immortalist Empress is so sincere, then this seat will accept it. Afterward, Gu Changsheng brought Luoli into the middle of the Taichu sect. As for these heavy gifts and young girls, he left them all together to be handled by the China Immortal. And these hundreds of marvelous girls are just right to be used as maids of honor, taking care of the living and breathing of those heavenly prides within the clan. Subsequently, Luo Wuxian, after seeing Luoli follow Gu Changsheng and enter the Taichu sect together, he also began to lead the great Shang dynasty back to worship. At this moment, Luo Wuxian had once again transformed from her previous cautious appearance into a domineering and incomparable empress all of a sudden, high and mighty, and the scene, almost all of them were witnessed by the cultivators who arrived nearby. I didn't expect that even Luo Wuxian, who is honored as an empress, would be so respectful when facing the Taichu sect. You also don't imagine just how terrifying this Taichu sect is. It seems that this one thing about this empress bringing the heavy worship mountain Taichu sect with her is going to start circulating as well. A group of nearby cultivators said conversationally. In the meantime, Great Snow Dynasty, Great Snow City. This place looks from afar like a huge dragon hovering across the area. The walls of the city loomed large and unmistakable. It is the most prosperous place in the Great Snow Dynasty. And at this moment, in the palace of Great Snow City, a handsome-faced teenager murmured with extreme incredulity. How is this possible? That Luoli has already been plundered by me of the 10,000 dragons Dao body, reduced to a mere invalid. How could she possibly worship the Taichu sect? Chapter 46 Snow Without Traces Jealousy. The three orphans of the Greenstone Village. 16 years ago, in the Great Shang Dynasty, Luoli, the daughter of the Immortalist Empress, awakened the 10,000 dragon Dao body. The world was shocked, and the entire eastern wasteland was in a frenzy. And in that year, the Great Snow Dynasty similarly gave birth to a divine body, a heavenly pale divine body. Compared to the 10,000 dragons Dao body, the heavenly pale divine body was completely inadequate. Thus, the Great Snow Dynasty became jealous and secretly used a secret method to plunder Great Shang Dynasty Luo Li's 10,000 dragon style body with the python sparrow swallowing dragon method. From there, the Great Shang Dynasty then fell to pieces, losing the 10,000 dragon style body, a heaven-defying physique, and even its entire national fortunes in Qi had dropped quite a bit, and the Great Snow Dynasty also got the 10,000 dragon Dao body because of it. So far, the country's fortunes have risen, forcefully suppressing the other four major dynasties. It became the #1 dynasty, and Shuewuhan had possessed the 10,000 dragon style body ever since. His Qi was majestic, and even his cultivation talent was extremely terrifying. It became the most awesome and bombastic, bright and dazzling existence among the 5 great dynasties. But nowadays, Snowless then learned of it by accident. The Luo Li of the past, who had been plundered by him of the 10,000 dragons Dao body and ultimately reduced to an invalid. Surprisingly, he had worshipped under the incomparably terrifying Taichu sect. At this moment, Shuewuhan felt extremely unbelievable. Luo Li, now that you've become an invalid, how could you still worship under the Taichu sect? Returning to the path of martial arts? What the hell is going on here? At this moment, an uneasiness suddenly rose in Shuewuhan's heart, starting to worry about Luo Li's rise after worshipping the Taichu sect. Wouldn't she? However, when he thought about it, he was the man with the 10,000 dragon Dao body. Cultivation talent has long since far exceeded many of his peers' heavenly pride, even if that Luo Li worshipped under the Taichu sect. So what? Can it compare to my 10,000 dragon Dao body's terrifying cultivation talent? Luo Li, in this life, you are destined to be stepped on by me. You will never be able to turn around, Shuewuhan said with a cold and merciless face, and there were 2 runes flashing out a burst of light in his eyes that were incomparably sharp and heart-stopping. Chu Lao. Just as Shuewuhan finished, next moment, the void blurred and rippled. A white-haired old man of medium stature and wearing a black robe walked out from that void. The moment he saw Shuewuhan, he kneeled down on one knee and said towards Shuewuhan with a respectful and incomparable face, "Your Highness, what is the matter with calling my subordinate? Elder Chu, keep an eye on that little girl Luo Li for me. If she dares to leave the Taichu sect, find a chance to waste her again. This imperial prince doesn't want to hear any more rumors about that Luo Li being able to continue her cultivation." Shuewuhan instructed towards Chu Lao. "Yes, Your Highness." Elder Chu finished. Next moment, the entire person then directly disappeared into the Great Hall. Even the breath had disappeared and gone, as if it had never come to this place. Luo Li, even if you can cultivate, so what? This time, this emperor will make sure that you become an invalid once again, unable to cultivate for eternity. Ha ha ha. In the meantime, Taicho sect, in the middle of the main peak, inside the vast hall, Immortal Chang'e was wearing a long, gorgeous white dress that was incomparably beautiful, and was standing in the middle of the grand hall, toward Gu Changsheng above him. He reported with a respectful face, and at the same time, behind Fairy Chang'e, not far away, there were 3 teenage girls who looked to be around 11 or 12 years old. At this moment, their group was surveying everything around them with incomparable curiosity, their eyes filled with shock. At the same time, the look was extremely timid and very cautious. "Are you saying that the extermination of the Qingshi village occurred not far from the foot of my Taichu sect's mountain?" Gu Changsheng looked at Immortal Chang'e and asked with a bashful face. "That's right, Sovereign Lord. After I sensed a terrifying aura erupting not far from the foot of the mountain, I rushed over without stopping. As a result, when I arrived, I realized that the entire Greenstone village, all of them, were dead or injured, and eventually, I found these 3 children in the middle of a broken temple. That's what brought them back inside the Taicho sect. And I have another thing coming." Fairy Chang'e's words fell. Above the slender jade finger, the storage ring suddenly erupted in a burst of brilliant bright light. Immediately after, 2 corpses appeared in the middle of the hall just like this. A corpse, with a demonic aura wrapped around his body, dressed in a black robe, with red-stained blood in the middle of his chest. His dead appearance was incomparably hideous. The other body is wearing a robe of an old monk, full of Buddha's qi. There is also a pouch, written on the Jinshan temple 3 big words, "Lord Sovereign." The Greenstone village is only a few dozen kilometers away from my Taicho sect, yet I didn't expect that a terrifying aura would erupt from there. When I got there were only 3 children left, because they were out on a trip, and that's how they managed to escape this massacre of the village. I also learned from these 3 of them that just 3 days ago, an old monk in robes had come to their village, seeming to be hiding from something. Just today, a black-robed old man, who seemed to be a demonic cultivator, chased them to their village and directly slaughtered their entire village. And this demonic cultivator, is that which is chasing after this old monk? The 2 of them fought a great battle, and the terrifying aura of this attracted my attention. When I arrived on the scene, Both men perished in pairs straight away. The identity of that devil cultivator, if I'm not mistaken, is an elder of the North Ridge Demon God Temple, and that old monk is an elder of the Golden Mountain Temple in the Western Desert. Both of them can be in the Great Sage realm, with heavenly cultivation, but when I got there, I realized that the two seem to have died together. What's strange is that the North Ridge and the West Desert are both hundreds of thousands of miles away from my East Wasteland. How could the two men hunt down and kill me at the foot of my Tai Chu Sect's mountain? Even I can't see through. Immortal China reported the entire incident towards Gu Changsheng with a respectful face. The Greenstone village was massacred. A demonic cultivator and an old monk. And in the end only 3 children were left alive? This scene, it looks a bit familiar. Kind of like the fate of the protagonist of a novel he read in his previous life. It seems that he also experienced the slaughter of the village. And in the end, only 3 children survived. It looks like there's another son of fortune. Gu Changsheng's mind churned with thoughts. And down below, Immortal Chang'e saw Gu Changsheng pondering. And so, too, no more voices, just waiting patiently below. And the 3 kids couldn't even breathe. Everything that happened today made them all feel extremely incredible. First, the Greenstone village was massacred to death. And a demonic cultivator and old monk both fell there. By the time they rushed back, the tragedy of the massacre of the village had finished. Before he had time to grieve, he was brought back to the middle of the Taicho sect by an extremely beautiful-looking fairy sister with a powerful cultivation. What we experienced today was kinda dreamy for these 3 kids. Is this the Immortals' holy land for cultivation? So grand. The 3 children kept surveying everything in the hall. And after seeing that both Immortals had stopped talking, they were also very self-conscious about being quiet. Up to this point, the entire hall was plunged into a feeling of a falling pin. Chapter 47 Buddha and Devil in One Body. Familiar routine. Another son of Qi. Gu Changsheng pondered for a while. Afterward, this was followed by looking at Immortal Chang'e and saying, "You did very well." And then, with a big wave of his hand, a black pill emitting an ancient aura appeared in Gu Changsheng's hand. Next moment, the elixir flew directly into Immortal Chang'e's hand. And this elixir was clearly none other than the Heavenly Spirit Pill. Looking at the Heavenly Spirit Pill in her hand, even Immortal Chang'e was a bit shocked. Lord Sovereign is indeed a terrifying powerhouse who has reincarnated and recultivated. And such a precious elixir has been bestowed upon me so easily. Fairy Chang'e secretly said in her heart. Subsequently, Fairy Chang'e hurriedly saluted. "Thank you, Lord Sovereign." After that, Gu Changsheng instructed her on a few more things. Chang'e Fairy then left the main peak. Looking at the 2 corpses in the hall, Gu Changsheng waved his big hand. A burst of light flashed. And soon, the 2 corpses disappeared into thin air from then on. And naturally, this divine ability of Gu Changsheng was seen by the 3 children in the hall. Thus, all 3 of them couldn't help but become more reverent towards Gu Changsheng. After disposing of the 3 corpses, Gu Changsheng then dropped his gaze to the 3 of them. Among these 3, there is definitely one who is a son of Qi. So who on earth could it be? Soon, under the scanning of the system, that son of Qi finally surfaced. Name, Lin Yu. Identity, son of the Lin family of Qingshi village. Age, 12. Strength, first level of flesh body realm. Physique, Buddha and Devil in the same body. Loyalty, 65. Talent, purple, suggests that the host take on an apprentice as soon as possible. Experience, the son of the Lin family in Qingshi village. Originally an ordinary person. 3 days ago, Qingshi village was tragically bloodwashed by demonic cultivators, playing in a broken temple. He was unfortunately selected by the Golden Mountain Temple Elder Xuanji to inherit the Buddha Devil homunculus. Seeing this experience, Gu Changsheng also revealed a moment of dazed state. Sure enough, it looks like he's the son of Qi. It's a Buddha and a devil in the same body. It seems that this son of Qi is afraid that he will have some great deeds in the future. Do you, by any chance, wish to be my teacher? At that moment, Gu Changsheng walked over to a silent-looking teenager and asked towards him. The teenager called Lin Yu froze for a moment. He hadn't thought that he would actually be valued by the immortal master and accepted as a disciple. This is definitely something he didn't expect. Originally, I thought that I had no connection with immortal cultivation in my life. Unexpectedly, now he was invited by the immortal master on the spot to be accepted as a disciple. This was definitely extremely shocking and exciting for Lin Yu. After reacting, Lin Yu knelt down on the spot. Lord Immortal Master, I do. Kid Lin Yu. I'm willing to join the Tai Chu sect and become a disciple to serve the sect. Lin Yu was so excited that he hurriedly kowtowed 3 times towards Gu Changsheng. Pang. Then, a soft force directly lifted Lin Yu up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting an apprentice. Disciple's name, Lin Yu. Physique, Buddha and Devil in the same body. Cultivation technique, none. Strength, first level of flesh body realm. Loyalty, 80. Reward given to the host, divine great treasure, heavenly demon pearl. Powerful summoning card *1. Clan guardian spirit beast, Moonwatch. Listening to the system's voice in her head, Gu Changsheng felt that it was still quite good. On the other side, the young girl Lu Yuer and the teenager Wang Chu were looking at Lin Yu with great envy. It hadn't occurred to me that Lin Yu would be valued by an immortal master and taken in as a disciple. This was for the two of them. This definitely felt extremely envious of their existence. Doesn't this mean that Lin Yu will be able to be an immortal in the future? From now on, Lin Yu, you are an outer disciple of my Tai Chu sect. Gu Changsheng looked at Lin Yu and slowly spoke. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu hurriedly knelt on the ground and responded. Many thanks, Master Teacher. It's just that I'm now worshipping the Tai Chu sect, so my two little friends they... Speaking of which, Lin Yu was obviously very reluctant to let go of these two little friends of his. After all, the three of them grew up and played together, all from the same village. Now that the Greenstone village had been destroyed, he was able to worship under the Tai Chu sect, and his other two pals don't know where to go. For a time, Lin Yu was still extremely reluctant to let go of these two little friends of his. Seeing this, Gu Changsheng spoke directly. Since that's the case, all of you should also stay within the Tai Chu sect's gate together. From now on, the two of you will be the miscellaneous disciples of the Tai Chu sect. Learned that he was able to stay within the Tai Chu sect's doors to cultivate. Both Wang Chu and Lu Yuer acted extremely excited and thrilled. Thank you, Lord Immortal Master. Thank you, Lord Immortal Master. Both of them also kneeled down and kowtowed 3 times towards Gu Chang. Afterward, the two of them, Wang Chu and Lu Yuer, followed one of the Tai Chu sect's elders and went directly to the place where the handyman disciples lived. Lin Yu, on the other hand, was left in the Great Hall by Gu Changsheng. Lin Yu, do you know that you yourself are burdened with the same body as a Buddha and a devil? And although this power is powerful, a slight carelessness will also very much lead you towards demonic cultivation. At this moment, Gu Changsheng looked at Lin Yu and slowly spoke. What, Master Teacher? I am burdened with the same body of Buddha and devil? Hearing what Gu Changsheng said, even Lin Yu was surprised. He hadn't thought that he was nothing more than an ordinary teenager in the Greenstone village. How can you be in the same body as a Buddha or a demon? Could it be that one night, after that old monk knocked himself out? Lin Yu vaguely remembered that it seemed like that old monk had a weird relic in his hand that he carefully protected in his arms. What followed? He couldn't remember. But you don't have to worry. Since you've worshipped under my Tai Chu sect, this seat naturally has a way to solve this for you. After saying that, Gu Changsheng waved his big hand. A bead emitting a spiritual aura appeared in Gu Changsheng's hand, and this bead was clearly the heavenly demon bead. Its efficacy was just enough to suppress that evil demonic power within Lin Yu's body and keep it under control. This way, Lin Yu wouldn't be entangled in demonic chi and become a generation of demonic cultivators. Take this heavenly demon bead. As long as this bead is there, that demonic chi in your body will be completely suppressed, so that you won't be affected by the demonic chi. Gu Changsheng finished. This heavenly demon bead flew directly into Lin Yu's hand. Looking at the heavenly demon pearl in his hand, Lin Yu's heart was touched. Even he knew how precious this heavenly demon pearl was. I didn't expect the Master Teacher Lord to bestow it upon himself so easily. It seems that in the future, one must serve the clan well. And then, Gu Changsheng explained some things to Lin Yu, telling him about the book storages and cultivation places within the sect, as well as the cave where he lived. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask senior brother Qin Yi again. And only then did Lin Yu leave the main peak. He went back to the cave where he lived and went. Chapter 48 Terrifying Sect Divine Beast Looking at the Moon. A Traveler's Old Country. In the meantime, Tai Chu's sect. Within the premises where the outer disciples resided, Lin Yu invited both Wang Chu and Lu Yuer to the cave where he was. Looking at the rippling scenery of the outer gate and the well-supported, luxurious and extravagant cave, the two of them, Lu Yuer and Wang Chu, were also envious for a while. However, both of them knew it. This was all Lin Yu's. If Lin Yu hadn't opened his mouth to speak for them, they were definitely not qualified to stay in the Tai Chu sect. Therefore, the two were still very grateful to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, I heard that Immortal Master Lord say that the evil man who massacred our Qingshi village seemed to have come from the demon god temple of the North Ridge. At that moment, Wang Chu suddenly spoke. Those people of demonic cultivation are all extremely vicious. One day, I will definitely uproot the demon god's palace as a way to console the villagers of Greenstone village, and to comfort the spirits of my parents in heaven. Lin Yu's words fell. It was instantly recognized by both Wang Chu and Lu Yuer. That's right, we believe in brother Lin Yu. You can definitely do it. Lu Yuer hurriedly nodded her head. Good, then let's cultivate together. And when we've accomplished something, we'll go together to seek revenge on that Northern Ridge's demon god temple. In the meantime, Taichou sect. In the middle of the main peak, Gu Changsheng stood on top of the mountain, facing the wind. A fresh breeze came, making him feel more and more dusty. Mountain Gate Jail Monument, Chaotic Ancient Finger, and 3 strong summoning cards. Mountain Gate Guardian Beast looking at the moon. It seems that this system's rewards are still very good. They were then summoned out one by Gu Changsheng. Mountain Gate Prison Suppression Monument. This was an ordinary-looking black stone monument, but there is a great pressure. It was enough to suppress all great powers below the Supreme. With this Mountain Gate Prison Suppression Stele having been placed by Gu Changsheng at the foot of the Taichou sect's mountain, an unrivaled and supreme pressure flowed out from above that prison-suppressing monument. Chaotic Ancient Finger. This was the divine ability of the chaotic ancient emperor of the previous generation. Gu Changsheng cultivated for a while, and then opened his eyes that looked like the flow of stars from the ages. Looking towards a mountain range in the distance, a finger fell. That distant mountain range was directly level to the ground. Extremely terrifying. It seems that this chaotic ancient finger is worthy of being the divine ability of the chaotic ancient emperor, and the power that erupts is truly formidable. After that, Gu Changsheng then used 3 strongman summoning cards. Next moment, inside a collapsed tunnel in the void, 3 incomparably powerful auras descended outside the Taichou sect's mountain gate. Immediately after, a tall, handsome man with a stout, majestic look, a heavenly eye in the center of his eyebrows, and wings on his back walked out from there. His name was Tuoba Shang, and he was a powerhouse of the heavenly god clan, possessing the terrifying aura of a saint king. And with that, behind him, there was a woman carrying a huge sword. The woman, with her ordinary looks, looked like she was inconspicuous in the crowd, but the whole person exudes a majestic and incomparable sword intent. Incredibly sharp and scary. It makes it impossible to look straight. His cultivation strength was also at the terrifying Saint King realm. There was also a stunning woman in a gorgeous blue palace dress. One's cultivation had also reached the terrifying Saint King realm. This scene also caused the 3 of them, Luoli and Lin Yu, who had just joined not long ago, to feel incomparably shocked and unbelievable. Geez, who the hell are those 3? Luoli, she could clearly feel that those 3 terrifying auras, as long as they slightly fell on herself, in an instant, her soul would be scattered. It was more than hundreds of times stronger than her mother emperor, the Immortalist Empress. The primordial sect, too, was just too terrifying. It turned out that what he had heard before was only the tip of the iceberg of the Taichou sect. At this moment, Luoli also began to be a bit glad that she, too, was able to join such a terrifying and incomparable power. At this moment, in the middle of the main peak, inside the magnificent and incomparable Great Hall, Gu Changsheng sat on top. Below, Tuoba Shang, Xiao Ruyan, and Mu Xinhai all knelt down in the direction of Gu Changsheng. I, Tuoba Shang, Xiao Ruyan, and Mu Xinhai, pay my respects to Lord Sovereign. Looking at the handsome white-clothed man in front of them who was as plump as jade, the 3 of them said with incomparable respect. They could sense the power of the Sovereign Lord. That dragon's might alone had already given them a sense of fear. Sovereign Lord, truly unfathomable. Get up. Gu Changsheng looked at the 3 of them in the line and slowly spoke. Yes, thank you, Sovereign Lord. The 3 men rose and said, from now on, you will be the outer sect elders of the Taichou sect, assisting Immortal China in handling all affairs of the outer sect. Yes. After saying that, the 3 of them executed their divine abilities and transformed into a divine rainbow, heading in the direction of the outer gate. And right after the 3 of them left, in the middle of the great hall, there was suddenly a cute little thing, with a furry body and a crystalline snow-white body. One could not help but hold it in one's arms and play with it. At the moment, it was in the middle of the great hall, rolling and playing to its heart's content. And this furry, adorable little creature was none other than the clan's guardian divine beast, the Moonwatcher. Don't look at it now. It's so lively and cute and harmless in general. You know, Moonwatch, that's extremely scary. Rumor has it that an adult-looking moon, millions of feet tall, one mouth, enough to be able to swallow a galaxy, strength that is called a horror like this. This looking moon today is still in its formative years, but even so, it was still more than enough to deal with a great emperor. In the meantime, outside the mountain gate of the Taichou sect, a young girl in a wide-sleeved dress with a lively and cute look was standing there. She looked at the prison suppression monument that stood outside the mountain gate in front of her, and the golden runes that flowed out from the top of that prison suppression monument were brilliant with divine light and extremely terrifying. Just that pressure alone made the young girl in front of her feel incomparably surprised and terrified. Ai Jiao, what the hell is this Taichou sect? How come it's even more terrifying than the rumors? At this moment, a look of incomparable shock came out on Wu Xingyue's exquisite and stunningly beautiful little face. That's right, the young girl in front of her was a traveler. In her previous life, She just loved reading those pretentious metaphysical novels. What an immortal top. Proud of the world. With me asterisk asterisk is the sky, and the 10,000 paths that are as long as the night. At the time, she imagined that it would be nice when she could become this powerful. As a result, for staying at home all the time playing king and reading novels, stay up too long and you just die suddenly. Wake up to this horrible metaphysical world of light. And after she crossed over to this world, she also awakened a system. The name is called the Pretend and You'll Be Stronger system. To put it simply, it meant that she could become powerful on her own if she kept pretending. Chapter 49, The Similar Flower. Reborn Yi Fu Ling. And by pretending to get in your face, you gain pretense value yourself. The pretense value can then be exchanged for everything inside the system mall. Relying on this pretend and you'll get stronger system. Wu Xingyue couldn't mention how famous she was. It can be said that among the 5 great dynasties, De Xia, De Sheng, De Qian, De Shui, De Yu, in addition to the great Snow dynasty's Shui Wuhan getting the most attention, the second was the great Qian dynasty's little princess Wu Xingyue. She, for one, loves to pretend. In the 5 major dynasties that's notorious. And, relying on the pretend to be stronger system, Wu Xingyue's cultivation strength nowadays, that was directly at the middle stage of the terrifying great power realm. Among the 5 great dynasties, the cultivation talent that was also considered to be at the demonic level. And the reason why she came to the Taichu sect this time, it is because in the near future, the Dacian dynasty will open the throne battle, order the various royal sons and daughters to go to the various Holy Land sects to worship. Who is more powerful? Who will be able to capture the Dacian throne heir to the election? As a result, a large number of imperial sons went to that terrifying giant power in the eastern wasteland. She, Wu Xingyue, on the other hand, chose to join the Taichu sect. It was also unknown if the Taichu sect would accept himself as a disciple. Soon, Wu Xingyue then arrived in front of the cloudy heavenly stairs. Looking at the majestic and vast 900 steps, Wu Xingyue's entire person directly froze in place. Holy, such high steps. How long does this girl have to walk until she reaches the end? Forget it, one has already chosen to worship the Taichu sect. Even if this ladder is long, one has to walk through it with tears in one's eyes. Just like that, Wu Xingyue stepped on top of the cloudy heavenly stairs. With every step upwards, Wu Xingyue could feel a majestic pressure sweeping over her body. At this moment, her originally delicate and absolutely beautiful little face became a little pale. Obviously, even she was extremely uncomfortable under this majestic pressure. Cheer up, Wu Xingyue, you will definitely be able to worship in the Taichu sect. Wu Xingyu cheered herself up in her mind. After a long time, Wu Xingyue finally arrived at the end of the cloudy sky stairs. In the middle of the illusionary formation, Wu Xingyue rejected all temptations. A beautiful man will only interfere with your own cultivation, wealth and power and martial arts opportunities that don't belong to her. She refused them all. Taichu's sect. I, Wu Xingyue, must worship in. At this moment, Wu Xingyue said firmly and incomparably. Boom! Soon, Wu Xingyue then passed the illusion formation test. It appeared inside the door of the Taichu sect, and in the middle of the main peak Gu Changsheng was sitting on top of the enlightenment futon to cultivate, with the system voice coming from within his head. Soon, just let him wake up from his practice. Ding! A compatible disciple has been detected. Please go and accept the host as soon as possible. I didn't expect that so soon. A son of Qi would come to my door. After Gu Changsheng finished speaking, he exerted his divine ability and directly transformed into a divine rainbow, heading in the direction outside the Taichu sect's mountain gate. In the meantime, Zhangzhou, myriad words nunnery, under a peach blossom tree, a light gray Taoist robe with wide sleeves, hair in a high bun, and oval eyebrows like willows. The beautiful woman with an exquisite and stunning face that could be called a generation of the best on earth stood there. At this moment, this beautiful woman dressed in a Taoist robe, even as she stood there, gave people a sense of being out of this world. At this moment, Yi Fu Ling looked at everything familiar in front of her and felt incomparably strange. Then, a majestic sea of memories surged towards her. Moments later, she realized, then, that she was reborn. Past life. Yi Fu Ling stayed in the myriad nunnery until she had a premonition that the great world was coming, and only then did she step out of the myriad nunnery. She is extremely gifted. From a young age, he was invincible, and even later, in the great world contest, he captured the immortalization pill of creation. Later, the immortal realm descends, and in the midst of fighting with the immortal realm's heavenly pride, she gradually embarks on the path of claiming the Tao, and eventually rises to become a generation of female emperors. It's just a shame. Shortly after she became immortal, the darkness moved in great turmoil, and then it swept in. She remembered that in that great dark chaos, the entire world was devastated. and even the immortal regent's pride and many terrifying great powers had fallen in that great dark chaos. Even with her stunning talent, she was targeted by a terrifying existence. And just as he was about to fall, it was Gu Changsheng who stepped in and saved himself at the most critical moment. Subsequently, Gu Changsheng even led his own frantic escape, and during that time, he himself was impressed by Gu Changsheng's charm, fell into it. However, before she could express her love, it was then that a supreme taboo struck out and chopped her down with a single sword, and she also fell on the spot. At the end of one's life, she also saw that Gu Changsheng, dressed in white, was magnificent, fighting alone against the dark group of supreme warriors, and was determined to avenge his own death. The end result, she would not learn. After that, one opens one's eyes again and goes back in time. Now, the Great World War has not yet begun. The immortal realm had not yet descended, and the great turmoil of darkness had not yet swept in. Everything, there is still a chance. In my previous life, I held back the fluttering in my heart, not wanting infatuation to plague my cultivation. In this life, I will never do so again. Gu Changsheng, I won't miss you again. In your previous life, you turned your back on all beings and faced the darkness alone. In this life, I want to be with you and won't leave you alone. Yi Fuling remembered the little bits and pieces of her relationship with Gu Changsheng, and couldn't help but float a wave of smiles out at the moment, smiling like a flower, incredibly beautiful and moving. It's just a shame that no one could see the scene. Chapter 50. A pretentious girl gets pretentious instead. Yi Fuling thought, and the idea of wanting to see Gu Changsheng right now sprang up in her heart. Nowadays, she had relived her life, but she didn't want to repeat the same tragedy as in her previous life, nor did they want Gu Changsheng to face the darkness supreme alone. She hoped that she could also accompany Gu Changsheng's side. Even if there was really no way to save it in the end, she still longed to be by Gu Changsheng's side. With her shadow that would be enough. Think about it. Yi Fuling suddenly summoned a heavenly thunderbird. Boom! The heavenly thunderbird's body was incomparably huge, covering the sky and the sun, with thunder runes surging all over its body in brilliant light. Yi Fuling stood on top of the body of the heavenly thunderbird. A pair of beautiful eyes looked into the distance, and it was clearly the direction of the Eastern Wasteland Tai Chu sect. Gu Changsheng, we'll meet soon. Wait for me, Yi Fuling said and urged the sky thunderbird. Next moment, the heavenly thunderbird then looked like a thunderous lightning bolt as it rushed towards the sky above, turning into a bright light and heading towards the direction of the Eastern Wasteland Tai Chu sect. In the meantime, outside the mountain gate of the Tai Chu sect, a divine rainbow suddenly came from the sky, descending in front of Wu Xingyue. Seeing that it was a handsome man with a plump god like jade, Wu Xingyue lost her concentration for a split second and froze in place. Holy, so handsome? And right at that moment, a system voice suddenly appeared within Wu Xingyue's mind. Ding dong! Due to the host being affected by another person's pretense, 10 points of pretense value will be deducted. Hearing the system voice, Wu Xingyue instantly couldn't sit still. Holy, what a system! I worked so hard to pretend to get that little bit of pretend value. You're deducting 10 points of pretense value from me in one fell swoop? System? What do you mean by that? Wu Xingyue's mind was filled with question marks, and just for a moment, Wu Xingyue froze. Gu Changsheng was also under the system's sweep, and he was able to read through Wu Xingyue's information. Name, Wu Xingyu. Identity, 9th princess of the Daqian dynasty. Age, 16. Strength, middle of the great power realm. Physique, none. Loyalty, 65. Talent, purple, suggests that the host take on an apprentice as soon as possible. Experience, originally from the azure planet of the Earth people, because of an accident, traveled to the Tianqian continent, became the great Qian dynasty 9 princess Wu Xingyue. Awakened pretend can become strong system, as long as non-stop pretend. Their own is the strength of the strength will continue to become strong up, because the great Qian dynasty opened the throne battle. Wu Xingyue which rushed to the great primordial door chose to worship the master. Earthlings. And a system? Looks like I've met the old folks here. Gu Changsheng looked at Wu Xingyue in front of her with an interested expression. Even he hadn't thought of that. I can't believe I'm bumping into my old hometown here. The two of them are really destined for each other. As the saying goes, when an old-timer sees an old-timer, both of them cry. I just don't know who's going to be teary-eyed. You've come to my Tai Chu sect? Is it to pay homage? At that moment, Gu Changsheng looked at Wu Xingyue and said, that's right, senior, my daughter, Wu Xingyue, is precisely the one who wants to worship the Tai Chu sect. Wu Xingyue arched her hand and said, then would you like to worship this patriarch as your teacher? Gu Changsheng suddenly said at this time, you're the sovereign lord? At this moment, Wu Xingyue was suddenly confused for a moment. She hadn't thought that the patriarch of the Tai Chu sect was such a young and handsome beautiful man like an exiled immortal. Thought this Taichu sect was awesome and bombastic. That patriarch. He must be an old monster who has cultivated for an unknown number of years yet. I didn't expect that the Taichu sect's patriarch would be this young. Ding. Detected that the host was once again affected by another person's pretense. The pretense value is deducted by 10 points. Hearing this, Wu Xingyu man went numb. No, big brother, I live by pretending. Ha, can you give me some face? At this rate, I'm afraid my pretense value will really be deducted by you. Forget it, forget it. This girl is done with you. I'll make sure to earn this pretense value back from you later anyway. Of course I'm willing. My little daughter, Wu Xingyue, pays her respects to master teacher. Wu Xingyue knelt towards Gu Changsheng. Next moment, a system voice then came from within Gu Changsheng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting an apprentice. Disciple's name, Wu Xingyue. Physique, none. Cultivation technique, Tai Ancestor Martial Fist. Heavenly Sword technique. Strength, middle stage of the Great Power Realm. Loyalty, 75. Rewards given to the host, Bodhi Divine Tree *1. Ancient Tea of Enlightenment *10. Mountain River and Jigaku Diagram *1. Strong Summoner Card *1. Hearing these rewards, Gu Changshan was still in a good mood. Get up. Immediately after, a soft force lifted Wu Xingyue up. Thank you, Master. Wu Xingyue said in a hurry. Master, I wonder what kind of disciple I can become within the sect with my cultivation at the Great Power Realm. At that moment, Wu Xingyue suddenly spoke. The reason she would say that was actually to tell Gu Changsheng. I was already an expert of the mighty realm at the age of 16. When placed among those other terrifying holy lands, it was definitely a demonic heavenly pride-like existence. Wanted to put on a bit of a show in front of the master, too. However, unfortunately, Gu Changsheng just looked at her lightly and said, from now on, you are an outer disciple of my Tai Chu sect. There are cultivation places and caves for outer disciples within the sect, and the book depository, so you can go and look for them on your own. After saying that, Gu Changsheng transformed into a divine rainbow and left the place. Only a messy-faced Wu Xingyue was left in place, at a loss for words. Nani? This girl is so outstanding, but she can still only be an outer disciple? Are you sure there's no mistake? The Wu Xingyu people were completely dumbfounded. I had thought that my cultivation talent would be a small shock in front of Gu Changsheng, but who knew that it wasn't Gu Changsheng's shock that ushered her in? Instead, it was unresponsive and even told her so. He himself could only be considered an outer disciple of the Tai Chu sect nowadays. I'm the 9th princess of the Great Qian dynasty. How could one worship the Tai Chu sect but become an outer disciple? If those royal brothers and sisters knew about this, they would still laugh at me. Ah, so annoying. Unable to do anything about it, Wu Xingyue could only accept this reality. However, but after she walked through the door of the Tai Chu, the rippling and vast scenery inside is like a picture of an immortal's cave. Once again, it shocked Wu Xingyue. Ding! Detected that the host has shocked the Tai Chu sect. 10 points are deducted from the pretense value. Please keep the host in a good state of mind. Hearing this, the Wu Xingyu people were once again numb once more. Chapter 51 Backstabbing from a Good Sister. Meteoric Sacred Mystery Realm present. After entering the Taichu Gate, originally, Wu Xingyue was still thinking of using his cultivation strength of the Great Power Realm to put on a good show here. Results, however, after she saw those disciples of the Taichu sect, her entire body felt incomparably shocked. No, don't go too far with this Taichu Gate. Ha! This Great Power Realm's Heaven's Pride experts. That's basically all over the place, even among the outer sect. There were already several that were at the peak of the Great Power Realm's cultivation strength. This time, it caused Wu Xingyu to be shocked by others several times instead. And once again, quite a bit of pretense value was deducted again. Woohoo! Damn it! It was not easy for this girl to earn that much pretense value. This trip to the Taichu sect has directly almost finished my pretense value. There's no justice. Thus, Wu Xingyue discovered a fact. That is, pretending to be a pussy in the Taichu sect is really harder than climbing up to the sky. Basically, it was hard to brush up on the pretense value on the disciples of the Taichu sect. This caused Wu Xingyue's little face to become distressed all of a sudden. And just when she didn't know what to do, suddenly, in front of her, a familiar figure was reflected in her eyes. Ha! Isn't this Luoli? Why is she here? Wu Xingyue's pair of large Kazran eyes looked at the stunningly beautiful young lady sitting on the boulder in front of her to cultivate. The eye was instantly drawn to her. Hey, can't find anyone to pretend with. It seems that this girl is looking for Luoli to brush up on her pretense value. Although Wu Xingyu didn't know why Luoli was in the middle of the Taichu sect, she was surprisingly able to bump into her here. I believe it's fate. Luoli, why are you here? Hearing someone calling out to her, Luoli suddenly awoke from her cultivation. there was a brilliant river of stars flowing in a trance and a pair of beautiful eyes, looking extremely extraordinary. Even Wu Xing was shocked by Luo Li's appearance for a moment. Seeing that the person coming was Wu Xingyu, Luo Li's plain white little face couldn't help but show a smile out. Xingyu, I didn't expect to bump into you here. Are you also worshipped under the Taichu sect? At this time, Luo Li looked at Wu Xingyue and said with a smiling face. Speaking of which, after Luo Li was stripped of her physique and reduced to an invalid, basically very few people would play with her, and Wu Xingyu was considered one of the only few friends she played with the best. Among the 5 great dynasties, those heavenly prides, which one of them was not indifferent to her? And only Wu Xingyue, this lively young girl, never disliked her for being an invalid. Instead, sometimes when there was nothing else to do, she was approached to play. As a result, the two are still very close. This is right. This girl has also worshipped under the Taichu sect. Luo Li, then you should be too, right? If I remember correctly, aren't you unable to cultivate? How can you worship under the Taichu sect? At this time, Wu Xingyue opened her mouth towards Luo Li and asked, speaking of this matter, I also have to thank Master Teacher. If it wasn't for him granting me the divine body, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have had the chance to cultivate in my life. Luo Li said, her eyes filled with a look of gratitude towards her master, Gu Changsheng. If Gu Changsheng hadn't stepped in and solved the problem with her physique, it was estimated that she would never have the chance to cultivate in her life. Therefore, for Gu Changsheng, she was definitely extremely grateful and obedient. He was the one who made the move to grant you a divine body so that you could cultivate? Now, Wu Xingyu's face instantly became shocked once again. She hadn't thought that Gu Changsheng would have such heavenly means, casually granting Luo Li a divine body and allowing her to step into the path of martial arts. This means is simply comparable to the reincarnation of an immortal god. Gu Changsheng, is he that good? Ding! Detected that the host is once again shocked by others, deducting 10 points from the pretense value. Once again, he heard the message that the system had deducted the pretense value. Wu Xingyue felt like the sky was about to fall. Father's system, I beg you, please don't deduct my pretense value again, okay? That's what? I didn't think that Master Teacher Lord is so powerful. Well, but Luo Li, since you have stepped into the path of martial arts, from now on to recultivate, and don't be discouraged. I believe that you will soon catch up with our cultivation. Saying that, Luo Li suddenly released her own cultivation strength of the middle stage of the Great Power Realm. Wanted to put on a bit of a show in front of Luo Li. Let her know that she was at least an expert of the mighty realm yet. Results. After facing Wu Xingyue, who released her aura of the Great Power Realm, Luo Li's eyes were still as calm as a lake, not able to set off the slightest ripple at all. Suddenly, an aura of the Avatar realm erupted from Luo Li's body. Seeing this, Wu Xingyue was completely dumbfounded. No, sisters, you've only been cultivating for a short while, and it's only been a few days of work and you've broken through to the Avatar realm? You're breaking my heart. This girl has been pretending for more than 10 years before she broke through to the mighty realm, and you've only just stepped onto the path of martial arts, not more than a few days ago, and you've broken through to the Avatar realm? Are you still a human being? Ah, this world, hurry up and destroy it. It's really hateful. Ding, the host is detected to be influenced by others again, deducting 10 points from the pretense value. Warning, currently there is not enough pretense value, so please ask the host to pretend as soon as possible to replenish the pretense value. Wu Xingyue felt like nothing good had happened to her since she arrived at the Taichu sect. It's a lot of pretending. That's a lot of pretending. Forget it, I'm tired. This girl wants to be quiet for a while. Well, Star Moon, why did you leave? At this time, Luo Li suddenly felt puzzled. Aren't the two of them having a nice conversation? How could you look at Wu Xingyu's face all of a sudden? Did he say something wrong? Luo Li, I want to go back and have a good quiet time now. We'll both talk some other time, haha. After Wu Xingyue finished speaking, she directly transformed into a divine rainbow and left the place. Only Luo Li, who had a face that felt strange, was left behind. In the meantime, the eastern wasteland suddenly erupted with a great and shocking event. In the depths of a deep mountain somewhere in the eastern wasteland, on a certain day, suddenly a 10,000 foot divine light erupted directly into the sky, rushing into the clouds, with 1,000 streaks of Rue Kai and 10,000 shades of haze. At the time, there were quite a few cultivators who still thought that this was a mysterious supreme treasure appearing with a great sound, and they all wanted to rush over in a desperate manner. However, after the crowd rushed there, they realized that it wasn't some mysterious treasure that had appeared there, but rather, the legendary meteoric sacred mystery realm had appeared. The secret realm of the fallen saint is the inheritance of a supreme being. Once the news spread, it was as if it had grown wings and spread throughout the entire Tianxian continent. Subsequently, Many terrifying great powers knew about this matter. Western Desert, Northern Ridge, Southern Barbarians, Central State, Eastern Wasteland. All the great Holy Land royal dynasties had sent their disciples heavenly pride and clan experts to rush there. For a moment, the entire Eastern Wasteland suddenly began to become boiling. Chapter 52 All Parties Gather. 9 dragons pull whisking out Gu Changshang. A great tomb of a supreme powerhouse was an unimaginably rich treasure to all forces. Once the news of the meteoric sacred mystic realm was spread, the entire Tianqian continent began to become boiling. Western Desert. At the Golden Mountain Temple, the sacred son of Ga wore a robe and had an incomparably handsome face, like a beautiful monk. When he learned of the news of the meteoric sacred mystic realm, his entire being suddenly awakened from his cultivation. The meteoric sage secret realm, the inheritance of a supreme being, there must be incomparably precious chances inside. I'll definitely get it this time, Sage Ga muttered. Afterward, he led a group of children from the Golden Mountain Temple to the Eastern Wasteland, and this scene was basically played out among the major terrorist forces. Central State, Great Zhou Dynasty. As the general existence of the overlord of the entire Tianqian continent, the Great Zhou Dynasty that was extremely horrible. The Golden Hall was brightly lit. Emperor Zhou was sitting on top of the first place in a white dragon robe with a crown on his head. A pair of non-angry face looked at the crowd of civil and military ministers underneath them, like a real dragon in the 9 heavens was watching, making the ministers at the bottom feel incomparably trembling and afraid. Next to Emperor Zhou, there was also an old eunuch in a flower-colored robe with a white beardless face, holding an incense burner and serving at the side. At this moment, between the opening and closing of the Zhou Emperor's eyes, the pair of eyes that were as deep as the starry river of the ages looked at the crowd of great Zhou courtiers underneath him in this manner, and slowly opened his mouth to say, "The news of the meteoric sacred mystic realm, I'm sure you all already know about it. What are the countermeasures, my beloved ministers?" At this moment, Zhou Yuan, who was the Grand Prince of Great Zhou, suddenly stood out. "Father, my son is willing to lead Great Zhou's heavenly pride disciples to that meteoric sacred mysterious realm, and will definitely bring back that supreme being's inheritance and opportunity." As the Grand Prince Zhou Yuan opened his mouth, behind him, there began to be a succession of royal sons and daughters who stood out to ask for orders. "Father, and sons, we are all willing to follow the Grand Imperial Prince to the Eastern Wasteland." "Not bad, I am deeply gratified. So, this matter will be responsible for it by the Abyssal Child. The other if there is nothing else. If there is nothing else, all of you love the secretary that will retire from the court." With Emperor Zhou giving the order to expel the guests, who dares not to obey the civil and military officers in the whole hall? Besides, since the matter of the meteoric sacred mystery realm had already been taken care of, it naturally had nothing more to do with these ministers. After retiring from the court, Emperor Zhou, on the other hand, came to the middle of the imperial garden with Empress Xian Gui to take a break, and as the imperial garden of the Great Zhou dynasty, it was naturally a beautiful place. In the distance, the mountains are pleasantly scenic and the lofts are surrounded by exquisite elegance. Around them, immortal flowers blossomed, beautiful purples and red flowers, with a clear fragrance. Emperor Zhou was dressed in a white dragon robe. His temperament was peerless, his mouth held a faint smile, and his body was surrounded by a layer of blazing divine light, looking extremely extraordinary. The other person parallel to him was wearing a golden yellow phoenix robe, with icy muscles and jade bones, and an unparalleled appearance. The whole thing exudes a motherly demeanor. It was none other than Great Zhou's sacred Empress Xian Gui. At this moment, the two of them were strolling through the imperial garden, enjoying the beautiful scenery in the imperial garden to their heart's content. "Your Majesty, it seems a long time since the two of us came here for a walk, and the last time was 5 years ago. Is that so? This emperor has been busy with political affairs all day long, and has really neglected the feelings of the Empress. This emperor will make an unprecedented mistake today by accompanying the Empress to take a good stroll in this imperial garden." Emperor Zhou then looked at the beauty beside him and said, and just then, Emperor Zhou noticed that Xian Gui's face didn't seem to have become very good lately, appearing a bit pale, obviously as if she had been affected by something. "Xian Gui, what's wrong? Why do I see that you don't look too good? Did something happen to upset you?" When he thought about this time when Xian Gui suddenly invited him to come to the imperial garden to take a break, he felt that Xian Gui would definitely want to come to him for help with something. "Your Majesty, you are still really right. I don't know why. My concubine always feel uneasy these days. There seems to be a feeling in the dark that Yao Qi seems to be back again." At this point, Xian Gui told Emperor Zhou about his problem. "My Empress, you're afraid that you're overthinking it. 300 years ago, that Yao Qi was personally killed by your backstabbing. Even her corpse has been destroyed. How could she possibly come back? I'm afraid you haven't rested well these days. I'll let the Imperial Catering Room make some spirit beast soup during this period of time, so that you can recuperate your body, and I'll put some time aside to come back to approve the Xingzhua during this period of time. I've come specifically to spend time with you to get you properly tuned up and toned. Hearing these words from Emperor Zhou, Xian Gui's heart couldn't help but flow through a warm current. Speaking of which, back in the day, Xian Gui did not hesitate to backstab her sisters and lead the Yaoi Immortal Terrace to defect to the Great Zhou dynasty. It was not a bad move. Emperor Zhou still treated her quite well on weekdays, basically fulfilling whatever needs she had. Even if it was picking the stars and the moon, Emperor Zhou would personally do it for her. Seriously, to be able to marry a man like Emperor Zhou, Xian Gui felt that she was also very happy. North Ridge, Demon God Hall. Inside the brightly lit hall, the Blood Demon Son led a group of Demon God Hall's heavenly pride behind him. Looking at the Demon God Hall's hall master in front of him who stood with his arms folded, with an aura like an abyssal dragon, opened his mouth. Hall master, please also rest assured that this time, I, Blood Demon Son, will definitely lead the people of the Demon God Hall to take the inheritance and opportunity of that meteoric sacred mysterious realm. In that case, good. Then go. Yes. Got a promise from the Hall Master of the Demon God Temple. The Blood Demon Son directly led a group of heavenly pride from the Demon God Hall onto the ancient warship and headed in the direction of that eastern desolate meteor sacred mysterious realm. In the meantime, Eastern Wasteland, Taichu Gate. As a local power in the Eastern Wasteland, the Taichu sect was naturally the first to receive this news of the meteoric sacred mystery realm. At this moment, in the middle of the Taichu sect, today, extremely special, the center of the vast square, Xin Yi, Yi Qingcheng, Ling Qingxian and a host of other celestial pride have gathered here. At this moment, they were all waiting for the sovereign to show up. Suddenly, above the cloudless dome of the sky, 9 augur dragons that were as vast as divine mountains sprawled across the sky from the void, with a majestic momentum that was like a continuous mountain of Taishan, full of might and pressure. And behind this 9-headed scaly dragon, there was also a white jade carriage pulled by it, draped in endless divine splendor, pressing the void and rumbling. Is this the Sovereign Lord? The 9-dragon drawn carriage looks so majestic. Wow. It's the first time I've seen Sovereign Lord today. I didn't expect Sovereign Lord to be so powerful just by appearing. Love it. Patriarch awesome. Among the group of heavenly prides of the Tai Chor Meng, there were still quite a few people who hadn't seen Gu Changxing yet. Therefore, it was natural to be shocked by Gu Changxing's appearance. Of course, you don't say them. Even Xin Yi and the few of them who were prodisciples looked shocked beyond belief. That exaggerated look and open mouth looked like it could fit an egg. Holy, Master's appearance is so awesome, so pretentious. I really don't know when I'll be able to be just like Master Teacher. It's all about pretending with your hands and feet. Envious. At that moment, Wu Xingyue, who was on the side, couldn't help but be shocked when she saw Gu Changxing's appearance. Ding! Due to the host being shocked by others, 10 points of pretense value are deducted. Warning, the current pretense value has been cleared, so please keep a good mindset. Host. Hearing this, Wu Xingyu felt like she really just wanted to cry. Could it be that the Taichu sect is a heavenly grudge against me? No. This time, when we go out to grab the chance, we must put on a good show in front of the others, and try to brush some of the pretense value back. Otherwise I'm about to fall back on the system's pretense value. Chapter 53, Sect Leader appears, sword pointing at the meteoric sacred mysterious realm, terrifying Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty. At this moment, in the white jade carriage pulled by the 9-headed augur dragon, a handsome figure as rich as jade was sitting inside. And this handsome man was clearly none other than Gu Changsheng. In his hand, he was also holding a small, furry, crystalline, snow-white fox. A large hand stroked all parts of the little fox's body to its heart's content. The little fox couldn't help but smile charmingly. Master, you're so bad, but people like it. Subsequently, the 9-headed dragon descended into the center of the vast and boundless square. Only then did Gu Changsheng step out from inside the white jade carriage. Seeing Gu Changsheng appear, the crowd of elders and disciples of the Taichou sect couldn't help but take the initiative to greet each other in unison. Good day, Lord Sovereign. You all don't have to be polite. You're all part of my clan. I'm sure that nowadays, you've also heard about the news of the meteoric sacred mystic realm. Now, this supreme inheritance can be found in the Eastern Wasteland. Which one of you is willing to lead the team there? Gu Changsheng said this, but her gaze had already landed on Qin Yi's body. As for Qin Yi, he also sensed his master's expectations and naturally stepped forward to take the initiative. Master, disciple Qin Yi is willing to lead the team, Qin Yi said without hesitation. Not to mention that this time about the inheritance of the Supreme Being. Besides, he has been in seclusion for a long time in the Taichu sect. Naturally, he also wants to go out to have a good look. to fight with countless heavenly prides, and to cast the invincible Dao heart in the midst of conquests and killings. That was what Qin Yi wanted. Right now, there was this great opportunity, so he naturally wouldn't miss it. Yes, since you have such determination, this seat will not say anymore. This time to go to the meteorite sacred mysterious realm. This seat grants you the right to make all the decisions. Elder Tuoba, Elder Shao, and Elder Mu as well as all of the heavenly pride of the Taichu sect will go with you. If you have the chance, make sure to bring back the inheritance of the meteorite sacred mysterious realm. During this period, if you meet a heavenly pride provoking or a strong person making a move to snatch it, you can also make your own decision. I, Taichu sect, am not afraid of any force, even if it is to open a Dao war. Speaking here, Gu Changsheng visibly paused for a moment. Of course, this seat here still hope that you can come back safely. Remember that you must be responsible for your own safety. Do not be reckless. This seat all do not allow you to have any flashbacks. You can all understand? The sovereign's instructions. Of course the disciples have taken them to heart and will not fail the sovereign's expectations of us, and will definitely bring back the supreme inheritance. The voices of the group of heavenly pride disciples from the Taichu sect were incomparably loud, like a flood bell that resounded through the sky. See the scene. Gu Changsheng's heart was doubly pleased. Subsequently, Gu Changsheng explained some more things to Qin Yi and the three Tuoba elders in them, before he left. At this moment, a number of incomparably huge flying boats surfaced in the sky above the Taichu sect. On top of the flying boats, all of them stood a Taichu Dao soldier with a powerful aura. They were holding spears and swords, wearing a golden armor, with a ferocious aura, as if they were killed from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Incomparably terrifying and horrifying. There were hundreds of Taichu Dao soldiers just like this. Beyond that, there were also three elders whose breath was as deep as the abyss into the sea standing at the very front of the flying boat. The one at the head was clearly none other than Elder Tuoba. At this moment, he was wearing a battle armor. His breath was as majestic as an abyss like the sea, and a terrifying Dao rhyme breath was interwoven around him, just like a blazing incomparable sun. Even the surrounding void was affected by this breath to the point of distortion, and between the lifting of his hands, a terrifying and boundless breath flowed out, as if the entire heavenly dome could be suppressed by him. Such a terrifying aura caused the group of young prides from the Taichu sect to feel incomparably shocked. Is that Elder Tuoba? It looks so scary. I feel like if he were to give him a look, he would instantly die a violent death himself in general. And after seeing such a terrifying strength of Tuoba Shang, many of the Taichu sect's celestial pride also felt incomparably proud and excited. Elder Tuoba is powerful. The Taichu sect is mighty. The Taichu sect is mighty. This kind of hot-blooded atmosphere was the first time that even Yao Ji, who was a reborn person, felt it. The heart couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. At this moment, the sense of belonging of the many Taichu sect celestials to the sect also became stronger, and Qin Yi, who was the leading figure, couldn't help but take a deep breath after seeing the cold-faced Taichu Dao soldiers, the crowd of Taichu disciples who had been beaten up and the prepared elders, and then said aloud, "In that case, let's go." Yes, after saying that, Elder Tuoba waved his big hand. A legal decree descended, and in an instant the void in front of him was suddenly torn through a huge opening. The warm currents of the void inside swept out like a hurricane, but they stabilized in a moment under the suppression of the law. This place, it was exactly the direction to the secret realm of the meteoric sage. Depart. When Elder Tuoba said that, the huge flying boat rushed in towards the void tunnel. After everyone entered the void tunnel, this void rift slowly disappeared into the sky. In the meantime, in the eastern wasteland, somewhere above the wilderness, there was already a large swath of figures converging here, with a large number of people, both human and demon races. There was also the Taiku Imperial clan from the southern barbarians who had honorable status. The meteoric sage mysterious realm is about to open, and all the forces of the various parties are hearing about it. It's like a bunch of sharks sniffing for a treasure, waiting for an opportunity to move. And naturally, among them, there was no lack of sons and daughters of the great holy lands and imperial dynasties. And just then, all of a sudden, the crowd began to grow a bit restless. Not far away suddenly came an incomparably powerful aura that was rushing towards the side at an extremely fast speed. It's the leaving fire god cult. Among the crowd, there was no lack of people who recognized the hundreds of people who had suddenly descended in front of them. Their faces immediately revealed a look of gravity. One must know that the Divine Fire God sect was a great sect. It was extremely famous in the Northern Ridge, not losing out in the slightest to those powerful holy places. There are even several Saint King Realm powerhouses in the clan, and there are even a few Saint Realm powerhouses. However, the party after that came from an even more terrifying source. Rumble. In the distant void, a golden light blossomed above the dome of the sky, striking straight into the clouds as it sped towards this place. 9 powerful spirit beasts pulled a divine whiskey cast from gold, all surrounded by a layer of incomparably bright divine light, like a small sun. In the god's chariot, a valiant and extraordinary young man, dressed in purple, holding a divine spear in his hand, a divine wheel of elegance, and an incomparably powerful aura. And behind it, there were quite a few more flying boats speeding by. On a grinning banner above the flying boat was written in one big word, Zhou. Undoubtedly, the only one who had such a rehearsal in Tianxian continent was that central state's dominating power, the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty. Chapter 54. A mysterious woman from the central state wants to see Gu Changsheng. That's Great Zhou's Grand Imperial Prince Zhou Yuan. Seeing the visitor, the many cultivators below could all be described as being in awe and complaining. I didn't expect that this time, the meteoric sacred mystery realm, even the hallowed Great Zhou Dynasty has come to attract such big names. We're afraid that we won't even have a chance to compete for it. One must know that a secret realm with inheritance and treasures was not much in the first place. Now, the young prides of these great powers are running to get a piece of the pie. I'm afraid the treasures in this secret realm will be even harder to grab. To snatch food from the mouths of these terrifyingly large forces would be no different than climbing up to the sky. These two sides are both big shots we can't afford to mess with. The leaving fire god sect and the Great Zhou Dynasty. This creation, I'm afraid it's not destined for us. When many cultivators saw this scene, they couldn't help but open their mouths helplessly. And just as their group of cultivators felt a sigh of relief, at some unknown time, the two great powers, the divine fire god sect and the Great Zhou Dynasty, suddenly collided together. The terrifying shockwave caused the entire void to ripple. Departing fire god cult, you guys have a lot of guts. Humph, when you see my Great Zhou Dynasty, why don't you quickly retreat? A provider elder of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty chimed in with icy eyes after seeing the departing fire divine sect. This Great Zhou Dynasty is really arrogant and domineering. At this time, many disciples in the departing fire divine sect began to look embarrassed. Elder Lin, what do you think of this? A sage realm deacon elder suddenly inquired towards Elder Lin at his side after seeing this scene. The words were respectful. Obviously, this Elder Lin still had a relatively high status among the divine fire god sect. Upon hearing this, that Elder Lin also had a difficult look on his face, which was extremely unattractive. However, once he thought about it, the other party was a dominating force in the central state such as the Great Zhou Dynasty, so he could only give way for the other party with an unwilling heart. Thus, the divine fire divine sect consciously made way for a thoroughfare, allowing the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty to pass by them first. And naturally, the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty was not to be outdone, directly weaving its way through the avenues that the divine flame divine sect had made way for. This scene was also clearly seen by the nearby cultivators. I didn't expect that this Great Zhou Dynasty is still acting so domineering and strong. That's right, you don't think about it, that's the Great Zhou Dynasty, the dominating power of the central state, and there's that power in the entire Tianxian continent that dares to touch it? Subsequently, the Demon Temple of Northridge, the Golden Mountain Monastery in the Western Desert, all of these terrorist forces have also arrived one after another. In the midst of this, there was also a young heavenly pride from the Taiku Imperial clan who had also arrived here. His name was Tiger Xiaotian, and he was the young patriarch of the ancient royal clan, the White Tiger clan, terrifyingly gifted. At a young age, he had already reached the Holy Lord realm. This natural talent was also something that made the many cultivators present feel incomparably fearful and terrifying. And just then, above the sky dome, a terrifying aura filled the air. The void was torn open with a huge opening, and an incomparably huge flying boat flew out from there. Above it, a grinning and rattling banner reads in two big words, Tai Chu. On the deck of the flying boat, a young man dressed in white, with a powerful and divine aura stood there. At this moment, he stood with his arms folded, looking at the scene below. Next to him, there were three other incomparably terrifying auras. It was certainly none other than Elder Tuoba and the three of them. As the group of flying boats appeared, on top of the flying boats, the Taichu Dao soldiers that looked like they had walked out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood also attracted the attention of the crowd. Looking at the ice-blooded and cruel Taichu Dao soldier, even Zhou Yuan, who was the Great Zhou Dynasty's Grand Imperial Prince, couldn't help but feel a creepy sensation. That group of Taichu Dao soldiers were certainly a group of great terrors. This Taichu? Just what kind of power is it? And why has this emperor never heard of this power? And just as the crowd was feeling unimaginably strange about this mysterious Taichu, in the meantime, the gate of the beginning, rumble, a loud noise suddenly appeared outside the mountain gate of the Taichu sect. Next moment, a heavenly thunderbird with intertwined thunder and lightning aura and surging divine radiance appeared outside the mountain gate of the Taichu sect just like a hurricane. And naturally, this commotion woke up the Taichu sect's elders and some disciples. Immediately after, A being that looked like a night fork appeared directly outside the mountain gate of the Taichu sect. Looking at the massive heavenly thunderbird in front of him, the Night Fork King's blood-red-like pupils immediately became terrifying. What kind of person? How dare you barge into the Taichu sect? Why don't you quickly retreat? Or else you won't blame me for not being polite. And just as the Night King's words fell, a woman dressed in a Taoist robe with a stunningly beautiful appearance walked right down from above that thunderbird. Her hair was in a high bun. Her eyebrows were like willows. Her face was exquisite and absolutely beautiful. And she carried a brilliant divine haze all over her body, as if she was a fairy in the dust. At this moment, when he came to the Taichu gate and looked at the huge Taichu gate, a pair of peach blossom-like beautiful eyes carried a color of curiosity and expectation. Here, is this the Taichu gate? The woman opened her red lips lightly and murmured. This person was none other than Yi Fu-ling, who had come out of the Myriad Words nunnery in Central State. In her previous life, although she had formed a deep bond with Gu Changsheng, she had never come to the Taichu sect even once so far. Nowadays, this was still her first time coming to the Taichu sect, and she felt quite curious about this Taichu sect, which Gu Changsheng regarded as his heart's blood. Of course, there's nothing but curiosity. The most Yi Fu-ling could do was to look forward to seeing Gu Changsheng in person. With this thought, Yi Fu-ling directly opened her mouth towards the Night Fork King not far away. My name is Eporia. I came to the Taichu sect today, and I'm specifically seeking to see the Taichu Patriarch. Please also call your Patriarch to come out. Eporia? I've never heard of this person. If you're sensible, then hurry up and leave. You should know that this is my Taichu sect's place. If you continue to mess around here, then you won't blame me for not being polite. The Night Fork King spoke very icily. He had been in the Taichu sect for so long, but he had never heard that the Taichu sect had a character like Yi Fu-ling. Therefore, he naturally refused to Yi Fu-ling's request. Moreover, the Taichu sect's sudden fame in the eastern wasteland had led to many people wanting to meet the Taichu Patriarch once, and even those very famous big shots would hardly ever meet Gu Changsheng. As a result, there were quite a few who wanted to see Gu Changsheng during this time. There are also some who want to mess around and insist on staying here. In the Night King's opinion, this stunning woman was more than likely it. And when Yi Fu-ling saw that the Night Fork King refused to go in and report to Gu Changsheng, her heart couldn't help but be flooded with a difficulty. He wanted to see Gu Changsheng urgently, but when he came outside the mountain gates of this Taichu sect, he didn't know how to ask to see Gu Changsheng. Since you're still not leaving, then I won't be blamed for being impolite. When the Night Fork King said that, the trident in his hand was instantly swung towards the stunningly beautiful woman in a Taoist robe in front of him. Of course, he was only slightly scaring the woman in front of him, and didn't actually make a move. However, it was this kind of action that directly caused Yi Fu-ling to subconsciously make a move to resist. Next moment, an incomparably terrifying aura suddenly swung out from between Yi Fu-ling's jade hands. Chapter 55, Not to Become Immortal, Only to Wait for Your Return in the Red Dust. Boom! A terrifying might suddenly erupted from between that palm of Yi Fu-ling's hand. The reactive Yi Fu-ling had realized that she might have broken things. The Night Fork King was also not expecting that the beautiful woman in front of him could burst out with such terrifying power in an instant. The blazing immortal light directly cracked his armor like broken porcelain, and cracks began to appear, and he himself fell back dozens of meters away. And naturally, Yi Fu-ling's move quickly caused the Taichu Dao soldiers patrolling near the Taichu gate. Next moment, a dozen or so Taichu Dao soldiers suddenly sped directly in this direction. They were dressed in blood-stained golden armor, holding war spears, and their killing aura was monstrous as they headed towards Yi Fu-ling's direction. Bold! Just who is it that dares to make a move on our Taichu sect? Really looking for death? When this group of Taichu Dao soldiers saw that Yi Fu-ling had injured the Night Fork King, their faces instantly began to explode with rage, waving the war spears in their hands and chopping towards Yi Fu-ling. Originally, Yi Fu-ling wanted to explain, but she didn't expect the Taichu Dao soldiers to directly move towards her after they arrived. There was no choice but to temporarily engage them themselves for the time being. Soon, many means were then unleashed on her hands, and this group of Taichu Dao soldiers were instantly entangled by her. With immortal light intertwining in the void and runes like a sea, a vast divine might erupted, and naturally, this vibration attracted the Chang'e immortal in the middle of the outer sect. At this moment, an immortal light descended outside the mountain gate of the Taichu sect. Fairy Chang'e had a pair of beautiful eyes, her eyebrows knitted tightly as she looked at the dozen or so Taichu Dao soldiers in front of her who were constantly battling with Yi Fu-ling in the void. Who exactly is this woman? What a powerful strength! Even this group of Taichu Dao soldiers couldn't help her, and they were able to suppress her with the power of one person. This natural talent, it's still truly terrifying. Although this group of Taichu Dao soldiers looked powerful, they were suppressed by the beautiful woman in front of them. Moreover, Immortal Chang'e was able to easily sense that the beautiful woman not far away wasn't going all out. but rather was very much at ease fighting this group of Taichu Dao soldiers. It was enough to see that this group of primordial Taoist soldiers was nothing in her hands, and even then, as long as she wanted to, this group of primordial Taoist soldiers could definitely be easily suppressed by her. This woman is by no means an idle person. The entire Tianxian continent. When did such a terrifying existence appear again? At this time, even the two women, Queen Medusa and Canaan, appeared out. Looking at the blazing haze produced by the battle in the void not far away, the two women couldn't help but marvel. And right after the two women showed up, the surrounding area was also continuously filled with Taichu Dao soldiers coming in this direction one after another. After seeing the two women, this group of Taichu Dao soldiers were all extremely polite as well, saluting towards the two women. "Hello elder, we pay our respects to the elder." Subsequently, this group of Taichu Dao soldiers naturally began to join the battle with Eporia, and just then, Canaan suddenly struck. It stopped the fight straight away. Stop! Canaan could clearly perceive that this beautiful woman did not have any malicious intent. Otherwise, this group of Taichu Dao soldiers would have been easily suppressed by her. Where else would they have been at war for so long? At that moment, Canaan directly landed a pair of dreamlike eyes on Fuling's body, lightly opened her vermilion lips, and said, "Your cultivation is heavenly. I think you are by no means an uncommon person. I don't know why you have come to my Taichu sect to wreak havoc. My name is Fuling. I came from the Myriad Words Nunnery in the Central State, and I only want to pay my respects to Patriarch Gu this time, so I'd like to ask you to please be able to go in and pass the word around," Eporia said as she looked at Canaan. The Mythosian? Hearing these words, on the side of Chang'e Immortal's face was showing some unimaginable expression. She had naturally heard of the Myriad Words Nunnery as a power. It is the most mysterious force in the Central State. The mountain was closed on weekdays, and rarely would a disciple of the Myriad Words Nunnery be out in the world. I didn't expect that someone from the Myriad Words Nunnery would come to the Taichu sect in this life. You still want to pay your respects to the Sovereign Lord? What is the reason for this? Thinking about this, Immortal Chang'e still decided to inform Lord Sovereign. Perhaps this Eporia came to pay her respects to the Patriarch, but there was really something big going on? Since that's the case, then we'll pass on some information for you, and as for whether or not the Sovereign Lord wants to see you, then we won't even be informed of that. Words. Fuling smiled brightly, smiling like a flower, and opened her mouth to say, "It doesn't matter. I'm already happy that you guys were able to go in and inform Patriarch Gu. However, I still hope that when you guys go in to inform me, can you help me bring in a word? I think it would be natural for him to summon me in, if he had heard the words." In the meantime, the gate of the beginning. In the middle of the main peak, Gu Changsheng sat cross-legged. A terrifying aura was erupting from his body. The silhouettes of various divine beasts also surfaced with. The aura was as majestic as the sea, and it was directly swallowed up by him. I don't know how long it's been. Subsequently, when the aura dissipated, only then did Gu Changsheng slowly open a pair of eyes that looked like the stars of the ages. Then he saw that a delicate silhouette was waiting outside. "What is it?" Gu Changsheng nodded and inquired towards the silhouette. Seeing Gu Changsheng wake up from his cultivation, Immortal Chang'e immediately stepped forward to report, "Your Excellency Sovereign, just now outside the mountain gate there was a woman from the Myriad Words Nunnery in the Central State who wanted to come and ask to see you." From the Myriad Nunnery in the Middle Kingdom? At this time, Gu Changsheng also felt extremely strange. The Central State was hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Eastern Wasteland. How could that woman from the Myriad Nunnery want to come and beg to see him? It's still weird. And just as Gu Changsheng pondered, Immortal Chang'e suddenly spoke towards Gu Changsheng. "By the way, Sovereign Lord, she also asked me to bring you a message, just to say that if you listen to this, you will absolutely summon her in." "Oh, kind of interesting. So what exactly did she say?" Gu Changsheng asked with an interested face. "Not to become an immortal, but only to wait for your return in the red dust." As soon as these words came out, the eyes of Gu Changsheng, whose face was still very bland, suddenly changed. The eyes that were like the depths of the ages were as if there were thousands of stars flowing through them. A brilliant light flashed. In the meantime, the entrance place of the meteor sacred mysterious realm. Many great powers were also incredibly curious about this so-called Taichu mysterious power. When did the Tianxian continent actually have an additional power so terrifying? Chapter 56, The Meteorite Sacred Mysterious Realm opens. All the celestial pride gathers. And in the beginning of the flying boat above, dressed in white, the temperament of the magnificent young girl in front of not far away from the Great Zhou's flag. The depths of the eyes is to burst out in incomparable monstrous anger. "Great Zhou dynasty, this time I will make you look good," Yao Qi said in her heart. In her previous life, it was for the Great Zhou dynasty that her own best friend betrayed her at the last minute. Therefore, she definitely didn't have any good feelings towards the Great Zhou dynasty. It's even still extremely hateful. And just then, rumble! Suddenly, the entire earth fell in an instant, and an abyss like a huge chasm appeared. The abyss was pitch black, bottomless, and secretive, as if it was a man-eating ancient beast of the floodplains, opening its huge sharp fangs, waiting for its prey to burrow into it, so that people couldn't help but develop a creepy feeling. This is the secret realm of the fallen saints opened. All the cultivators knew that the huge crack at the moment was the entrance to the meteoric saint mysterious realm. Looking at the entrance to this meteoric sacred mysterious realm, the elders of the various great powers struck out, exerting powerful and incomparable divine abilities, wanting to explore the strangeness of this entrance. All of them ended up being shaken apart by a supreme force. This meteoric sage mystic realm has a bone age restriction. It seems that this eternal supreme being is trying to pick an inheritor for himself. After understanding this point, the great powers from all sides knew the purpose of this meteoric sacred mystic realm. In that case, I'm afraid this is the young generation's chance. Whether or not they can obtain the inheritance of this supreme being, that's up to them. The void. A divine rainbow appeared in all directions. The body is incomparably tall, covered in gold, like gold pouring general. Between the eyebrows of a king word is the ancient royal family White Tiger clan's young patriarch, Tiger Xiaotian, like a fairy in the dust, the contemporary saint daughter of the Guanghan Palace, Mu Yao, the great prince of the great Zhou dynasty, Zhou Yuan, the saint's son of the Jinshan temple, Jia Shengzi, the blood demon son of the temple of the devil god, the heir to the divine sect of the departing fire. All of these young celestial pride were powerful in their aura, with divine radiance surging and runes filling the air. The heavenly pride came out like a heavenly sword. Just the light of those eyes made the hearts of the cultivators present feel a tremor. This chance seemed destined to belong to this group of young prides. As a result, all the great powers began to send their own supreme celestial pride towards the entrance of that meteoric sacred mysterious realm. After stepping inside, there was a whirlwind of heaven and earth. Almost all of the young celestials found themselves somehow separated. All of them can't find each other where their forces are. Soon, Ling Qingxian then realized that he had teleported to a place where the birds and flowers smelled like a fairyland and went. Around her, there weren't any disciples from the Tai Chu sect. It seemed that the secret realm was afraid that they had all been broken up. And around her, one after another, there began to be a constant stream of disciples being teleported in. At the sight of this place where birds and flowers smelled like a fairyland, one was also a little stunned. Subsequently, they found quite a few more treasures and rare spirit herbs here. In the face of these treasures, the surrounding group of young celestials directly fought. Even more, in order to snatch the treasures, these people were even laying down a deadly hand. For a while, people quickly fell here. However, in the metaphysical world, this is extremely in the norm. After all, the metaphysical world has always been the law of the jungle. The weak are the strong. If you don't have enough strength to guard the treasure yourself, then naturally it will be snatched away by the other side. And in the midst of this battle, Ling Qingxian quickly stood out. With her outstanding and powerful strength, quite a few young prides had fallen into her hands. Treasures were also obtained. This also made Ling Qingxian feel very satisfied. It seems that this time, the meteoric sacred mystery realm's own harvest is still okay. Subsequently, Ling Qingxian then left the place, towards the depths of the secret realm. He kept walking, wanted to see just what great treasures were hidden in the depths. And soon, between a thick jungle and a mountain forest with ancient trees standing in the sky, a green-clothed young girl with a clear and stunning face appeared. And this green-clothed girl was clearly none other than Ling Qingxian. At this moment, in front of her, there were 5 young prides from other forces. They had each other's eyes on this immortal spirit flower. Swords were drawn between the two sides. Soon, Ling Qingxian then engaged them in battle. Along with an explosion of immortal light, a terrifying force instantly flooded the place. It didn't take long. These 5 people were then easily disposed of by Ling Qingxian, and this immortal spirit flower naturally fell into Ling Qingxuan's hands. Looks like a good haul after all. Ling Qingxian looked at his storage ring. Along the way, he had obtained quite a few rare treasures. After plucking this immortal spirit flower that was emitting immortal light and placing it into his storage ring, she then continued on toward the front. It didn't take a moment. This time, Ling Qingxian had once again discovered a treasure once again. Here, it seemed to be an extremely decayed-looking cave. It was surrounded by a granite. If you want to move on and enter the cave, then the granite must be broken. And just as Ling Qingxian was about to make his move, immediately after, several young celestials from the 9 heavens sacred land had also discovered this place. At the head of the group was clearly none other than a handsome young man dressed in a long golden coat, Dong Huanghao. At this moment, Dong Huanghao's eyes landed on Ling Qingxuan's body. A fiery color appeared in his eyes in a flash. Little sister, not bad looking. If you're willing to agree to serve me, maybe I'll be in a happy mood and still let you live too. Dong Huanghao laughed with an evil expression on his face. As the younger brother of the Holy Maiden of the Nine Heavens Sacred Land, he had a noble status and good natural talent. So he naturally had this tone of voice to think that his group would be able to suppress Ling Qingxian in front of him. Dong Huanghao's eyes made Ling Qingxian feel extremely angry and murderous. Since you guys want to seek death, don't blame me, Ling Qingxian indifferently said as the spirit sword in his hand came out of the shao, chopping towards the people of the Nine Heavens Sacred Land in front of him. The sword energy was as vast as the sea, as if it was unrivaled. Sensing this terrifying power, Dong Huanghao's eyes changed for a split second. He hadn't thought that the green-clothed girl in front of him looked so thin in her stance, but she could explode with such terrifying might. Even he had a hard time resisting. I'm a disciple of the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground, and my sister is the contemporary Holy Maiden of the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground. If you kill me, you'll be finished. However, Dong Huanghao hadn't finished speaking. Chapter 57, Great Sage's Inheritance. Hunt from the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground. It was directly chopped down in pieces by Ling Qingxuan's sword, and in an instant it flew into dust and smoke, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Even the group of disciples from the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground behind him were not spared. All died under Ling Qingxuan's sword. After settling this group of people from the Nine Heavens Sacred Lands, Ling Qingxian came directly to the door of this cave. But how exactly does this cave have to be opened? Looking at the cave in front of him that was blocked by granite, Ling Qingxian was also unable to think of any way to open it up. After all, just a moment ago, he himself had used his mana to try to shatter the granite in front of this cave's door. But she had a good idea. The reality is extremely harsh. What she didn't expect was that this granite was so sturdy that even she couldn't blast it apart by using her divine magic power. This was what caused Ling Qingxian to feel a rush. This cave was something she had just discovered not long ago, and if she waited for some time, there was no guarantee that disciples from other big powers would not appear to come over and grab it. If only one could enter the cave at this time. Get the treasure inside then. And just as Ling Qingxian was still pondering, suddenly, she noticed a mysterious formation carved all over the granite. It seemed that trying to open this cave through brute force was simply unrealistic. We can only think of a way to open this formation in order to break open this cave. Took a turn around this granite. Ling Qingxian had finally found a way to open the cave. She was seen bending down slightly and pressing down towards a loose rock below. In an instant, the cave then opened right up. Seeing this, Ling Qingxuan's little face couldn't help but show a touch of joy. And right after she opened this cave, next moment, two centipede-like shaped beings rushed out directly from the cave. Seeing these two beings, Ling Qingxian directly struck out. A sword she chopped down. Before the two living beings could react, they were directly chopped in half by her. Put. A stream of green blood then gushed out, and it looked rather disgusting. However, Ling Qingxian didn't pay any attention to it. Instead, he directly walked in towards this mysterious cave. Inside the cave, it was pitch black. It's impossible to see any condition at all. Ling Qingxian lit a heavenly lantern, and the light shone brightly, which made it possible to see the road ahead. Walked to the depths of the cave. Ling Qingxian realized that the place was filled with coffins, and around this coffin, there were a number of corpses that had been sitting for a long time. Some of them were great figures from the Holy Land side, and some of them were old imperial lords from a side that had opened up a dynasty. The strength was not bad. All of them were at least the existence of a saint. To each other, the clothes were rotting beyond recognition. Even those old imperial lords, the purple and gold crowns on their heads rotted as if they had changed color. But on this group of corpses, Ling Qingxian didn't find any treasures. It was only a matter of lifting the sky lantern and continuing in towards the depths inside. And just after Ling Qingxian didn't know how long he had been gone, the view ahead suddenly became empty. Step into the middle. Ling Qingxian realized that this place was actually still a large hall. There is nothing special around the hall. Only in the center of the hall is extremely strange placed a bronze ancient coffin. This coffin looks comparable to the ones outside. There's still a pretty big difference. Seeing this, Ling Qingxian walked forward. It was found that on top of that bronze ancient coffin, there was a line engraved. Later, I am a party elder of the Tianqi Holy Land. Due to the premonition of the great limit will come, want to close the death sentence cultivation, but ultimately still break through failure. If there is a later to come here, can take my inheritance. Seeing this line, Ling Qingxian really still felt that she hadn't come to the wrong place. Surely there are mysterious treasures. Moreover, it's the inheritance of a great saint on one side. Although it is not as good as the inheritance of that supreme being of the meteor sacred mystery realm. However, this was considered extremely good for Ling Qingxian, and around this bronze ancient coffin, Ling Qingxian also found a volume of books placed here. It did record an extremely powerful ancient heavenly skill. It seems that this is also the cultivation technique of this Tianqi elder. Looks and is pretty good too. Subsequently, After Ling Qingxian obtained the inheritance of this Tianqi elder, he put this ancient heavenly skill into his storage ring, and at the moment, a powerful aura also emerged from Ling Qingxuan's body. Obviously, the inheritance of a great saint realm. This was for Ling Qingxian, still extremely useful, only to see a terrifying aura surge towards Ling Qingxian. Next moment, the aura on Ling Qingxuan's body suddenly began to become sectionalized. Originally, Ling Qingxian, who was still at the peak of the great power realm. At this moment, it was directly a breakthrough to the pre-Saint Lord realm. A powerful force of chi and blood also erupted from her body in an instant. Next moment, a brilliant light blossomed from within Ling Qingxuan's eyes. Only then did this terrifying aura slowly dissipate from her body. Is this the feeling of the Holy Lord realm? Sure enough, all the strength has increased quite a bit, Ling Qingxian said with a burst of incomparable size. On the other side, a fluctuation in the void. Dong Huangyu's eyes were cold and deep. Standing proudly on the top of the mountain peak, 3,000 green silk flying, a blue palace dress, gorgeous. Behind them, there was a group of disciples from the Nine Heavens Sacred Land. Your Highness, we have found the murderer of Dong Huanghao, right in the middle of another secret realm. Below, a disciple from the Nine Heavens Sacred Land reported towards the fairy-like Dong Huangyu in front of him. Humph, truly seeking death. How dare you kill my brother Dong Huanghao? I will make you pay for my brother's life. Dong Huangyu snorted coldly, and after saying that, he displayed his divine ability and led a group of disciples from the Nine Heavens Sacred Land to run towards that secret realm. The murderer of her brother must be broken into pieces. In the meantime, outside the mountain gate of the Taichu sect, an immortal light descended, and it was none other than Fairy Chang'e. Miss E, Lord Sovereign has decided to see you. Please follow me in. Outside the mountain gate, Immortal Chang'e opened her mouth. After that, he led Yi Fu Ling towards the depths of the Taichu sect. With pleasure, Yi Fu Ling followed Chang'e Immortal closely and walked all the way into the middle of the Taichu gate. Inside the gate, the view is spectacularly rippling with rolling peaks and cranes. It's like heaven on earth. This was the first time Yi Fu Ling had seen what the Taichu sect looked like. However, for some reason, the thought that he would soon be meeting Gu Changsheng, the heart cannot help but begin to actually feel a little nervous. Chapter 58 Gu Changsheng. Hello, we meet again in this life. Always strong and domineering, arrogant as her Yi Fu Ling in this moment, but also unconsciously revealed some small daughter posture. Wait, one is about to meet Gu Changsheng. What to do? It feels like I'm so nervous. At this moment, Yi Fu Ling's two pairs of delicate jade hands with skin like gelatin were unconsciously clasped together, showing that her heart was extremely unsettled. Past life. Although it was said that he and Gu Changsheng had shared their hardships together and had long since developed feelings for each other, but this life, the two of them hadn't met this early. What should they say to each other later if they met? It's really stressful. And soon, Immortal Chang'e then led Yi Fu Ling all the way to the middle of the main peak of the Taichu sect, and at this time, Chang'e Fairy was also very sensible and left. In the middle of the main peak, only Yi Fu Ling and Gu Changsheng were left. At the top of the mountain peak, a young man dressed in Xian clothes was standing with his arms folded, his back facing Yi Fu Ling. A breeze came, raising his sleeves and hair, setting him off as more and more dusty. Handsome as a jade-like man's face showed perfect face under the sun's illumination. All up and down the body was the elegant temperament of a warm and talented man. It really can be said, the stranger is like jade, and the gentleman is unmatched in the world. It's him, it's him. Seeing this soulful-like figure again, Yi Fu Ling's mood instantly became incomparably excited. Even though the other party was only revealing a silhouette at the moment, Yi Fu Ling had already recognized that it was Gu Changsheng. It was the person she had longed for and wanted to see the most since her own rebirth in this life. To this moment, it was only then that Yi Poria finally understood. His own rebirth in this life was not in a dream. Instead, it's real. Especially after meeting Gu Changsheng. I don't know if this world is true or not, but as long as this world has you and me, then even if this world is a dream, then I never want to wake up. Yi Fu Ling's pair of peach blossom eyes were gentle and watery as she looked toward the man's figure not far away. And in her heart, she couldn't help but say, Gu Changsheng, how are you? In this life, we meet again. At this moment, Gu Changsheng turned around, and at a glance, she saw that beautiful woman in a Taoist robe looking at herself with a gentle, watery face, and the other party's peach blossom eyes seemed to be filled with infatuation. This made Gu Changsheng feel a little bit curious. Although it was true that he thought his face value was very high, it was not possible to make a woman fall for him with a single glance. I'm afraid there must be something else going on here. Sure enough, under the system's scanning, Gu Changsheng quickly knew why. Name, Poria E. Identity, contemporary heir to the myriad words. Age, 300. Strength, supreme realm perfection. Physique, flawless immortal body. Loyalty, 100. experience, in her previous life, as a woman. She suppressed an era and proved herself to be an immortal, and eventually accidentally fell into the hands of the darkest of the dark. And after she was reborn and came back, she traveled to the Taichu sect, wanting to meet with the person she was destined to be with, not for the sake of becoming an immortal, but only to wait for that person to return in the midst of the red dust. See each other's messages. Even Gu Changsheng was overwhelmed. Reborn. This woman. Just like that Yaoqi empress. However, the difference was that Yaoqi was re-entering 300 years later, while this myriad nun's heir, Yi Fu Ling, was reborn back with all the memories of her previous life. And, most critically, even before Yaoqi was reborn, she was only at the supreme realm perfection. Instead, Yi Fu Ling directly witnessed the path to immortality and stepped onto the path of invincibility. No wonder that the other party would say those words. Not for the sake of becoming an immortal, but only to wait for your return in the midst of the red dust. And the one she's waiting for, could it be me? If that's the case, wouldn't it say that later on, I'll form a very deep bond with her? The reason why Gu Changsheng said that, it was also because of the other party's 100% loyalty. From getting the system for so long, it was also the first time he had seen that. Just after meeting each other, the other party's loyalty was directly pulled full. Wouldn't that mean that she would never betray herself and would always be on her side? And just as Gu Changsheng was thinking like this, the Yi Fu Ling in front of him directly opened her vermilion lips lightly and said, "Greetings, Patriarch Gu. Fu Ling is from the myriad nunnery of the central state, and this time she came here, and has offended more than a few times, so please ask for Patriarch Gu's forgiveness." Nis Yi, words are too strong. Please do it. Gu Changsheng nodded slightly and invited the other party to a gazebo. The two sat down on the stone chair and looked at each other. Seeing Yi Fu Ling still looking at herself with that infatuated look, Gu Changsheng couldn't help but smile and say, "Nis Yi, is there a flower on this seat's face? Why do you keep staring at this seat? Patriarch Gu, I'm sorry, I just felt that you look like a deceased but like one of my deceased, so I couldn't help but want to look at you more." At this moment, hearing Gu Changsheng joke like this, Yi Fu Ling's originally white and crystalline earlobes also still can't help but have a few more points of haze color out. "Actually, it's not that, Nagisa. It's that I like you." Yi Fu Ling thought this in her mind, but didn't say it out loud. "Patriarch Gu can actually just call me Poria. I came to the Taichu sect this time because I wanted to join Patriarch Gu. Furthermore, I also know a secret, and that is that soon, the eastern wasteland will usher in a cataclysmic disaster. However, this cataclysmic disaster is actually nothing for Patriarch Gu. Instead, he will receive many benefits, and even the inheritance of a great emperor." Oh, Gu Changsheng nodded slightly, revealing a look of interest, and said, "It seems that Miss Poria is still the one who carries a big secret. To be able to tell me about the great emperor's inheritance, a secret that is so important that it is enough to cause a bloody storm in the outside world. And Mr. Gu is also curious to know why Miss Poria is informing me of this matter?" Words. Yi Fu Ling's pair of peach blossom eyes looked at Gu Changsheng, and her voice was like wonderful heavenly music as she opened her mouth. "Patriarch Gu, what's at stake is a great matter, and I'm afraid that it will be very difficult to obtain the great emperor's chance just by myself. Thus, I want to join forces with you together. The world doesn't know the power of your Taichu sect, only I, myriad nunnery, have a divine object that can calculate the person who will be the destiny of this life. And that's you, Patriarch Gu, which is why I chose to defect to the Taichu sect, and join forces with you to take down this great emperor's inheritance." Oh, that would be a reason to look at it that way. Gu Changsheng said this, and with a sudden turn in the painting style, she added, "Aren't you afraid that this seat will take this great emperor's inheritance for itself? At that time, you are afraid that it will be too late for you to regret it. After all, a great emperor's inheritance. Such a temptation is still quite great." Chapter 59, Luangia Secret Realm. Ling Qingxian is in trouble. "I'm sure you wouldn't do that, nor care to do such a thing." Yi Fu Ling stared at him with great trust. Seeing the situation, a smile couldn't help but appear on Gu Changsheng's clear and handsome face as well. Seeing Gu Changsheng smile, even Yi Fu Ling couldn't help but smile after her, with a bright smile that was as beautiful and dazzling as an immortal blooming. "Eternal life, that's because I love you. Not to mention this great emperor inheritance. Even if it's my life, I will willingly give it to you all." Yi Poria secretly said in her heart, "Past life. Gu Changsheng had given too much for her." Under the sweep of the great darkness chaos, even the immortal realm fell down, and it was Gu Changsheng, he alone, who fought several darkness supreme masters and saved her. Even in the end, she still fell into the hands of a darkness supreme. Gu Changsheng was also in a resolute stance, one person in a white dress with a magnificent style, fighting that group of darkness supreme alone. Every time she remembered, Gu Chongqing's act of saving her. Yi Fuling's heart couldn't help but show a hint of touching in love. And just as Iporia's thoughts were turning over, Gu Chongsheng, who was on the side, however, spoke directly. In that case, if there really is a great emperor's inheritance, then the two of us will join forces to share it equally together. Good, then it's a deal, Iporia said as she looked at him. The two then signed a contract. After the contract was generated, the two people's hearts also gave birth to a sense of meditation within each other. Patriarch Gu actually doesn't need to be so polite. Just call me Poria in the future. After seeing the contract generated between the two of them, Yi Fuling also couldn't help but open her mouth a little shyly. As he spoke, even his own crystal complete face couldn't help but float a touch of haze color out. That's good. In that case, I'll just call you Poria from now on. You don't need to call me Patriarch either. Just call me by my name. Gu Changsheng smiled and looked at Yi Fuling and said. Subsequently, the two had another exchange. Only then did Gu Changsheng learn the origin of this great emperor's inheritance. 100,000 years ago, the ancient imperial race demon emperor Mountain Old Ancestor and the human race Song emperor fought in the eastern wasteland. And in the end, both of them fell there. And the location of the fall happened to be under the mountain range of this Taichu sect. With the passage of time and years, eventually, it evolved into a secret world. It's called the Langya Mysteries. Buried inside was the supreme treasure of the demon emperor mountain lineage, the heart of the true phoenix, as well as the legacy of the human race's great emperor, Emperor Tsang, and the extreme Dao imperial soldier. And this method of opening the secret realm is that it requires the bloodline power of the demon emperor mountain lineage to open it. According to Iporia, shortly after 2 or 3 months, the heir of that demon emperor mountain would then lead the Taiku imperial clan to fight over this Taichu mountain range. At that time, it will be the moment to open this Langya secret realm. After the business chat, Gu Changsheng chatted with Yi Fuling about some other things. Just like that, the two of them had been walking in the middle of the main peak of the Taichu sect as the sun set in the west, and the halo of dusk looked extraordinarily soft as it shone on the two of their forms. Gu Changsheng was dressed in white and was as magnificent as an exiled immortal in the sky. Yi Fuling was dressed in a Taoist robe. Her face was absolutely beautiful, and she looked like a fairy who came down to earth. From afar, the two looked like a pair of divine beings. It looks very enviable. Even the passing maids couldn't bear to disturb this wonderful-looking picture. The two of them just kept talking about other things, walking through every part of the main peak of the Taichu sect, the forest, the small river, flowing through the clear spring. Along the way, Yi Fuling and Gu Changsheng were also talking and laughing. The two of them are also a little deeper in their communication with each other. In the meantime, in the secret realm of the meteoric sacred mysteries, in the blink of an eye, several days, in the middle of a vast, sprawling field, boom, with a terrifying mighty strike falling between the mountain ranges, the entire mountain range was flattened with a loud bang. A long sword that looked like a divine weapon was plunged straight in between the mountain ranges, and the terrifying might caused the surrounding mountains, grass and trees to turn into pieces at this moment. Don't let her get away. Grab her. Soon, a group of disciples from the Nine Heavens sacred ground then chased after them, shouting loudly, and ahead of them. Instead, it was a slender figure. At this moment, her figure was extremely fast, transforming into a divine rainbow as she continuously dodged the attacks from the Nine Heavens sacred land behind her. Damn it, this group of people from the Nine Heavens sacred ground are really shady. Ever since he had killed Dong Huang Hao of the Nine Heavens sacred ground, this group of people had stuck to him like maggots on a tarsus. It's really annoying. In particular, that holy daughter of the Nine Heavens sacred land, Dong Huang Yu's strikes were incomparably ruthless, and there were several times when she was almost injured. Of course, Ling Qingxian had never felt any remorse for killing that Nine Heavens Holy Land's Dong Huang Hao. His damn disgusting eyes made Ling Qingxian feel extremely uncomfortable. Even if she had to do it again, she wouldn't hesitate to get rid of the other party. It was just that this group of people from the Nine Heavens sacred land behind himself was also really too troublesome. For a few days, one has been in constant hiding. Very annoying. Who exactly is that woman? Why do the people of the Nine Heavens sacred land keep chasing after her? You don't know yet, do you? That woman was the one who killed the Nine Heavens sacred land's holy maiden's own brother, which is what caused so many people from the Nine Heavens sacred land to hunt her down and kill her. Then this is too tragic. Offending the Nine Heavens sacred land. At least here, I guess no one will be able to help her. And I don't know if this woman is from that power. I've heard that it seems to be from the Taichu sect, and I don't know what kind of power it is. A large group of cultivators could not help but discuss this scene when they saw it. Of course, they only dared to stand far away and watch, but they didn't dare to come closer. After all, it wouldn't be good if they were slightly inattentive and were mistakenly injured by the people from the Nine Heavens sacred land. These days, this group of cultivators had also seen this scene often. so that's why they're here talking to each other. The power of the Nine Heavens Sacred Land was very large. It was a great power from the central state, far from being comparable to these small powers of theirs. Even that holy maiden of the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground let out harsh words. Anyone who can help her catch Ling Qingxian will be heavily rewarded. But, this group of cultivators did not dare to go forward. The reason was that although they had not heard of this Tai Chu sect, but when the secret realm was still open, their group had seen the terror of the Tai Chu sect's power. Just the aura emanating from that group of Tai Chu Dao soldiers had already given them a feeling of trepidation. From this, it can be seen that this Tai Chu sect was definitely a mysterious and terrifying power. So, that kind of thing, they still didn't dare to go up and intervene. One can only stay at a distance and watch the show from here. Chapter 60, The End of the Road. Ling Qingxuan's distress. And at this moment, Ling Qingxian was indeed extremely unpleasant. Being hunted down by such a group of people who stuck to themselves like a dog's skin and kept on chasing them. Even she felt a wave of exhaustion she had never felt before. At this moment, even Ling Qingxian couldn't help but dip a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. Obviously, facing this group of disciples from the Nine Heavens Sacred Land chasing after them, she was also extremely unpleasant. In order to hunt down Ling Qingxian, the holy maiden of the Nine Heavens Sacred Land, Dong Huangyu, that had put in a lot of blood. As the saying goes, the hatred of killing one's brother is not shared. Originally, this time, when the everlasting heavenly tomb opened, Dong Huangyu wanted to bring Dong Huang Hao here to pick up some treasures and spirit herbs to go back. But what she didn't expect was that her own brother, Dong Huang Hao, was killed here. Moreover, through the traceability method, Dong Huangyu also clearly knew that his brother was killed by Ling Qingxian with a single sword strike, and even his divine soul was worn away as a result. Such a cruel way of killing was naturally felt extremely angry to Dong Huangyu. Therefore, during this period of time, she had nearly gathered all of the disciples of the Nine Heavens Sacred Land, even to the point of including the sacred son of the Nine Heavens Sacred Land, I Fangqing. Let him also make a move together to suppress that Ling Qingxian. Dong Huangyu was aware that Bai Fangqing had always liked himself, but Dong Huangyu really had no interest in him. This time, because of the murder of his own brother by someone else. That was why she had sought out Bai Fangqing to help along, and if she was able to suppress Ling Qingxian, the murderer of her own brother, Dong Huangyu would agree to Bai Fangqing's quest. This also caused Bai Fangqing to show great effort in regards to hunting down Ling Qingxian. Just like a dog's skin, he had been leading the disciples of the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground in a tight pursuit of Ling Qingxian. At this moment, Ling Qingxian could be said to be completely surrounded by the people of the Nine Heavens Sacred Land, as if it was airtight. This place was like a cage, tightly enclosing Ling Qingxian here. Between the mountain ranges, runes rushed to the sky and light shone brightly. All kinds of incandescent and incomparable breaths were intertwined here in a brilliant and colorful manner. It also attracted quite a few cultivators to come and watch. Holy, this is too bad, isn't it? So many people surrounding and killing a little girl. This Nine Heavens Sacred Land is acting really overbearingly. AI. This is afraid that it will be hard for this young girl to escape the clutches of the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground. Even the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground's formations have been used here. It seems that this time they are going to let this young girl be buried here. Who let this young girl offend the holy maiden of the Nine Heavens Sacred Land? But yes, Dong Huangyu is the one who loves her brother the most. It seems that this young girl is doomed to fall here this time for the revenge of killing her brother. And just as the many cultivators were still talking, next moment, a strong wind struck the air, creating a fluctuation in the void. A white-clothed man with sword brows and handsome appearance walked out from there. Accompanying him at his side was a beautiful woman with flying green silk, dressed in a blue palace dress. Both look extremely high in face value and walk together like a divine couple. The two of them were clearly the saint's son Bai Fangqing and saint daughter Dong Huangyu from the Nine Heavens Sacred Land. At this moment, Dong Huangyu stared at the incomparably pale young girl in front of him, the corner of his mouth coldly smiling. What? Aren't you quite capable of running? Why don't you run this time? And after these two arrived, the crowd of disciples from the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground also said in unison and respectfully, "Greetings to the Holy Son and Holy Maiden." At this moment, Ling Qingxian stood at the top of the mountain peak with her sleeves fluttering, looking at the group of Nine Heavens Sacred Ground disciples in front of her who were gradually approaching her ever closer. Eyes cold and indifferent, he looked ahead and said, to use so many people in order to hunt me down. It's also still really hard for you, Dong Huangyu. She said this icily. Although her strength was not bad, she was still able to escape in the face of this group of Nine Heavens Sacred Land disciples surrounding her. But when their saint's son and saint daughter came together to surround her, even though Ling Qingxian was as strong as she was, it was hard to defeat four hands with two fists. I'm afraid that this time, it would really be hard to escape the siege of the Nine Heavens Sacred Land. Humph, Ling Qingxian, When you made your move to kill my brother, did you ever think of today? Murder pays for murder. You wouldn't not understand such a simple truth, would you? Today, I want you to be buried with my brother. Go! With Dong Huangyu's order coming down, a group of disciples from the Nine Heavens sacred ground instantly struck out towards Ling Qingxian. All sorts of terrifying divine weapons were sacrificed. Runes filled the sky, and light and splendor rushed into the sky. There was a terrifying fluctuation, and even the surrounding mountains were affected, turning into pieces and scattering. Even when faced with so many disciples of the Nine Heavens sacred ground surrounding them, Ling Qingxuan's little face did not show any expression of panic at all. Instead, she still offered her spirit sword with ease, the long sword cutting through the void and chopping down towards the crowd of disciples from the Nine Heavens sacred land in front of her. Even though Ling Qingxian was now injured, the power that erupted was still terrifying in the slightest. What? Before the group of disciples from the Nine Heavens sacred land who made the move could react, the sword chi had already chopped towards them. It was as if it carried an unrivaled power. It directly dispersed their divine abilities. A burst of immortal light erupted in the void, and the several disciples of the Nine Heavens sacred land who had only rushed to the very front were directly split in half, transforming into a cloud of blood and mist, and their souls were extinguished. The scene in front of them had frightened a group of disciples from the Nine Heavens sacred land who wanted to come and surround them. If you have the guts, you can all go together. Even if it's a case of bullying the few with the many, I won't be afraid of you. Ling Qingxian said just that, her eyes carrying an incomparably confident gaze. The group of disciples from the Nine Heavens sacred ground who were gazed upon by her eyes instantly stopped dead in their tracks. Almost at this moment, no one dared to go up and die again, because they knew that even if they went up, they would be giving this young girl a death wish. Losing that you guys are still people from the Nine Heavens sacred ground, but you're scared by a little woman? It's really a disgrace. Words. Bai Fangqing let out a cold snort, and then a long spear appeared in his hand. A terrifying power of qi and blood instantly erupted from his body. Now, finally, it's his chance to perform. This time, if he was able to take this little girl down, he would probably be able to capture Dong Huangyu's heart. With this thought, Bai Fangqing quickly struck out. The long spear was like a divine rainbow, powerful and terrifying, and the terrifying power was as if it could directly penetrate a star, penetrating right through one's soul. The holy sun of the Nine Heavens sacred land has struck, and it looks really powerful. The crowd of cultivators gathered around marveled. It was also unknown if the young girl in front of her could resist this attack from Bai Fangqing. At this moment, Ling Qingxuan's eyes were lonely and indifferent as he looked at Bai Fangqing in front of him. With a long sword in her hand, a terrifying power instantly erupted from her body. Chapter 61, Fighting 1 against 2 without losing. Ling Qingxuan's terrifying natural talent. Originally, Bai Fangqing thought that with this strike, that Ling Qingxian would definitely die in his own hands. Unexpectedly, it was accompanied by a terrifying sword chi coming towards him. In an instant, his lance was cut apart by the sword chi. Pust. His entire body was even more extremely wretched. Next moment, Bai Fangqing was then sent flying backwards by this sword chi released by Ling Qingxian. At this moment, his gaze was filled with an unquestionable expression. That sword chi just now, even just his bones cracked open because of it. What I didn't expect was that this young girl looked like she had a thin stature, but the power she unleashed would be so terrifying. Even a holy son of the Nine Heavens sacred land like Bai Fangqing was no match for her. Hiss! The crowd of cultivators watching the battle around them were also incomparably sucking in a breath of cool air. This young girl is too terrifying, isn't she? That's the holy son of the Nine Heavens sacred land. I didn't think that even he would be no match for this young girl if he put up a fight. Taichu's sect. What kind of sect is this? Are the disciples under the sect so demonic? At this moment, Bai Fangqing was shocked. As the holy son of the Nine Heavens sacred land, he had actually lost to a young girl from an unknown power. If this gets out, where will he lose face? What a waste. Accompanied by a cold snort, a fairy-like silhouette walked towards the side. Her eyes were cold and arrogant. Looking at the thinly built Ling Qingxian in front of her, her entire body exuding an extremely powerful aura. The person who came was clearly none other than Dong Huangyu. At this moment, in Dong Huangyu's hand, an immortal light flickered, and a bow and arrow appeared in her hand. Golden runes flowing with an extraordinarily terrifying aura. Next moment, a terrifying aura of the pre-Saint Lord realm was revealed. Soon, Dong Huangyu then charged towards Ling Qingxian. There, in an instant, it was overwhelmed by the runes that filled the sky. Thunderstorms became catastrophes. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and a large, terrifying force was vented from there, enveloped them both. A shocking battle broke out here. It was like a small star exploding again with this terrifying fluctuation. And then, even Saint Sun Bai Fangqing joined the battle. This terrifying aura caused the surrounding group of cultivators to hide far away for fear of being affected. Too terrifying. This young girl is actually able to fight 2 against 1 and not lose. Her strength can't even be described as terrifying. Demon. If this young girl hadn't fallen, she would definitely become a great person who would shock the Shining Ancients in the future. However, it's a pity that the blame is on her for offending the 9 heavens sacred ground, and it's an unknown whether she can survive this time or not. This scene caused the crowd of surrounding cultivators to feel incomparably shocked. Of course there are those who feel sorry for this. If this young girl hadn't offended the people of the 9 heavens sacred ground, I'm afraid that she would definitely become a giant like Big Shot in the future. And now, facing the siege of the 9 heavens sacred ground, whether or not one could survive was still an unknown today? Finally, under the combined siege of the 2 powerful young celestials, the Holy Son and the Holy Daughter of the 9 heavens sacred land, plus the aftermath of those surrounding disciples of the 9 heavens sacred land, Ling Qingxian couldn't afford it either. At this moment, her thin stance looked a little shaky, her face was incomparably pale and powerless, and even the corners of her mouth were oozing out a stream of crimson blood. It looked like it was about to run out of gas. Hurry! She can't hold out much longer. Hurry up and strike while she's sick. The faces of the disciples of the 9 heavens sacred ground were overjoyed, seeing that Ling Qingxian was finally unable to support herself. Each one of them had a glowing face, and all sorts of divine weapons were chopping towards her. He was bound to take down Ling Qingxian today. Rumble! The light was radiant, golden runes filled the sky, and an immortal light shot straight up into the sky. The crowd of disciples from the 9 heavens sacred ground felt like they were blinded by a bright light and couldn't see the situation in front of them at all. It was now that Ling Qingxian seized this opportunity and was about to escape. However, how could Dong Huangyu let her wishful thinking get the better of her? Little girl, it's not that easy to leave. Seeing this, Dong Huangyu directly rushed after Ling Qingxian. Boom! Her green silk fluttered, a blue palace skirt fluttering in the wind, like a fairy in the dust. Pulling the bow and arrow in his hand, he shot in the direction of Ling Qingxian. The terrifying arrow blades cut through the void and tore through the sky, as if they could shoot through the void in one go. Ling Qingxuan's face quickly changed as she hurriedly used a magic weapon to protect her body, and the terrifying arrow blade directly pierced through the weapon, plunging straight into Ling Qingxuan's body. The immense pain almost rendered her speechless. The white face was even sweating coldly, and the whole person was just like a kite falling down, directly toward the bottom of the boom. Is this the strike of the Holy Maiden of the 9 heavens Holy Land? It's still terrifying. It looks like that young girl is in a bad way. Many cultivators sighed incomparably. Ling Qingxian, I said that I would make you accompany my brother to the grave, and today is the day of your death. Dong Huangyu stood in the void, looking at Ling Qingxian, who was almost on the verge of unconsciousness in front of him. A cold smile appeared on his stunningly beautiful face as he stared straight at her with such indifference. Looking at Ling Qingxian, who could barely stand up in her stance, even some of the surrounding male cultivators couldn't help but feel a hint of compassion. So many people bullying a little girl? Do you still want to lose face in the 9 heavenly sanctuaries? It's obvious that your brother is not as skillful as he is, and he wants to covet someone else's little girl's body. He is entirely to blame for people killing your brother. But you brought so many people to bully a little girl. It's too much, isn't it? When some of the surrounding male cultivators saw that young girl's clear and stunning face, a wave of pity unconsciously arose in their hearts. If they didn't hate that their cultivation was too weak, they would have wanted to make a move to save the young girl. It was just a pity that they all came from small forces as well. Facing a behemoth like the 9 heavens sacred land, even if they went up, they would only be hitting a stone with an egg, which would be of no use at all. Hearing the flurry of conversations from the surrounding cultivators, the disciples of the 9 heavens sacred ground also felt an incomparable gloom. So many of them out to hunt down a little girl. Surprisingly, she hadn't gotten the better of her until now, and had been countered by her several times. It's humiliating to say that. Ha! My death? Dong Huangyu, if you have the guts to fight me one-on-one, what's the point of bringing so many people to bully me? I see that you're nothing more than a punk who bullies people. At this point in time, Ling Qingxuan's face instead became incredibly calm. There was no appearance of panic. Chapter 62, Taoist War? I, Tai Cho sect, am not afraid of you. Bullying people? Then when you murdered my brother, did you ever think you'd be here today? Facing Ling Qingxuan's mockery, Dong Huangyu also looked at her with incomparable indifference and said, Your brother? But damn it, what a death wish. Seeing Ling Qingxian insulting his own brother-in-law in such a manner, Dong Huangyu's eyes were filled with murderous aura as he said with incomparable indifference, drawing the bow again. An immortal light flashed, divine radiance surged, and a majestic killing aura swept out, shooting towards Ling Qingxian. And just then, a terrifying and incomparable power suddenly descended from the sky. It directly leveled the mountain range and reduced it to pieces. The group of people from the nine heavens sacred ground were even directly lifted out of the sky, like broken kites, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood out. Really looking for death. How dare you touch my Tai Chu sex people? Only to see that the void became a blur. A young figure took the lead from there. His face was flat and cold as he looked at the crowd of people from the nine heavens sacred land as if he was looking at a group of dead people. And behind him, a group of disciples from the Tai Chu sect soon appeared. There are Yi Qingcheng, Yao Qi, Yun Heiking, Mu Tian, Lin Yu. Seeing that Ling Qingxian was injured so severely, a flicker of anger flashed out of their eyes. Eldest brother, you guys are here? Ling Qingxian couldn't help but feel a sense of joy in her heart when she saw the group of disciples from the Tai Chu sect finally rushing over. Are you okay? At this moment, Qini walked to Ling Qingshuan's front and said with incomparable concern, There's nothing wrong with me. It doesn't matter, eldest brother. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingshuan's pale little face forced a smile and said, hearing the other party say this, a monstrous rage erupted in Qin Yi's heart. Damn the 9 heavenly sanctuaries! How dare he hurt his senior sister so badly? Today, if the 9 heavens sacred land was not destroyed, it would simply be hard to dispel his anger. When he set off, he had repeatedly promised his master that he would absolutely properly protect the group of disciples from the Tai Chu sect and return safely. But now, Ling Qingxian, however, suffered such serious injuries. Perhaps, if they had appeared at a later time, Ling Qingxian was afraid that even his life would be in danger. Thinking of this, Qin Yi handed over a cure pill into Ling Qingshuan's hand, and then turned around with a cold face to look at the crowd from the 9 heavens sacred land. Tell me, how do you want to die? A light voice came from heaven and earth. Qin Yi stepped in the void, followed by a group of young celestials from the Tai Chu sect. After seeing Ling Qingxian suffer such serious injuries and almost die, his heart was also incomparably angry. Feeling the terrifying and incomparable aura of the group of disciples from the Tai Chu sect, the surrounding group of cultivators watching the battle were also overwhelmed and shocked. This Tai Chu sect is also horrible, isn't it? With a direct slap, the people from the 9 heavens sacred lands were lifted out, and even the holy maiden Dong Huangyu was shocked to the point of having her bones shattered by Qin Yi's slap. A stream of blood came out of the corner of his mouth. The scene in front of them was also incredibly dramatic for the group of cultivators watching the battle. Just a moment ago, Dong Huangyu could still be a high and mighty, almost about to destroy Ling Qingxian's domineering appearance. However, in the blink of an eye, they were forcefully suppressed by a group of people from the Tai Chu sect. Many of the disciples of the 9 heavens sacred land even died directly in their hands, and even the incomparably powerful holy maiden Dong Huangyu was also sent flying with a slap. Took a lot of damage. Obviously, Dong Huangyu was definitely not a match for this group of people from the Tai Chu sect. Even Qin Yi, who had taken the lead, was enough to be able to suppress her. This Tai Chu sect, is it really true that every disciple under the sect is a demon? Are they all this powerful? And after the group of disciples from the 9 heavens sacred ground got up, they also looked at the group from the Tai Chu sect with incomparable vigilance and fear. Even their holy daughter Dong Huangyu was no match for Qin Yi, even to the point of being completely overwhelmed. This Qin Yi is not too powerful, is it? Someone from the Tai Chu sect? Although you are very strong, but if we were to fight to the death, it's not certain who would win or lose between the two of us. Amidst a cloud of dust, Dong Huangyu got up in a bit of a mess, his eyes looking indifferently at Qin Yi. Oh, in a battle of life and death, it's not certain who will win and who will lose. Fine, since you want this request, I, Qin Yi, will fulfill you. At this moment, Qin Yi stepped out with one foot, his runic bones shining brightly, and his pair of immortal pupils looked as if there were 3,000 great Tao runic symbols surging in the middle of his pupils, like a star that shone brightly. The terrifying power was even more capable of piercing through everything in the world in general. Seeing this pair of immortal pupils, even Dong Huangyu violently felt his pupils shake, couldn't help but feel a chill coming out. The group of people from the 9 heavens sacred ground were even so frightened that they wanted to flee the place on the spot. They were able to feel that this Yingguo extraordinary teenager in front of them definitely had the strength to be able to keep them all here. The immortal pupil treasure art was unleashed, and all sorts of order rule powers were intertwined. Buzz! Qin Yi walked idly and quickly arrived at Dong Huangyu's side. Those eyes that exploded with immortal light instantly caused Dong Huangyu to feel a wave of panic, and at that moment, she also hastily offered up her life-preserving artifact, a small tripod that was like the tripod of the 9 states, floating in the void and blooming with a silky light. A strand of power of the great Tao erupted from there, transforming into a divine chain of order and suppressing towards Qin Yi. Facing the suppression of this divine artifact, Qin Yi also remained unchanged. Soon, it was here that a shocking battle broke out. The light shot up into the sky, and the radiant immortal light flooded the place. Even some of the surrounding mountains were affected. Next moment, Dong Huangyu was like a broken kite, being thrown out several dozens of meters away. Her divine weapon, moreover, was like broken porcelain, directly cracked and shattered, turning into a fragmented powder. At this moment, Dong Huangyu's face was filled with an unbelievable expression. She hadn't expected that this Qini would be so terrifyingly demonic. Even her Kyushu tripod was shattered by Qini with a loud bang. At this moment, Dong Huangyu's Dao heart had been dryly shattered by Qini. The divine ability that he had always been proud of was so unbearable in front of Qini. Directly, they were all shattered by his light-hearted punch, especially his immortal pupils. Their power was simply mind-blowing. If she hadn't dodged in time, I'm afraid her body would have been pierced through. At this moment, Dong Huangyu looked at Qini, who kept walking towards her. The entire person's face became even more terrified. No, you can't kill me. I'm the holy maiden of the 9 heaven sacred lands. If you kill me, my 9 heaven sacred lands will definitely break out into a Dao war with the Taichu sect. Facing Dong Huangyu's final threat, Qini laughed a bit and said, a Dao battle? Do you think that my Taichu sect is afraid of your 9 heaven sacred land? If you want to start a Dao war, I, Taichu sect, will absolutely accompany you. Chapter 63, The Destruction of the 9 Heaven Sacred Land. The Taichu sect became famous. The Dong Huangyu at this time did not have the slightest bit of the lofty look that he had when he came just now, and had already been beaten by Qini, who had almost collapsed his Dao heart. Even the last life-preserving divine artifact were also all shattered by Qini. Now she, totally dead. He had thought to use the name of the 9 Heaven Sacred Land to scare Qini and make them fear the terrifying forces behind them. But what he didn't expect was that after that Qini heard it, his face remained in a breezy expression, even to the extent that he wasn't afraid of even initiating a Dao battle. Is this Taichu sect so horrible? No, I'm willing to submit. Please let me go, okay? Dong Huangyu's face was incomparably desperate as he knelt on the ground and continuously begged for mercy towards the teenager in front of him. She has left everything behind to stay alive. From a high and noble saint's highness, she had now become a prisoner who could only be slaughtered by the other side. This change was also extremely painful for Dong Huangyu. However, right now, in order to be able to survive, she couldn't care less. Wanting to submit. Sorry, from the time you tried to kill my senior sister, it's already impossible. Qini looked at her with an indifferent expression, and then, his eyes flashed with runes as the light of his immortal pupil shone out. It directly chopped down towards Dong Huangyu. But her body was directly pierced through, splattering blood and light in an instant. Thus, the holy maiden of the 9 heaven sacred land had fallen. Even the saint's son on the side was not spared, and was himself disposed of by Qini's hands. The power of the immortal pupil was even more direct as it directly extinguished both of their divine souls. After chasing and killing his senior sister for so long, there would be no reason not to kill her? Does he really think that the Taichu sect is easy to bully? This time, beheading the people from the 9 heaven sacred land was also a good way to let a bunch of forces in the Tianqian continent know. I, Taichu sect, am not one to be messed with. Just as Qini had beheaded the holy son and holy daughter of the 9 heaven sacred lands, the surrounding group of cultivators who were watching the battle were also incomparably sucking in a breath of cold air. It was overwhelmingly shocking. They hadn't expected that this Qini would actually dare to kill the holy son and holy daughter of the 9 heaven sacred land, and even extinguish both of their divine souls together. Such a terrifying tactic really made them feel incomparably emboldened. One must know that the 9 heaven sacred land, that was a terrifying force with a supreme being at the helm. And for Qini to kill the holy son and holy daughter so lightly, this was completely not putting the 9 heaven sacred land in his eyes. This Taichu sect, so powerful? It's not even afraid of the 9 heavens holy land. You're afraid that you didn't see that when that teenager killed Dong Huangyu, his hand was really not soft. Taichu sect? The one that isn't even afraid of a power with a supreme being at the helm? And just as a group of cultivators were discussing it, Qini had already brought Ling Qingxian, as well as a group of people from the Taichu sect, and left the place. In the meantime, the news that the holy daughter and holy son of the 9 heaven sacred lands had been killed by Qini quickly spread out. It was as if a layer of huge waves had been set off on a calm lake, causing an unimaginably strong stir throughout the entire meteor sacred mysterious realm. Many people instantly felt an overwhelming sense of horror when they thought about this. You have to know, that's a generation of holy daughters and holy sons of the 9 heaven sacred land, representing the face of the 9 heaven sacred land. At a young age, he had broken through to the holy lord realm. It was an existence that was considered to be ranked as a heavenly pride in the entire central state. However, such a young talent was just like that by a power that had never heard of. Taichu sect, destroyed? As soon as the news broke, there was an immediate uproar. And the origin of this matter is extremely simple. It was nothing more than Dong Huanghao, the disciple of the holy maiden of the 9 heavens sacred ground. looking at a young girl from the Taichu sect and wanting to commit an act of misconduct, only to be directly killed by that young girl in return, and in order to avenge her brother, Dong Huanghao. The holy maiden Dong Huangyu even brought a group of disciples from the Nine Heavens sacred ground to surround and kill that young girl. The chase went on for days. Just when that Dong Huangyu easily thought that the young girl was about to be killed by himself to avenge his own brother, the people from the Taicho sect rushed straight over, especially that Qin Yi, who had directly suppressed a group of people from the Nine Heavens sacred ground with strong and incomparable means. Even its holy daughter and holy son were no match. With only one move, he had beaten that Dong Huangyu to the point where his Dao heart almost collapsed. At the end of the day, even directly just fell there. The group of disciples from the Nine Heavens sacred ground were also extremely miserable. All of them were beaten to death by the group from the Taichu sect, and even their corpses were not left behind. In the midst of this battle, the combat power displayed by Qin Yi was simply a demonic and heaven-defying existence, and at the same time, the mysterious force of the Taichu sect was also because of Qin Yi, letting the entire meteor sacred mysterious realm know the power of the Taichu sect. This battle, the consequences that were triggered were definitely like a wave. Let everyone know the terror of the Taichu sect. Even the last saint girl Dong Huanyu threatened, "If you kill me to trigger the road war, are not afraid." This too early door in their view is definitely a mysterious and terrifying power-up. In the meantime, the secret realm of the fallen saints, on top of a mountain peak, a valiant and extraordinary young man, dressed in purple and holding a divine spear, sat on the top of a mountain peak in a magnificent manner. At this moment, Zhou Yuan slowly opened his eyes. After learning that Qin Yi had struck the holy maiden of the Nine Heavens sacred land, Dong Huangyu, with a single blow, her Dao heart had collapsed, and her heart felt a little shocked as well. The beginning gate? So, that mighty-looking teenager was from the powerhouse that was the Taichu sect? I said. No wonder, the Taichu sect came out so awesome. Even the disciples under the door are so demonic. Qin Yi, I can't wait to meet you. At this moment, Zhou Yuan could sense that in the entire meteoric saint mysterious realm, then Qin Yi was definitely his greatest opponent. As for the others, he didn't give a damn about them. In the meantime, the Golden Mountain Temple's sacred son of Jie, the Demon God Temple's blood demon son, and the Guanhan Palace's sacred maiden Mu Yao all knew about the terrifying power of the Taichu sect. The disciple under the door was actually able to strike the holy maiden of the Nine Heavens sacred land to the point where her Dao heart collapsed with a single blow. With such terrifying strength, even if they encountered it, they were afraid that they would feel extremely tricky. Is that Qin Yi really so heaven-defying? I didn't expect that woman, Dong Huangyu, to not even be able to receive a single blow from her opponent. At this time, Mu Yao, who was like a fairy left behind in the mortal world from the Nine Heavens, also felt extremely unimaginable. She came from the Guanhan Palace and was quite familiar with Dong Huangyu. Unexpectedly, even she couldn't catch a single blow from her opponent. Chapter 64, A Pretentious Girl Out of the Limelight. Meteoric Saint Supreme's Depression. With such demonic and terrifying strength, even her face became grave after hearing about this matter. In the meantime, between a mountain range, a dozen or so disciples from the departing fire god sect, holding all sorts of divine weapons, were continually encircling towards that lovely young girl dressed in purple. Do you know who I am? How dare you surround me? Are you tired of living? At this moment, Wu Xingyue looked around at this group of departing fire divine sect disciples who were surrounding and killing towards her, and stood with her arms folded, her small face incomparably flat as she said, "Little girl, you're robbing our chance and trying to scare us. Who do you think you are? Let me tell you, we are from the divine fire god sect, the leaving fire god cult. Have you heard of it? The North Ridge's resounding power is not something that those Wachamacalit forces behind you can come and touch." Hearing the other party speak like this, that Wu Xingyue suddenly smiled and said, "I thought it was some great power. The departing fire divine sect. It's just a dog that will give way when it sees the great Zhou dynasty. It's really killing me with laughter." You, having been poked in the sore spot by the young girl in front of them, this group of people from the divine fire god sect instantly exploded with anger, and they all offered up their respective weapons and were about to chop down towards Wu Xingyue's body. Suddenly she was drinking it in. "Humph, I'm from the Taichu sect. Are you sure you dared to kill me?" At that moment, Wu Xingyue stood with her arms folded, her expression bland, and just looked at them with this calm expression and said, "What? You're from the Taichu sect?" Hearing that the other party was from the Taichu sect, this group of disciples of the divine fire god sect instantly withdrew their weapons. With a horrified face, he looked at the young girl in front of him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully pretending. Rewarding 20 points of pretense value. Hearing the reward from the system, Wu Xingyue's heart was overjoyed. Hey! Sure enough, out of this Taichu gate. Pretending is easy. And after this group of disciples of the Li Fire God sect heard that Wu Xingyue was from the Taichu sect, each and every one of them became extremely frightened and nonchalant. After all, a man's name is a tree's shadow. The Taichu sect had been in the limelight in the entire meteor sacred mysterious realm during this period of time. That could be said to be out of this world. Even the mighty Nine Heavens sacred land was fallen to them. Where would they dare to get tough with the Taichu sect and the leaving Fire God sect? It's too late to hide. Thus, after learning that the young girl was from the Taichu sect, this group of disciples of the departing Fire God sect directly turned into divine rainbows and fled this place one by one. In the days that followed, Wu Xingyue had been going around pretending to be Taichu sect. It really made her earn a lot of pretense value. So much pretentious value. I, Wu Xingyue, am simply going to be rich. At this moment, Wu Xingyue saw that she had gotten almost 300 or so pretentious values from these people. The whole person seemed to be transformed into a little money grubber. Opening the system mall, Wu Xingyue saw the powerful ancient heavenly martial arts of the burial heavenly scripture and exchanged it with a very painful face. From now on, my Wu Xingyue's cultivation will definitely surpass yours. Especially that good bosom friend Luo Li. Every time he thought of Luo Li's amazing cultivation speed, Wu Xingyue then felt as if she had been humiliated. Swear that you will definitely impress Luo Li in front of her. 3 days later, at the end of the meteoric sacred mysterious realm, an incomparably brilliant ancient hall appeared in the crowd's line of sight. At this time, the vast majority of the forces had arrived here. Guanghan Palace, Temple of the Demon God, Golden Mountain Temple, Great Zhou Dynasty, etc. And immediately after, the people from the Taichu sect also rushed here, sensing that powerful aura of Pang by gradually approaching. A wave of gravity could not help but appear on the faces of Mu Yao, Saint Gamma Sun, and Blood Demon Sun as well. As for the Great Zhou Dynasty's great imperial prince Zhou Yuan, he couldn't help but feel a sense of belligerence in his heart. And soon, Qin Yi then led a group of disciples from the Taichu sect to this place. And just as Zhou Yuan wanted to engage Qin Yi in a battle, less than a moment, this ancient hall then suddenly opened automatically. Forget it, it's still the Supreme Being's legacy that's most important. Thus, Zhou Yuan gave up on the idea. As the gate of the ancient hall opened, the crowd all of a sudden directly fishtailed into the room. Inside the temple, it was not at all the kind of ancient and decaying look one would imagine. Instead, it was a fairyland-like existence. Clouds and mist surrounded the area, and the aura was as majestic as the sea, as if it had been liquefied. Couldn't help but make the crowd feel a sense of oddness. Obviously, the surroundings were filled with immortal aura, but now after they came in, they realized that not even a single living creature existed here. It was a scene that did feel a bit creepy to them. The secret realm of the Meteor Sage was the place where the Meteor Sage Supreme Being had been seated in the past. Gradually this formed a secret world, but inside this ancient hall, it looked truly bizarre. The strangest thing is, they were clearly the first to see a number of disciples from other forces rushing in first. But now, all these people have disappeared. For a while, weirdness and fear were intertwined among their minds. Meanwhile, after the group stepped into the ancient hall, in its depths, there was an ancient illusory figure sitting on a plate. However, even though the other party was just a figure, it exuded a terrifying aura like an abyss like the sea. Finally, someone came in. After all these years, I didn't expect this teenager to be unable to see through even me. This virtual shadow whispered softly, like a character like him, he didn't care much about someone intruding into the middle of his great tomb. After all, he had fallen for 10,000 years. The previous grudges and rights and wrongs, he had long since stopped caring. And the reason why there was still a remnant of his mind now was to find an inheritor who could pass on his Tao. And at this time, the teenager fell to attract his attention. Rather, he couldn't help but feel a sigh of relief. To know, he meteoric Saint Supreme, that was a generation of supreme beings, an existence that stood at the very top of the martial Tao. Moreover, when he was young, he had already crowned his peers, becoming famous in a single battle and becoming an absolute demon of the Tianxian continent. It was only after that he gradually became a generation of supreme beings. However, but it is such a supreme being that will not be able to see through a little guy. It was kind of depressing for him. What's going on? Where did all those people go? How come we haven't seen them? The later group of cultivators had only come in a few breaths of time later than them, and to their surprise, the group that had been the first to come in had disappeared. What the hell is this ancient hall? And just as they were feeling incredibly weird, ahead, a puff of smoke cleared. Immediately afterward, a dozen or so horrible ghastly white heads appeared in their line of sight. Chapter 65, Mysterious Supreme Treasure. One of the 9 secrets of the fighting character secret. These people, dressed in feathered clothes and starry crowns, but their faces are extremely pale, and even look a bit hideous and horrible. Just like the Walking Dead. They also hold up a spooky bronze sarcophagus behind them. When the crowd saw this scene, they felt a chill in their hearts. Could it be that the group of people who went in before were all killed by these creeps who were like walking corpses? Playing God. And just then, Zhou Yuan, the great prince of the Great Zhou dynasty, took a step out. The chi of the imperial way lingered around him, and the runes in his hands were hyped up. Just like an explosion of immortal light, vast chi and blood power directly gushed out, blasting towards the group of weirdness in front of them. Less than a moment, this group of weirdness directly dissipated. Even the bronze ancient coffin behind them are no trace. And at that moment, the group of people from the Taichu sect also entered the ancient hall. After seeing Zhou Yuan blast through this group of bizarre shenanigans, Qin Yi also felt a majestic and incomparable power of chi and blood from this person. However, he didn't put it in his mind, but continued to walk towards the ancient hall with the group of people from the Taichu sect. Inside the hall, although there were some mottled and decayed ancient magic treasures piled up, it was because the age was too long. The group of cultivators found that with a slight touch, these ancient magic treasures would instantly turn into flying ash and dissipate into smoke. It is really called too much of a pity. Soon, their group then arrived at the depths of the ancient hall. Here, in the center of the temple, a taller green step was displayed. On top of those steps sits a throne. In the midst of that throne, a complete skeleton was sitting there. The skeleton was crystal clear and snow-white like jade, and it seemed to have never changed much even after the long years. And beside that skeleton, there was an ancient book placed to his right. Is this the meteoric Saint Supreme? It was rumored that the meteoric Sage Supreme had become famous in the Tianqian continent tens of thousands of years ago. Nearly hard for anyone to be his opponent. The most crucial thing was that he had mastered the most ancient secret art in the legend. One of the 9 secrets, the Dozi secret. That was an extremely powerful killing technique that was claimed to be unrivaled in the same realm. Wait, couldn't it be that the ancient book next to that skeleton was the legendary secret of the fighting words? For a while, the hearts of the crowd became incredibly excited at the thought. Even the heart starts thumping. If this is really the secret of the fighting word, whoever can get it, won't they make a fortune? And at that point, the crowd thought about it. In an instant, a solemn and murderous aura began to flow out in this ancient hall. In the eyes of the Great Zhou dynasty's Grand Prince Zhou Yuan, seeing the ancient books next to the skeleton, he was also filled with a fiery color. Even the Devil God Temple, the Golden Mountain Temples got sacred sun in them. From time to time, the eyes fell to the books. Although the Great Zhou dynasty had a very terrifying heritage in Tianqian continent, it could not possibly be a single-handed. It was not as if there were no other great powers that did not dare to offend the Great Zhou dynasty. And those cultivators even thought that as long as they could get this Dozi secret and then leave this place, the world was vast and endless. He just couldn't believe it. Would that Great Zhou dynasty still be able to find them from the sea of people? Thinking about this, a fiery color also surfaced in the hearts of those cultivators and loose cultivators who came from small forces. Immediately, this group of people then immediately shouted, the Dozi secret is the inheritance of the Meteor Sage Supreme Being, and those who can obtain it. Even if you big powers, no matter how powerful you are, it's impossible to find us out in the middle of a sea of people looking for a needle in a haystack. This cultivator appeared to be speaking to these people from the Great Zhou dynasty, the great power of the Golden Mountain Temple. In fact, it was not. It was more that he wanted to incite this group of loose cultivators and cultivators from small forces. Wanted to tell them to come along and get a piece of the action too. If this group of scattered cultivators and cultivators of small forces were not united together, then it was very likely that this Dozi secret would not have a part for them. It can only fall into the hands of this group of great powers. This is definitely not something they want to be able to see. What an insouciance. If you want to come and snatch this Dozi secret, you're just hitting a stone with an egg. Tell them to get the hell out. At this moment, the blood demon son of the demon god hall sneered and said, in an instant, he understood this cultivator's idea, wanting to incite this group of loose cultivators to come together to fight for this Dozi secret. Then we have to see if you have the ability to do so. Yes. With that, the dozen or so demon god hall disciples behind them directly took the lead, wanting to drive the group of casual cultivators away. If you meet a person who would rather be stubborn, then just stay here completely. And the disciples of these great powers began to strike out one after another. After all, originally, there was only one copy of this Dozi secret. This group of loose cultivators still came to make a fuss. It would be better to drive these people away and let them split the winners and losers amongst themselves and take this Dozi secret. Soon, a great battle then broke out here. Facing the ruthless crushing of the big powers, where were the group of scattered cultivators and cultivators who came from small powers to be their opponents? Many people even directly perished on the spot, scaring them so much that they directly fled out of this ancient hall. A bunch of wastes. they are also worthy of getting their hands on such divine items as the Dozi secret. It's really laughable. After settling this group of small forces, soon, those who were able to stay in the ancient hall were basically those great powers. And these big forces, in order to be able to grab in the fighting word secret, a big battle broke out once again. Boom! The sky blossomed with haze and runes filled the sky, completely submerging the place. The terrifying divine ability struck this ancient hall that the heavens and earth trembled, and the roaring sound was unceasing. And naturally, the Taichu sect had joined the battle. After all, that was the Dozi secret, rumored to exist as one of the 9 secrets. No one would not be moved. And soon enough, Qini exchanged blows with that demon god hall's blood demon son. On the other hand, the great Zhou dynasty's grand imperial prince Zhou Yuan was engaged in battle with that Yao Qi. The two of them fought greatly, and even Zhou Yuan was knocked back several times by the young girl in front of him. Kind of. Zhou Yuan looked at Yao Qi with an interested expression of curiosity. He had originally thought that only Qini would be able to look down on this Taichu sect as his opponent. Unexpectedly, this young girl's strike was also extremely powerful, almost even a bit of a trick to get myself to do it. So it seems that this Taichu sect is really a crouching tiger and hiding dragon. Not only Qini. I'm afraid that each and every one of his disciples under this door is not simple. Don't think that you're arrogant just because you killed the holy maiden of the 9 heavens sacred land in a single strike. I, Blood Demon Son, am not afraid of you. Blood Demon Z's face chilled as his divine ability was unleashed. His 5 fingers instantly bending into claws, wrapped in a terrifying force that blasted down towards Qini. Chapter 66, Great Zhou Dynasty's Great Prince, surprisingly defeated. Seeing this, Qini was still unmoved, raising his hand and directly blasting away with a fist. Rumble! Terrifying aftershocks were erupting, accompanied by the sound of Blood Demon Son's bones breaking resounded, and his originally handsome face directly became distorted. After screaming miserably, he was knocked back several feet away by Qini. Crimson blood even flowed out from the corners of his mouth. How is this possible? Lord Demon Son was actually repelled by a punch from the Taichu sect? You don't even look. Who is that teenager? That's a legend who has killed the 9 heavens sacred land in seconds. I just didn't expect even Lord Demon Son to be repelled so quickly. When some of the surrounding disciples of the demon god temple saw this scene, their faces instantly became alarmed. Very well, Qini, you've angered me. At this moment, Blood Demon Son's eyes were icy cold to the extreme. Just now, Qini's punch had directly shattered his bones, and his entire person was even in a sorry state. How could this be acceptable to him, who had always been high-minded and proud? Next moment, Blood Demon Son then unleashed a powerful divine ability, suppressing towards Qini in front of him. A Dharma heaven and earth appeared behind the Blood Demon Son in an instant, and the demonic aura was so great that it shot up into the sky. In an instant, all sorts of rules of order, like chains, enveloped towards Qini, and naturally, Qini had sensed the terror of the Blood Demon Son's Dharma heaven and earth. For a moment, runes flickered in his eyes, divine and incomparable, crushing toward Blood Demon Son's Dharma heaven and earth. Rumble! The two men's divine abilities collided together again, and this time the Blood Demon Son became even more extremely wretched. Even his clothes were stained with blood, and his entire person was even more heavily injured. At this moment, Blood Demon Son's entire body was shocked. Immortal pupil technique? You're actually an immortal pupil? The scene in front of him, on the contrary, made the Blood Demon Son think about it. He himself was fortunate enough to have seen it in a Chaos Ancient book, the description of that immortal pupil. It was rumored that those who possessed immortal pupils were destined to be invincible in the world. And right now, the divine ability that Qini had performed was clearly the immortal pupil technique. This scene instantly made the Blood Demon Son become incomparably fearful. An immortal pupil was not something one could mess with. Once he thought of that holy maiden of the 9 heavens sacred land being killed in a single blow earlier. It seemed that this rumor was also mostly true to existence, although it was said that this Dozi secret was extremely rare, but that's only if you have the life to get it. Thinking of this, the Blood Demon Son directly led the people of the Demon God Hall and began to exit the ancient hall. With the immortal pupil in place, it seemed that this Dozi secret was definitely not something that one could dip into. I also wonder whose hands this Dozi secret will actually fall into. Was it that great prince of the Great Zhou dynasty, or was it Qini of the Taichu sect? However, none of this mattered to Blood Demon Son. Staying alive is the key. Anything else can only be said if you survive. With the forces of the Temple of the Demon God withdrawing from the ancient temple after, there are also other forces that are starting to withdraw one after another. Soon, in this scene, there are only 2 powerful forces left, the Great Zhou dynasty and the Taichu sect. Although it was said that Yao Qi had awakened her divine body, cultivated for thousands of miles, and her cultivation was even more demonic, Zhou Yuan, who was the Grand Prince, was not that simple. He was burdened with the chi of the great Zhou dynasty, and his own cultivation was extremely powerful, coupled with his chi. Among the same realm, basically no one would be his opponent. However, this also made Zhou Yuan feel the terror of that Yao Qi. Engaging Yao Qi, he had a slight upper hand though, but he could sense that if he gave the girl in front of him some more time, he might really be able to surpass himself. Alright, Yao Qi, you can step back. At this moment, Qini suddenly opened his mouth and said towards Yao Qi. Upon hearing this, the young girl could only give up her engagement with Zhou Yuan. After all, she also knew that even if she and Zhou Yuan continued to fight any longer, it would only be a tie at best. Thus, she gave this opportunity to Qin. Ha ha, Qin, I've wanted to fight you for a long time, and now, the two of us have met. I don't know if you're as powerful as rumored. Zhou Yuan laughed out loud, and soon after, he and Qin fought and engaged in a big battle. There, it quickly turned into a burst of immortal light. Terrifying runes filled the sky and divine haze blossomed, completely submerging the place. Zhou Yuan was covered in radiant battle armor with runes flowing. Extremely terrifying. However, even so, it was directly still sent flying several feet away by Qin Yi's immortal pupil technique. Just came to the battle armor have appeared broken traces. Plop! A stream of blood directly from the corner of Zhou Yuan's mouth flowed out. Qin Yi, I admit that you are indeed powerful, but I, Zhou Yuan, am not weak. At that moment, Zhou Yuan got up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Afterwards, the avatar exploded. A dragon's roar came out, and the sound was deafening. This was the heavenly dragon treasure art of his great Zhou dynasty. Immediately, in the void, a golden, like gold-poured dragon claw appeared in the middle of the battlefield like this. Next moment, a true dragon shadow is even directly emerged. That true dragon claw is enough to destroy the sky and the earth. Seeing this, Qin Yi was also not the least bit afraid. When he raised his hand, a force of the great Tao emerged. Immediately after, a golden palm shadow was like the hand of the heavens grabbing towards the true dragon shadow. The terrifying forces collided together like a dozen stars exploding apart. If not for the fact that this ancient hall was protected by a mysterious force, I'm afraid that it would have long since turned into a ruin. How is that possible? When the dust cleared, a figure walked out from there. At this moment, Zhou Yuan's expression was full of incredulity. Himself, he had actually lost to Qin Yi. For a moment, looking at the magnificent white-clothed young man in front of him, Zhou Yuan's heart was suddenly filled with an indescribable feeling. It hadn't occurred to him that he had defeated all the unrivaled hands of the younger generation in the central state. Surprisingly, he would be defeated by a disciple of the Tai Chu sect in this meteoric sacred mysterious realm. This feeling made Zhou Yuan's heart feel bad. However, as he was honored as a heavenly figure of the great Zhou dynasty, he was still able to let go in his heart as well. Since he had already lost to Qin Yi, there was nothing more to say. People of the great Zhou dynasty, withdraw for this emperor. Those imperial sons and daughters of the great Zhou dynasty saw that even the great imperial prince, whom they had always worshipped and admired, had lost in the hands of the Tai Chu sect. Each and every look was also extremely unbelievable and unimaginable. This is the first time I've seen the grand prince lose at the hands of someone else? Thus, after hearing Zhou Yuan give the order, they also had to retreat out unwillingly. And this ancient hall was left with only the group from the Tai Chu sect. Eldest brother is powerful. Even Grand Imperial Prince Zhou Yuan is no match for eldest brother. Chapter 67, Another Traveler. Female villain Dokishin. Eldest senior brother is just too powerful. Eldest brother, I'll always drop God. In the face of the array of smallpox compliments from the Tai Chu sect, Qin Yi could not help but smile. Subsequently, he then stepped alone into the midst of the steps. And the next moment, Qin Yi's eyes shifted. Opening his eyes again, he found himself in another place. Here, there were hundreds of steps, and above those steps was a vast and incomparable palace. Qin Yi stepped onto the steps and pushed open that palace door. What was reflected in front of his eyes was an incomparably magnificent figure. He looked like a mere shadow, but he was not to be underestimated. Especially those eyes, which were like a great sun rotating, thunder and lightning intertwined, and a terrifying aura that was unceasing, simply standing there, as if it were the center of the entire heaven and earth. It could be said that this was definitely an extremely powerful existence. At this moment, even Qin Yi's face became grave. There you are. At this moment, this shadowy figure sensed Qin Yi's arrival and spoke. The voice was full of years. Without much ado, Qin Yi knew that this magnificent figure in front of him was precisely the owner of this meteor sacred mysterious realm. The meteor sacred supreme being. Late generation Qin Yi pays his respects to supreme meteor sage. At this moment, Qin Yi arched his hand towards this figure in front of him. Upon hearing this, that shadowy figure also couldn't help but drop his gaze onto him. and said with a smile on his face, "Your natural talent is very good. Even I feel that it is extremely rare. Senior is too kind." In the face of Supreme Meteor Saint's praise, Genie smiled faintly without being humble. Even if they were facing a supreme being, an existence at the very top of the martial Tao, he also didn't look very worshipful or groveling. Instead, he looked extremely calm. "Throughout the ages, you are the first one to arrive here at my father's place, and now my father is giving you two choices. If you only want this Dozi secret, then you can leave now, while if you want my legacy, then you can stay here and beat my father." Supreme Meteor Sage stood with his arms folded, a layer of appreciative smile hanging on his face as he looked at Genie and spoke. "Depends on which one you want to choose?" At that moment, Genie fell silent. He came here, naturally, for the inheritance of the Meteoric Saint Supreme. Thus, after Supreme Meteor Saint finished speaking about these two options, Genie's mind had already decided to choose the second one. Only, what made him feel silent was that Supreme Meteor Sage was a Supreme Realm powerhouse, and even if there was only a remnant of his soul left now, it was not something that he could compare himself to. "Well, how's the thinking going?" At this time, Supreme Meteorite Saint suddenly snapped. "Senior, I naturally chose the second one, only that Senior is honored as a supreme being. Boy, I'm really not your match." In response to this, Genie instead said the reason with a helpless face. "Ha ha, I forgot to tell you that." Hearing this, Supreme Meteor Saint stroked the white beard in his hand and said again with an uncontrollable smile, "Don't worry, I will suppress my realm to the same as you later. At that time, the two of us will fight against each other in the same realm, and if you win against me, then naturally, you can get my inheritance." Hearing this, Genie naturally agreed. "Well then, since that's the case, let my father see how strong you really are." As the words of the Meteoric Saint Supreme Being fell, soon, the original magnificent palace. In the next moment, it directly turned into an endless universe with stars lingering around it. At this time, Supreme Meteor Saint took a step out. His chi and blood were majestic, and his terrifying aura erupted out like a small sun, blazing incomparably. Soon, the Meteoric Sage Supreme then blasted a fist towards Genie. As for Genie, he was also not willing to show weakness. The surging chi and blood power within his body was incomparably vigorous, transforming into a majestic divine fist that crashed towards the Meteor Saint Supreme Being. Rumble, rumble. It was as if the entire heaven and earth were trembling, and many of the surrounding small stars were directly shattered by the aftershocks of this power. And just at the moment when Genie was engaged in battle with the Meteoric Saint Supreme Being, in the meantime, outside, in the central state, in the chamber of 10,000 treasures, in a room filled with the fragrance of a woman's chamber, on top of the bed, a young girl suddenly woke up. Looking around at the strangeness of everything around her, she felt a little lost, but soon the young girl realized that she was crossing over. In her previous life, she was an orphan, grew up in an orphanage, character-wise also more precocious than among her peers, after which she grew up, but by virtue of her own strength, she single-handedly created a group of companies, and became one of the most beautiful presidents of the Dragon Kingdom. It's just a shame that the heavens were not kind to her. When she was 30 years old, she herself was diagnosed with brain cancer, and after that, she was all sorts of laying flat. If nothing else, just stay home and read novels. As a result, it didn't occur to him that he had traveled into this fictional world after he died of brain cancer, and her current identity is the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce's eldest young lady, Dugu Xin, set the whole family's favor in one. The natural talent is not bad, even the appearance is also absolutely beautiful. It's just a shame that she's just a supporting actress, a minor villain who gets stomped on by the protagonist. In this novel, the protagonist, Xin Hao, rises in the twilight, from the lower world of Tianxian continent, kills his way into the 9 heavens and 10 earths, breaks into the immortal realm, and finally certifies to become an immortal, only to search for his master's trace. Originally, at this time, she had just crossed over and wanted to take care of that protagonist before he rose to power. However, she unexpectedly discovered that the protagonist's master teacher didn't seem to be a character to be messed with either. Think about it, the protagonist is so powerful, and his master is not even more terrifying. And, according to Dugu Xin's recollections that the protagonist's master is the reincarnation of an ancient saint teacher, the entire heaven and earth will be reduced to that person's pawns. It's simply a more terrifying existence than the ultimate villainous big boss. I was thinking of taking advantage of the protagonist's weakness and wanted to go and get him killed. But the moment I thought of the protagonist having such a powerful and bombastic master, Dokishin's little face instantly became incredibly distressed. What to do? One wouldn't dare to go down and kill the protagonist even if one traveled back to the time when the protagonist was insignificant. Ever since the brain cancer death he experienced, He wanted to live well and not get killed by the protagonist. After 2.5 hours of meditation by my own brain, Dokishin finally found a way to fit her in. That's the old saying, if you can't beat it, join it. Not to mention that her current self had not offended the protagonist, so while the protagonist was still weak, she would join his clan, and then she wouldn't believe it, she would still be killed by the protagonist. He himself was still the protagonist's fellow disciple no matter what, right? Moreover, the protagonist's master was also a supreme terrifying existence. Embracing such a big leg, for Dokishin, this was simply earning a lot. Chapter 68 Breaking Through the Void God Realm, the powerfulness of the Do-Z secret. No, he now has to hurry to prepare. Go to prepare a good heavy gift, then go to worship the protagonist's master, so that he will not be the protagonist of the target, and also can be sheltered, lying flat for life. Such a life for the Duga Xin, that is completely beautiful existence. Dokishin, who had made up his mind, immediately began to act. At the same time, in the Meteoric Saint mysterious realm, a shocking battle between Qin and the Meteoric Saint Supreme Being had also finally come to an end. And in the midst of this great battle, the winner of this, naturally, ended up being Qin. However, at this moment, Meteor Sage Supreme's face but did not have any unconvincing expression. What was there was only an appreciative gaze falling on Qin's body. This Qin was definitely someone who could obtain his inheritance. Moreover, Supreme Meteor Sage felt that Qin's future in martial arts was definitely an existence not weaker than his own. Supreme is completely just out of the question. And even certifying to become a great emperor, immortal is not impossible. Kid, you are very good. My legacy into your hands. Also hope that you can its carry forward. Soon, this endless cosmic space disappeared, and the two of them, Qin and Supreme Meteor Saint, once again returned to the vastness of the palace. Next moment, a monumental, supreme power surged forth from the body of the Meteoric Saint Supreme Being, directly imparting towards the Qin. As for Qin, who had obtained the inheritance of the Meteoric Saint Supreme, suddenly the entire person felt extremely painful, yet he still clenched his teeth and sat inside the palace, his eyes tightly closed as he digested the power passed down to him by the Meteoric Saint Supreme Being. Qin knows that this is his own great chance, a supreme heritage. If this pain cannot withstand their own words, then how to go to the peak of the road of martial arts, to become a great power. Thus, in the face of this kind of severe pain, Qin gritted his teeth, and his entire body was covered in nothing but cold sweat, and he didn't know how long it took before this persisted. And the next moment, after receiving the inheritance of the Meteoric Sage Supreme, Qin suddenly opened his eyes. His aura was incomparably vast, and even behind him, a terrifying vision surfaced, as if a true dragon shadow was hovering behind him. Immediately after, a terrifying force instantly shot straight up into the sky. Right at this moment, a large and vast robber cloud suddenly surfaced above the heavenly palace. Above the robbing clouds, thunder continued to surge, gradually transforming into a swimming dragon that traveled between the sea of clouds, along with the majestic and incomparable aura that kept gathering up. That thunder eventually evolved into a huge true dragon silhouette. Jin, the thunder true dragon let out a dragon roar, and then it ran directly towards Qin below. Rumor had it that the pressure of this thunder tribulation that was comparable to the strength of the cultivator who had crossed the tribulation. If this calamity cloud was as terrifying as it was, then this cultivator's future in martial arts would definitely go farther and become more powerful in the future as well. Soon, this thunder dragon came down with a bang. In an instant, the place was directly filled with light, and runes filled the sky. Terrifyingly incomparable energy was crazily declared out, like a tightly closed gate, releasing a monstrous torrent all of a sudden, swarming towards Qin's body. The moment, there were countless thunder powers intertwined around Qin's body, swimming between his meridians, bones, flesh, organs and bowels. Immediately after, as the thunder became less and less, pitifully less and less, it eventually disappeared. And just then, a majestic and vast power of qi and blood rushed up from Qin's circumference, like a pillar of light rushing into the sky, with incomparably great power. It was like a vast ocean raging and sweeping here. At this moment, Qin's aura also underwent a shocking change. At this moment, the entire person's cultivation strength began to rise up crazily in a boom. Pre-Holy Lord Realm, Mid-Holy Lord Realm, Late Saint Lord Realm, the peak of the Holy Lord Realm, boom, Pre-Virtual God Realm. In the end, this terrifying energy was then vented. Soon, Qin opened a pair of eyes that were filled with runes and stars, and as his own white clothes waved, such a terrifying power this dissipated between heaven and earth. The power of the Void God Realm is truly terrifying. At this moment, Qin felt as if his entire physical body had been enhanced by hundreds of times. The majestic golden qi and blood surged wildly within him, and all of his strength increased by a lot. Nowadays, Shinee guessed that I'm afraid that the current version of himself would definitely not be able to carry one of his punches even if it was that great Zhou dynasty's great imperial prince Zhou Yuan as long as he punched down. This is the Void God realm. The powerful strength brought Qin Yi unrivaled confidence. Sure, Qin Yi also understood that he was able to become so powerful all thanks to one person. That is the Meteor Sage Supreme Being. If he had not gotten his inheritance himself, it wouldn't have become so immensely powerful by now. Directly from the Holy Lord realm, one step broke through to the Void God realm. And soon, even the Dozi secret had surfaced in Qin Yi's hand. Looking at the mottled pages in his hands, Qin Yi could not help but read them as well. Along with the passage of time, Qin Yi was also discovering the power of this Dozi secret. The fighting character secret was worthy of being one of the 9 secrets, known as the supreme secret art of unparalleled attack. Not only did it have punches, kicks and legs, but even every part of the entire body could be used as an attacking art. Even every inch of the skin could erupt with great power and evolve into a terrifying killing art. If cultivated to the extreme, even a strand of hair is enough to be able to cut off the sun, moon, stars and rivers, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Extremely terrifying. Being a Dozi secret is so terrifying. If this were to gather all 9 secrets, then how earth-shattering the power of this outburst would be. Qin Yi looked at the Dozi secret in his hand and muttered. The 9 secrets are, those who are fighting in front of the soldiers. All groups of people go forward. Each secret art represented the extreme of a great domain. If you master it, you will surely be able to get endless wonderful ideas. And it was precisely because Supreme Meteor Saint had mastered the battle character secret that he became famous in one battle, soaring high and eventually becoming a generation of supreme beings. At this moment, Qin Yi put away the Dozi secret and got up to come in front of the Meteoric Saint Supreme Being. At this time, the Meteor Sage Supreme Being had a very weak aura, and even his shadow was slowly starting to dissipate. Elder, but there is what has not been able to end the heart's desire. This time the late generation to go out, will certainly do everything possible to complete for the elder? At this time, Qin Yi got up and asked towards Supreme Meteor Saint. After all, as the saying goes, take what you can get. He himself had just received such a powerful inheritance from him, as well as the fighting character secret. Moreover, today's Meteor Sage Supreme was on the verge of not even being able to hold on to the shadow for long. It will soon be dissipated into the heavens and earth. At that time, there would no longer be such a character as the Meteor Saint Supreme in this world. Thus, Qin Yi thought in this manner that it would be better to take advantage of his going out this time, and in doing so, he would be able to make up for the wish of the Meteoric Saint Supreme Elder. It was also a way of repaying his predecessor for his inheritance and the secret of the fighting word. Chapter 69, Elder is also an infatuated person. In this way, Qin Yi would also be able to repay Supreme Meteor Sage for his inheritance favor. Wishful thinking? At this time, a worldly and beautiful face floated through his mind in a trance, and he could not help but sigh and say, my life really have unfinished wishes. This time after you go out, trouble you can inquire about the woman named Su Xin. If you can, help me take care of her descendants can be. Sushin? Hearing this, Qin Yi murmured in his mouth, memorizing this woman named Su Xin. At the same time, he couldn't help but laugh softly. It didn't occur to me that Senior is also still an infatuated person. With Qin Yi having obtained the inheritance of the Meteoric Sage Supreme Being, the entire meteoric sacred mysterious realm suddenly erupted with a huge sound of collapse, while all those disciples from other forces were teleported out. At this time, after seeing that a disciple of the sect had finally come out, that elder of the departing fire divine sect directly stepped forward and asked impatiently, what exactly is happening inside? In whose hands is the inheritance actually in? Upon hearing this, these gray-headed bunch of fire divine sect disciples said quietly, Elder, the meteoric sacred mystic realm collapsed, and we don't know exactly who seized the inheritance of the meteoric sacred supreme being, and in the end, when we left, there was only the Taichou sect and the Great Zhou imperial dynasty left. Taichou sect? The Great Zhou dynasty? At those words, that elder of the departing flame divine sect froze. He had never heard of the Taichou sect as a power, but the Great Zhou dynasty was still extremely familiar with it, as the first great imperial dynasty in the central state. The 4 seas and 8 wastelands are all subjugated under its feet. So this meteor sacred supreme's inheritance seems to be most likely to be obtained by Zhou Yuan, the great prince of the Great Zhou imperial dynasty. Along with one after another, the disciples were transported to the outside world. Those elders were also eager to go up and inquire. As a result, all they got was the same news as the departing fire god sect disciples in them. And at this time, the elders of the 9 heavens sacred ground began to become nonchalant. So how long had it been before they had seen a disciple of the 9 heavens sacred ground walk out? Something's not going to happen, is it? The bad premonition in his heart grew stronger and stronger. and an elder of the Nine Heavens Sacred Land directly questioned towards a disciple of a small power. "Have you ever seen any of my disciples from the Nine Heavens Sacred Land?" Upon hearing this, that disciple who came from a small force felt a sense of trepidation throughout and said apprehensively, "They're in there. They were all killed by the people of the Taichu sect." What? Hearing these words, that Nine Heavens Sacred Land elder was almost hiccuped on the spot with a breath of air. A group of disciples and holy sons and daughters of the Nine Heavens Holy Land. That's the heir they've been nurturing for who knows how long. But now, you turn out to tell me they're all gone? All killed by the Taichu sect? Such a result simply caused the elder of the Nine Heavens Sacred Lands to almost vomit blood and die. "Ah, Taichu sect. This seed is incompatible with you. I'm going to make you all accompany my people from the Nine Heavens Sacred Land." That elder of the Nine Heavens Sacred Land roared hysterically. At this moment, he had collapsed. He had brought out a bunch of disciples from the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground this time, and he had not obtained the inheritance of the meteoric sacred mystery realm, not to mention that even the disciples under his door were all gone. In the future, this 9 heavenly sanctuaries where there will still be opportunities for development, not to kill all the people of the Taichu sect. It was simply hard to get rid of his hatred. Soon, the disciples of those great powers also walked out one after another. The Golden Mountain Temple, the Temple of the Demon God, the Guanhan Palace, compared to the magnificent appearance of those who had gone in before. At this time, each of these great power disciples were all gray and downcast, totally missing the arrogance it had before it went in. It's as if it's a deep blow. And then, the people from the great Zhou dynasty also came out. As the crowd looked at them, they all thought that it was that great Prince Zhou Yuan who had gotten the inheritance of this meteorite sacred mystery realm. And even the great Zhou dynasty's provision elders came to report their joy. Congratulations to the great prince for taking the inheritance of this meteorite sacred mystery realm. But unexpectedly, when that grand imperial Prince Zhou Yuan heard these words, his expression instantly froze, and his entire body seemed to be petrified. Elder Chu is joking. This time the inheritance of the meteoric sacred mysteries is really not in my hands. After saying that grand imperial Prince Zhou Yuan forced a smile, and then led a group of people from the great Zhou imperial dynasty directly away from here. What? They heard that the inheritance of this meteoric sacred mystery realm was not even taken by the great Zhou dynasty's great imperial son, Zhou Yuan? So who actually took the inheritance? At this time, a conjecture couldn't help but surface above the hearts of the crowd. It couldn't be that it was still really taken down by the people from the Taichu sect, right? And as the people of the great Zhou dynasty left in less than a moment, that meteoric sage mystic realm suddenly erupted with a burst of immortal light that shone brightly into the sky. And soon, a group of disciples from the Taichu sect also appeared. The one at the head of the group was clearly none other than a young man whose temperament looked magnificent. At this time, Tuoba Shang stepped forward to look at Qin Yi and asked, "How was it?" Reporting back to the elder, "My disciple has not dishonored his mission, and has already taken the inheritance of the meteorite saint mystic realm as well as the fighting character secret together." Qin Yi responded towards Elder Tuoba Shang in front of him. So be it. Having learned that Qin Yi had obtained the inheritance of the meteoric sacred mystic realm, a smile came out on Tuoba Shang's face. And when those people learned that the one who had obtained the inheritance of this meteoric sacred mystic realm was not the great Zhou dynasty's grand imperial Prince Zhou Yuan, but rather the Taichu sect's Qin Yi, the whole face had a look of disbelief on it. That grand imperial Prince Zhou Yuan was not even a match for that Taichu sect's Qin Yi? Geez, it hadn't occurred to me that even the great imperial Prince Zhou Yuan, who was regarded as the #1 heavenly pride of the central state, had lost in this person's hands. It seems that this time, this disciple of the Taichu sect named Qin Yi is afraid that he is going to be famous. And just then, a powerful aura suddenly descended. A group of elders from the 9 heavens sacred ground arrived in front of the crowd from the Taichu sect, and the one at the head was clearly that Elder Zhao. At this moment, Elder Zhao's pair of pale eyes looked towards the group of people from the Taichu sect, and a terrifying aura flowed out, blazing beyond compare. Angrily, he shouted, "But you killed my disciples from the 9 heavens sacred land?" Hearing this, that Qin Yi directly stepped forward to confront him, completely without a trace of fear of the terrifying aura that Elder Zhao was exuding in front of him. "The people from the 9 heavens sacred land wanted to kill my senior sister, so they deserve to die." Qin Yi looked at Elder Zhao with a calm face and opened his mouth. "What did you say? What a death wish!" Upon hearing these words, a monstrous rage gushed out of that Elder Zhao. Chapter 70, The 9 Heavens Sacred Ground's Wrath. Supreme Divine Artifact God-Slaying Seal. As he raised his hand, runes flowed and a terrifying killing opportunity was released towards Qin Yi. In an instant, a large golden palm print was like the hand of the heavens, suppressing towards the group of people from the Taichu sect. Rumble! The terrifying power crushed through the void, causing its surroundings to become distorted and blurred. Suffer death. I'm going to make you all accompany my disciples of the 9 heaven sacred lands. And just when that big golden palm shadow was about to come down with a bang, an immortal light suddenly flashed from those golden eyes of Tuoba Shang. Immediately after, a divine and supreme, terrifying aura erupted from his body. Accompanied by Tuoba Shang's terrifying aura after the outbreak, that big golden palm print at this moment boomed and directly became shattered. At this moment, a pair of angelic-like wings were released behind Tuoba Shang. Stepping in the void, a pair of icy cold and incomparable eyes looking at the 9 heaven sacred lands crowd of elders. Afterward, a palm slapped away and immortal light appeared, as if billions of gravity had evolved, suppressing it towards them. Just a boom, the void trembled and quivered, becoming blurred beyond recognition, and seemed to be broken apart. Before this group of 9 heaven sacred land elders could react, they were directly knocked down from above the sky dome mercilessly by Tuoba Shang's palm. Poof soared out a mouthful of crimson blood out. Those other elders all died under the shadow of Tuoba Saint's palm at this moment. The terrifyingly huge power caused the surrounding lofty mountains to be flattened, blowing up a cloud of smoke and dust, and a huge crack appeared. At this moment, only that Elder Zhao had survived this palm shadow. However, he was not feeling good at the moment. Even his internal organs seemed to be shaken apart. At this time, where was Elder Zhao's lofty sense of indifference when he arrived a moment ago? And all that was on his face was a look of trepidation. He hadn't thought that the strength of this Tai Chu sect's elder would be so terrifying. With a single slap, he killed this crowd of his own. If he didn't have a supreme treasure on his body to protect his life, I'm afraid that he would have died under the shadow of Tuoba Shang's palm just like them. At that moment, before Elder Zhao could finish his words, another large palm shadow spread out in the void toward him to suppress him. Next moment, Elder Zhao's entire body was directly destroyed, and not even his corpse survived. And this scene, which fell into the eyes of the surrounding elders of those great powers, instantly unconsciously sucked in a breath of cool air in their hearts. This primordial sect so terrifying, directly slapped the elders of the 9 heaven sacred land to death with a single slap? This kind of strength, it was them who were overwhelmed when they saw it. One must know that the 9 heaven sacred land, no matter what, was also a major power in the central state, and the door was under the control of a supreme realm powerhouse. Even the strength of the elders sent this time was not bad, but now, it was so easily suppressed to death by the Tai Chu sect's elders. The scene in front of them, on the contrary, made them feel extremely unbelievable. Tai Chu sect. This was definitely a mysterious and terrifying power. It seems that in the future, this Tai Chu sect's reputation is afraid to spread throughout this Tianxian continent. Subsequently, after resolving this bouncing clown from the 9 heaven sacred land, Tuoba Shang led a group of people from the Taichou sect to leave the area and return to the middle of the Taichou sect. In the meantime, accompanied by the collapse of the meteoric sacred mystic realm afterward, the news that the people of the 9 heaven sacred land had been annihilated on the spot quickly spread throughout the entire Tianxian continent. It was like a stone sending a ripple in the middle of a calm lake. Soon, the entire Tianxian continent was abuzz. Not only that, even the great imperial prince Zhou Yuan, who was the #1 heavenly pride of the central state, had lost to a disciple of the Tai Chu sect. The news is all over the place. This Tai Chu sect, is it so awesome? It hadn't occurred to me that not only were the disciples under the door outstanding in strength, but even the elders were so terrifying as they were, and the news of this meteoric sacred mystic realm was also learned by them. At the thought of this legendary one of the 9 secrets, the Dozi secret, falling into the hands of the disciples of the Tai Chu sect, one couldn't help but feel an incomparable pity. If they weren't concerned about the Tai Chu sect's incredibly strong appearance outside the meteor sacred mystic realm, they would have already gone up to grab it. Unfortunately, this Tai Chu sect was so terrifying that it directly dispelled their thoughts. In the meantime, Central State, 9 heavenly sanctuaries, within the vastness of the sect's holy land, in a magnificent and incomparable palace, several old ancestors and elders of the 9 heavens holy land were all gathered here. Ancestors, please also be able to step in and suppress the Tai Chu sect, kill all the people from the Tai Chu sect, and avenge the hatred of a bunch of holy sons and daughters and elders from my 9 heaven sacred land. At this moment, the holy lord of the 9 heaven sacred lands, Dong Huang Tian, said with hatred in his eyes, one must know that the holy maiden Dong Huang Yu that was his precious daughter, Dong Huang Hao was also still his son. Now, both of them had both fallen in the secret realm of the fallen saint, and both of them were also killed by the people of the Tai Chu sect. How could he not take this revenge? Thus, he had made his move, pleading with the several old ancestors buried in their coffins to make a move to suppress that person from the Tai Chu sect. But we have heard that Tai Chu sect has now obtained one of the 9 secrets, the Dozi secret. Upon hearing this, how could Dong Huang Tian, who was the holy lord of the 9 heaven sacred land, not know the petty thoughts of the various old ancestors? Please also rest assured that after destroying this Tai Chu sect, all the treasures, including this Do Z secret, will be the property of several old ancestors. So be it. Upon hearing this, old ancestor Tianji nodded in satisfaction and said, but I'm afraid it's a bit difficult just with a few of us. Don't worry, old ancestors, this time when I set out to suppress the Tai Chu sect, I also used the bottom card of the Nine Heavens Sacred Land, the Godslayer Seal. Upon hearing the name of the Godslayer Seal, the hearts of several old ancestors were suddenly startled. They hadn't thought that this Holy Lord Dong Huang Tian would be so crazy that he would go so far as to use all of the Nine Heavens Sacred Land's bottom cards as well in order to suppress the Tai Chu sect. One must know that this Godslayer Seal was passed down from the founding ancestor of the Nine Heavens Sacred Land, and its power was incomparably terrifying and horrifying. Under the suppression of the Godslayer Seal, even supreme beings might not be able to perform divine abilities. Such a divine artifact was only used to deal with that Tai Chu sect. Surely, it seemed that the departure of this holy son and holy daughter was still extremely sorrowful for Holy Lord Dong Huang Tian. Otherwise, it wouldn't have sacrificed such a terrifying great killing weapon out. This time, with the old ancestors making a move, coupled with supreme divine artifacts such as the Godslayer Seal, suppressing this Tai Chu sect seems absolutely foolproof. Tai Chu sect, your time to die has come. Chapter 71, The Capricious Little Princess. Dugu Xin. Meanwhile, in the central state, the Chamber of 10,000 Treasures. At this time, the Chamber of Commerce of 10,000 Treasures, because of the matter of Dugu Xin wanting to pay homage to his master, was now in a state of quarreling. At this moment, a group of highly respected elders of the Chamber of 10,000 Treasures were gathering in a vast hall. Even the president of the Chamber of 10,000 Treasures was among them, and even a few of the old ancestors had appeared at this meeting. Their faces were serious and they seemed to be arguing about something. And our heroine Dugu Xin, at this moment is in the Great Hall tongue fight group of scholars. A person hard to dislike. These elders do not know what to say. Young Lord this simply won't work. That Tai Chu sect is in such a state nowadays, you all know. Although it is said that they made a name for themselves this time in the meteoric sacred mystery realm, but after offending the Nine Heavens Sacred Land, this kind of giant power in the central state, sooner or later, they will all be doomed. Now, that Tai Chu sect has captured one of the meteoric Saint Supreme's 9 secrets, the fighting character secret. I believe that this kind of tantalizing treasure will definitely attract many forces to go and snatch it, and for us to head to go to Tai Chu sect to pay homage to the mountain at this time is not a wise move at all. At this moment, within the Grand Hall, the Grand Elder exhorted in a single breath. The words were full of consideration for Dokushun, and Dugu Xin naturally didn't listen to him and directly disliked him. That's a bit too much for the Grand Elder to say. Nowadays the world knows that the Tai Chu sect is a mysterious and terrifying sect, and since all of them dared to offend the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground, they must not be afraid of the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground, such a powerful sect. If I were to worship a teacher after going in, that cultivation would definitely be like a fish out of water. Moreover, if I worship the mountain Tai Chu sect now, it's just like sending charcoal in the snow. That Tai Chu sect will definitely agree to let me go in to cultivate, and at that time, when the Tai Chu sect destroys the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground, it won't be so easy for this young master to enter the Tai Chu sect. Anyway, no matter what, I must head to the Tai Chu sect today to pay my respects. Upon hearing this, that Grand Elder was obviously infuriated, and the sight of the third elder heard, is bitterly said, Shao Xina, that too early door is now just as strong as the end. Simply cannot support for a long time. I want about Chamber of Commerce and how to say also than that too early door on several times better, right? Why do you need to go to the East Wasteland, that kind of poor countryside, to worship the teacher? Stay in the Chamber of 10,000 Treasures to cultivate is also quite good. No matter. Today I don't care what you guys say. I, Dugu Xin, absolutely want to worship the Tai Chu sect. Even if anyone comes, it's useless. You guys just die. Upon hearing this, the admonishing third elder was just like the great elder, almost half dead from this girl's anger. After that, the seventh elder also came out to advise. My young master, you let the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce's huge family business go without inheriting it, and run to that Tai Chu sect to worship a master. Besides, even if you worship a master and enter the Tai Chu sect, you'll still be an ordinary disciple at the most. So what's the use of it? Young master, you'd better stay in the Wanpa Chamber of Commerce. In the future, this Wanpa Chamber of Commerce's family business will be yours. Seventh elder Susu advised. Even if I become an ordinary disciple of the Tai Chu sect, so what? You know that my master, that is the patriarch of the Tai Chu sect, with a lofty status, mysterious and terrifying strength, and I heard that he is also the reincarnation of an immortal? Young master, this is also all just rumors. Besides, you let go of the family business of the 10,000 Treasures Chamber of Commerce and don't inherit it. just to go into that Taichu sect as an ordinary disciple. What on earth are you doing this for? Moreover, think about it, the president of this Wanbao Chamber of Commerce that is a high status, big power any party forces will give you face? You imagine, you kind of will people step on the ground power of the taste is not good? Have to go to that too early door is what disciple? What future the president of this 10,000 treasures Chamber of Commerce, even if you say it out, is incomparably grand. At this time, the seventh elder said in a good manner, I don't care, I just don't care. Today even if you guys talk your mouths off, it won't shake my determination to worship the Taichu sect. If you guys don't let me go then I'll just run over and die for you guys right now. With that, Dokushin directly performed his masterpiece. In a word, a cry for help. It's a solution that's definitely tried and true. At those words, the seventh elder from that was already half dead from Dugu Xian's anger. Seeing this state of affairs, within the great hall, even the president of the Chamber of 10,000 Treasures, Dugu Xian's mother, and a group of elders all revealed a hopeless expression out. Hey, there's really nothing you can do with this little princess, who let Dugu Xian be the only heir of their Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, Dugu Xian's cultivation talent was extremely demonic. From a young age, he had awakened the heavenly moon's sacred body and possessed an amazing cultivation talent. This also led to Dugu Xian being treated completely as a little princess and baby by the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, to the point that no matter how outrageous Dugu Xian's request would be, even if it was to go to the sky to pick the stars and the moon, it would have to be fulfilled for him. For example, if Dokushin wanted to play with something, the entire chamber of 10,000 treasures would move to inquire and find the item. For example, if Dokushin wanted to eat something delicious, they would be equally interested in satisfying her. After all, who let Dugu Xian awaken the heavenly moon's sacred body? Those who possessed this saint body physique were without exception at least supreme realm powerhouses, and it was even likely that they would be able to certify as a great emperor in the future. Therefore, the entire Chamber of Commerce of 10,000 Treasures was completely treating Dugu Xian like a little ancestor, and would do their best to fulfill whatever request they had. It's safe to say, in the Chamber of Commerce of 10,000 Treasures, Dugu Xian was the absolute favorite. Thus, when they learned that Dugu Xian was actually going to worship the Taichu sect, each of them became anxious. It would be fine if the Taichu sect was a party of transcendent holy lands, but the point was that this power had never been heard of before. Moreover, the Taichu sect had offended such a giant power as the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground, and with so many powers eyeing the battle character secrets that the Taichu sect had obtained, this was definitely going to cause a bloody storm. At this time, heading to the Taichu sect to pay homage to the master was not a wise move at all. It's a total sheep in a tiger's mouth. This if the Taichu sect was beaten to the door by these, then wouldn't Dugu Xian follow suit as well? Therefore, after learning that Dugu Xian wanted to worship the Taichu sect, they were all that were 10,000 times unwilling to do so. Naiji Dugu Xian made a masterstroke of crying and hanging. This method really let them have a hard time to say One could only be forced to agree to the demands of Dokushin, the little princess, and as the president of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, Dugu Xian's father, after seeing Dugu Xian's series of behaviors, his entire body expressed that he was going numb. This little princess, it seems that not a single day is able to live in peace. Chapter 72, the Taichu sect's patriarch has an extremely terrifying origin. Inside the main hall, Dugu Xian looked at the crowd of elders or her parents who were getting all worked up over this matter of theirs, and her whole being wasn't really all that well. She is a novel party. In this novel named Biography of the Heavenly Emperor, Dugu Xian is because the character is too much trouble, which led to her messing with the great power that cannot be offended, the protagonist Qin Hao, and ultimately, she was not only destroyed by Qin Hao, even the entire Wanbao Chamber of Commerce was thus uprooted and wiped out, because of her one person, which led to Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, so many people for her to accompany the funeral. In fact, her heart was very bad. In fact, she also understood that these elders were all doing it for her good. Looking at the looks of these elders, Dokushin silently murmured in his heart, I promise that this is the last time I'll be capricious, and I'll never do it again. That was still because she clearly knew that the Taichu sect's patriarch that she was going to worship was more than just a reincarnation of an immortal. That was the legendary Xian Tian Sage Master, and there was not a single one of his disciples that was below the great emperor realm. Moreover, the Xian Tian Sage Master of his previous life was even more bullish. Even the immortal domain's ancient celestial court, the Western King's Palace, the Yaohu Sacred Ground, and many other notable immortal forces were all created by disciples under him. This kind of terrifying powerhouse, if one could hug his thigh, it would definitely be a blessing of 3 lifetimes. But right now, Dugu Xian was too embarrassed to tell them. there was no way he could say how awesome the patriarch of this Tai Chu sect would be in the future, right? Even if it's about past lives, then even less people will believe it. It would also think that she is not crazy. Therefore, Duga Xin would play with her nature like this, pretending to be a little princess who doesn't know anything and has a big temper. In the end, the result was a decision made by a group of senior elders of the Chamber of Commerce of 10,000 Treasures. Or did he submit to Dokushin's idea? Hey! Thinking of this, the president of the Chamber of Commerce of 10,000 Treasures couldn't help but sigh inexplicably. I didn't realize that even as president, I can't do anything about you. Forget it, I'll let you have it this time. However, this time, when you travel to the Tai Chu sect, you must act carefully. Upon hearing this, Dokushin's little face couldn't help but emerge with a touch of joy. It seemed that more than likely, his own father and the group of elders had agreed to his request this time. In that case, there was finally hope for him to worship the Tai Chu sect this time. Seeing his little daughter's happy face, Duguchang also sighed and laughed softly, after which, he dropped his gaze on the group of elders. All the elders, can all be great Saint Realm, Saint King Realm strength. Even as you are doing, there are quite a few of you are quasi-supreme powerhouses. Such a strength is enough to be able to change the rise and fall of a party's dynasty. And it's also a breeze even if it's a long way across 100 dynasties. But also ask a few elders to make a move. To be able to follow the youngest daughter to go to worship at the Tai Chu sect together and to protect the youngest daughter's safety. Upon hearing this, the dozen or so elders present couldn't help but get up and nodded, saying, please also rest assured, President, that this time, when we travel to the Tai Chu sect to pay respects to the master, we will make sure to protect the young master's well-being. Moreover, we are also very curious to know what kind of ghost this Tai Chu sect is, to the extent that it has mesmerized our young master to the point that he wants to join amongst this Tai Chu sect even if he has to crash to his death. I want to find out what kind of god this Tai Chu sect really is. Although, these elders had agreed to accompany Duga Xin together to the Tai Chu sect to pay homage to the master, they also wanted to see what the hell that Tai Chu sect was. It was surprising that they had charmed their young master like this, and they didn't know what kind of bewitching soup had been put down to make their young master, a heavenly moon sacred body's heavenly proud daughter, go to the sect to become an ordinary disciple. To say this out loud was simply undermining the dignity of their Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, but with things having come to this point, there was nothing that could be done about it. After all, they had already agreed to Dokushin's request, so it's something they'll accomplish as well. This time, I'll thank all the elders, and father, my little daughter, I'll take them away first. At that moment, Dokushin said with a smile on his face, go ahead, go ahead. Hey, Dr. Chung hastily waved his hand and said, after seeing his daughter leave followed by several elders with powerful breaths, that's when he started to ask, by the way, this time, my daughter's worship of the Tai Chu sect has taken out what good things out from inside my 10,000 Treasures Chamber of Commerce? Upon hearing this, one of the deacon elders of the Chamber of 10,000 Treasures below replied with a look of horror, Lord President, this time, the young master traveled to the Tai Chu sect to pay homage to his master, and took the 7 orifices Linglong grass, 10,000 spirit pill, divine emperor wings, and the Sultan of Life and Death restoration from inside the treasure pavilion, respectively. What? Even the Sultan of Life and Death restoration took it for me? At this moment, Duga City, who heard this news, was filled with black lines and almost had to directly faint on the spot. He hadn't thought that his youngest daughter, Dugu Xin, had taken out so many good things from inside the Chamber of 10,000 Treasures in order to be able to worship the Tai Chu sect. To know that life and death to restore the Sultan, even he cannot afford to use, did not think that Dugu Xin, this girl, directly out of the way, go forward to become a heavy gift to worship the master. Hearing this, the corner of Dugu City's mouth couldn't help but twitch. His face didn't seem to show anything, but his heart was already starting to drip blood. Dokushin, you are really my good daughter. That being said, on the other side, after getting a bunch of treasures from the Chamber of 10,000 Treasures, Dugu Xin set off together with 5 powerful elders, riding on the Chamber of 10,000 Treasures unique swire airships, and raced in the direction of that eastern wasteland's Tai Chu sect. As the huge spirit stones continued to burn, this ancient airship also caught a powerful air current out in the void. The speed was extremely fast and soon turned into a black dot in the sky. Duguchan looked at the distant Taiku ship and sighed, muttering under his breath, I also don't know what exactly is the situation of that Tai Chu sect. This time, my daughter went to pay her respects to the master, nor do I know if it will be dangerous. However, even if the speed of the Tai Chu airship was fast, in the end, the Tai Chu sect that would take a certain amount of time. However, Dugu Xin was a bit impatient to practice with this holy master. In the meantime, among the gates of the beginning of time, accompanied by a flying boat descending within the Tai Chu sect, today's Tai Chu sect was extraordinarily lively. There was no other reason for this. It was precisely their eldest senior brother Qin Yi who had returned from the meteor sacred mysterious realm with a group of Taichu sect disciples. Moreover, this time, in the meteoric sage mystic realm, eldest senior brother Qin Yi not only obtained the inheritance of the meteoric sage mystic realm and the Dozi secret, but also made a name for himself in it, killing the holy son and holy daughter of the Holy Land of the Nine Heavens in a single strike, and defeating the grand imperial prince of the great Zhou dynasty, Zhou Yuan, in a single battle. Chapter 73, A mysterious strongman from the Yama temple. The blood-clothed old man descends to the eastern wasteland. Eldest brother is awesome. Eldest brother is awesome. This time, the group of disciples from the Taichu sect were all feeling immensely happy and proud of Qin Yi and the others' return. They hadn't thought that their eldest senior brother would turn out to be so deeply hidden. Not only did he kill the holy daughter of the Nine Heavens sacred land in seconds, but he also defeated the number one heavenly pride of the central state, the great Zhou dynasty's great imperial prince Zhou Yuan. How could such strength and talent not be admired? Therefore, in the face of this triumphant return of Qin Yi and the others, those elders and disciples of the Taichu sect were not incomparably excited and enthusiastic. Faced with the warm welcome of his senior brothers and sisters, even Rao Qin Yi is a bit embarrassed to show his face. And soon, Qin Yi then led a group of people who had traveled to the meteoric sacred mystic realm disciples to the main peak. At this moment, within the vast palace, Gu Changsheng stood with his arms folded, dressed in white. His hair temples were not pulled back, a simple black hair band bundle, simple and lazy. His temperament was transcendent as if it were dust, and the whole person was permeated with an indescribable Taoist nature. And beside Gu Changsheng, there was another beautiful woman in a Taoist robe, and the two of them were standing there at the moment. It made the crowd of disciples from the Taichu sect couldn't help but develop a feeling that the two of them were so well matched. It was like a pair of divine couple, so that everyone who looked at them could not help but envy and look up to them. We pay our respects to Lord Sovereign. Looking at the group of Taichu sect disciples who had returned safely, Gu Changsheng also felt extremely satisfied. All rise. Yes. Many thanks, Patriarch. Afterward, Qin Yi and the others got up and dropped their gazes onto the two of them, Gu Changsheng and Yi Fuling, while more disciples' gazes fell on Yi Fuling. After all, they were also curious as to who this woman was. Surprisingly, she was able to stand with the Patriarch, even though she was born very beautiful, but it wasn't as if those elders in the sect were prettier than her. For a while, these disciples of the Taichu sect couldn't help but feel a pang of curiosity about Yi Fuling beside Gu Changsheng. In the meantime, Eastern Wasteland, Yama Temple Branch. On top of a vast teleportation platform, Godslayer Heaven was standing with his hands in the air, and behind him, a group of Yen Luo Hall's assassins were also converging here. And just then, that teleportation platform suddenly erupted with a brilliant light that shot straight up into the sky, reaching a height of 10,000 feet. Next moment, an incomparably pale old man walked out from there, dressed in a black robe, his breath floating. Even as he walked, he was still holding a cane. It looked as if he was about to die, as if he was going to collapse here the next moment when the gale blew. But here in Yen Luodian's group of killers including Godslayer Heaven didn't dare to underestimate this black-robed old man. One must know that this black-robed old man had come from the distant central state. His strength and cultivation were heavenly, and he was a great power at the peak of the quasi-supreme realm. This kind of terrifying powerhouse, even when faced by the Godslayer Heaven, one would have to be incomparably respectful. Is this the Eastern Wasteland? The aura is really much thinner than the central state. It's really a barbaric place. If it wasn't for this fighting character mystery, this seed wouldn't have come to this place. At this moment, the blood-clothed old ancestor's cloudy eyes looked at the crowd of people from the Yama temple branch under his eyes and secretly said in his heart. At this point, after seeing this black-robed old man appear, the entire person was even more incomparably respectful as he arched his hand towards the black-robed old man in front of him and said, "Greetings, blood-clothed ancestor." With the fall of Godslayer Sky's words, the crowd of Yama temple killers behind him all spoke in unison and respectfully said, "Greetings to the blood-clothed ancestor. All rise." At those words, the black-robed old man named blood-clothed ancestor looked towards the crowd of Yen Luo Hall killers kneeling in front of him and waved his hand, saying, "Only after receiving the blood-clothed ancestor's command did these people get up in a hurry. This seat heard about this matter, which is why the headquarters side sent me to come and settle this Taichu sect. Hear this." Godslayer Sky called out straight to the blood-clothed old man, "Long live." With a quasi-supreme powerhouse like the blood-clothed ancestor stepping in to suppress it, that Taichu sect would be nothing more than a piece of cake. What's the big deal? At that time, after the Taichu sect was destroyed by the Yama temple, the entire forces of the Eastern Wasteland would know who was the real boss, the man of words, in this Eastern Wasteland. In this way, the entire Eastern Wasteland will also know the power of the Yen Luo temple. In the future, See the Yen Luo temple of people that will not go around the road. The thought that the Taichu sect was about to be overthrown by the Yama temple. A look of excitement also appeared in Godslayer Sky's eyes. The blood-clothed old ancestor did not know what Godslayer Heaven was thinking, and would not have cared at all if he had known. Originally, this time, the headquarters would not have sent a strong person of the quasi-supreme realm to descend to the eastern wasteland. This matter is still his own initiative to ask for help to come to this east wasteland side. It was also because he had heard that someone from the Taichu sect had obtained the Dozi secret in the meteor sacred mysterious realm that he had taken the initiative to come to the eastern wasteland just so that he could overthrow the Taichu sect and obtain the Dozi secret. After all, a divine object such as the battle character secret was just too tempting, and even if he was a quasi-supreme, he wouldn't hesitate to obtain it. The Meteor Sage Supreme was the one who became famous in the Tianqian continent by virtue of the Dozi secret, and was eventually promoted to a generation of supreme beings, and he, the blood-clothed old ancestor, had been stagnating at the peak of quasi-supreme for many years, never having made the slightest progress, and after hearing the news of this Dozi secret, naturally, he wanted to come impatiently, get this Dozi secret, and refer to the law of the great Tao inside, in order to be able to successfully promote the supreme being to make preparations. Therefore, the blood-clothed ancestor wouldn't care about the Eastern Wasteland Division side of things, and he was only trying to get his hands on what he had when he overthrew the Taichu sect. In the meantime, above the vastness of the sky, a huge and incomparable ancient airship flew at an extremely fast speed in the void. The airship pressed against the void, emitting a rumbling and whistling sound. At this moment, on top of the Taiku airship, a young girl wearing a pink wide-sleeved dress was standing at the prow of the airship, standing with her hands on her head, looking at the blue dome of the sky in the distance, and she couldn't help but feel a trace of longing in her eyes. And this young girl was clearly the young master of the Chamber of 10,000 Treasures, Dugu Xin. And behind Dugu Xin, there were a dozen or so guards with powerful auras, as well as 5 elders whose auras were as deep as the sea. Looking at this lineup, if you didn't know it, you would think that they were going to attack the Taichu sect. However, in reality then it is to travel to the Taichu sect to pay homage to the master. And these people, in general, were, in Dokishin's mind, a bunch of her bodyguards, and her father, the president of the Manpower Chamber of Commerce, was worried about her safety. Several elders were specially called to stick together to go to the Taichu sect, just to properly protect her safety. It was just that he didn't know exactly how the Taichu sect would feel knowing that he was worshipping his master and bringing along such a few respected seniors. I just hope that it won't make the Taichu sect senior brothers and sisters misunderstand. Chapter 74, Stormy Weather. Crisis of the Taichu sect. Thinking of this, Dokishin's little face couldn't help but show a ghostly sigh out. She felt like that college student who had just started school now. Everyone else was traveling alone, while she, on the other hand, was taking her grandparents at home with her and had to take good care of her. Looking at it that way, she felt as if she'd become a giant baby, needing her family to come and worry about everything for her. The scene did kind of give her a pang of embarrassment. It feels like I'm a giant baby. However, her father was also thinking about her safety, so Dokishin could only accept it silently. Continuous rush for several days. Finally this just arrived in the East Wasteland, but this East Wasteland's aura is much thinner than the central state. I don't know how that protagonist Qin Hao became so powerful in such an environment. The ancient airship came to the border between the central state and the Eastern Wasteland, and from the time it entered the Eastern Wasteland, Dugu Xin felt the aura of the Eastern Wasteland, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In the meantime, the Holy Land of the Nine Heavens. At this moment, 3 strong and incomparable auras suddenly erupted from the Nine Heavens sacred land. A huge astral wind swept over, and the void became twisted and blurred beyond recognition. Next moment, 3 old men who had been personally dug out by the Holy Lord of the Nine Heavens from an unknown era appeared here. Their faces looked incredibly decayed, as if half of their bodies had gone into the yellow earth, and their faces were pale. After all, it's no wonder that you're buried in a coffin all day, unable to see the light of day. And the origin of these 3 old men, it was not small. It was among the generation of the founding ancestors of the Nine Heavens sacred land. With the death of the founding ancestor in immortality, the 3 of them were the most powerful cultivators in the entire Nine Heavens sacred land. Thus, if it wasn't for the fact that the Nine Heavens sacred land was on the verge of being exterminated by others, they wouldn't have been willing to come out. And this time, it was suddenly dug out by the Holy Lord of the Nine Heavens himself. To be honest, they're pretty clueless too. I wonder what this Saint Lord of the Nine Heavens wants. Old Ancestor Heavenly Flame, Old Ancestor Divine Dragon, Old Ancestor Tao Diffractor, and the 3 old ancestors. This day, this seed dug you out in order to beg you for one thing, in the hope that you can step in to suppress the Taichu sect, and avenge the hatred for the holy sons and daughters of our Nine Heavens sacred land. Please ask the 3 old ancestors for this outing. The Holy Lord of the 9 heavens looked at the 3 of them and said, and also took out 3 extremely treasured treasures and handed them over to their 3 old ancestors. And after seeing these treasures, these 3 old ancestors could not help but have their pupils shaken. They hadn't expected that this time, the 9 heavens sacred Lord would be so bloodthirsty as to bestow such precious treasures on them. It seems that this Taichu sect must have offended this 9 heavens sacred Lord. Before the 3 old ancestors could speak, the 9 heavens sacred Lord began again. 3 old ancestors, in addition to the 3 of you making a move, this seat has also used the supreme divine artifact God-slaying seal, and all the treasures of the Taicho sect, including the Dozi secret, are handed over to all the old ancestors to deal with, and this seat will definitely not be involved in the slightest. Please also ask a few old ancestors to make a move, to be able to suppress the Taicho sect. This seat, Dong Huang Tian, would be grateful. Eastern Emperor Sky said so. What? The battle character secret? It is rumored that one of the 9 secrets, the battle character secret, I didn't think that it would be in the Taichu sect. After the 3 old ancestors learned of this news, their entire being became even more incomparably shocked. That's a bucket list secret. Even the 3 of them, being supreme beings, couldn't help but develop a fiery color. Being able to obtain the Dozi's secret and refer to the great Tao laws within it, this was also able to have a great effect on their cultivation. Such a divine object had actually landed in that Taichu sect. That's just a waste. Therefore, after learning the news that the Taichu sect actually had the Dozi secret, the 3 old ancestors that were also quick to agree to the request of the 9 heavens sacred Lord. At this moment, the heavenly flame old ancestor laughed. Please also rest assured, Holy Lord, the 3 of us will make a move, and this time, we will definitely step through the Taichu sect, wiping out the entire sect, harvesting the Dozi secret, and avenging the hatred of its holy son and holy daughter. Upon hearing this, the other 2 old ancestors also hurriedly chimed in. It wasn't just the 9 heavens sacred land that was like this. At the moment, the forces of the entire Tianqian continent were all in a state of darkness. Having learned of such divine objects as the Dozi secret, everyone is certainly hoping to get it. However, when the crowd thought of the strong and domineering appearance of the Taichu sect's elder outside the meteor sacred mysteries earlier, these forces couldn't help but feel a bit emboldened. However, that didn't mean that they didn't have thoughts about this Dozi secret. On the contrary, they are also extremely aware of it. If the Taichu sect was able to carry off the first wave of powerhouses that came to snatch the Dozi secret this time, then they would simply let go. And if they couldn't resist, then they would be like a group of sharks that had smelled the smell of blood, and would directly swarm in, trampling the Taichu sect down and scavenging it. In the meantime, among the Taichu sect, after this period of time, coupled with the explanation of the Sovereign Lord, they also knew what the original Dao-robed woman who stood next to the Sovereign Lord that day actually was. Eporia is the heir of the current generation of the myriad words nunnery in the central state. Nowadays, the reason why he would walk out and come to this Taichu sect was because he saw the potential of the patriarch. Thinking that the patriarch was a man of heavenly destiny, he came to join the Taichu sect. It hadn't occurred to me that the original sect leader was so awesome that he could attract a top beauty to his side at the drop of a hat. The mountain rain was coming down, and in the space of 2 days, the distance outside the mountain gate of the Taichu sect, it had already gathered a large group of cultivators here. At this moment, even the sky was in a cloudy and gloomy mold, black and pressurized, making people feel very depressed and uncomfortable when they looked at it. And here in the mountain range on the far side of the Taichu sect's mountain gate, on the other hand, it was crowded, and countless cultivators were converging here, looking like a sea of people. In the midst of this, there is no lack of people from big and small forces. Even some loose cultivators have appeared to come here, especially for these loose cultivators. They do not have clans to rely on. If they are able to snatch the Dozi secret in the midst of this melee, then it is definitely able to soar to the heavens. And those big forces of the people, if they can get the bucket word secret, not only can their cultivation further, but also can be proud of the crowd. By virtue of the bucket word secret, may also be able to become like the former years of the meteor sacred supreme that incomparably powerful. It was precisely because of this that there were so many people gathered at the far side of the Taichu sect's mountain gate. Killing intent, ambition, and greed all surfaced in this crowd at this moment. Of course, in the midst of this, there was no lack of a group of cultivators who had come to eat their melon. Chapter 75, Since you're here to offend, let's fight. After all, such a big scene was not something that could be seen very often, so these people were also converging here ready to take a look at the situation. Opportunity is something that can only be obtained by those who are strong in strength. Let's see if the Taichu sect can guard this Dozi secret this time. Hey, in the world of metaphysics, the law of the jungle, the weak and the strong, is also true. As the saying goes, a piker is not guilty of a crime. but harboring a crime. This time the Taichu sect got the Dozi secret. No matter what, they are harboring a crime. Who let them get the Dozi secret? That's right, possessing the fighting character secret is a capital offense. Here, there was a lot of talk amongst the crowd saying that some people were eyeing the fact that the Taichu sect had gotten the battle character secret. Some people were planning to come over to watch the fun. Some people hated the Taichu sect. And some people were envious of the fact that the Taichu sect was able to get a divine object such as the battle character secret. However, all of these people without exception had a common characteristic. That is, they couldn't wait for a melee to start earlier. And in the midst of this melee, they would snatch the Dozi secret and take it for themselves. And that was the purpose of these people coming here. If anyone can get the bucket word secret, then from then on that person will be able to rise all the way. From then on to the peak of life, to harvest the favor of countless beautiful women. Just ask such a divine object and who does not want to get it? After all, in the world of metaphysics, strength is honored, other what is false. As long as you have a strong and absolute strength, then all the truth in front of you that are paper tigers, dog. And on the contrary, if you don't have the strength, even if you are righteous, it's useless. In this world where strength is honored, only whoever has the bigger fist is the truth of this world, and whoever is able to occupy the chance. And at that moment, suddenly, a strong wind struck the sky. A huge airship appeared in the void, and on top of the airship, an ancient flag grinned in the wind, with the words 9 heavens written on it. On top of the airship, a middle-aged man in green with a hale face was standing on top of the ship's prow with his hands in the air, and behind this middle-aged man in green, there were also quite a number of terrifying powers with exceptionally powerful breaths converging. That's someone from the 9 heavens Holy Land? I didn't realize that this time even such behemoths as the 9 heavens sacred grounds have come to snatch this Dozi secret? It seems like our hopes are afraid to be slim. This Taoist brother still doesn't know, right? Now this 9 heavens sacred land is not just for this bucket word secret. It is said that in the meteor sacred mystery realm, that the disciples of the Taichu sect but the 9 heavens sacred land of a number of disciples, including the holy sons and daughters were killed. People this time obviously over his revenge. Are the disciples of the Taichu sect so powerful? Even disciples from giant forces like the 9 heavens sacred land died in the hands of disciples from the Taichu sect. It's really terrifying, isn't that so? It's said that even the number 1 heavenly pride of the central state, the great Zhou dynasty's grand imperial prince Zhou Yuan, was defeated in the hands of that eldest senior brother of the Taichu sect. That's awesome. This Taichu sect. It's a pity that so many strong people have come over nowadays. It's just that I don't know if the Taichu sect will be able to survive this peril. Many cultivators looked over, and on top of that airship, they found a group of powerful elders from the 9 heavens sacred land, the rumored heavenly flame elder ancestor, Tao diffraction elder ancestor, and the divine dragon elder ancestor. This time nearly the entire 9 heavens sacred land's topmost elder ancestor level figures had all come out. It seems that this Dozi secret and the hatred formed with the Taichu sect is really quite deep. From the looks of it, I'm afraid that the Taichu sect is going to be finished this time. Several of the topmost ancestors of this 9 heavens sacred land have personally taken action. Can this Taichu sect still have a chance to live? Looks like there's a big battle today, I'm afraid. And soon, after the appearance of the people from the 9 heavens sacred ground, the whooshing and whistling sounds of airships once again came from the void. Looks like it's the heckler who's going to show up again this time. This time, it once again attracted a crowd of onlooker cultivators to watch. And at the same time, after they saw this force arrive outside the mountain gate of the Taichu gate, the entire group showed a look of shock. The dome of the sky became more and more gloomy. Dark clouds filled the air, and even the air smelled dark and damp, as if they were all welcoming the strong smell of blood that would erupt later. Rumble! An airship crushed through the void, and on top of the airship, an ancient flag stained with blood grinned in the wind, with the word Yan Luo written on it. This was clearly none other than Tianxian Continent's infamous assassin syndicate power, Yan Luo Temple. At this moment, on top of this airship, the one at the head of the ship was clearly an old man dressed in a black robe, the blood-clothed ancestor. Behind him was a group of assassins from the eastern wasteland branch of the Yama Temple. Greetings, old ancestor. The Taichu sect is just ahead. At this moment, Godslayer Heaven reported with a respectful attitude towards the blood-clothed old ancestor in front of him. Yes. Upon hearing this, the blood-clothed old ancestor's cloudy eyes suddenly erupted with a brilliant light, and in his heart, he couldn't help but say, Taichu sect? This time, the Dozi secret, this seat must get it. However, there were even more and more cultivators who thought the same as him. Even the 3 old ancestors of the 9 heavens sacred land likewise thought this way. All of them wanted to snatch this Dozi secret from each other. In the meantime, outside the mountain gate of the Taichu sect, Fairy Chang'e, who was in the paramount realm, naturally detected this scene. Thus, she soon reported it to Patriarch Gu Changsheng. After that, the entire Taichu sect's human disciples including the elders also knew about this matter. Humph. A bunch of guys who came to seek death. Wanting to snatch this dozy secret depends on whether they have the ability to do so. Don't worry, Shin Yi. With this elder here, there's absolutely no way they'll be able to step halfway into the Taichu sect. At this moment, Elder Tuoba declared in an incomparably domineering tone. It was as if in his eyes, this group of people who had come to snatch the secret of the fighting word were nothing more than a bunch of rabble, and were completely out of sight, not worth mentioning at all. Thank you, Elder, but if they dare to attack the Taichu sect this time, I will absolutely step in as well, Shin Yi said with a firm and unshakable face. Speaking of which, he was able to obtain this dozy secret thanks to his master's saving grace and cultivation of him. If it wasn't for Master Teacher's hand, he might have long since fallen under the sword of the Great Chu dynasty, which can be like now. A cultivation talent is incomparable, but also to defeat the first pride of the central state of the Great Zhou dynasty's Grand Prince Zhou Yuan. This next time, it was all bestowed upon him by his master. Now, he had long since considered the Taichu sect as his home. The situation is to live and die with the Taichu sect. This time, these greedy fellows wanted to grab this dozy secret and came to attack the Taichu sect. Then he would not be able to sit back and do nothing. Chapter 76, a shocking battle is about to break out. Raise my Taichu divine might. If you want to attack and enter the Taichu sect, then step over my corpse first. This time, Shin Yi's heart was incomparably firm. And soon, above the central square of the Tai Chor Meng, this place is incomparably vast, and many disciples of Taichu sect know that many forces will come to attack Taichu sect today. In the midst of this, there was no lack of those giant forces. Nine Heavens Sacred Ground, Northern Ice Divine Palace, Great Diffraction Sacred Ground, and even the always infamous Killer Syndicate organization, Yan Luo Temple, had come to put together this share of fun, facing the siege of so many terrifying forces. If this was an ordinary clan force it would probably have been scared to the point of trembling, itching to escape and leave the clan immediately. But in the middle of this Taichu sect, there was no such thing playing out. Here, the group of elders and disciples of the Taichu sect knew about this matter, and instead of any panic or fear, they were incomparably hot and excited. So many forces have come to surround our Taichu sect. Do you still want to have a face? Humph. Let these forces see this time that we, Taichu sect, are not to be messed with. That's right. We must make sure that all of these forces are annihilated. We must let them know that we, Taichu sect, are not easy to bully. In the center of the square, these disciples who had gathered here discussed. There was no trace of fear or panic in his eyes. There is only excitement and fervor. So it is also good to let these forces see how powerful our Taichu sect is, and the reason why these disciples of the Taichu sect were so confident. Besides those powerful elders within the sect giving them confidence, there was also that mysterious and terrifying Lord Sovereign. With Lord Sovereign present, these demons and enemies who wanted to come against the Taichu sect were simply not the least bit fearless. In a word, with the Sovereign Lord around, all of this is bull ********. And soon, along with the elders and disciples after they had all arrived, as the patriarch of the Taichu sect, Gu Chang also appeared at this moment. He was dressed in a basalt-colored robe, with a slender posture and a handsome, tailless face, as if he were an exiled immortal from the sky, with a magnificent temperament. Below him, on the other hand, was a group of disciples and elders from the Taichu sect. After seeing Gu Changsheng show up, all of these disciples also showed extreme excitement. It was as if he had met his idol that he worshipped and loved in his previous life. Now, I'm sure you're all clear about what happened today. These forces want to grab the dozy secret. Do you think we can agree? Gu Changsheng stood with his hands in the air, standing on top of the high platform, and shouted in a loud voice. The sound rumbled through the four directions, and almost all the disciples of the Taichu sect present could hear it clearly. Lord Sovereign, please don't worry. We will definitely live and die with the clan. Today, let these so-called forces know that we, the Taichu sect, are not so easy to bully. At this moment, almost all the disciples of the Taichu sect shouted in unison. Good. It's good to have this heart of yours. Step on these incoming forces today. Raise the might of my Taichu god. Gu Changsheng looked at the crowd of disciples and elders of the Taichu sect at the moment, as well as those Taichu Dao soldiers holding immortal spears, and shouted loudly. That kind of sound shook the hearts of the people, displaying the world-covering aura of a party's patriarch. Lord Sovereign's divine might is overwhelming. Tread down these incoming forces. Raise the might of my Taichu god. One after another, terrifying sounds rang out, filling the entire sky between the heavens and the sky. The sound was deafening, like a flood of bells. At this moment, The group of disciples from the Taichor sect became incredibly excited and fervent as if they had been pumped with chicken blood. I can't wait to kill all of this incoming enemy now. In the meantime, outside the mountain gate of the Taicho sect, accompanied by these great powers boarding to this place, a bunch of scattered cultivators and disciples of small forces who had rushed to grab the Dozi secret had all arrived here. Because there was a giant power like the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground playing the lead, they, the scattered cultivators, instead didn't feel afraid. If they could snatch the battle character secrets in the midst of this melee, then it's a real flight of fancy. Soon, the airships of the Nine Heavens Sacred Lands and those other great powers arrived outside the mountain gate of the Taichu sect, overlooking the vast and spectacularly rippling Taichu sect below. Even as the Holy Lord of the Nine Heavens Sacred Land, Dong Huang Tian, felt incomparably surprised, especially that prison-suppressing monument. He felt a great pressure coming towards them from that prison-suppressing monument. Even he felt incomparably appalled, let alone those other loose cultivators. Nearly all of them didn't dare to approach the mountain gate of the Taichu sect, and could only stay far away, shocked by this great pressure. I've got to be good. This Taichu sect is really terrifying. I don't dare to get even the slightest bit closer just from this pressure. I feel like if I were to take a step forward, I'm afraid that I would really be shattered into a bloody mist by this terrifying pressure. Taichu's sect, terrifying as hell. Although this prison-suppressing monument was very powerful, there were still quite a few supreme powerhouses amongst these great powers that weren't too affected. Humph, prison-suppressing tablet. It seems that this Taicho sect is really making a big deal out of it. Above the airship, the heavenly flame old ancestor of the Nine Heavens Sacred Land looked at the scene at hand and couldn't help but let out a cold snort as he said, this prison-suppressing monument might have a great pressure on those cultivators whose cultivation level was below supreme. But for them, the supreme powerhouses, they weren't affected by anything too great. It was still possible to forcefully break into this Taichu gate. And just then, outside the mountain gate of the Taicho sect, a flash of immortal light erupted out. Subsequently, a group of disciples and elders from the Taichu sect also appeared from. Looking at the dense, crowded enemy in the distance in front of them, this group of Taichu sect's disciples didn't show any panic look. Instead, their hearts were incomparably excited and hot-blooded. Humph, how dare you not run away? I didn't realize that I was still planning to come out and suffer death. I'll fulfill you this time. Seeing this scene, the Holy Lord of the Nine Heavens also couldn't help but let out a cold snort and said, with so many terrifying forces besieging, if it was any other sect's holy land, it was estimated that the disciples would have long ago run away without much. And this Taichu sect is very strange. No disciples escape, not to mention, one by one also intends to take the initiative to meet the attack. This scene rather made the Nine Heavens Sacred Lord a bit incomprehensible. Rather, this was also exactly in line with his wishes. Since this Taichu sect's people were so homophobic, then they would go to hell together. Go and bury my daughter Donghuang Yu and my son Donghuang Hao with me. I also asked the three old ancestors to make a move to suppress this group of disciples and elders of the Taichu sect, so that they can also know that my Nine Heavens Sacred Land is powerful. After the Nine Heavens Sacred Lord's words fell, Old Ancestor Heavenly Flame, Old Ancestor Divine Dragon, and Old Ancestor Daoyan, the three supreme realm terrifying powers directly made their move towards the disciples of the Taichu sect below. Chapter 77, the Taicho sect, surprisingly, has the aura of a great emperor. For a time, the divine skies soon rose to the heavens and shone brightly here, as countless runes surfaced here, flooding the place into a large area of white light. After all, these three ancestors of the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground were, no matter what, terrifying powerhouses of the supreme realm, an existence that stood at the peak of the Tianqian continent's martial arts path. A casual strike would be able to achieve the power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. In the opinion of these three Nine Heavens Sacred Lands old ancestors, they had already personally taken action, and this time, the Taicho Sacred Land would definitely be overthrown. However, it turned out to be an eye-opener for them. When the burst of immortal light dispersed, the sight that came into their eyes caused them, the three old ancestors, to see incomparable dismay and horror. Taichu's sect. And nothing happened at all? Not only that, outside the mountain gate of that Taichu sect, a 10,000 feet tall golden dragon of chi suddenly hovered above the sky. A pair of huge dragon eyes watched them closely. That true dragon aura swept out from the sky. It almost pressed the three of them to the point where they could hardly breathe. Under this dragon's might, their three old ancestors felt like three mice being stared at by a huge big cat, not daring to move at all, and with no way to escape. They could only slowly wait for death. Jesus, this is the legendary golden dragon of Chi Luck? I didn't expect that this Taichu sect's Chi Luck golden dragon would be so abundant, reaching tens of thousands of feet. This is really too terrifying, isn't it? There's even a 10,000 feet tall golden dragon of Chi. This Taichu sect is probably a powerful sect left over from the ancient times, right? Hey, looks like the three of us have really kicked the bucket this time. Seeing this scene, the three Nine Heaven Sacred Lands' old ancestors immediately became ashen. What they hadn't thought of was that this Taichu sect was hiding something so terrifying. Even the 10,000 feet tall Chi-Luk golden dragon had it. Such a vast divine object. Even in the entire Tianqian continent it was impossible to find that power that would have it. Not before the three of them were still shivering over the Chi-Luk golden dragon. Next moment, outside the mountain gate of the Taichu sect, a powerful aura surfaced in an instant. Tuoba Sheng, Xiao Ruyan, Mu Xinhai, and several other elders with powerful auras showed up and appeared, accompanied by the appearance of these elders whose aura was as deep as the sea. Throughout the entire heaven and earth, golden lotuses suddenly blossomed in the void. The earth gushed with clear springs, and a terrifying vision surfaced. Seeing this scene, not only did the faces of the three old ancestors of the Nine Heaven Sacred Ground become petrified and zombie-like, even the other great powers were likewise the same when they saw the scene. What they hadn't expected was this force that they had never heard of before, the Taichu sect. Surprisingly, there was such a group of elders with terrifying auras. Moreover, this was only the characters that appeared on the front of the Taichu sect. If this is in the shadows, maybe some powerful characters will appear? Perhaps even a great emperor was likely to have one. Holding such thoughts, many of the forces that were prepared to come and seize the Taichu sect's dozy secret began to beat a retreat, wanting to flee here and go. After all, they weren't cuties either. Nowadays, the Taichu sect was acting so strong. Even if all of them rushed up to kill each other, they would only be serving as cannon fodder. It would be better to slip away while there was still no war with the Taichu sect. Although it is true that such divine objects as the dozy secret are coveted beyond measure, one must also have that life to enjoy it. Now, even his own little life was about to be saved. Where could he still think about grabbing the Taichu sect's divine item, the fighting character secret? And soon, this group of cultivators who had gathered in a large area, after seeing such a terrifying combat power of the Taichu sect, one by one, as if they were like a tidal wave, began to scramble towards the back and retreat, fearing that if they fled too late, they would be affected by this terrifying aura of the Taichu sect. The cultivators who were planning to watch from the sidelines had long since run out of sight. At this time, even they as melon eaters were afraid of being affected by the Taichu sect. How could anyone have the guts to stand in line to get a melon? It's still the little life that counts. You guys, think you can walk? How can my Taichu sect be something you can come and go as you please? And at that moment, an old man riding a green ox under his feet, holding a floating sinker in one hand and stroking his white beard with the other slowly walked out from that void. This old man, all over his body, exuded an ancient and long-lasting aura of Taoism. It was as if it had come out of the river of ages, and it looked extremely mysterious to people. And this old man was, indeed, Shang Wanchang. At the same time, he was also the present-day Taichu sect's inheritance hall's hall master. Along with Shang Wanchang's words falling, this heaven and earth was directly blocked by countless divine chains of order. At this moment, not to mention these cultivators, even a fly would never be able to leave this place. After seeing the appearance of this incomparably sacred and powerful to the point of being unrivaled, not only the three old ancestors of the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground, but even the other great powers such as the blood-clothed old ancestor of the Yama Temple, and the several elders of the Great Diffusion Sacred Ground, were also incomparably shocked and horrified. In the eyes of these people of theirs, this plain-looking old man, without a trace of breath surfacing from his body, was like an ordinary old man. However, it was this bizarre scene that caused them to feel incomparably shocked and horrified. If even a terrifying powerhouse like them, who were at the supreme realm, could not see through this old man's cultivation, then there was only one possibility. That was that this ordinary, yet plain-looking old man was most likely a hidden great emperor. Geez, the Taichu sect, surprisingly, would be hiding a great emperor. I'll rub it in. You have a great emperor, you didn't say it earlier. Now these people of theirs have come over to snatch the fighting word secret of the Taichu sect. That is completely an act of looking for death. After all, in the entire Tianqian continent, the great emperors were the ones with the topmost martial combat power. It could be said that having a great emperor power and not having a great emperor power that was completely not on the same level. The reason why the Great Zhou dynasty was able to sit down and dominate the central state was that the Great Zhou dynasty had terrifying powers at the level of great emperors. It is only then that he can sit in the central state and make the 4 seas and 8 deserts submit to him. And now, a great emperor had unexpectedly appeared in the Taichu sect. Then it seems as if many of the forces in the Xian continent are afraid of reshuffling their cards today. The beginning sect. It's as terrifying as it is. Offend my Taichu sect and be damned. And just as the 3 old ancestors of the 9 heaven sacred lands were planning to flee this place, soon, a voice rang out steeply. only to see the calm eyes of Shang Wansheng in the upper air. A palm was sent towards these three people to kill them. Chapter 78, The Overthrow of Countless Forces. Taichu sect becomes famous in one battle. This was just a very ordinary-looking palm shadow, but as the palm shadow fell, the void suddenly shook, countless divine lights surged, and even more blazing law power swept through, and light overflowed in all directions. Wherever he went, the entire void seemed to be unable to bear the weight, becoming collapsed inch by inch, as if the entire dome of the sky was going to fall down for it. No! Feeling the vast divine might of this palm, these three old ancestors of the Nine Heaven Sacred Land instantly looked up to the sky and couldn't help but try to dodge. However, unfortunately, before the three of them could react, rumble, countless divine lights instantly swept towards them, containing supreme laws, and instantly struck these three old ancestors. In the midst of a painful scream, a majestic rain of blood rained down, and then, the entire scream directly came to an abrupt end. With a single palm, he killed three Nine Heavens Sacred Land ancestors. This kind of cultivation directly made the crowd of cultivators present feel dumbfounded and incomparably shocked. The disciples on the side of the Taichu sect, after seeing this scene, the whole person is even more morale. Many divine weapons emerged, and those Taichu Dao soldiers are even more terrifying, wrapped in a vast and icy killing machine, like a bit of a cultivator from hell out of the general, mercilessly towards the lower cultivators to kill, 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 kill the foreign enemies, leave no one behind. With a long whistle, these Taichu sect disciples' many divine means were used at this moment. One time, light and splendor dazzle here, divine might roams the sky, constantly intertwining above this heavenly dome. Originally it was still a vast, mountain-like mountain range. At this moment it was dazzled by countless divine mighty immortal light, and many mountain ranges were even directly raised to the ground. The morale of the people of the Taichu sect was like a rainbow. Killing this group of foreign enemies was as simple as drinking water. And in this group of field view, this too early in the door of the people one by one, that is simply the devil. The cultivation is not only heavenly, even the divine means is even more powerful. The same realm can be counted on the existence of invincible. Under these circumstances, these bunch of cultivators who wanted to come and snatch the Taichu sect's dozy secret that was simply suffering. It didn't occur to them that they were directly salivating for such divine objects and wanted to come and snatch them. But now, they had directly left their lives behind. In particular, Qin Yi and Yao Ji were simply terrifying to the point of being boundless. Not only the young prides in the same realm, even some of the older generation cultivators wanted to hide far away when they saw these two, fearing that they would be affected by the divine might emanating from these two. Under the divine might of these two, beheading them was simply like killing pigs and dogs. This kind of situation, who dares to go forward to die? Under the combined siege of the Taichu sect, the battle was going well. Even though there were many of these cultivators who had come to compete for the Taichu sect's dozy secret, and among them, there was no shortage of those great powerhouses and young heavenly prides, the Taichu sect's people were also mediocre, all of them cultivating divine laws and imperial scriptures, and their strengths were far superior to those of their peers. With all this fighting, where would they be a match? Plus there were also those elders with powerful breaths joining the battle. Even Shang Wansheng also struck from time to time, and with a random strike, he was able to erupt a terrifying divine light, and wherever the divine light went, those supreme beings were annihilated, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Even if a mighty person used a divine weapon to save his life, he would be seriously injured if he didn't die. And those Taichu Dao soldiers were even more terrifying. One by one, the Dao soldiers formed a great formation, their breath connected with each other, condensing into a 10,000 feet high pillar of light that shot up into the sky, and under the support of the formation, every Dao soldier became incomparably terrifying, and their strength was greatly enhanced. At this moment, they were covered in a fierce aura as they fought their way towards the group of cultivators. Rumble, countless divine abilities blossomed out, all kinds of runes intertwined, constantly shuttling between this heaven and earth, each and every one of them erupting with a horrifying divine might. And even those powerful elders who came from great powers were annihilated into pieces. This horrifying scene caused many cultivators to feel chills in their hearts, wanting to flee the place impatiently. Unfortunately, in Shang Wansheng's heaven-sealing and earth-locking formation, these people were completely like ants, and it was impossible for them to escape. One could only watch as the people from the Taichu sect killed towards them, either resisting and not dying so quickly, or directly being reduced to dregs in seconds. There were also people who wanted to try to use their great divine abilities to try to tear open this heaven-sealing land, but without exception, they were all completely strangled to death by this powerful formation. Such a scene directly made them not dare to retreat further to the back, and they could only engage the group of people from the Taichu sect. At the moment, they were like meat on a plate, only waiting to be slaughtered in general. Damn it! Isn't there anything we can do at all? You Taichu sect are simply too deceitful. Our cultivators merely want to take and grab the fighting word secret. Why should we be driven to extinction? Upon hearing this, Qingyi's incomparably cold eyes looked towards this crowd of them and spoke indifferently and mercilessly. Humph! Anyone who offends my Taichu sect deserves to die. Without too much nonsense, under Qingyi's immortal pupil bloom, this group of people was directly annihilated into a piece of flying ash in an instant, dissipating into smoke. AI, Taichu's sect. We all underestimated this power. I didn't think that my blood-clothed ancestor, who has lived his life to the fullest, would be buried in this place. It's really pathetic. Even the group of people from the Yama temple were not spared, and along with the blood-clothed ancestor after he was reduced to a cloud of blood mist, Godslayer Tian's entire body became numb. He hadn't thought that the strong men he had taken great pains to request the headquarters to send for him would be so easily destroyed by the Taichu sect. This scene simply shocked his worldview. Originally, he had wanted to rely on the blood-clothed ancestor to make a move to suppress the Taichu sect and make a name for himself in the entire eastern wasteland, letting those forces know that this was what would happen if they offended the Yama temple. But now it seems that they are a bunch of complete clowns. This Taichu sect is so horrible. Where is he? Yanluo temple can be overthrown. Look at this situation. Even if the headquarters out, I'm afraid that it is not possible to be Taichu sect's opponent. And soon enough, Godslayer Sky's body was annihilated in the battle. Yanluo temple, Great Diffraction Holy Land, Nine Shao Holy Land, Northern Ice Divine Palace, and other great powers were successively annihilated by the Taichu sect, and those scattered cultivators, not to mention, without a clan as a backer, that was completely treated as cannon fodder in general, directly beheaded by the people of the Taichu sect. Finally, I don't know how long it's been, it was only then that the sounds of killing in this heaven and earth finally came to an end. Here, corpses are strewn and blood is spilled. Countless avatar powers were all left behind and turned into dust, and the same was true for those young celestial pride and scattered cultivators. Chapter 79, A Misunderstanding. I, Dokushin, have come to pay my respects. With this battle over, Shangguansheng suddenly waved his big hand, and originally, outside the mountain gate of Taichu sect, it was still a scene like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Next moment, it just turned straight into a paradise on earth with birds and flowers and mountains. It was as if there never seemed to be any fighting in this place. But who could have imagined that this place had buried the corpses of countless strong and powerful people? In the meantime, it was shortly after this battle ended, outside the mountain gate of the Taichu sect, an incomparably huge, ancient airship came from above the sky dome, cutting through the void. Above the airship, an ancient banner grinned with 4 big words written on it, 10,000 Treasures Chamber of Commerce. And at this moment, Dugu Xin stood with his hands in the air, his small face looking at the Taichu sect that was close at hand. He couldn't help but feel inexplicably happy. Nowadays, one was not far from the Taichu sect. Soon, it will arrive. If he had joined the Taichu sect, I think that the protagonist Qin Hao would not have been able to do the thing of mutilating his fellow disciples, right? Moreover, the thought that the protagonist's master was the reincarnation of a super terrifying bigot, if he could worship under him, it's kind of exciting to think about. The beginning gate, I, Dokushin, have come, and at the same time, the Taichu sect, which had just finished fighting not long ago, realized that right outside the mountain gate, there was even a huge airship gradually approaching towards this place. This instantly attracted the attention of the disciples and elders of the Taichu sect. Could it be that this was another power that wanted to come over and compete for the fighting character secret? It seems like there's no end to these forces, right? With so many forces having made the same mistake before, he even had the courage to come over and grab this Dozi secret. That's a lot of courage if you don't say so yourself. I'm afraid it's not from Jasmine Liang, is it? And soon, hundreds of Taichu Dao soldiers exuded an ice-cold murderous aura as they looked straight at the gradually approaching Taiku airship. Even some of the disciples and several elders stayed here, standing by. If this airship, too, had come to snatch the Dozi secret, then they would not hesitate to strike and forcefully kill it. And in the airship, Dugi Xin above the bow also saw this scene below, and for a while, the whole person felt a bit strange and confused. Are these people here to welcome me to worship? Could it be that the Taichu sect had already received the news that I, Dugu Xin, was coming over to pay my respects today and had specially come out to greet me? Hey, in fact, there is no need to make such a grand drop. I, Dokushin, am still very easygoing. If it's really such a grand welcome, then forget I said it. But soon, Dokushin realized something was wrong. 10 out of 10 is 11 out of 10. Who would welcome someone so serious and full of an icy murderous spirit? That's right, Duo Xin, she wasn't a little cutie. When gradually approaching, She then sensed that these disciples and elders of the Taichu sect were looking at their group with an icy face. Especially those Taichu Dao soldiers were filled with an icy cold killing intent. Where is the semblance that they are welcome? I'll rub it in. Could it be that I'm mistaken? This Taichu sect is not here to welcome me? Looking at this current situation, I'm afraid I'm not considered an enemy. Don't. I'm here to pay my respects. Brothers and sisters, elders, you have to believe that I, Dugu Xin, really don't mean any harm. Hey, if I had known, I would not have listened to my father, and brought so many people and powerful elders to go out. Those who did not know really thought that they were going over to attack that power. Such a luxurious lineup. And you say you're here to worship? I guess I'm afraid no one will believe it. Who are those people ahead? How dare you barge into my Taichu sect's holy land? Could it be that you guys are also here for this dozy secret? An indifferent and incomparable voice suddenly came out, and within this voice, it was filled with a stern killing intent. It was as if in the next moment, if their group answered that they had come here for the secret of the fighting word, they directly might all be accounted for here. A powerful breath erupted out. Sensing that this powerful breath was released, even the several elders behind Dugu Xin instantly felt their faces condense, as if they were facing a great enemy. One must know that, as they were paragons, their cultivation was heavenly and incomparably powerful, and the only ones who could make them all feel fearful and appalled by it must be the supreme realm powerhouses. It seems that this Taichu sect really can't be underestimated. Originally, these 5 elders thought that this Taichu sect was nothing more than a small sect, just snubbing his own young master. However, it seems that this is not the case today. I'm afraid, this Taichu sect had several terrifying auras in plain sight alone, making them feel cold sweat all over their bodies. As long as it's in the dark, it's simply more unimaginable. It seems that this Taichu sect is really as mysterious and terrifying as the legends. Hearing the killing intent contained in the words of these elders of the Taichu sect, that Dugu Xion's small face turned pale all of a sudden. It's over. Barbecue. Now. He was really misunderstood by the people of the Taichu sect as coming to attack the Taichu sect. Thinking of this, Dugu Xin hurriedly explained. Elders, my daughter, Dugu Xin, is the young master of the 10,000 Treasures Chamber of Commerce. I came to the Taichu sect today for the purpose of paying homage to the mountain, and in no way is there any malicious intent, so please don't worry about it. Elders, senior brothers, and senior sisters. After saying that, Dugu Xin hurriedly let the people set up all the heavy gifts for worshipping the mountain. For a while, there was a dazzling array of treasures and a brilliant haze of light. Just like that, he appeared in the sight of the people of the Taichu sect. Seeing the appearance of so many rare spirit herbs and treasures, the Taichu sect's elders also felt instantly stunned. What? So you're not here to snatch the secret of the fighting words? Are you here to worship the mountain Taichu clan? After understanding the causes and consequences of the matter clearly, the Taichu sect's elders quickly headed towards the interior of the Taichu sect, intending to report this matter to the Lord Patriarch, and at the same time, Taichu sect, in the middle of the main peak. After these days, after getting along with Yi Fuling, Gu Changcheng also knew what kind of person the other party was. Don't look at Yi Fuling weekdays this kind of gentle and virtuous like a woman in the south of the Yangtze River. However, this kind of attitude that was only just treating Gu Changcheng. If it were anyone else, where would Yi Poria bother with you? One must know that Yi Fuling had already reached the perfection of the supreme realm after only 300 years, and this kind of terrifying natural talent doomed ordinary people to not be reflected in her eyes at all. It was only because Yi Fuling was devoted to Gu Changcheng that she would be this gentle. If anyone else dared to go up to her like that and strike up a conversation, I'm afraid they would have been slapped into flying dust by her. I didn't realize that you were quite interesting. Yi Fuling looked towards Gu Changcheng. A face of worldly beauty couldn't help but show a smirk out. Chapter 80, Another Traveler. Female villain of Heavenly Emperor's legend? After this period of time, Yi Fuling realized that Gu Changcheng during this period was still quite fun to talk and chat with. And just then, outside, however, an elder suddenly came forward to report things. Seeing this, Gu Changcheng also summoned him in. What is it? Your Excellency Patriarch, there is a young girl outside, claiming to be the young master of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, who has come to the Taichu sect today, specifically to pay homage to her master, and I would like to ask the Patriarch to go over there. A young girl, the young master of the Chamber of 10,000 Treasures? Gu Changcheng muttered under his breath. In the meantime, outside the mountain gate of the Taichu sect, Dugu Xin led dozens of guards, as well as several elders with powerful auras were all quietly waiting here for the arrival of the Taichu sect's Patriarch. At this moment, even these few elders from the Chamber of 10,000 Treasures were beginning to become cautious. After all, they already knew that this Taichu sect was not a small sect, but a mysterious and terrifying taboo force. If one's major would be able to worship into it, then it would definitely be of great benefit. At first, they didn't really understand why their own young master had to come to this Taichu sect to pay homage to his master even if he was capricious and lost his temper and said anything. Nowadays, they kind of understood their own young master. This Taichu sect looked so terrifying. To be able to worship and enter, it could definitely be said that it had great benefits for one's young master. Soon, a figure appeared in front of Dugu Xin. Looking at the beautiful man in Xian clothes in front of him, Dugu Xin immediately looked mesmerized, and couldn't help but secretly say in his heart, "Wipe me, so handsome? Could this be the sovereign lord? I didn't think that the protagonist's master would look this handsome." And just as Dugu Xin was mesmerized by Gu Changxing's face, next moment, a system attribute panel also appeared directly in front of Gu Changxing's eyes. Of course, this system panel was only visible to him alone. Name, Dokushin. Identity, young master of the Chamber of Commerce of 10,000 treasures. Age, 17. Strength, peak of the great power realm. Physique, heavenly moon sacred body. Loyalty, 80. Talent, purple, suggests that the host take on an apprentice as soon as possible. Experience, himself a person from the Azure world. Because of an accident crossed over into this body of Dugu Xin, after learning that she is the female villain of the legend of the Celestial Emperor. In order to be able to live, she does not hesitate to join the protagonist's master, just to be able to live. Seeing this experience, Gu Changcheng also couldn't help but sigh. It seems that he's met the old folks again. We are all equally travelers, only our identities are so different. The Heavenly Emperor's tale? The protagonist's division. Looking at this, it looks like I'm this protagonist's division. I just wonder which of my disciples is actually the protagonist. However, very quickly, Gu Chang put this thought behind him. Anyway, no matter what, this protagonist was his disciple, so naturally it didn't matter. At this moment, Dugu Xin sensed Gu Changxing's gaze falling on her. All at once she couldn't help but become nervous. It was also unknown if Gu Changxing would accept himself as a disciple. If you don't take it, what will you do with yourself? After all, she didn't want to be a stepping stone for the protagonist Qin Hao, and she only wanted to try to survive. This for her, she was already very satisfied. After all, in his previous life, he had died so early because he had brain cancer and there was no cure. Now that she had managed to cross over and relive her life, she didn't want to die so soon at the hands of the protagonist. The heavenly moon sacred body. It's a powerful physique. Would you like to worship my Tai Chu sect? Hearing Gu Changsheng say this, Dugu Xion's entire body became extremely agitated and excited. Finally, he himself had finally worshipped under the Tai Chu sect. From then on, one is free from the fate of being the protagonist's stepping stone. Not only would he be able to survive, but the thought that the master he worshipped would be a supreme forbidden reincarnation. It was a bit exciting to think about it. Thank you, Master Teacher. My daughter, Duchess Xin, is willing. I'm willing to join the Taichu sect and become a disciple to serve the sect. Dugi Xin was so excited that he hurriedly kowtowed 3 times towards Gu Changsheng. Pang, pang, pang. Even a streak of blood could not help but appear on his forehead. But for this, Dokushin was not concerned at all. As long as I can join the Taichu sect, what's this small injury? After all, as long as one worshipped under the Taichu sect, one would have the qualifications to survive. For her, she was already extremely satisfied. Not to mention the fact that her master's identity was such an awesome existence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting an apprentice. Disciple's name, Dokushin. Physique, Heavenly Moon Sacred Body. Cultivation Technique, Heavenly Moon Technique. Hao Ran Gong. Strength, Peak of the Great Power Realm. Loyalty, 80. Reward given to the host, Mysterious Strongman Summoning Card *2. Cultivation Enhancement Card *1. Taichu Dao's Soldier 100. Holy Grade Magic Treasure, Mountain River and Jigaku Diagram. The Clan's Forbidden Land, the 9 Treasure Pagodas. Listening to the system's voice in her head, Gu Changsheng still felt immensely satisfied. Get up. Soon, a soft force then lifted Dokushin up. From now on, you, Dugu Xin, are an outer disciple of my Tai Chu sect. Within the sect, there is a cave where outer disciples specialize in living, as well as a place for cultivation, and a book collection pavilion, so you can go there on your own. Gu Changsheng spoke slowly towards Dugu Xin. Yes. After realizing this, Dokushin quickly responded. However, Master Teacher, what do you think of these heavy gifts I sent? At this moment, Dugu Xin suddenly opened his mouth and asked towards Gu Changsheng. Upon hearing this, Gu Changsheng couldn't help but drop her gaze on the dazzling array of treasures. 7 orifices Linglong Grass, 10,000 Spirit Pill, Divine Emperor Wings, Life and Death Repeat Sultan. So many good things. It seems that this time, Dugi Xin had really put in a lot of effort in order to be able to worship the Taichu sect. Since it's a token of your appreciation, this seat will accept it on your behalf. Soon, with a wave of Gu Changsheng's big hand, these treasures were instantly retrieved into the ring space by Gu Changsheng. Fifth Elder, and all of you, you can now go back and report to Lord Father, and say that his precious daughter, now that she has successfully worshipped under the Taicho sect, will not have to let him worry about it. At that moment, Dokuratsu said towards the several elders behind him and the dozens of guards. Upon hearing this, these few elders also became extremely reasonable. After all, they had also seen the terror of the Taichu sect. Chapter 81 Shock of the Tianqian continent. So the Taichu sect is so terrifying. Now, after watching their own young master worship such a terrifying force as the Taichu sect, they couldn't help but let go of their hearts. Then, after explaining something slightly to Dokushin, then he left the place in a swashbuckling spaceship. And Dokushin was also feeling incredibly fortunate that he had finally worshipped under the Taichu sect, avoided becoming one of the main character Qin House cannon fodder now. Thinking of this, Dokushin was inexplicably excited. Subsequently, after Gu Changsheng spoke to Dugu Xin a little bit about what was going on within the sect, he also transformed into a divine rainbow and left the place. And Duo Xin also followed Gu Changsheng and entered the Taichu sect. In the meantime, the matter about countless forces besieging the Taichu sect and being annihilated by the Taichu sect as much as possible spread throughout the entire Tianqian continent like a raging storm. It was like throwing a huge stone in the middle of a calm lake, instantly raising 1,000 waves. This news caused those forces throughout the Tianqian continent to feel extremely caught off guard and incomparably shocked. They hadn't thought that this Taichu sect was hiding so deeply. It's just horrible. So many supreme-level forces went forward to encircle and kill, not only unharmed not to mention, but also with so many encircling forces were eliminated as much as possible. It was even rumored that the Taichu sect was suspected of having a great emperor strike, and this rumor caused those forces to feel trembling. They hadn't thought that the Taichu sect, a force that they had never heard of in the Tianqian continent, was actually harboring a great emperor. You know, that was a great emperor. Throughout the entire Tianqian continent, it was feared that one would not be able to find a few, and in the Taichu sect, there was actually a great emperor in existence. For this news, it was simply a shock to them. One after another, they reacted and restrained their own disciples to never start any conflict with the people of the Taichu sect. Even if they were beaten by the people of the Taichu sect, then they had to act like grandchildren and endure the breath. And after those local big forces in the eastern wasteland learned of this news, Taishian Holy Land, Purple Moon Sect, Misty Sect, etc., several major forces had brought heavy gifts and traveled to the Taichu sect, all intending to befriend the Taichu sect. For a time, the Taichu sect's reputation resounded throughout the Tianqian continent. Almost everyone knew that the Taichu sect was a mysterious and terrifying taboo force of the current generation. At this moment, there was also almost no one who dared to hit the Taichu sect, unless he wants to go to his death. At this time, the Great Snow Dynasty Shuewoan was also the first to learn of this news. He hadn't thought that the Taichu sect that Luo Li had worshipped was such a terrifying power. Just thinking about it made a cold sweat develop on his back. Straight away, he instructed the people to have Chu Lao hurry back and not to stay near the Taichu sect. After all, he didn't want to die in front of such a terrifying power. He, the Great Snow Dynasty, was just like a small shrimp. Where would he dare to mess with the Taichu sect? It's too late to hide. And as for Luo Li, who had worshipped the Taichu sect, he was even more afraid to offend. Now, he was even beginning to consider asking his father to prepare heavy gifts and go to the Great Shang Dynasty to apologize for what happened back then. Even if the other party asked them to kneel, they were all willing. I only hope that Luo Li would not vent this anger on their Great Snow Dynasty. Otherwise, destroying the Great Snow Dynasty would be as simple as stepping on a mole cricket for the Taichu sect. Meanwhile, in the central state, Guanghan Palace. Today's Guanghan Palace was extremely lively and crowded, with many cultivators gathered here. Just because today, Guanghan Palace held a 20-year Immortal Pool event, and the purpose of this Immortal Pond extravaganza was to make friends with more great powers. As the contemporary palace master of Guanghan Palace, the Jade Rabbit Fairy, on the other hand, would widely invite the young talents of those great powers to come over and participate in this event. If she met a woman she had a crush on, she would take the initiative to send her out to befriend these great powers. And by virtue of this practice of the Jade Rabbit Fairy, the power of the Guanghan Palace's connections was constantly expanding here. At this moment, above a wide square in Guanghan Palace, many female disciples from Guanghan Palace with beautiful faces danced in the center of the square, with beautiful dance styles, even moving the heartstrings. On the other hand, at the top of the square, there were many young talents of the Holy Land sitting here, and there were also some elders accompanying them. A powerful aura flowed out from all of them, pressurizing the void and causing it to ripple. And on top of the square's high platform, two silhouettes were the most dazzling, and one of them had an incomparably powerful aura, emitting a terrifying pressure that completely made people's hearts and minds tremble. Among them was a figure, dressed in a gorgeous golden gown, with a delicate face and a tall figure, and in this woman's eyes, there was a river of stars flowing with a hint of a majestic and domineering aura. And this woman, it was clearly the Jade Rabbit Fairy, the contemporary palace master of Gwanghwan Palace nowadays. He was a powerful person who was worshipped and adored by countless cultivators. And beside the Jade Rabbit Fairy, there stood a young girl of clear and stunning beauty. At this moment, she was covering her face with a layer of white veil. Her figure was exquisite. Her temperament was cold and absolutely beautiful, just like a fairy in the dust. And this young girl was clearly the present-day holy maiden of the Gwanghwan Palace, Mu Yao. At this moment, the two of them stood on top of the high platform, and the gazes of many male cultivators below would fall there from time to time. After all, the two beautiful people standing there is also a very beautiful scenery. And down below, very close to the Jade Rabbit Fairy, on the other hand, there was a dragon carriage that looked extremely luxurious and imposing in shape. In front of the dragon carriage, there were 5 red-blooded white tigers that emitted a terrifying aura. All over his body, there was a thunder rune surging, looking extremely terrifying. Even from a distance, the surrounding cultivators were able to feel the terrifying pressure emanating from the 5 red-blooded white tigers. For a while, these cultivators all fell on the figure in that dragon carriage with incomparable awe. They couldn't help but guess that the person in this dragon carriage must have come from the existence of a terrifying power, with a monstrous background and honorable status. They also want to see the people in that dragon carriage, exactly which power is the person. And in that dragon carriage, there was a young teenager with a handsome face, dressed in a purple coat. At this moment, he was lazily lying in the dragon carriage, feeling the adoring and scorching gazes of the people around him. He couldn't help but feel more pride in his heart. This teenager, in particular, was still emitting a terrifying aura around him, allowing the surrounding cultivators to be able to sense that this teenager was not simple. Chapter 82. A mysterious maiden appears at the Immortal Pond Extravaganza. Definitely a young pride with superb talent. It was unknown which power's heir was really terrifying. Even the Jade Rabbit Fairy, who is the palace master of the Broad Cold Palace, is particularly scornful of this person's identity. However, once he thought that this kind of heaven-defying heavenly pride figure also gravitated to his own disciple, his heart was instantly strengthened. And this teenager was clearly the heaven-defying pride in the great Zhou dynasty that was second only to the great imperial prince Zhou Yuan champion Marquis, Lin Hao. At this moment, Lin Hao was enjoying the worship of the people around him, and he couldn't help but feel a little fluttering in his heart, while his gaze would also fall onto that Mu Yao's body from time to time. There was a fiery color in his eyes. Today, taking advantage of the convening of the Immortal Pond event, this seat also announces one thing. From today onwards, this seat will formally award the position of heir to this Broad Cold Palace to the holy maiden Mu Yao. On top of the high platform, after the Jade Rabbit Fairy's gaze looked around for a week, she opened her mouth in an incomparably domineering manner. And just then, the appearance of a cool female voice however once again broke the tranquility of the moment. I disagree. At this moment, everyone was attracted by the cool voice and couldn't help but sniff at it, only to see, in that place, a young girl with a white veil covering her face, a slender figure, and a stunningly beautiful and cool temperament appeared in everyone's line of sight. She stood here, a white dress of snow, ethereal and empty and quiet, as ethereal as a fairy. It was as if she was a fairy from the broad cold heavenly palace, ready to return on the wind at any time. The appearance of the young girl was as if she was the center of this heaven and earth, attracting everyone's attention in an instant. At this moment, she took a resolute step and appeared in the sight of the crowd, a cold intent permeating those beautiful eyes as she looked at the 2 Jade Rabbit Fairies and Mu Yao above the high platform and said in a strong and incomparable manner, "What a unique young girl with a unique temperament." Looking at this mysterious young girl who suddenly appeared, Lin Hao couldn't help but have a flash of fire appear in his eyes. He could sense that this mysterious young girl was definitely an even more beautiful existence than that Mu Yao. Just the aura on this mysterious girl was enough to attract him. I don't know what kind of conflict this mysterious young girl has with this Broad Cold Palace. Even in front of so many people, she angrily disliked the current Broad Cold Palace's palace master, Jade Rabbit Fairy. And at this moment, when the Jade Rabbit Fairy saw this scene, a trace of anger could not help but appear in her heart. Where is this little girl from that dares to spoil the good things of this seat? And just when the Jade Rabbit Fairy wanted to get angry and destroy this mysterious young girl on the spot, only to see, this mysterious young girl suddenly opened her mouth towards that Mu Yao. Mu Yao, the person who is the heir of the Gwanghwan Palace. You are also worthy? If you have the guts, come down and fight with me. If you win against me, how about I convincingly let you have the position of the heir? Upon hearing this, a coldness immediately surfaced within that Mu Yao's pair of beautiful eyes. Master, why do you need to make a move? Since she doesn't submit to me being the heir of this broad cold palace, then let me make a move to suppress her today and beat her into submission. Mu Yao's eyes were incomparably cold, and after she finished speaking to the Jade Rabbit Fairy, she flew straight down from that high platform and confronted that mysterious young girl. At this moment, even the group of female disciples of the Guanghan Palace who were still dancing in the center of the square had withdrawn. For a while, the center of this square all became a dueling ground between Mu Yao and this mysterious girl. Humph, what a big mouth. Making a move to suppress me? I don't know if it's your foot that's big or your breath that's big. That mysterious young girl snorted coldly and spoke to that Mu Yao. You're really looking for death. Hearing this, Mu Yao didn't talk too much nonsense. Rather, he directly made a move towards that mysterious young girl. In an instant, within Mu Yao's jade hand, a burst of brilliant immortal light flashed out, and in the next moment, a spirit sword directly appeared in her hand. The runes surged, and a powerful aura suddenly erupted around him as well. And that mysterious young girl was similarly not inferior to Mu Yao. Even the aura that erupted around her was extremely terrifying. It caused the void to ripple. Soon, the two of them then engaged in battle. Next moment, an immortal light erupted, countless runes gushed out, earthquakes and mountains shook, and the blazing immortal light shrouded the place in such a way that it was impossible to see exactly what situation was happening inside. The terrifying aura of the battle between the two men also caused the surrounding group of cultivators to feel incomparably appalled. It didn't occur to him that this mysterious young girl could fight the holy maiden of the broad cold palace, Mu Yao. 50-50. For a while, they couldn't help but feel curious about the identity of this mysterious young girl. One after another, they began to guess which power's disciple this was, but they still didn't have any clue. It seems like I've never heard of it before. Rumble. Less than a moment. In that burst of immortal light, Mu Yao was the first to be knocked back by that mysterious young girl. At this moment, even that Mu Yao was shaken out tens of meters away. A bloodstain couldn't help but begin to flow from the corner of his mouth. And he didn't look like he was in very good shape. TSK, that's all you've got. And you also want to be the heir of this Guanghan Palace. But it's really a disgrace. Originally Mu Yao now has been seriously injured. The body is extremely uncomfortable. And now after hearing this mysterious young girl opening mockery value pull full, the whole person is even more angry, directly fainted on the spot. See this scene. The crowd of cultivators watching the battle around them suddenly became dumbfounded. I'll rub it in. What's going on here? Guanghan Palace's contemporary saint daughter Mu Yao was defeated by a mysterious young girl, not to mention that she was also infuriated by the other party and fainted on the spot. If this matter were to be spread out, then the face of the Guanghan Palace would really be disgraced. Seeing this scene, that Jade Rabbit Fairy could not help but be stunned. Soon, however, frost covered her face. This is the disciple of that power who dares to come over and spoil things for my Guanghan Palace. Just when the Jade Rabbit Fairy wanted to clean up this mysterious girl on the spot, in the dragon carriage, Champion Marquis Lin Hao suddenly opened his mouth. Your Excellency has gone too far with your hand, haven't you? Today, I, the Champion Marquis, will seek justice for Fairy Mu Yao. As he was speaking, a handsome young man dressed in purple clothes had suddenly walked out from that dragon carriage. Looking at the mysterious young girl in front of him, he also felt extremely displeased. One must know that he had his heart set on immortal Mu Yao for a long time. Now that the other party had injured immortal Mu Yao like this, his heart wasn't feeling so good either, though the other's unique aura appealed to him. However, he, Lin Hao, had already considered Fairy Mu Yao as his woman long ago. Seeing his woman being bullied by others like this, he naturally had to take a breath for immortal Mu Yao. Moreover, he also wanted to see exactly what the identity of this mysterious girl was. Chapter 83, China Fairy appeared. A character from 1,000 years ago. What? Are you trying to fight for her? At that moment, that mysterious young girl looked at the champion Ho and said with a calm face, Humph, bullying Mu Yao? I'm going to see just what power's disciple you are. With that, the champion husband let out a cold snort and directly made a move towards this mysterious teenager. A battle spear surrounded by radiant immortal light appeared in his hand. Soon, the two then exchanged blows. A terrifying aura rippled between the heavens and earth, causing the void to uncontrollably send out a tremor. Next moment, that mysterious young girl suddenly erupted with a shocking power. A cold aura inexplicably came to her nose, like an icy sky and snowy land. The coldness was terrifying. Even the champion Marquis couldn't help but show a look of gravity on his face. It was directly knocked back several meters by this cold air. That's broad cold spirit body? This little girl, she's actually carrying a broad cold spirit body. What's going on here? Seeing this scene, that jade rabbit fairy immediately revealed a horrified gaze. She didn't realize that thousands of years had passed. Now, it is surprising to be able to see the Guanhan spirit weighing heavily in the world again here. This scene, on the contrary, made her feel extremely appalled. She then immediately reacted. This woman absolutely cannot be kept. Just as she was about to step in and run the mysterious girl over. Next moment, between heaven and earth, a terrifying and boundless aura suddenly erupted, incomparably overbearing, causing those present to feel an inexplicable tremor in their hearts. At this moment, the winds and clouds in the dome of the sky suddenly changed. The 8 directions roared, and the clouds pressed down on the top of the roof, as if it seemed as if there was an exiled immortal in the sky who was about to descend. Adverse disciple, do you ever remember your master? Accompanied by a cold snort from above the celestial dome, a mysterious silhouette slowly walked out from there. Hearing this voice, that jade rabbit fairy instantly shook, and her entire face changed even more drastically. This is the aura of Master? Why is Master Teacher still alive? Hasn't she already been personally given to me by? At this moment, the jade rabbit fairy's complexion changed drastically. Her heart was like 1,000 waves had been set off. Even her breathing began to become rapid at this moment. An unbelievable, unquestionable look came out on the entire person's face. This, impossible. This can't be. Haven't you been killed yourself? Why? At this moment, the jade rabbit fairy's aura suddenly became incomparably violent. 1,000 years ago, she clearly remembered that her master was killed by her personally. But now, how did the master come back to life and descend again? What the hell is going on here? And down below, a respected elder behind the champion marquis suddenly opened his eyes, a horror emanating from his deep and cloudy old eyes. In his mind, he already had a guess. The mysterious woman who appeared before him is most likely the Chang'e immortal who has long since fallen thousands of years ago. But the strange thing was, hadn't she fallen by accident 1,000 years ago? Why did you suddenly appear here today? This was also extremely mind-boggling to him. Thousands of years ago, the Guanhan Palace had produced such a heaven-defying heavenly pride as Fairy Chang'e. At that time, there was almost no one in the entire central state who was her opponent. It could be said that at that time, Immortal Chang'e's mighty reputation had already pressured the younger generation at that time to raise their heads. If he hadn't accidentally fallen 1,000 years ago, then it was very likely that there would be one more female great emperor in the history of the Tianqian continent. And this so-called Jade Rabbit Fairy, in 1,000 years ago, can still be an unknown existence? And Chang'e Fairy, this kind of heaven-defying characters compared. That is simply 100,000 miles difference. And at this moment, those surrounding cultivators also dropped their gazes above that sky dome, with an appearance that they were all ready to watch the show. Rumble! With a roar from the heavens and earth, everyone landed their gazes there. One could only see that after that burst of immortal light shone, it was accompanied by a terrifying aura that pounced on one's face. A woman dressed in a long white dress with a stunningly beautiful face slowly descended from there. Her 3,000 green silk draped over her shoulders, sheer water pupils deep like a bit of paint, Yao nose straight, cold and absolutely beautiful face, temperament ethereal and ethereal beauty. The slender legs were straight and live, seemingly the work of a heavenly vomit. Between the swaying of her proud figure, she set off a magnificent style, making all the flowers lose their colors. At this moment, this woman was overlooking the celestial dome, looking down at the Jade Rabbit Fairy below with a condescending expression. Even though the woman didn't open her mouth to speak now, the sense of oppression that she brought to the people was still extremely full. Seeing this woman appear, that mysterious young girl couldn't help but respectfully say, "Greetings to the elder." "Well, get up." As Fairy Chang'e's words fell, a soft force instantly lifted Yi Qingcheng. Speaking of which, the reason why Yi Qingcheng came here this time was also still because of her. Then, Immortal Chang'e set her eyes on the Jade Rabbit. "Adversary. What? I haven't seen you for 1,000 years. And now you can't recognize your teacher?" Chang'e Immortal's pair of beautiful eyes looked at the Jade Rabbit coldly and mercilessly, and indifferently said, and at this moment, an incomparably strong and terrifying aura that was like an abyss and like the sea erupted from her body with it, sweeping between heaven and earth. The terrifying aura was unceasing, and it even caused heaven and earth anomalies to surface. During the time she spent in the Tai Chu sect, her cultivation had also continued to grow, not only surpassing her original strength, but still taking a huge step forward. It directly came to the peak of the quasi-supreme realm, and it was just one step away from the supreme realm. And at this moment, the Jade Rabbit Fairy looked at the Chang'e Fairy that appeared before her with an unbelievable expression. It was originally thought that the master had died in her hands a long time ago, and it was categorically impossible that he would be resurrected. However, when she personally saw Fairy Chang'e appear in front of her, her heart could not help but tremble violently. and the depths of her eyes were filled with disbelief and an unquestionable look. This can't be. This can't be. At that moment, the Jade Rabbit Fairy's entire body stopped breathing in general. After seeing immortal Chang'e personally appear in front of her, she almost wanted to kneel down and greet her personally. Is this that Chang'e Fairy? I'm sure her elegance has not diminished. At this time, an elder from the Great Zhou dynasty's side looked towards the Chang'e immortal standing above the sky dome and couldn't help but sigh a little. Thousands of years ago, he had witnessed the Chang'e immortal's unparalleled elegance. Unfortunately, 1,000 years ago, Fairy Chang'e unfortunately fell by accident. Now, seeing Fairy Chang'e again, the feeling it brought him was still the same overwhelming elegance. Chapter 84, Inviting Master to Die Here. Jade Rabbit Fairy Strikes. It seems that Fairy Chang'e did not fall, and that incident back then might also have another story. At this moment, this Great Zhou dynasty's elder guessed in his heart, thousands of years ago, Fairy Chang'e was rumored to have fallen in an accident, and I'm afraid that it had nothing to do with this Jade Rabbit Fairy. And at this moment, above the square, after a group of cultivators saw the Chang'e Fairy descend, the murmurs below immediately rose and fell with each other. Goodness, is she the Chang'e Fairy, the palace master of the broad cold palace from 1,000 years ago? It looks like an unrivaled style. It is said that back then, Fairy Chang'e used to be a young rebellious figure who had suppressed an era, but unfortunately, I heard that she had fallen unexpectedly, and now, to be able to see her here again, this is really incredible. It seems that what happened back then, the accidental fall of Fairy Chang'e was feared to be related to the Jade Rabbit Fairy. I told you? What kind of person is Fairy Chang'e? You wouldn't fall that easily. Adversary, what else do you have to say now that it's come to this? 1,000 years ago, in order to seize my inheritance, you went out of your way to set a trap and collude with foreign enemies, and in the end, you even gave me a direct fatal blow. If it wasn't for the fact that this seed had performed a divine ability to save its life back then, leaving behind a wisp of its divine soul, I'm afraid that it would have really fallen prey to your plot. Adverse disciple, this day I will clean up the door. Suffer death. Chang'e Fairy's words carried a cold and incomparable murderous aura as she looked at the Jade Rabbit Fairy below, completely viewing a dead person. 1,000 years ago, she had cultivated the Jade Rabbit with great care. At that time, she was the one who disregarded her former suspicions and took the Jade Rabbit under her tutelage, teaching her kung fu cultivation and attaining adulthood. Even so, she had already thought of giving this Guanghan Palace's inheritance to the Jade Rabbit. However, there was no thought that rebellious disciple would even do something like regicide. As soon as he thought of this, the terrifying and boundless aura from that Chang'e immortal couldn't help but explode out, pressuring the void to emit trembling sounds. And at that moment, the Jade Rabbit Fairy, who had reacted, also looked at the Chang'e Fairy with a face of killing intent. Even she herself hadn't thought that 1,000 years ago, she had personally made a move, but she hadn't even been able to kill the Chang'e immortal. Now, she is a resurrection descending to this Guanghan Palace. In front of so many people, she was revealed to be guilty of regicide. It could be imagined that if today passed, her reputation as the Jade Rabbit Fairy would be ruined. After all, regicide is a major offense, even amongst the entire Tianqian continent. That was a sin that was unforgivable. Oh, Master, even I didn't expect that you were still alive. It seems that I was still too careless about what happened back then, that I didn't even finish you off. But don't worry, Master, let me see you off for the last time today. The blame lies in why you had to come over at this time today, causing me to lose my reputation now and making me infamous for the rest of my life. At this time, the breath on the Jade Rabbit Fairy's body also followed like a tidal wave erupting, horrifyingly incomparable, like a volcano that was about to erupt. Hearing the Jade Rabbit Fairy's words, that Chang'e Fairy's complexion instantly became cold. Adverse disciple, really looking for death. Today, it's not certain who the two of us are going to die. Upon hearing this, that Jade Rabbit Fairy couldn't help but let out a cold snort and said, My good master, now that 1,000 years have passed, I'm not that follower who would only follow you back then. Now I'm a supreme being, a full 2 great realms across than you were then. Do you think I'm still the same as before, like an ant in your eyes? Master, times have changed now. 1,000 years ago, I failed to kill you, so now 1,000 years later, let me end this all over again. The Jade Rabbit Fairy's words fell. A terrifying aura erupted, causing the surrounding void to ripple. The crowd of cultivators who were watching the battle in the surrounding area also felt this horrible and boundless aura and felt an inexplicable tremor in their hearts. Supreme Realm. Nowadays, in this heavenly Xian continent, where great emperors didn't come out of the world, that could definitely be considered a top-notch incomparable existence. Boom! Accompanied by a ghastly aura that erupted, the Jade Rabbit Fairy's figure flickered and directly appeared opposite the Chang'e Fairy. At the moment, The two were facing each other like this, looking away from each other, feeling the horrible aura of the other side. And at that moment, the Jade Rabbit Fairy's face instantly became appalled. You've stepped into the Supreme Realm as well? At this time, the Jade Rabbit Fairy said with incomparable horror. She hadn't expected that nowadays, after China Immortal had been resurrected with heavenly means, not to mention, even her cultivation had reached such a terrifying supreme realm. This seed has said that today, it will be cleaned up. Immortal China looked towards the Jade Rabbit and spoke in an incomparably strong and domineering manner. Humph. It's not certain who will die until now. Upon hearing this, the Jade Rabbit Fairy let out a cold snort and said, shortly after the two men's words fell, soon. The two then moved above the sky dome, only to see that in the Jade Rabbit Fairy's hand, a divine sword that looked like it was made of poured gold appeared in her jade hand. As the divine sword was revealed, a terrifying sword might was also released. It was like a monstrous flood, causing the crowd of cultivators watching the battle around them to feel their scalps go numb. That's War God's sword? Soon, someone could see where that sword came from. Even though they were far away, they could still feel the terrifying sword might emanating from the divine sword. This War God's sword, on the other hand, was obtained by her through some great chance by chance some years earlier. It was also because of the existence of a divine sword that her Jade Rabbit Fairy's strength had taken a qualitative leap. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to ascend to become a generation of supreme power so quickly. My good master, I won't be careless this time. Die, the Jade Rabbit Fairy said. She directly swung the divine sword in her hand towards the Chang'e Immortal and chopped down. This divine sword was wrapped in a terrifying sword chi, as if it could separate heaven and earth, and was so powerful that it was even appalling. Wherever the sword chi went, even the void was distorted to the point of blurring. However, in the face of this terrifying sword chi, Immortal China seemed to have remained the same breezy demeanor. Next moment, a goddess silhouette boomed behind her, the goddess holding a vast and incomparable broad cold immortal seal, majestic as if she wanted to suppress everything in the world. Boom! Immediately after, a vast and incomparable Dharma seal coalesced from the void, and a terrifying heaven and earth phenomenon directly erupted. That sword chi was directly turned into annihilation under this broad cold immortal seal and was gone. No! Chapter 85. Even the Great Zhou Dynasty fears. Seeing that she was about to die in China Fairy's hands, the Jade Rabbit Fairy immediately cried out in the direction of the Champion Marquis. Champion Marquis, this seed is willing to lead the Guanghan Palace to attach itself to the Great Zhou Dynasty, and I would like to request that the Champion Marquis be able to come to the rescue of the Champion Marquis. Hear each other to lead the entire Guanghan Palace dependent attributed to the Great Zhou Dynasty. As a Champion Marquis Lin Haower can still calm down. Immediately, he droned softly towards that respected elder of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty. Elder Chu, please also make a move to save the Jade Rabbit Fairy. At those words, that old man whose body looked wrinkled suddenly rose. A prime pressure erupted from his body, and the 8 directions roared. Next moment, the Jade Rabbit Fairy who was about to die at the hands of Chang'e Fairy is suddenly saved. Seeing the people of the Great Zhou Dynasty step in to save themselves, the gloom in the Jade Rabbit Fairy's heart was immediately swept away. Just now, he was almost dead in the hands of Chang'e Fairy. If not the people of the Great Zhou Dynasty to save in time, I'm afraid that now she has long been suppressed. Even the dregs are left. However, what she didn't expect was that her own good master had been reduced to a divine soul for 1,000 years, and she didn't expect that soon after her awakening, her strength had increased so quickly. Even she was no match for her, and if it wasn't for the Great Zhou Dynasty's intervention, perhaps she would have died in the hands of Immortal Chang'e just now. Thinking of this, the Jade Rabbit Fairy couldn't help but feel a pang of fear for the Chang'e Fairy, but now that he had gotten help from the Great Zhou Dynasty, he wouldn't be afraid of her anymore. My good master, even if you have the strength to be able to kill me, so what? Now that I've led the broad cold palace to defect to the Great Zhou Dynasty, and I'm afraid it's you who should die today. The Jade Rabbit Fairy looked towards the Chang'e Fairy and lightly opened her red lips. The words seemed full of celebration and mockery. However, even so, Fairy Chang'e's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he stared at that old man from the Great Zhou Dynasty with eyes as flat as a lake and spoke. Are you sure you want to save this Jade Rabbit Fairy? Fairy Chang'e is serious. Since the Jade Rabbit Fairy has already defected to my Great Zhou Dynasty, then it is naturally impossible for the old immortal to sit back and do nothing. That old man from the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty stroked the white beard in his hand and laughed. Humph, this seed is a person from the Tai Chu sect. Are you sure you want to shelter this damned Jade Rabbit today? Upon hearing this, Immortal Chang'e also directly and incomparably overbearingly stated her identity. Hearing that the other party was from the Tai Chu sect, that old man from the Great Zhou Dynasty immediately became silent. But he still remembered that Emperor Zhou had personally ordered that he must not offend the Tai Chu sect. It was only because the other party was rumored to be suspected of having a great emperor in attendance. In the entire Tianxian continent, Any power that those great emperors were sitting on was almost always a powerful and bombastic existence, or at least would dominate a party. And now, after he heard Fairy Chang'e say that he was from the Tai Chu sect, he instantly didn't open his mouth to speak. The Jade Rabbit Fairy on the side could not help but show a look of horror on her complexion. Even she hadn't thought that Immortal Chang'e was actually someone from the Tai Chu sect. It was no wonder then that one could explain that one's own good master was still able to make a qualitative leap in strength in a short period of time when he was in the state of having only a wisp of divine soul left, crossing 2 great realms in a row. It was originally from this mysterious and terrifying Tai Chu sect. And after a moment of silence, Chu Lao finally made a choice, only to see that he directly led the champion Marquis and some people from the Great Zhou dynasty to take the lead and leave the place. Seeing this situation, how could the Jade Rabbit Fairy still not know that the Great Zhou dynasty this was a choice that had already been made? One would rather abandon her, a supreme realm powerhouse, than dare to offend the Tai Chu sect. Thinking of this, the heart of the Jade Rabbit Fairy immediately became incomparably sad. Humph, adverse disciple, I said I will kill you today. Die. The Chang'e Immortal's words just fell, just as if her words had been spoken. A strong and domineering golden Great Seal character condensed again in the void, sweeping heaven and earth, crushing towards the direction of the Jade Rabbit Fairy. No! Before the Jade Rabbit Fairy could finish her sentence, her entire body was directly suppressed into a blood mist, without even a hint of resistance. The crowd of cultivators watching the battle and the surroundings were also wearing unbelievable looks. The Jade Rabbit Fairy died so easily? I didn't think that even the Great Zhou dynasty that dominates the central state is afraid of the Tai Chu sect's reputation. It seems like the Tai Chu sect is really powerful this time. Can't mess with it, can't mess with it. Seeing that the Jade Rabbit Fairy had finally died in her hands, the anger in Chang'e Fairy's heart could not help but dissipate. Damn rebellious disciple. What has turned this Guanhan palace of mine into? Still holding some kind of immortal pond event? Befriending the great powers of the world? From now on, Broad Cold Palace will be taken over by this seat. And now the first order given by this palace master. That is for the entire clan to relocate and head to the eastern wasteland to station at the Tai Chu sect. From now on, Guanhan Palace is a dependent force of the Tai Chu sect. In the face of this Chang'e Immortal who had returned strongly, the crowd of disciples from the Guanhan Palace couldn't help but choose to obey. After all, even the Jade Rabbit Fairy had died in her hands, and it was only natural for those of them to listen to the Chang'e Fairy. Therefore, in the face of the order given by Immortal Chang'e, the entire Guanhan Palace also began to maneuver the matter of the clan's relocation. The location where they relocated was also very skillfully chosen, not far from the foot of the Tai Chu sect's mountain. And at the same time, the matter about the Great Zhou dynasty being afraid of the Tai Chu sect's prestige was also quickly spread throughout the entire Tianxian continent as if it had grown wings. Almost at this moment, all the forces knew just how powerful the Tai Chu sect's reputation really was. Even the Great Zhou dynasty and other central state overlords were very fearful. Thus, they also felt fear in their hearts for the Tai Chu sect. In the meantime, Tianxian continent, southern barbarians, deep within the 100,000 mountains. Here, the demon race, the ancient race, and the ancient imperial race coexist. Among them, the status of the Taiku royal family is the most honorable, because, since the beginning of the ancient war, the Taiku imperial race had stood on the field of the human race. So when the ancient war ended, all of the people of the Taiku imperial race were nourished by the human race's qi. The strength and talent also became incomparably terrifying. And in this ancient royal family, there are several forces that are the most terrifying. They are, the Demon Emperor Mountain, the Fallen Dragon Ridge, the Golden Crow Clan, the White Tiger Clan, etc. These few forces were the most terrifying among the Taiku imperial clan. Chapter 86 Demon Emperor Mountain's Mysterious Heavenly Pride. And at this moment, these demon clans, ancient royal clans and many other young prides of the southern barbarians are all gathered here. That's because, nowadays, they're in the process of selecting the leader of the pack. And as the leader, this kind of status was nothing less than being the words of the young prides of their session. In the event that the older generation did not make a move, the people of the demon race, the ancient imperial race, and other forces would all be at the mercy of the leader. It could be said that the position of the head of the kaiju could be described as the choice of all the generations of demon emperors. Anyone who was able to become a kaiju was basically able to claim the title of emperor on the righteous path. It was also because of this reason that nowadays, their Heaven's Pride battlefield was in full swing at the moment. And in the present, basically, the demonic pride standing here were all candidates from the Swidden Emperor clan, who, accompanied by a dragon's roar that resounded through the heavens and earth, spreading throughout the 4 directions in a flash. Its mighty pressure was so vast that it seemed as if it was going to shake down the stars in the sky. Next moment, only to see a young celestial pride with a lofty head and horns that looked like a dragon-walking creature walk out from there. As this young celestial pride took the stage, in an instant, a majestic power of dragon's blood blossomed out, oppressing the void to the point where it couldn't help but emit cicadas. That's Fallen Dragon Ridge's heir, Long Ao Tian. Among the viewing platforms below, some people had already recognized the origins of the young man with the lofty head horns. It must be known that the Fallen Dragon Ridge was an extremely terrifying force amongst the Taiku Imperial clan, and as the heir to the Fallen Dragon Ridge, Dragon Ao Tian, his strength and talent naturally far exceeded that of his peers, and was extremely terrifying. Rumor has it that from the day he was born, he awakened a generation of divine body, cultivating like 1,000 miles. If nothing goes wrong, it's very likely that the selection of this session's leader of the word will fall into the hands of Long Ao Tian. After all, Long Ao Tian's power, they are also witnessed in so many times of fighting in the battlefield of the Heavenly Pride. Almost every shot is in a state of seconds easily to the other side. Therefore, they still felt very interested in whether or not such a powerful demonic pride as Long Ao Tian could win the selection of the leader. At this moment, above the Heaven's Pride battlefield, Long Ao Tian has arrived here. He was dressed in a golden robe, with a handsome face and a head that seemed to look and feel extremely extraordinary. At this time, Long Ao Tian stood here, with the eyes of all, directly chose to close his eyes and rest his mind, seemingly waiting for something here. And on the periphery of the crowd of viewing platforms, they were filled with densely packed figures, those elders from the demon race, the ancient race, the Taiku Imperial race, and so on were all here, watching every move in the Heaven's Pride battlefield. Now that Long Ao Tian has come, how come several other people from the other forces haven't come over yet? What's the hurry? The battle for the Battle of Heaven's Pride is about to begin, and these young prides are definitely going to be there anyway. That is to say, I don't know who exactly will be able to take this leader position in this Battle of Heaven's Pride. I'm also very curious. Don't think about it. Anyway, I'm going to press Long Ao Tian this time. I just feel that he's a likely candidate to take this leader position this time. Humph, Long Ao Tian is very powerful, but don't you forget which one of the Demon Emperor Mountain exists. And just as the crowd was still discussing who exactly would be able to take this leader position in this Battle of Heaven's Pride, next moment, only to see that 3 terrifying auras were suddenly ushered into the void. One of them was as if he was poured out of gold. His body was golden and extraordinary. He was Jin Shengzi, who came from the Golden Crow clan, possessing the heavenly destiny treasure art of the Golden Crow clan, the Golden Crow Heavenly Flame. The Golden Crow Heavenly Flame, an existence that could burn everything, was incomparably terrifying. The other, on the other hand, was a Koanpang Zi from Koanpang Mountain. At this moment, he was dressed in a golden armor. His eyes were incomparably sharp, and it was as if his eyes carried a blazing and incomparable divine light. In his hand, he was still holding a divine spear, indicating that he was still looking forward to this Battle of Heaven's Pride. And the final appearance was a beautiful woman in golden armor. She was blonde and looked extremely pretty, devilishly built, with an angelic face. Although it was said that this woman was extremely beautiful, but amongst so many of the demon race's bunch of cultivators who were watching the battle, they really didn't dare to go and lock eyes with her. That's because, this beautiful woman, you don't want to look at her as pretty, but in reality, her strength is extremely terrifying. Among these 4 people, other than Long Ao Tian's, she was the most mysterious and terrifying. After all, this beautiful woman in golden armor, whose father was a generation of demon emperors, came from such behemoths as the Demon Emperor Mountain, a terrifying force with great emperors at the helm. That was why they felt so scornful towards this beautiful woman, not even daring to land their gazes directly on her body. After all, at this moment, the beautiful woman exudes the pressure that is also extremely terrible. Even now when she gave a look around, that inner still inexplicably feel a tremor. Since all of you are here, why don't we have an early showdown? And then I, Long Ao Tian, will smile at this position of the leader. Seeing these 3 young celestials finally arrive, that Long Ao Tian, who had closed his eyes to cultivate, also couldn't help but open his dragon eyes at this moment, and laughed softly and said, but the only time he looked at that Demon Emperor Mountain's air, he couldn't help but add a trace of gravity to the depths of his eyes. Even he couldn't see through this air to the Demon Emperor Mountain, so it seemed that she really wasn't simple. It's no wonder, though, after all, she was the daughter of a generation of demon emperors. As the daughter of the demon emperor, how bad could his talent and strength be? Definitely a top-notch presence as well. Upon hearing this, Koanpang Zi's battle spirit was magnificent. A blazing divine light flowed out of his eyes as he opened his mouth and said, I didn't think that you guys would have such a big mouth. Is the position of the leader also something that you say you can get?